Prologue. Scanning the horizon, Noxel observed the numerous beautiful and harsh landscapes. Ahead of him lay a seemingly uncountable number of mountains, each with its own different ecosystems. Beyond the mountains lay the Great Plains, where many of the sentient races flourished and sought shelter from the monsters he and his siblings had brought to this world. And much further beyond that, dozens of planets of varying color and size orbited the massive titan of a planet on which he stood. From his position on the highest plateau, many of the planets passing appeared so close that he felt as if he could reach out and touch them right here and now. His gaze narrowed in on a small mountain as a poor soul unknowingly marched into the domain of a dragon. The battle, if it could be called that, ended decisively as the young warrior died quickly and needlessly. His head shook as his heart filled with sorrow. It was just one of the many thousands that died every day in the world he and his siblings had created, where the weak became the foundation for the strong. Behind him, a crack in space appeared. The spell was perfect, and under normal circumstances would have been impossible to detect. But it was his job to stand and observe, as it had been for the last 1,000 years. Widening, the crack in space unveiled a scene of the darkness and unknown white dots beyond, which he knew to be far-off stars. Closer was a curious green and blue planet, similar to some that orbited close overhead. He was reminded of how long it had been since he had last cleaned this plateau, as stones, pebbles, and other debris soared through the portal and out into space, never to be seen again. His clothes remained unruffled by the vacuum as he watched a familiar face appear on the other side, one he had not seen in nearly 1,000 years. Climbing through the being, brushed some non-existent dirt off her pristine outfit. "Welcome back, sister. It has been far too long." His face took on a stoic expression, not willing to show how much he actually did miss his sister. Giving her a once-over, he noticed Adara's appearance had not changed in the time she had been away. As always, she had a single intricate braid of golden flax hair flowing down her back. Her ears extended into sharp points, like the high elves whom she favored. She wore a summer dress that matched her hair and eyes. Noxel wasn't a man of fashion, but her clothing seemed unsuited for traveling through deep space, all even bothering with the fact that all of the gold colorings were a little gaudy in his opinion. But he wasn't going to make that known again, for that was one argument he would never win. "Indeed it has. I see you haven't changed much. I thought perhaps you would have a smile for your favorite sister," she replied with a sweet, loving smile. "Favorite? Bah! You know my favorite has always been Dahlia. She bothers me the least," Noxel replied, a slight smile forming on his face. "You weren't supposed to return for another few hundred years. Now tell me what has brought you back home so soon." Silence took over their reunion. She didn't have to say anything. Her early presence here could only mean foreboding news. Adara stared at her brother as her smile turned grim. "I've found more life out there, yet to be scoured by them. There won't be much time before they find them, so I had to rush back. I could sense them following behind me as I traveled through space." "Your outfit is so bright, it must have been like a beacon to them," Noxel muttered. The knowing glare he received quieted any further comments. Laying his palm out, he gestured for her to continue. "Along my journey, I found a small planet, third from a star. The inhabitants call it Earth. Yes, just like the ground," she shrugged. "Humans are what they call their species. Think themselves the center of the universe." Adara rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. "Like most species we've found, they thrive on conflict. Their conflict has brought innovation, however. Technological advancement has taken them into space, only barely. They are a species still in their infancy. Except for a few, they have yet to discover magic. The mana density being as sparse as it is where their planet is located has made them and the creatures on their planet very mundane." Noxel remained silent for a moment as he walked to the center of the plateau where 10 chairs rested. He sat down on the cold, hard stone chair with a grimace. Shifting about, he tried to get comfortable. "So what do you propose? That we call upon our brothers and sisters to bring these humans to our myriad of worlds? How do you even know if they would be worth the effort of saving?" With a heavy sigh, Adara sat upon a chair of green, transparent crystal jade. She drummed her fingers on the arm of the chair. Pulsing energy illuminated the frame at every touch. You are measuring them as they are now, and not their potential. Closing his eyes, Noxel grumbled, "Stop. I am tired and do not wish to have this discussion with you again." "Then you will help?" asked Adara. "You know I will. I would simply like to know if our investment will be worth it," Noxel grumbled. "Only time will tell," she said with a twinkle in her eyes. "Now come, time is money, or so they say on Earth. And they don't have much time remaining." Adara jumped out of her chair and clapped once. A spherical wave of energy released from the clap and flowed out into the expanse. Noxel watched the energy move, visible only to him and his siblings. It had passed through him instantly. He could feel the message come to his mind in Adara's voice, saying, "Meeting." He followed it with his eyes as it passed through the orbiting planets harmlessly. The wave of energy was a beacon that his brothers and sisters would surely answer, no matter wherever they be in the myriad of worlds. Eyes still on the beacon of energy that had now passed through half the planets, Noxel consulted his sister. "We will have to construct a planet or two for them and give the humans sanctuary. It will have to have a mundane environment. The way you make out the humans, they might be the weakest species to ever grace our myriad of worlds on their arrival. Just have faith, little brother. Faith, I'm a god." Chapter 1. Fight of his life. Ben felt like he had been fighting for hours, but for all he knew, it might have been only 20 minutes. Mana flowed as he ceaselessly expended it into spell after spell as he fought against numerous enemies, all attempting to take his life for reasons he was still unaware. Glancing at his remaining mana, he was aware he wouldn't be able to continue this fight for much longer. He had killed many of those attacking him, but for every opponent that fell, 2 would take their place in this frenzied battle. The enemy seemed to become further emboldened to kill him the more lives he took. He could feel the poison and curses from the wounds begin to affect him, making his mind hazy and disoriented. Ben chose to decrease his blood flow even further, making the spread of poison slower, but with all the wounds littered across his body, it did not seem to matter. Having access to blood magic was both a boon and a bane. It had quickly come to have a stigma against it because of many capabilities and uses, many of which were nefarious in nature. Despite humans being a part of the myriad of worlds for a short 27 years, some had used blood rituals and magic in a bid to advance in strength quickly without making the effort of fighting monsters. Animals, innocents, and virgins had all been sacrificed, which did not help either. This had already caused irreparable harm to the reputation of blood magic users like him. Although Ben was considered a hero, a savior of many, and one of the strongest humans to have advanced so far, there remained rumors about him and his rise to power due to his blood magic. The roaring sounds of magic knocked Ben out of his stupor. His brief reprieve was over as dozens of fireballs and other spells soared towards his position on the ground. They had been bombarding his location, pushing him throughout the once beautiful city after they discovered getting near him was a fatal mistake. The once bastion of civilization and strength was now awash with rubble and fires. His house was gone entirely, one of the first buildings to be destroyed in this battle for survival, as they tried to kill him in a desperate sneak attack. The sounds of cries and screams could be heard echoing through the field of debris. Many bystanders had been caught as collateral in the ensuing battle. The sound of their cries of terror caused him to grimace, but his mind was set on vengeance and survival. He called upon his wings of blood to catapult himself into the sky. The fireballs and spells came crashing down where he had just stood, throwing rock and stone everywhere. Even over 100 feet in the air, he could feel the intensity and burning of the fire. He was under no illusion. If he had not dodged, he would likely be dead now. Pulling what little blood he could spare from his wings without making them too small to support his flight, he commanded it into the shape of a spear. Thoughts of escape had long drifted from his mind as rage took over. Sensing blood that was not in his control approach, he readied himself. Whoever assassin was, they moved silently closer. Ben's fingers twitched as he held himself back, drawing the assassin in closer. Without moving his arm, the spear in his hand launched backward into the stomach of the assassin. Impaled inside the assassin's body, the spear expanded into dozens of spikes, skewering organs, bones, and even the assailant's heart. The spikes of blood exploded out of the body like a misshapen tree. "You have slain. Human, Adept level 23. Ben's eyes widened in recognition. He had not recognized the blood signature, but that meant little since assassins specialized in stealth and camouflaging their abilities and presence. "Peter, they really have turned everyone against me." Peter had been like an uncle to him, someone who had been friends with his parents and him. Ben's heart tightened with the pain of having been betrayed by another to whom he was close. Hardening his resolve, Ben narrowed his eyes as he looked around for more potential enemies. The assassin remained skewered on the blood spear hovering in the air. His body was rigid as the tree of blood kept him steady. Ben called to the blood of the newly dead to gather into his spear. It only took a few seconds for the body to be sucked dry into a husk of itself. Commanding the now larger blood spear to fly back towards him, he willed the blood to separate as it began to flow around him in circles like a river of dark red liquid. Tired of this game of cat and mouse, he sensed about 100 people moving towards him. Ben prepared what was possibly his final spell. He knew this was a do-or-die moment. He recognized many of the blood signatures approaching him, but 10 among them stood out. Those 10 being the same magical tier of the profound realm as himself. They were forerunners of humanity, some of the strongest warriors. Thank the gods there isn't anyone stronger here. Although extremely rare, a few people had already passed the 4th realm of power that Ben was currently in. Floating in the air, Ben activated Blood Tempest with nearly all his remaining mana. The blood streaming around him split apart into thousands of droplets, all separated from each other. Pushing with his will, he directed the blood forward at its maximum velocity towards the oncoming enemies. There was no controlling where each droplet of blood would go. He could only aim in a general direction, as the spell was more like shotgun buck spreading out than a rifle. Shields and barriers appeared to stop the oncoming tide of blood. Ben watched the wall of red reach the enemy as it pierced into them. A symphony of sounds began all at once. The crashing and exploding of rocks, the sound of breaking glass, screams of agony and pain as thousands of tiny holes punctured through their defenses. Bodies began dropping from the sky. Buildings pierced by the blood began to crumble apart. Not all shields and barriers were penetrated, some still stood relatively unharmed due to the nature of the spell spreading out the damage instead of focusing it. Ben frowned. Usually he would empower the spell with his life force, but he barely had any left. There had been no opportunity to replenish his vitality from the bodies as long-range bombardments were constantly harassing him, denying him the necessary time. Such an obvious flaw in his class had made itself apparent during the most crucial of times. Notifications reached his mind as the number of slain grew. He quickly checked the slain notification to see if he had gotten anyone of note, but he knew it wasn't the case. To his surprise, he had only had notifications for about 1/4 of the people he had seen coming. Despite having killed many foes, Ben was losing this battle of attrition as his resources kept being used. Blood Champion has reached profound level 82. He threw 5 attributes into intelligence, not that it would help. A moment later, he felt the flow slow down. Lucian was nearby. He narrowed his eyes and formed a sword of blood with his remaining mana. The blood signature belonging to Lucian appeared behind him. Turning, he whipped his blood sword in a horizontal slash, only for it to be blocked by one of Lucian's blades already in position. Having lost his positional advantage, Ben knew he was in a bad situation. He was not a close combat specialist, comparable to Lucian, who excelled in such combat. "Lucian, please," Ben pleaded to his best friend. They remained frozen for a moment, looking into each other's faces, swords still pushed against the other. There was a moment where he felt him relax until Lucian's eyes hardened and he tensed. Still parrying, Lucian's other arm moved quickly, thrusting his second sword forwards. He tried to block it with the only thing available, his hand. The blade pierced straight through and into his torso, puncturing the left lung. The sword wrenched out of his body. Ben gasped for breath. Poisoned blood began spilling into his lung. All he could feel was burning in every shallow breath he took. His breathing accelerated as they tried to compensate for the lack of air. His mind was too disarrayed to stop the blood flooding his lung. Darkness crept into his vision for a moment until he blinked it away. He felt like a corpse floating in the air. Every action seemed to take more effort to complete. His crimson bloodwings kept him aloft. The combination of poison, curses, and wounds had done their job as he teetered on the edge of death in front of the one who betrayed him. Unforgivable, unforgivable. With a sudden spike of energy, Ben roared, "I'll take you with me, you bastard." Using what little life force remained, he empowered his next spell, pulling the blood spilling from his chest, and constructed it into a lance half hidden inside his body. Launching it at Lucian, the spell never struck. Somehow Lucian reacted and slowed down the lance just enough to dodge out of its way. At the same moment, the lance was dodged. With the last of his energy, Ben slashed his bloodsword down in a vertical swing at Lucian's dodging form, guessing where he would move. He felt resistance for a moment as it connected with a piece of Lucian's shoulder armor. The last thing he saw was Lucian's pained expression as Ben's eyes and mind went dark. Ben awoke flat on his back. Sitting up, he tried to catch his breath, but was only able to pull in a little air at a time. It didn't take a genius to guess that his lungs were barely functioning. One of them had stopped working entirely, the other was corroded by poison, ready to stop at any moment. Perhaps it was the lack of blood in his body because of all the wounds, but he was beginning to feel tired and cold. Keeping his eyes open was becoming increasingly difficult with every passing second. An unnatural cold and tiredness settled through his body. How strange it was considering it was the middle of the warm season. Forcing his eyes open wide, he could see nothing but a hellscape that one would imagine when thinking of the end of times. Fire, rubble, and bodies littered the once great city of New Hope, the capital of the Human Forward Alliance. New Hope had been the city in which he had grown up for his entire life. Granted, the city had only been about 1 year older than him. Created soon after, some of humanity had come to this myriad of worlds. There was very little that could be done to salvage the city. Ben's eyes slipped closed for a moment, but they flashed open. His head dipped. Recovery was beyond him at this point. His body had passed the point where it was only a matter of time. Only through his blood magic had he been allowed to live beyond what should have been possible. His life force had been much like a roaring bonfire before. Now it was like coals that had been splashed by a bucket of water, slowly growing colder as the heat escaped. The cost of using his life force so often during the battle had been too damaging, as Ben had been pushed past the point where he could no longer recover his vitality on his own. Not even a healer could save him now. Despite the warm breeze from the wind blowing past the fires scattered across the city, his body continued to feel colder as it responded less and less. "A nice nap is what I need right about now," he thought to himself as his world became darker, as his eyes began to slide closed. Something nudged his shoe. "He is still alive. I didn't receive the notification yet. I bet he is close to death with all those wounds." A mysterious voice he recognized instantly spoke from the darkness. Ben opened his right eye, since his left eye was no longer cooperating and refused to budge. With his head dipped, all he saw was a familiar pair of boots. With a colossal effort, he lifted his head up as he stared at what used to be his best friend, Lucian. Regret and anger flashed through him. Bright, glowing green eyes of his once friend gazed back into his with no discernible emotion behind them. Perhaps feeling guilt for what he had done to him, Lucian was the first to break eye contact as he looked up to what Ben sensed were many spectators in the near distance. They all seemed to be keeping their distance for now. Glancing at Lucian's body, he was relatively unscathed, except for the obvious missing left arm cut at the shoulder. The wound already healed enough for the blood to stop, likely from someone nearby. A dull silver sword speckled with his own blood sat in his other hand, aimed towards the ground. If Ben could manage the energy to smile, he would, feeling quite pleased with himself for at least taking something from the bastard, despite the unlikely odds. Unfortunately, Lucian's youthful, sculpted-looking face and coal-black hair remained whole and untouched. "Need a hand?" Ben sputtered out between breaths, feeling some energy coming back to him, even if it was only to fuck with Lucian before he died. All he received was a glare in response. Lucian's knuckles turned whiter as he gripped the handle of his sword. After a moment, Lucian spoke. "It's just like you to make light of all this." His voice was clear and monotone. "Easier to make light of it than to accept that my best friend betrayed me and schemed to kill me. Did our entire friendship mean nothing? Are all those times I saved you forgotten? Ben wanted to scream, but his voice came out in a low rasp. It's really nothing personal, Ben, Lucian said with a shoulder shrug, his face a mask of controlled emotions. I'm only doing what is necessary to save us. Necessary? Why did my parents have to die? How is that necessary? Ben whispered, his voice low and hoarse. The taste of blood was thick in his mouth. Lucian froze for a split second, as if a lightning bolt had struck him. I did initially want to avoid collateral damage, but I knew your guard would be down if you were with your parents. You really didn't make this easy. Even now, broken and bleeding all over, wounds littered across your body, you cling to life with tenacity even I find frightening. I was hoping a surprise attack would kill you, but I guess you didn't become one of the strongest human fighters for nothing. Lucian monologued, all while staring back into Ben's eyes. His voice was cold, face a mask of absolute indifference. I feel as if I should even applaud you for all the people you were able to kill despite being on the back foot the entire battle. All my preparations were nearly for naught, Lucian explained, turning his head slowly from left to right as he glanced around at what could only be the ruins of the once lively city. Unfortunately, many of the people you killed were skilled and had potential. People capable of one day bridging the gap in strength between humans and the other species out there, Lucian continued with a sigh. I killed, Ben sputter, growling which turned into him coughing blood. He tried to give his best one-eye glare. We both know it was you and your army who killed these people and destroyed their city. Lucian gave him a sideways glance, unconcerned. I was thinking something simple, like hero betrays the human forward alliance, destroys the city of New Hope and its people. Bringing one hand to his chin, he sarcastically contemplated the false title. Could use some work, I guess, but the short of it is that you will be blamed for the death of this city and its people. I believe the phrase goes, it is the winner who narrates history. You really like hearing yourself talk, huh? Ben rasped so low that he could barely hear himself. His body felt like ice, at least in the parts he could still feel. Lucian, you had your talk. End him now. Let's be done with this. Everyone is watching. A familiar voice came from above. In his dimming vision, Ben could see multiple silhouettes of people once well known to him. Now he wasn't certain he had ever known them, for their betrayal spoke volumes of his knowledge of them. These were people he had trusted, fought with, and even saved. But they had all taken Lucian's side during the battle, perhaps even before. Fine. Goodbye, old friend, Lucian muttered softly. Raising his hand, Lucian's sword trembled lightly. A single tear fell as he pulled his arm back and stabbed forth. There was no pain as the sword pierced his heart. Knowing it would be a matter of seconds, Ben's eyes began to close. The last thing he saw was the many beautiful and colorful worlds above him. I never got to visit them. He felt a tug at his soul as eternal darkness descended upon his mind. Unable to resist the pull, he let go. Chapter 2. Reborn. Ben awoke to the sound of screaming, only to find himself enveloped by liquid and darkness. The source of the yelling was a woman who sounded as if she was being tortured. It wasn't until he heard a muffled, "Breathe, one last push," that all the clues came together. He had become reborn as an infant and was in the process of being birthed. He was thankful that his eyes hadn't been able to open during the process, as the sound and feel of being birthed would probably haunt him for eternity. The entire process had been horrific enough to distract him from recent events. It was then that he remembered as everything started coming back to him. His death, his parents' death, Lucian's betrayal. Grief and sorrow flooded him. Tears began spilling as he mourned the loss of his family and the loss of his friends through their betrayal. Wailing, he screamed his frustration. "He's crying. That's a good sign," he heard from the darkness. It was a voice unknown to him. He felt the rough touch of a towel wiping him down, distracting him from his mourning. His thoughts shifted. How am I even alive? Even tired and bloodied, he remembered everything about those last moments. He was certain Lucian's sword had pierced his heart. There was no reason he should be alive right now. Should I really question such good fortune? He was stumped. Magic was a miracle, but this seemed beyond what anyone was capable of. He had no powers to reverse time, change fate, or reincarnate. Did someone else do this? But who and how? Wait, reverse time? Is it possible I'm in the past? The air chilled his body until he was wrapped in a blanket and passed off to what he assumed was a man. The rough pair of hands grabbed at him and squeezed a little too hard, making him cry out with pain. "Why is everyone here beating up on a baby?" Ben howled. Instantly, he found himself stolen from the hooligan who had mishandled him and placed into the arms of a person he instinctively knew to be his mother. The instant he was in her arms, a serene calm washed over him. "Honey, you really need to control your strength. We talked about this," his new mother reprimanded with a sharp tone. Her voice was obviously tired. "Alyssa, a heel if you would please." Ben's heart broke. Unbridled tears spilled out again. The voice belonging to the woman holding him wasn't his mother. Or rather it was, but not the one he knew. As he started crying, her hold tightened around him, as was held protectively against her chest. "Guess this means it's not the past." A flow of warmth radiated throughout his body. It felt like life magic. But he was struggling to tell. He felt very tired and disoriented from all the events since he awoke. The pain in his bruised thigh vanished almost instantly. This gave Ben reassurance. With the magic, it was a safe assumption that he was still in the myriad of worlds. "I just hope I'm still human. I don't think I would mind being reborn as a different species, but I can't say I didn't mind being a human before. I don't feel a tail or extra limbs, so that at least excludes a few options. Shit, I'm starting to make myself nervous. Nervous and hungry." Squirming, he tried to move his arms to feel his body, but they weren't responding well. "Look at him. He's beautiful," his mother whispered. Her voice sounded hoarse from what he presumed to be all the yelling and screaming during his birth, about which he was still coming to grips. Shivering unconsciously, he recalled the recent traumatic memories. "I think I'd rather be killed again than go through that process a second time. Come to think of it. How long has it been since the battle with Lucian and the others happened?" He couldn't recall anything that would explain his current situation. There were too many questions and no answers. His only chance of finding answers was to be patient and search for them when he became older. Without warning, the door to the room slammed open and 2 pairs of footsteps came stomping in across the wooden floorboard. He could hear his mother sigh and the male he assumed to be his father groan. "Mommy, mommy, mommy!" yelled squeaky voices that didn't stop from the moment they entered the room until the instant they were right beside him. "No, you promised I could see him first. I'm the oldest," responded a youthful boy's voice. "You two are going to wake the baby," his mother said, hushing the 2 children. "So, what's his name?" asked a childlike voice that he guessed was his older sister. There was a small moment of silence. "We were thinking you two could pick, as long as you can both agree on it," responded a gruff male voice. This was the first time Ben had heard this voice. He could only assume belonged to his father. "How about Matt?" asked his sister. "Boring," denied his brother. Ben hoped this wouldn't take too long. He was already beginning to become tired. He also wanted to have some input over his new name, but it wasn't like he could just speak his objection. "Kevin," yelled his sister. "No, there is already a Kevin in the village, besides Kevin's gross." His older brother rejected. "How about Meatloaf?" There was a pause while what Ben could only assume was the family staring at their oldest son in question, while they contemplated his sanity. A chill ran over Ben as he froze in fear for a moment before he wailed aloud to protest the terrible name. "What? I'm hungry. You guys were in here forever," his brother defended himself. His sister giggled, making Ben fearful she was about to agree. His father gave a deep belly laugh. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to veto that name, little one." "How about Jax?" asked Alyssa. Ben wailed again in response. Denied. "I guess that name is rejected," mused his father. Kaismo came from a previously unknown voice that made him unable to determine its location. He could tell it was feminine in nature. He wasn't aware there had been an additional person in the room with them until now. Your ancestors would seek out answers in the night sky and make decisions based on what they saw. To be born on the starry night when the cosmos is in their brightest radiance could be considered a good omen. Spoke the mysterious voice once again. It was difficult to tell where the source of the voice was coming from. After a moment of silence, he could hear his father's musing tone. Well, it certainly is different. What do you kids think about it? It's weird, his sister giggled, but I like it. I like it too, came from his brother. Okay, then it's settled. Your name will be Kai, came a tranquil voice from the darkness as Kai unwillingly fell asleep. It had been around 6 months since his rebirth, and Kai had noticed several things. According to his parents' constant commentary and concern, he apparently required quite a lot more sleep compared to when his older siblings had been infants. Kai surmised after a while that this was a result of his frequent headaches, due to his experienced and established mind and memories trying to process everything in an undeveloped infant's brain. The additional sleep was needed to combat the stress from overusing parts of the brain not yet developed enough to handle complex emotions and thinking. He did notice that he was requiring less sleep than usual as he grew older, but according to his family, he was still above the average. Not being able to move properly or hold a conversation was taking its toll on him. Mentally, he was going a little stir-crazy with nothing else to do but observe all day. His only view was whatever room he was currently in, which was almost always where his mother was. With the immense amount of free time, he would spend his days observing his family. It didn't take long to figure out his new family was very kind and loving. They were attentive to his needs, especially his mother, Rachel. When his eyes opened and stopped being blurry, Kai was relieved to find out that his family was in fact human. His mother appeared to be young and pretty. Kai assumed she was no more than 30 years old, despite her looking 20. But with magic in play, there was a good chance she could have been older than she appeared. At first, he thought his mother might be an angel. Behind her loving smile was fair, unblemished skin and dimpled cheeks, framed by shoulder-length flaxen hair. What stood out among the pale and blonde was her exquisite eyes, so perfectly grey they reminded him of a painting. During those 6 months since he had been reborn, there were very few times his mother hadn't been by his side except during the night when he slept. His father, on the other hand, spent much of his time outside of the house. He wouldn't describe his father as a cold person, but his work seemed to keep him out of the house quite often, apparently employed as the captain of the guard for the village he lived in. Oddly, the most distinguishing feature of his father was his tanned skin, which seemed out of place compared to the few other people Kai had seen. Perhaps it indicated his father as a foreigner to these parts. Everyone else throughout the village who had visited him was fair-skinned as if they were untouched by the suns. Opposite his mother's soft curves, his father seemed to have a face and body sculpted by an artist, making a legend come to life. The man bolstered an impressive physique, something that could only have been achieved from years of training and dedication. His dark brown hair was cut much like a seasoned soldier that matched his warrior physique. His father possessed a roughish handsomeness that seemed to incite his mother to call her husband a bandit after stealing her heart. Kai had barfed the first time he had heard that. Despite being physically intimidating, his father always had a kind and gentle expression on his face around his family. Kai wondered how Garen, his older brother of 8 years, could look so much like their angelic mother but be so different from her kind, compassionate nature. Kai often found himself getting into staring contests with his older brother, at least until the novelty phase had ended sometime during the last few months. Garen had turned from an interested and playful older brother to one that seemed wary of Kai. His grey eyes observed Kai to the point of being unnerving sometimes, as if he was a newly discovered species. Luckily, they weren't eyes of hostility, but they weren't friendly either. It can't be something I said. Kai was still waiting a few more months until he would begin talking. His last sibling, Lydia, had mixed features of both parents like golden brown hair, which she kept most often in braids. Similar to their older brother and mother, she sported the family's grey eyes as well. She possessed the boundless energy that every 4-year-old had and made it a point of proving it. Whether it be giggles, excited yelling, or crying, Kai was sure he was beginning to go deaf. It felt like the only reprieve he had was during the night when she was asleep. "Look, honey, he is awake," Kai's new mother called out. Laying on his back, he looked up at both of his parents who were hovering over him. Each was making funny faces, while his father tried to tickle him. He resisted with all his might, but he couldn't help but let out a giggling laugh. The tickle had overpowered his resistance, causing him to leak a little pee. Not that he would ever admit it. "He is a cutie," his mother stated. "That he is. He is going to be a lady killer when he gets older," his father spouted proudly. "Of course he is. He takes after you, after all." Kai's mother stared lovingly at her husband, maybe even a little lust not so well hidden in her eyes. Kai rolled his eyes. Too often Kai would have to pretend to cry when his parents started getting frisky in front of him. By now they had learned their lesson. "Really, I thought he looked more like you, except for those eyes. I thought he'd have grey eyes like his brother and sister," his father said, none the wiser he was being stared at like a dessert. "Well, blue and grey eyes are pretty similar from what I've heard." "His hair takes after yours, though, a thick dark brown," his mother said while rubbing his hair, her attention shifting back to Kai. Kai was surprised. A part of him had been afraid there was a chance he would look the same as in his past life. According to his parents, his eyes were the same color as when he was Ben, which could have been a coincidence. At least his hair color had changed. "If my hair is different, then there is a good chance I won't look the same." His parents continued playing with him until his father tickled him so much that he ended up pooping himself. This is beyond mortifying. No one must ever find out. "Are you sure you have to leave tomorrow?" asked his mother while changing his diaper. He saw his father nod. "Yay. I need to collect some intel. The Heart Empire looks like they may want to expand east soon. They nearly conquered their neighbors to the west, last I heard." A loud sigh escaped his mother. You would figure after nearly 1250 years in the myriad of worlds, humanity would unite, not fight against each other so much. We have so many more enemies now than the humans of the past did. Kai's infant eyes went wide. Almost 1250 years have passed. It can't be. This was the first time any year had been mentioned since he was reborn. In the short 26 years he had been alive, progress and change were constant. One could imagine how much had changed in over 1,000 years. Kai couldn't help but think of his old family during his time spent simmering as an infant. They had given him so much. Watching them die in his house, unable to protect them, still caused him agony in his heart. He blamed himself for their death. For him, it didn't feel that long since that incident. The memories of that last battle felt like it had been only minutes before he had been reborn. Even 6 months later, the pain and raw emotions were fresh and hadn't quelled. His new mother jokingly told him he looked like an angry baby often. In his previous life, Ben had been a part of the first generation of humans to be born in the myriad of worlds. His parents had been pregnant with him when they crossed the spatial portals to this world, or worlds along with a few million other humans that were crazy enough to believe the mysterious entities when they said their sanctuary awaited them beyond the portal. The appearance of godlike beings and portals to another world enticed many with the promises of exploration, fighting monsters, and exploring the limitless potential of a new world. His father, Mick, a professor of physics during his time on Earth, had wanted to study physics in another world. His mother, Jeanne, had been a professional gamer and streamer during her youth in MMORPG games, whatever those were. Between the two of them, she had been the one who was most prepared for this new realm. Although not a combatant like Kai had been, she taught him most of what he knew. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the sole reason why he had claimed a place among some of the strongest humans, despite others having a 16-year head start on him. Equally, if not more influential in his life, Lucian often came to mind. No matter how much he pondered the subject, there was no logical explanation why Lucian would fabricate a lie and betray him except perhaps for jealousy. Even then, the motive was flimsy, because Lucian had been heralded as one of the strongest human forerunners as well. Lucian had been 6 years old when he came to the myriad of worlds with his parents. Almost 7 years older than Kai was. He had to wait for 10 years to turn 16, for that was when humans unlocked their magic. And just like Kai, he proved his aptitude for magic and fighting. He grew in levels and realms faster than most, as he caught up to those who had years of advantage over him. There was little doubt that Lucian would have continued to progress in magical strength over the 12 centuries unless a monster or others had killed him. Kai felt certain, however, that Lucian still lived and had continued to progress to the highest realm of magical power. He had quickly become one of the most cunning and intelligent fighters to have ever been produced by humans. If Lucian and the others who betrayed him were alive to this day, then Kai would eventually get his revenge. Even with a 1250-year head start, he would grow in power and magic and find them and kill them. "What's a matter, sweetie? Have to make a poopy?" His mother peered over him, looking at his angry, scrunched-up face. Chapter 3. Birthday Party. Pain like Kai hadn't felt in a long time enveloped his stomach as he felt himself get sucker-punched while he slept. Groaning and opening his eyes, he could see his assaulter was not a fist like he first believed, but a knee. A small knee with mighty power backed by the momentum of a jump. "Happy birthday, Kai," yelled a high-pitched voice, as if to make a point that if the knee of punishment hadn't woken him up, her voice would. Too late to play dead and fall back to sleep now that he had reacted, Kai grumbled and shifted until the offending knee moved off his stomach. As the blanket slid down his body, the morning chill was the first thing he noticed as goosebumps formed on his arms. He looked to his side where his younger sister now sat staring at him with a mischievous smile. At 3.5 years old, Ariel was the bane of his existence in the mornings for the past half-year. He was certain that his little sister and their mother had some sort of deal, colluding and conspiring to ruin his mornings by not allowing him to sleep in. Kai reached out and ruffled her blonde hair as he swung his legs off his bed. Stepping onto the wooden floorboards, he left his back exposed to the impish 3-year-old. Knowing full well what was coming next, he prepared himself and she vaulted herself onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Grabbing onto her thighs, he hoisted her up into a piggyback position. "Onwards, my mighty steed," Ariel called out with a giggle, pointing her finger forwards to the open doorway. Kai ran through the halls following the smell of the cinnamon aroma to the kitchen. His mother stood in front of the large hearth, stirring 3 massive pots of what he knew to be his favorite food, cinnamon chunk stew. An odd food for breakfast, but they were having dinner with grandfather later tonight, so he wouldn't be able to eat it then. His father had made a special trip to the capital to buy cinnamon just for his birthday meal. Looking at the mostly empty table, Kai could see his older sister staring at the pot of bubbling stew, a small line of drool escaping her lips. His mother turned to Kai, giving him a loving smile. "Ariel, would you please be a dear and go get your father and your brothers?" she asked, noticing Kai's current situation as Ariel was still clinging onto his back like a baby monkey. He noticed the fire below the stew go out, a layer of ash smothering it. "Roger," Ariel said as she hopped off and lightly padded through the house until he heard the front door open and close. "Happy 8th birthday, sweetie," Rachel enveloped him in a hug. Kai closed his eyes, letting the tranquil aura wash over him. It felt too good to be true, to have been given a second chance at life, and one with a family so doting and caring. Quite often he found himself doubting, wondering if he should abandon his plans of revenge. Not only was the task of revenge a monumental undertaking, assuming Lucian and the others still lived, but it could possibly put his new family at risk. Even 8 years later, the desire for revenge was like a wound in his heart that wouldn't heal. Taking a step back, the hug ended. He looked to his left, where his sister still sat at the table, chin on the table, staring at him with eyes that screamed, "Sit down so we can eat already." Getting the message, Kai walked over to the table and took his normal seat. A yellow blur raced across the room and sat down in the chair next to him. 3 others followed behind a moment later. "Finally! Look who finally decided to wake up. I thought we were never going to have breakfast," his younger brother Jacob pointed out. Unlike his father and older brother, Jacob, who was 2 years younger, was a lot more outgoing and sociable. Because of their age similarity, their parents often had them spend time together, which ended with them often competing, even when Kai was not trying to. Kai's older brother Garen strolled across the room. Piles of floating ash hovered above his head, his face scrunched up in concentration as he controlled it. His father Octavian came in last, giving Kai a quick hug. He retched from the smell of his armpits that was right near his nose. Giving his father a small push away, he mumbled his thanks, while mock gasping for breath. No one laughed because they had all been in Kai's shoes once or twice. "Garen, please put your magic away at the table," Rachel asked. The magic itself evaporated into thin air as if it hadn't existed. With everyone seated with food in front of them, breakfast commenced. Kai looked at his father and brother. One had very little sweat, while the other looked worn and ragged. Garen kept his head down as he piled food into his mouth. Their morning workout must have made him famished. As usual, he didn't look or say anything to Kai, not even a happy birthday. His attempts at forging a brotherly connection had never come to fruition. The older Kai got, the more distant Garen became. He seemed to get along with their other three siblings, however. Noticing his despondent face, Octavian grabbed a large ladleful of cinnamon chunk stew, plopping more down into Garen's bowl. "Why so sad? Girl problems?" Octavian said with a knowing smirk. Kai choked a little, his face immediately turned red. "Where did you hear about that?" he hissed while looking around the table to find the one who spilled the beans. His childhood friend, Shelley, who was the only other child his age in the village that he spent time with, had confessed her love to him yesterday. It had surprised him, but he had calmly and sensibly turned her down. Kai had no proof, but he suspected his mother and Shelley's parents were conspiring to set them up. Needless to say, he felt rotten because he had made an 8-year-old cry. Pointing his wooden spoon at his mother, his eyes narrowed in a glare. "First off, I'm 8. I'm way too young to be considering such nonsense as love and marriage. Second, I'm aware you are trying to trap me to keep me in the village. My answer hasn't changed. I want to go to the Magic Academy as father did, and then see the world." That was his stock answer for wanting to leave the village. The true reason was more violent. Seeing her about to make a counter-argument, Kai spoke. "Please don't make me use my birthday wish on this." Kai looked between both parents, pleading to let the situation end. His siblings remained quiet as they watched the drama unfold. Tears threatened to spill from his mother's eyes, but reluctantly she gave him a nod. Kai narrowed his eyes again. There is no way she would give up this easily. I'll have to continue to be on guard. Changing the subject, his father interrupted. "So, now that you're 8 years old, you're halfway to being an adult. As per tradition, you can have a special birthday wish on your 8th birthday. What is it you wish for?" Kai had long decided to do everything he could to gain strength and power so he would never find himself in a situation like before. He had been too weak to save his parents, but this time he would do everything possible to amass strength and magic so he could never find himself in a situation like before. He had been waiting for this moment for years. Garen had begun sword training under their father when he turned 8. Their father wouldn't allow them to train before then, claiming it was too much responsibility for a child to begin learning the sword earlier. The fact that his father was willing to teach him at all was fortunate. If his mother had it her way, there would be no weapon training whatsoever. I want to learn the sword from father as brother has." With a beaming smile, Octavian nodded his head, clearly happy to have 2 sons take after him. "I want to learn the sword too," Jacob yelled suddenly. "Me too," giggled Ariel, clearly just wanted to join in the fun of the conversation. "Jacob, Ariel, if you both want to learn the sword, you will need to wait. Not only is learning the sword a huge responsibility, but it requires a lot of effort and focus. You two are too young right now. There is also a better chance at injury and mishap the younger you are." His father countered the two as he shut down any further arguments. Jacob shot Kai a sour look. Although it was immature, Kai gave Jacob a winning smile to celebrate his victory, while knowing he was adding fuel to the fire of their sibling rivalry. Being treated as a child made him sometimes act like the child he was supposed to be. Not that he minded. Having fun and enjoying life was a good change from what he used to do. It was a childhood he had missed back when things were more turbulent. "Kai, we can begin your training when I get back from bringing your brother to the academy. I know you want to start immediately, but please be patient. His first year of academy starts in 5 days. My father brought me to my first day at the academy, and I would like to do the same for you both," Octavian continued. "That's fine," replied Kai, nodding his head. It wasn't an unreasonable request. A few knocks landed on the front door. Garen, who had hardly stopped eating throughout the entire conversation, stood up and went for the door. A few moments later, Garen walked back into the kitchen with an army of foxes following behind. There had to have been at least 100. After 8 years in the village, Kai was quite sure this wasn't all the foxes in the village at present. They almost never came together, but even when they did, they moved around too much to count. The floor was completed, covered by the orange, white, and black furry creatures. His mother stood up and started to pour the remaining stew into giant bowls. "I wish they could have waited until we all finished eating," she muttered. She started to lay the bowls of stew onto the floor. Kai watched in fascination as the foxes split into equal groups and waited for a bowl to be brought to them. The people and chief of the village claimed the foxes were guardians of the village. It was said that the foxes had made a deal with the village chief 1,000 years ago. The agreement was that they would grant the residents of Kitsune village privacy and protection in exchange for food. Apparently, there was more to the deal, but Kai had stopped listening to the obviously made-up bedtime story. Strangely, there had never been any danger or attack on the village from either monsters or other sentient beings, so maybe there was a tiny amount of truth to the tale, or the more likely option that the mists had obscured the village from any outsiders. Kai spied one of the white-colored foxes on his back, burping. It had already finished its share of the food from the large bowls his mother put out. It couldn't be more obvious that they were spoiled, domesticated foxes, as if anyone could believe otherwise. Besides the occasional nip when someone got too rough, the foxes had never harmed or attacked anyone. Even though Kai didn't yet have his magic, he was sure that even if he had the Identify spell, these foxes would only be labeled as creatures in the First Realm, or the proper title known as the Foundation Realm. The Foundation Realm was the most versatile and diverse of all the realms of power. It ranged from domesticated animals to baby monsters and weak monsters. Realms and levels approximated a being's strength and could not always be judged by face value. Currently, Kai wasn't even in any realm of power. He was technically in the mortal stage, better known as Realm Zero, the time before someone unlocks their magic. It was a rule imposed by the gods who'd created these worlds. A human could not access their magic until the individual was 16 years of age, while Kai had since found out it varied for other species. Meanwhile, goblins unlocked their magic at only 2 years of age. The theory in his past life was that it was the age the gods determined a human would be able to withstand the physical and mental burdens of magic. His past mother, Jeanne, had dubbed what the gods created as the magic system, a system designed for those who use it to comprehend and grow their magical path. With it, you could access the statistic and spell sheets that appeared in one's mind. To be able to create a domain millions of miles large where everyone had access to their own personalized status sheets was terrifying to think about. "Kai," Ariel asks, waving a hand in front of his daydreaming face. Turning to his little sister, he could see she had a mess of food on her face. Picking up a napkin, he dabbed at her face, eliciting a giggle in response. "What magic element do you want to learn, Kai?" Lydia asked. He had missed most of the previous conversation about which magic element was the coolest. A common topic amongst the family. I'm not really sure. Maybe blood or metal." Kai had given this question thought many times. Affinity to certain magical elements was believed to be in part comprehension, bloodline, exposure, and luck. All factors added together when the individual turned of age, granting the opportunity to pick an element if you had an affinity towards it. Both are strong elements. Each can be further empowered or complemented by learning the sword as well. If you gain and pick metal, I would be very happy. But I would be happy no matter what element you pick. You will have to be careful if you do choose blood magic. Some cities regulate it, while others ban it entirely, explained his father. Too curious not to ask, Kai inquired further, "Why is there such a stigma against blood magic?" Octavian began, "Well, there are quite a few reasons. The goblin blood shamans of the Serendale Mountains are well known for ritual sacrifices to empower themselves. An empowered shaman could fight above its realm of power. This caused quite a few headaches hundreds of years ago. For humans, the practice of blood magic is generally seen as immoral in nature. There are many stories in which humans abused blood magic, but there is one story in particular that stands out. It's a bit of an infamous story since it happened shortly after the humans appeared in the myriad of worlds. It's one that I've heard quite a few times over the years. The human blood demon, a man heralded as a hero. He was one of the humans' strongest after their appearance in the myriad of worlds. But it turned out he was nothing but a villain in truth. He had used blood magic to further his goals and ambitions of becoming one of the strongest. Valiant heroes and adventurers confronted him only to be destroyed. After a hard-fought battle in which hundreds died and a city crumbled, the human blood demon was finally put down. It is not a magic that garners a lot of respect, regardless of one's position. Other races do not frown upon blood magic like humans, but we are still rather new to the myriad of worlds. We still have perceived morals brought from Earth that have been passed down to this day. Kai squeezed his fists under the table. He grimaced as the story was obviously referring to him. He was silent for a time as he thought about the story. I guess unlocking blood magic again is out of the question, even if I have an affinity for it this time around. I can't risk being found out or held back because of blood magic. He felt someone wrap their arms around his chest from behind. He looked up to see his mother glaring at his father. "Enough talk. Can't you see you're scaring him?" she commanded. "You pick whatever magic you want, sweetie. You will always be welcome here." He felt tiny hands grab onto his shirt as his little sister Ariel also hugged him. Feeling their love and acceptance, Kai swore he would get powerful enough to protect his family. If he could do it during humanity's most uncertain and trying times, then he would ascend even further and higher, and when he was ready, take his long-awaited revenge. Chapter 4. A Little Exploration. Kai's father was due to return in 2 days. He had been gone nearly a week after he left to drop off Garen at the Ashbourne Academy, an academy for young adults newly awakened to magic who wanted to learn to use said magic in combat settings while learning about the world at large. During the last 8 years, Kai had never been allowed outside of the village. Even though it was claimed to be fairly safe due to regular patrol by the villager guard, they still wouldn't let anyone outside without authorized access. Thus, today he decided there was no better time to explore the area than while his father was away, and his mother was out. Besides, he wasn't planning on going far. He just felt trapped, needing to wait another 8 years until he could leave for the Magic Academy. First thing first, he had to somehow ditch his sisters and little brother. His mother, who was visiting a friend's house, had put him in charge of watching his siblings. Him. Why the hell had he been put in charge of watching them, and not his older sister of 3 years? Looking at Lydia, the answer was obvious. She was sleeping on the couch in the middle of the day without a care in the world. A flash of irritation passed through him until he came up with a devious plan to get payback on his sister for saddling him with all the responsibility. He peeked at his younger siblings who were engrossed in their game of checkers. Tapping Jacob on the shoulder, Kai got his attention before taking his cup of water and pouring half of it on himself. Jacob's eyes went wide in confusion and disbelief. Kai smirked and turned to his sleeping sister and splashed her with the rest of the water. He quickly turned to his brother and put the cup in his hand, schooling his face in anger. Lydia woke up with a primal scream, ready to kill whoever had disturbed her slumber. She sat up, eyes shifting to each person with a wild glare, looking for the individual who would dare disturb her slumber. "You? Why?" she yelled, glaring Jacob down, who looked frozen in shock with the empty cup in his hand. "Jacob, what are you doing?" Kai yelled as well, holding back a smirk. Jacob was at a loss for words, still comprehending what had just happened. His eyes were wide with terror as he stared at Lydia. Despite their checkers game being interrupted, Ariel giggled, watching the calamitous situation unfold. Pointing his finger at Kai, he screeched, "It was him! He threw the water at you!" With an incredulous look, he turned to his older sister and pointed at the water stains on his clothing, same as her. Seeing Lydia's eyes go wide for a moment as she stared past him, Kai had a bad feeling. He quickly turned, seeing Ariel, the little traitor, pointing her finger at Kai as well. Quickly hiding her hand behind her back, Ariel giggled. "Little traitor," he muttered. A heavy weight crashed into his back as his older sister jumped on him, putting her arm around him in a light chokehold. "You're dead. You just don't know it yet," she whispered into his ears, letting out an awkward laugh. "Now that you're awake," she glared at him while he tried to look as innocent as possible. "How about we make a deal? Can you watch these two for a few hours?" There was no response besides the tightening of the chokehold. "I'll do your chores for a week," he shot out quickly. "You woke me up for this. 3 weeks and you will clean my room. 2 weeks and your room. Deal." She released him from the chokehold. "Where are you going?" she asked, the anger vanishing from her eyes now, with the promise of no chores for a few weeks. Kai paused and considered what to tell them. "I'll be going to hang out with a friend," he lied. Lydia started laughing. "You're so full of it," she said, seeing through his lie. "Go, go," she waved her hand dismissively. Kai didn't wait a moment longer. He stood up and promptly walked outside without saying goodbye. The first thing that hit him was the smell of fall and baked bread. To his left and right, there were a few other villagers loitering around, either doing their daily tasks or talking to each other. He was relieved when he didn't see his mother. Since it was the village's free day for most of the residents, his mother was likely talking to Shelley's parents at their home, probably conspiring together about Shelley and him getting married. As best friends, they always wanted their kids to marry, especially considering Kai and Shelley happened to be the same age. Which was a terrible idea in Kai's opinion, because she was a child, and in his mind, he was an adult, despite possessing the body of a child himself. Shelley was a fun girl to play games and pass the time with other than his family, but he had no desire or intentions for her. He just hoped teenage hormones didn't mess with him later. He was going to have to ask his father for help because his mother didn't know when to give up. Sighing to himself, Kai walked down the path leading in the opposite direction from where his mother might be. She always knew where he was in the house, likely because of one of her abilities, so the further he stayed away from her right now, the better chance he had of sneaking out of the village successfully. Kitsune village was surrounded by a tall wooden wall made from the trees of the region. Covering the walls were glyphs and runes flashing occasionally in a pale blue light as if pulsing. Kai had not been knowledgeable about enchantments in his previous life, so he had no idea what their function was outside of using the Identify spell. Logically, he assumed there were strengthening and other resistant enchantments in case something ever did attack the walls, and maybe some kind of detection or alarm enchantments for trespassers or children who escaped. His stomach dropped thinking how his mother would react if she found out he went outside the walls. She was great, but sometimes a little too overprotective. With only a few monsters in the area, it was more likely the walls were there to keep children from wandering outside of the village, which they definitely did, because they were higher than he felt comfortable scaling in his present body. Beyond the village 100 feet past the walls, the grey mists began. The seemingly corporeal mass of mists covered the entire region of forests and mountains, called the illusionary misty region, located between a part of the Heart Empire and the Ashbourne Kingdom. Despite the village being in the middle of the region, none of the mists ever entered the village. An invisible dome surrounded the village, protecting it and ensuring the mists never entered anywhere within 100 feet of it. His father claimed the mists seemed to have special powers that obscured the senses and detection powers. Residents of Kitsune village were less affected by the mists than those who would intrude in its domain. Even with the effects of the mist being lessened for the villagers, it was still easy to get lost. Navigation would be difficult without knowing which references to look for when traveling through the illusionary misty region forests and mountain landscapes, which led to certain villagers having the role of guides for the village. The village had a population of nearly 1,000 people. Because magic extended life expectancy, the number of children was greatly outnumbered when compared to adults in the village. It only took a mere 16 years for a person to grow from birth to an adult, whereas once you were 16, that person would be considered an adult for the next 100 years or longer until they died. While most children who became adults would stay in the village, some would leave never to be seen again. On the other hand, it was also extremely rare for people to move into the village. The last person to do so was his father 18 years ago. Kai didn't completely understand, as he wasn't made aware of the reasons, but Kitsune village was hidden away from the public, so there were never any visitors or delegations from the surrounding cities and countries. The village was generally self-sufficient, acquiring almost everything they needed from the land and monsters in the area. If there was a need for any item they didn't have, the closest town or city was only a day. An example was the cinnamon used for Kai's birthday meals, which was only found in the capital of the Ashbourne Kingdom. Everyone worked to contribute to the well-being of the village and all the villagers. Kai's grandfather, his mother's father, was the current chief of the village, and as such oversaw all decisions when it came to the safety and prosperity of the village. Turning left onto the main path, Kai walked quickly on the central path, leading from one exit of the village to the other. Along the main path was where all the production and administration buildings stood. Kai passed by the Long Hall, the longest building in the village, where everyone came together for special occasions. Every building was made of wood throughout the village, which included their homes. Food was the most prominent and sacred resource in the village. The amount eaten daily was nothing short of crazy for a village of its size. Their farms and livestock pens made up over 80% of the village land inside the walls. If it wasn't for the plant or farm mages, it's quite possible their entire stock of food supply would be devoured within a week. Sometimes it seemed like the few hundred foxes ate more than the humans. Passing by the enchanter's slanted wooden roof was one of the many foxes in the village. From a glance, Kai couldn't tell who it was. Rather than stick to one family, most of the foxes moved around all the time, making it difficult to keep track of who was who. Strangely, there was no set house or building for the foxes to live in. It was just accepted they would stay wherever they wanted. He walked down the path with faux confidence, passing the only blacksmith in the village when a deep voice bellowed, "Kai!" Turning to where the voice originated, he saw a dark mountain of a man crouching underneath a doorframe as he left the smithy's building. "Uncle Xavier," he said, and nodded to the large human. Sleeping around his huge shoulders was a grey-coated fox, seemingly undisturbed by the conversation or noise from his workplace. "Where do you think you're going, son?" "There is nothing that way except the gate out," Xavier stated. "Oh, I'm going to get flowers for Mother," Kai lied, using his prepared line. He followed it up by giving Xavier a winning smile. He felt bad about lying so often today, but he really wanted to see the outside of the village. "Does your mother know you're going to get flowers? Especially when I know there are plenty of flowers inside of the village you could grab." Xavier gave Kai a look of, "I know what you're doing," with his arms crossed over his chest. Feeling scrutinized, Kai remained firm and kept the smile going. "I'll come with—" Xavier paused as if interrupted. After a few seconds, he shook his head. "Go grab your flowers, but don't go past the mist boundary," Xavier said, turning around to head back inside the smithy. Furrowing his brows, Kai was confused before he shook his head, continuing towards the gate. "There is no way Xavier would let me outside the village unsupervised. What just happened?" He spied around looking for any clues as to what was going on. There was nothing. After a short half-minute, he arrived at the boundary of the village's west gate, which faced the Heart Empire. The last obstacle to his adventure would have been the guards stationed at the gate. Gazing around, he spied nobody near or at the gate, leaving it completely unattended and empty. What the heck is going on today? The gate was open with not a soul around. Very suspicious. The watchtower next to the gate was always supposed to have 2 people stationed at all times, but it was strangely vacant. Kai wasn't a fool. With the guards being vacant and Xavier letting him proceed unsupervised, it was as if he was being granted permission. There were too many coincidences. All his mental preparation and lies prepared had apparently been for naught. He admitted that it was a foolish and reckless idea to go outside the walls unsupervised, but he hadn't planned to go very far, merely peek his head into the cloudy mist. Fortuitously, there would be no better time than this, but Kai was becoming nervous that something else was going on that he hadn't been told about. "It's not like I'll go too far." Nodding to himself, he crossed the boundary of the open gate. He knew children were not allowed outside the village gates without adult supervision, though that didn't stop them from trying. It was a common challenge amongst the children to venture outside the walls unsupervised and run into the mists and back out. While Kai was technically a child in body, not in mind, he didn't care for the challenge. His only goal was to see the insides of the mists and then come back out, purely for his own curiosity. In 100 feet, a thick wall of obscure grey mist would begin. It blocked all vision through, but would allow passage. Turning his head, he looked at the walls from the outside for the first time since he had been reborn. There was nothing notable about them, no runes or glyphs appeared on them from this side. If anything, they seemed like weak walls made of shoddy, rotting wood. Metallic banging echoed from inside the village. Xavier had returned to his smithing, pounding his hammer down on whatever his current project was now. Reaching down, he picked a random flower and put it in his pocket to set up his alibi in case his mother found out. Too curious to stop, he continued towards the mists. The corporeal mists seemed solid as it shot up in a vertical wall until it domed overhead. He knew he shouldn't, but he only wanted to see what was inside. After growing up the last 8 years around the mists, his curiosity had peaked. Besides, he had prepared for this moment. Waving the tips of his fingers through the mists, he felt nothing. The mists didn't even move. There was no reaction or sensation. It was as if it didn't even exist. Pulling his hand back, it was normal. The response had been a little anticlimactic. Taking one step forward, he stood just a few inches from the mist. A prickling feeling traveled down Kai's neck suddenly. The sensation of being watched overwhelmed him. Someone was gazing at him from behind, coming from the village. He was familiar with this sensation. As one of the strongest humans in the past, he had been under scrutiny and observation from people, whether they be hidden or in plain sight. He quickly turned his head, looking back, but could see no one in his clear line of sight. Whoever was watching wasn't giving malicious vibes, but rather feelings of curiosity. Shifting back to the mists, he could see nothing in there besides hills, trees, and grass. Tightening his fists, he gathered his courage, taking one last step into the mists. Chapter 5: The Illusionary Misty Forest. There was no sound inside the mists. No insects, wind, or animals could be heard. Gone was the ringing from the blacksmith he heard just a moment ago. It was as if someone had completely muted all outside sounds. The only sound Kai could hear was his own heartbeat. The pounding increased every second he stood there. It was almost as if time was frozen inside the mists for everything except him. It had the look of an ordinary forest, except for muted colors of greens and browns. He immediately noticed the forest didn't have that rich vibrancy in color he had seen in previous ones. It was as if the mists were dimming everything. The further he looked, the denser the mists became until eventually he wasn't able to see through it, just like when he had been on the outside of it. It limits my visibility inside too. It wasn't just the sight and sounds that were muted, but the smell too. This is way too eerie. Unnatural even. I've seen enough. His already rapid heart rate shot up. The village was gone. All he saw was more forest until the mists obscured his vision. What the... Shifting his head quickly, he was surrounded by grass, bushes, and trees. I don't understand. The village should be right there. His heart rate shot up. He didn't move from his spot. Turning in circles, he couldn't see any indicators of his village or life. The village, which should have been only 100 feet behind him, was now gone. It was as if taking that one step into the mists had transported him into the middle of the mist-filled forest. None of the other children had ever said anything about this sort of thing happening. A chill ran down his back. His instinct wanted him to yell, but his rational mind took over, saying that making noise in the disturbingly silent forest would be bad. He laid his hand against his chest and willed his heart rate to slow in an attempt not to panic. I have two options. I can stay here until an adult finds me or look for a way out. After thinking about it for a minute, he decided he would do a circle around his current position in the hopes he would be able to see a way out or any hints about getting back home. Marking the nearest tree with the knife his grandfather gave him for his birthday, he started in the direction that should have been where the village was. Everything was silent except for the crunch of his footsteps as he walked across the grass. The trees towered above him with trunks larger than his body. Raising his head, he couldn't see any leaves, as the branches extended higher into the depths of the mists, well past his vision. If it wasn't for the eeriness of the situation, Kai would even think that the forest was serene in a creepy, untouched sort of way. The environment seemed entirely preserved, which was different from what he was used to in his past life, when trees and the ground were always being torn up to make way for progress and buildings. He continued to progress forward, marking an arrow pointing back home on every other tree with his knife. Every crunch of grass under his boots caused him to cringe in the silent forest. After what he estimated to be 20 meters, he turned back and looked at the original tree he marked. It was partially visible in the thick mist. Seems like a good place to start circling. After another minute of walking, Kai began to feel eyes on his back again. Someone or thing was watching him. Shifting his eyes left to right, he caught movement vanishing into the mists. He hoped it wasn't his eyes playing tricks on him. A shiver of fear sped down his back, thinking something was lurking beyond his field of vision, watching him. He backed up, knife at the ready as his eyes kept shifting. Kai froze when he realized something wasn't right. The mark he had just made on the tree 15 seconds prior was gone. The tree appeared unblemished, as if he had never marked it. Looking over to the previous tree he had marked, his eyes widened when he noticed that Mark was missing as well. His body went cold. Even with all his past life experience fighting monsters and exploring new lands, Kai was beginning to panic. Something was going on, and he wasn't equipped or prepared to deal with it. No one told me about any of this. As if to further incite panic and fear, a high-pitched screech cried out from an unknown location. Kai's heart hammered in his chest. His grip around the knife was growing clammy. The screeching stopped, instantly silenced, but now he could hear multiple crunching sounds coming from inside the mists. Something was moving and growing slightly louder the more time passed. Putting his back to a tree, he looked around, seeing nothing. Kai was frozen with indecision. If he moved, whoever was inside the mists would hear where he was. But if he stood still, the thing making the noise might see him as it came closer. Staying silent and still, Kai kept his eyes trained on the mists ahead. After a minute, he finally saw movement. The shadow of a creature appeared. It was still obscured by the mists, but judging by its silhouette, it was large. That was enough for Kai to make his decision. With no other choice, he ran. He kept his eyes trained on the trees as he ran by, looking for the symbols he had carved, but none appeared. He winced with every step he took, as the crunch of his footsteps seemed to echo in the silent forest. The same screech as before resounded in the forest, accompanied by the rapid crunching of footsteps on the stiff grass approaching him. Twisting his head, Kai could see the creature now. It was a screaming forest boar, something the village regularly had for meals, as it was one of the more common creatures in the forest. The beast was twice as large as Kai and had to weigh easily 5 times him. Kai kept turning his head back and forth to make sure he wouldn't run into a tree as he watched the boar quickly gain on him. The distance was shortening with every second. His heart sank when he realized there would be no chance of outrunning it, especially with the body of an 8-year-old without magic. Steeling his resolve, Kai stopped in front of a tree and turned around to face the boar, knowing if he kept running, he would be trampled. Only a few seconds away, the boar was completely revealed. Adrenaline rushed through him as he narrowed his eyes and bent his knees ready to move. I have to time this perfectly, otherwise I might die. Kai's palm felt slick with sweat. His nerves were getting to him. The beast didn't slow down as it approached, either not noticing the tree behind him or not caring. Now! Jumping to his left last second, Kai tried to dodge the incoming beast. Pain exploded in his right foot as the boar clipped it, causing him to go flying through the air. Eyes scrunched in pain, he heard a loud thump, followed by a smaller one. Falling to the ground, he felt the air escape his lungs as he crashed onto the ground, the short grass doing nothing to cushion his fall. "Fuck!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. The pain was overwhelming as he lay there on his back. Gritting his teeth, it was all he could do not to scream out again. Opening his eyes, he could see the boar lay next to the tree, unmoving, except for the gentle rise of its back, as he still breathed. Turning over, he got onto his hands and knees. Even the slightest movement was causing him agony. Putting his good foot under him, he stood. Lightly he placed his injured foot onto the ground. The pressure caused him to stagger and cry out in pain as the pain flared up. His eyes shot to the boar, which was still unconscious. "My knife, where is it?" Scanning around, he noticed the knife lay between him and the boar, only 1 meter away. Shit. Mom is going to ground me forever if I'm able to make it home. Kai grumbled, knowing his mother would punish him by not allowing him to train in the sword for some time. The worst punishment for an aspiring swordsman. Hobbling over a few feet, he bent down and grabbed the knife. Kai's face took on a crestfallen expression as the boar twitched. Its breathing continued to remain steady. Limping towards the boar, Kai winced in anguish every time he brought down his foot. After a minute, he finally made it to the boar. Grabbing onto a tuft of hair, he steadied himself. Even flat on his stomach, the beast was still taller than him. Staring at the creature, it looked so peaceful, unconscious. But he knew otherwise. He had to kill it, or there was a chance it would wake up and attack him before he could hobble away. "Sorry, but this is the way of the world. As you tried to kill me, I will not fail in killing you." Kai raised his hands with the knife aimed down and plunged straight into the boar's eye. Its other eye shot open as it began thrashing its head side to side, squealing in a high-pitched noise. Startled, he tightened his grip on the tuft of fur as he threatened to fall. He felt like it would dislocate as he held onto the knife's handle. The boar kept thrashing its head wildly. Kai realized then that his knife was too short to kill the beast through the eye. Pulling it out, he aimed for another soft target. He stabbed down into the side of its neck, drew back, and stabbed again. His hand was slick with blood, making it difficult to hold its grip. Worse, the beast had stood up. Kai tried to hold on, but as the boar began moving, he tried to take a step and ended up coming down on his broken foot. The unexpected pain caused him to lose his grip on his knife. Taking off, the boar began sprinting away, knife still lodged into its neck. After a few seconds, it slowed down and staggered. Letting out a whimper of pain and victory, he watched the boar collapse as its movement stopped completely. Clap, clap. Turning swiftly, he saw a figure standing right behind him. He breathed out a sigh of relief when he recognized the tall figure. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Kai gulped, aware he had screwed up. Roy Cineri didn't look a day over 40. With short black hair, a trimmed beard, and piercing grey eyes, he stood with his arms crossed, frowning down at his grandchild. Kai recognized the expression. It was not the kind, caring, grandfatherly face that he usually portrayed, but the face of a stern village leader who was about to give out punishment. Below, sitting at his grandfather's feet, a majestic-looking fox stared at him. Her intelligent golden eyes were filled with displeasure. Fur of crimson red covered most of her body, except underneath where a strip of pristine white fur ran down from the lower mouth to her back legs. Smaller than most of the adult foxes in the village, Akane, the gluttonous, reigned supreme as the current ruler for all foxes residing in the village. Known widely as the one who eats, the unseen stomachs, and his favorite title is She Who Sleeps, lest you disturb her slumber and suffer the consequences. Growing up around the foxes, Kai could figure out their expression immediately now. For some reason, seeing the angry fox at him made him more nervous than the anger of his grandfather. Still sitting on the ground, Kai decided to try a different approach. He gave his grandfather a winning smile. "Look what I was able to do," Kai said, pointing to the dead boar. He would play the innocent child card if it meant avoiding punishment. Akane sauntered up to Kai, quickly doing a 180-degree turn. She smacked him in the face with her fluffy tail. It was a light tap that he guessed was her way of telling him to shut up, but the tail felt so fluffy he didn't really care. In fact, he couldn't help but reach out and pet the fur of the fox down its backside. Stiffening, she remained still unmoving as he continued to pet it, unintentionally falling into a state of relaxation now that he was safe. "Kai," his grandfather said, grabbing his attention, "drink this. We need to get going. Your mother is probably worried. If we don't hurry, she will rally the other villagers to look for you. You've been gone for 30 minutes. Eyes wide in fright at the mention of his mother and 30 minutes, Kai grabbed the vial of red liquid that had appeared from mid-air. Knowing full well the vial hadn't appeared magically from thin air, but instead had come from his grandfather's ring of storage, one of a few in the village. Popping the cork quickly, he chugged the red liquid. Peppermint flooded his mouth, the warmth traveled down his throat and throughout the rest of his body. Within a minute, he felt his broken foot heat up significantly more than the rest of his body. With a crack and a pop, the foot snapped back together, prompting him to swear aloud. His foot continued to pulse and itch until a few minutes later when healing effects had worn off. Standing, he gingerly pressed his foot onto the ground, making sure it was back to normal. There was no longer any pain, only tenderness. "Let's go," his grandfather simply said as he moved past him, Akane trotting at his side. Kai remained silent as he walked, his thoughts back to what had just happened. He had been stupid and reckless to come into the mists alone and without magic. He knew that even though the mists were regularly patrolled, it didn't mean there weren't animals or monsters that wouldn't attack him. What was most strange was he hadn't gone more than 1 meter into the mists, or so he thought. Even the markings he made had vanished from the trees. What should have been a fast and easy matter turned into something dangerous. There was no reasonable explanation except some nefarious magic at play. His grandfather and Akane remained quiet as well, simply glancing at him as he walked between them. Freezing in her tracks, Akane stopped without warning. A second later, all kinds of animals and monsters began screaming throughout the forest. Following those cries, the ground began shaking. Nearly losing his balance, Kai grabbed onto his grandfather's sleeve. As quickly as it had started, the shaking ceased along with the noise, the misty forests returning to silence once more. "It's been happening more and more lately," his grandfather mused aloud. There was another pause in conversation as they continued their walking. "I'm sorry," Kai said, breaking the silence. With a sigh, his grandfather spoke. "You have good instincts, Kai. You didn't even flinch or hesitate to kill it. I mean, you should have cut its throat to begin with, but it was a good try. I assumed I was going to have to save you, but you were smart to set a trap for the boar. It was all I could do. I thought I was going to die. I mean, I even broke my foot. If that boar didn't knock itself out, I really might have died." Kai went silent, thinking how lucky he had been. His grandfather smiled brightly. "Of all my grandchildren, you have always been the one to make me the proudest. Your intelligence and craftiness are unmatched by those your age. But you should have come to me if you wanted to see inside the mists. I'd ought to smack your backside for going in unsupervised if I wasn't sure your mother was already going to do it." Kai gulped, knowing he was doomed if his mother found out. He felt phantom pain on his backside already. His grandfather gave him a knowing look. "I won't tell her." Kai beamed and quickly gave his grandfather a hug. "But you have to promise me you will not enter the forest again unless you're with an adult, a fox, or in the third realm. Although we do our best to cull them, there are many stronger monsters living in the mists." Kai did the only thing he could to escape punishment. He agreed. The fox remained silent as they walked, nodding away at their conversation as if she understood it. "What level was it?" Kai asked. He was practically skipping now that he learned there would be no punishment. "Foundation, level 27. Not bad for an 8-year-old mortal." His grandfather gave him a smirk. "Only level 27, Kai muttered to himself. "I thought it would be stronger with how it shook the tree." Silence lapsed again as they continued their trek through the murky mists. Yawning, Kai was growing tired. The battle had taken a lot out of his immature body. "Grandpa, how did you know I was out here?" Kai asked with interest. He guessed that the person watching him now had been his grandfather the entire time. "It's not like you were being stealthy. You just walked right out of the village. Even the village watchtower guards saw you leave." "What?" "There were no watchtower guards there when I was leaving," Kai admitted. "They were there," his grandfather responded mysteriously. Chapter 6. Sword Training. Kai felt his arm and hand going numb as he swatted back blow after blow with his sword. The sword grew heavier in his hand. His father had not moved from his initial position even when he attempted to attack his backside. Shifting his foot, he prepared to lunge. Seeing the twinkle in his father's eyes, he hesitated, knowing any maneuver he would make to be futile. Despite never talking about it, he guessed his father was in an even higher realm of magic than Kai had been in his first life. Any maneuver he could think of would be stopped or foreseen easily by his skills and stats. Logically, Kai knew that a mortal had no chance against someone in the 5th realm and above, but he was growing frustrated at the lack of progress to show for it. "After 3 years of sword training and I still haven't managed to get a hit. I know I shouldn't be able to, the disparity is too much, but this is really freaking disheartening." He now knew how frustrating it was when dealing with someone so much more powerful than you. Not just frustrating, but demoralizing. Of course, there had been people that had looked down on him when he first unlocked his magic, but he had quickly out-leveled them, no longer putting them in his eyes. Kai focused his eyes on his father's body posture and stance. Octavian's stance was wrong, his body was loose, and his front foot was angled to the side while his left faced ahead. His feet were intentionally misaligned. I know he is giving me an opening, but it doesn't mean shit if I can't find a proper way to take advantage of it. If I fight the conventional way, I will never be able to land a hit on him until I receive my magic and get near his level. Wait, maybe that's the answer, not to fight in the traditional approach, but do something unexpected. His father stood unmoving, while Kai pondered what to do next. Tightening his fist around the handle of the wooden sword, Kai exhaled. His heartbeat was fast, but not overly so, and even though he had been fighting for half an hour, his breathing was controlled. Stupid breathing techniques actually worked, he thought. Pushing off the ground with his feet, he lunged forwards toward his father. With 2 hands on the handle, a sharp whack rang out as the 2 wooden swords collided with each other in an X pattern. He could see the boredom in his father's eyes, mocking him. Taking a step forward, he planted his foot onto his father's front foot. Knowing he would only have a second, he dropped his left hand from the handle, ripping the knife at his waist from its sheath before slashing out towards his father's lower stomach, trying to slice across it. He felt the knife halt completely, his father's free hand grabbing it at the blade. No blood could be seen as he held it immobile like an unmovable boulder. His shoulders slumped in defeat. It was obvious he had been thoroughly beaten. The difference in strength and speed was too much for him. Looking up, he could see an annoying smirk on his father's face. "Let's take a seat on that log." Octavian pointed to a fallen tree trunk he had sliced down earlier in one swing earlier. The mists were settled all around, no different than usual. All of their training sessions took place out in the isolated mists near the town beginning a year ago. When Kai asked why they didn't just train inside the village, the only response he received was, "Your mother may begrudgingly accept your training, but do you really think she wants to see it? I'd have to sleep on the couch every time your mother saw me lightly tap your brother during our spars." The mist still unsettled him to this day. He couldn't help but feel like an intruder when he was traveling through them. The memory of that day 3 years ago still gave him pause. Thankfully, nothing like that had happened since. "Now tell me why you chose that way to attack." Kai sighed. "It's obvious there was nothing I could do against you. You are stronger and better in every aspect, and standard fighting wasn't working. The only chance I had was to pull something underhanded." "Not that it worked," he mumbled that last part. "I was pretty impressed," his father claimed. Perking up, Kai felt his spirits lifted. "Until your eyes gave you away," his father finished. "And there it is." Kai remained silent, resisting the urge to hit his father, who was still smirking at his distress. In truth, Kai was dejected. It seems impossible. Is there any way to close the gap? Noticing his son in deep thought, Octavian interrupted. "Kai, you're smart enough to know that true combat isn't as honorable as what we have been doing here. True combat is chaotic and fierce. Only by training can we lay the foundation of preparing you for the upcoming chaos of battle. When you finally receive your magic, you're going to have to find your own style and incorporate it into your swordplay or vice versa. You have intellect, cunning, and determination. Although your swordplay is rough, you have something many others don't have, which is honed battle instincts. Hey, are you listening?" Octavian lightly smacked Kai in the back with his palm. "It's only been 3 years since we started training. You need to relax and continue honing the basics." "Gods, you're impatient." Kai knew he was trying to rush ahead. He desperately wanted to catch up to the skills those who had survived over 1,000 years would have developed and accumulated. In his first life, he had been a blood mage, controlling his blood and that of his enemies in battle. In those last moments of life, he had squared off against Lucian with a sword, despite never properly training with one before. But it was all his resources would allow. It was easy enough to hack and slash, but true weapon mastery took more finesse and control, he was learning. His father was training him in the basics, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Letting out a groan, he rubbed his forehead. Turning to his father, Kai couldn't help but wonder about his father's childhood. The man always changed the subject or seemed reserved to talk about it. "Dad, you know better than me how dangerous these worlds are. I need you to trust me when I say that it is important that I learn to be the best fighter possible. Would you please train me harder? I don't feel like I'm making enough progress." "Son, you're too serious. You're 11. You should be enjoying your life with your friends." He coughed once. "Friend? not sweating away working with your old man. I mean, I know you're not the most social person, but you should be doing something else, like kickball or playing pranks, annoying your mother, not training until you're depressed or broken. I'll try to relax. Kai gave him a look that they both knew he was not being truthful. But what about you? Were you training when you were my age? He asked. He gave his father an unblinking stare, hoping to finally get a kernel of truth from him about his mysterious past. Breaking eye contact, Kai's father looked away instead of focusing on the ground in front of him. He seemed uncomfortable. Yes. Kai remained unflinching in his stare, waiting for his father to continue. You have to remember, I'm not originally from this village. The place my family grew up is vastly different than this peaceful little hidden village. The planet Eris on which we reside is fairly safe by myriad of world standards, if you can believe that. There are a few monsters that could destroy a city or two in mere minutes, but they are few and far between on Eris. And they generally stay in their own territory, assuming no one is stupid enough to bother them. The planet I grew on is Titan Prime. By now you know the central planet, which all others orbit, including the 3 suns. Once you finally leave this misty region that blocks the sky, you will see the incredible sight of the planets visible to the naked eye. So close that even if you stretch your hand out in front of your face, you wouldn't even be able to cover up some of them completely. It's truly awe-inspiring. Titan Prime is one of the most dangerous planets in the myriad of worlds. I don't know the exact difference in size, but it is likely thousands of times larger than this planet. Monsters that could destroy cities here are as common as muck there, and they are everywhere. Even throughout the long history of the myriad of worlds, the humanoid races struggled to gain ground on Titan Prime. It was expected that I would train and grow strong enough to face whatever would threaten our sanctuary there. Finishing, Octavian had his hands wrung together, squeezing tightly, clearly recalling some bad memories. The two remained silent for a few minutes, staring into the mists. "But you're here now," Kai stated. All he received was a nod, his father unwilling to expand. "Thank you for finally telling me a little about your life before you came to Eris. But seriously, I have so many questions about Titan Prime. It had been the planet everyone saw in his past life because it dominated the sky so often. It had always remained a mystery to him and humanity during those beginning years in the myriad of worlds." Letting out a small laugh, Octavian smiled at his son's inquisitiveness, breaking the tension. "Let's make a deal. I'll tell you a little about Titan Prime, but I trust that our conversation today will have to stay between us. Your mother and grandfather are the only two who know the details of my situation before Eris." Kai nodded in response. To his side, he noticed Sigma was paying attention to them, no longer napping while they fought. Over the last 3 years, the fox had become a constant companion to Kai and his father's outings. Strangely enough, he didn't allow anyone to touch him, reminding Kai of an ill-tempered cat hissing at the hand that feeds. "All right, those questions will have to wait for now. It's my turn to quiz you," Octavian said while stretching his arms wide. Growing slightly nervous, Kai could only nod his head, as it was only fair since his father was taking the time to help him train. "What do you want to get out of sword training?" Octavian asked simply. "I want to learn to use the sword." Kai cocked his head while answering the question awkwardly. "Wasn't it obvious?" "That's not what I meant. I want to know what your purpose is in learning the sword. Do you want to fight humanoids, monsters, or perhaps both? To be the greatest swordsman ever? Your answer may impact what I teach you going forwards." "I asked your brother this question, and you know what he told me? He said he wanted to be like me." A cute answer, but not one with a lot of forethought. "You're different, Kai. You've always been more mature than your siblings. Granted, you have your moments where you do act your age, but there has always been, how do I say this, a certain air about you. You always have seemed to know what you want even as an infant. So I'll ask again, what is your purpose in learning the sword?" Kai thought to himself for a minute. His brows furrowed as his mind kept wandering to revenge and the fact that if he had been better trained using a sword in those final moments, if it would have made a difference. Could he have lived? Could he have at least killed Lucian too? Probably not. The feelings of being betrayed still haunted him to this day. His new family had broken down the walls he built to try and protect himself. Kai realized that even if he didn't want to, he was always going to have to give a little trust, whether it be to someone he was fighting with or a stranger. Trust was essential for a society to operate, otherwise it would be anarchy. But that didn't mean he couldn't be ready for trouble. I want to be ready for any situation. If monsters or enemies come at me, I'll be able to defend myself and fight them. If my opponent has weapons training, I can counter them with my knowledge and experience. If someone wrongs me, I'll be able to right the situation, whether it be through killing them or simply defeating them. Kai unconsciously squeezed his fists, anger flooding him as he thought about one person in particular again. Octavian peered at his son, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Has someone done something to you, son?" Octavian questioned. Freezing for a second, Kai quickly shook his back and forth quickly. "No, no one has done anything to me," Kai lied. His fists unclenched, but the anger was still there. With a final look, Octavian stood up with a sigh. "Fine, I'll leave it at that for now, but you know you can always come to talk to me, son. I'll always be available to listen, and if you so wish, advise." Kai just nodded mutely. There was no way Kai could ever tell his family, remembering his past life and his ongoing one-sided feud with Lucian, who probably thought he was dead. Not only would they think him crazy, but even if they did believe him, their relationship with him would change forever. Kai had grown to love his new family. They were kind and caring. He was scared to learn what their reaction would be if they learned of his past life. It would break his heart like the time he learned of Lucian's betrayal if they chose not to accept him anymore after learning the truth. There was nothing good that could come out of his family knowing. So he would say nothing. "Kai, Kai," Octavian said, while waving a hand in Kai's face, trying to gain his attention. Kai looked up to see his father's concerned face. Hearing a crunching on the grass nearby, he turned to see a small, screaming forest boar walking towards them. Oddly, the matriarch fox Akani was standing on its backside without a care in the world. "What is she doing?" He snickered a little at the odd sight. "I was going to have you fight that, but I think we should do that on a different day when you can focus better. You need to have a clear mind and not get distracted by your thoughts. What if I didn't give you a warning and the enemy approached you while spaced out?" "Sorry, you're right. I promise I'll do better," Kai responded, standing up, gripping the wooden sword. "I want to try and fight it. Please." Octavian stared at his son's face, dipping his head when he saw the seriousness in it. He then noticed his dilemma. It wouldn't be much of a fight if he was whacking the boar with a wooden stick. To his relief, his father noticed his plight. A ball of polished silver metal appeared in front of them. Using whatever magic powers he possessed, the ball of metal deformed, quickly turning into floating liquid metal. Within a second, it began taking shape into a short sword. Taking his father's cue, Kai walked up and placed his hand on the grip. Warmth radiated in his hand, the kind of warmth he'd expect from a newly forged sword or fresh bread. The grip even had finger indents, perfectly sized for his hand. Spinning around in circular motions, he got a feel for its maneuverability and weight. Its balance is incredible, or I think it is at least. He hadn't actually gotten to use a real sword yet, being stuck using a wooden sword for the last 3 years, sadly. Kai stared in amazement at his father, who had created this phenomenal sword for him in mere seconds. To create such a sword so quickly, his father had to have spent much of his time around swords. Marching up to boar, Kai stopped at 5 meters away. He took a stance with his knees slightly bent, ready to react to the boar. Nodding his head, he signaled he was ready to start. Akani hopped off the boar's back and padded over to Sigma, who lowered his head to the female fox in a submissive greeting. Strangely, the boar stood frozen, as if in a daze. Its eyes began refocusing, as if it had just woken up. After shaking its head side to side, it suddenly noticed Kai in front of it. The beast gave a high-pitched yowl as it lowered its tiny tusks before charging straight for Kai. Clearing his mind of all present distractions, Kai's eyes remained focused on the boar, while attempting to keep the rest of his senses open to his surroundings in case his father and the fox tried to trip him. Kai noticed it appeared smaller than the one he had fought previously 3 years ago, meaning it was likely younger and at a lower level. It should be an easier fight, but last time he had won by luck instead of skill. The wild boar began its charge without any fanfare, heading straight for Kai. Recalling the last boar had made an entire tree shake, even at the expense of knocking itself out, Kai chose to evade instead of meeting it straight on. At the last possible second, Kai dodged to the left, his sword slashing out at its front leg. He felt his hand and sword shake as metal met bone, causing him to nearly lose his grip. With a whine, the boar collapsed to the ground, sliding a few meters. Without pausing, Kai charged at the boar, lunging towards the back leg of the downed beast. Blood splattered as he slashed across its thigh. Injured, the boar let out a bellow. Infused with magic, the screech cut through the air, Kai's eyes ringing. Dropping his sword, Kai closed his eyes as he covered his ears with his hands in an attempt to block out the sound. It muted it partly, but the ringing persisted. As soon as the sound stopped a few seconds later, he opened his eyes. Removing his hands from his ears, grabbed at the sword, only to find the once hard handle now slick with wetness. Turning his hands over, he noticed blood on his palms, likely blood that had come from his ears. Not much more than a trickle, but enough to give him pause. A stick cracking through the ringing noise caused his head to shoot up. The boar had begun to limp away, not even bothering to use its front leg that Kai had cut first. Kai walked slowly to the even slower boar. While its back was still turned, he slashed down at the same spot on its opposite back leg, slicing into something hard. Collapsing, the boar let out a soft, whiny squeal. He felt pity for the beast as it lay there, lame from its injuries. It had done nothing but defend itself in its own territory. Kai knew that any pity was wasted. The laws of the world were simple. Be strong or die. And this boar would be his second stepping stone in this life to his path of growth and strength. Clutching the sword with both hands, Kai drove it into the side of the barely breathing beast. There was a slight resistance before it pierced the rest of the way through to its brain, the breathing quieting immediately. Standing still, Kai breathed deeply, his ears still rung with a high pitch, a minor annoyance in the background now. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he heard the muffled voice of his father. "You did well." Chapter 7. The Next Chief. Kai sat resting his back against one of the trees inside the village. In his hands was a book narrating human expansion into the vast myriad of worlds. If he was being honest, it was a bit dry. The topics were very to the point, but the central idea was that while humans were the newest addition to the myriad of worlds, they had been very successful in their integration and could be seen on many planets at present times. Although humans had made enemies of a few species, of which goblins were chief among them. Kai was growing frustrated. He felt that his preparation for the future was too slow. Sometimes it felt like all his intentions were being limited by both resources and his mother. Already he had gone through most of the books inside the village, even borrowing from the personal collection of the other villagers. His mother, on the other hand, seemed determined to undermine his efforts to grow and prepare. He was only allowed to train a few hours a day with the sword. And worst of all, she wouldn't let him take up an apprenticeship with other members of the community unless he gave up his sword training time. He groaned at the thought of all the wasted time, but she was absolutely determined to make him live the life of a normal child. And regrettably, he could only listen to her as he played the part of a child. To his side, Shelley huffed and was fidgeting. It was obvious she was growing more irritated by the minute, distracting him from finishing his book. Folding the tip of the page, he closed the book. Letting out a sigh, he asked, "What is it?" "You promised we could spend time together." She crossed her arms, standing above him now, as she paced back and forth. "What do you call what we've been doing?" he asked. Had they not been sitting at the tree spending time together for the last 30 minutes? "That's not what I mean, and you know it." "Gods, I know your mother said you were playing hard to get. But don't make a girl work too hard." She gave him a single arching eyebrow. He choked on his saliva. Coughing and pounding his chest, he cleared his throat. "You shouldn't listen to my mom. She suffers from a deplorable case of meddling." Kai watched her fidget with her shirt sleeve. Every few seconds, her eyes would find his, only to shift back down. "What is it?" he questioned. "Are you really going to leave?" "Yes. A month after I turn 16 and receive my magic, the new term at the Ashbourne Academy will begin. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Gazing at her feet, she said, "But I don't want you to leave." Kai sighed once more. Standing up, he placed his hands on Shelley's shoulders. He stared into her eyes with his most serious expression. "Shelley, it isn't going to happen. I'm not going to stay in this village. I'm your friend, and I want you to find happiness. But it's just not going to be with me." He spoke clearly and slowly, hoping the words would finally sink in. Even more, tears welled up in her eyes before she pulled away, crying loudly as she ran down the small hill and out of sight. Kai should have felt guilty for making her cry once again, but if he was being honest, he felt relief. Sitting back, he was ready to resume reading his book, now that all present distractions were gone. Shit. I really should have handled that better. I don't know what else to do besides being blunt. He took a deep breath. Even he was allowed to get irritated once in a while, but thinking back, he had definitely been too harsh. The only thing he could do was apologize and make it up to her later. Not even 5 minutes later, he heard someone creeping up on him from behind. "Ari," he mused aloud. The sound paused for a second before he heard, "Not fair. How did you know?" His youngest sister came around the tree, her arms crossed and face pouting. Looking down beyond his book, he could see his sister's foot tapping the ground. She was impatiently waiting for something as he tried to continue his reading. "What is it, Squirt?" he asked, calling her by her least favorite nickname as he flipped to the next page. She merely stood there, silent as he read. After another page's worth of awkward silence, he looked up. His little sister had a wide grin on her face, like she found something utterly hilarious. "What?" "You're in trouble," she said in a sing-song voice.
No, man.
His brows furrowed while he thought of what he could have done to be in trouble. His head dropped when he realized. "Shelley," he stated. It felt like an anvil had dropped on his head, lowering it even more. He didn't want to look up. He knew his little sister had the widest grin on her face. At 8 years old, she was becoming quite a troublemaker. "Yup, Shelley." He could hear the laughter in her voice. "After you so brutally and ungracefully rejected Shelley, the poor thing ran home crying. Mom, of course, found out, and boy oh boy, is she upset with you." Kai let out a defeated sigh. "I didn't raise such a rude, inconsiderate child," Ariel mimicked their mother's voice. Kai felt a shiver run down his back. Although he knew she wouldn't actively punish him for turning down Shelley, she always found little ways to get back at him for upsetting the girl. His chores seemed to increase ever so slightly, or the dessert seemed smaller than everyone else's for a week. A little underhanded, but that was the worst she ever did. She loved Kai and respected his decision not to marry Shelley, despite her wishes for her son. It still didn't stop her from trying occasionally. Kai felt kind of bad for Shelley. She was a nice girl, but he couldn't help feeling like she was being manipulated by their parents. He understood their parents' concern. Shelley was an innocent girl with eyes in the clouds. She didn't know anything about the world outside their hidden village, and as far as he knew, didn't have aspirations of leaving. There were others in the village she could marry, but she seemed to have her sights focused on him. He hoped as she grew older, that would change. Perhaps one day she would leave and meet someone. After all, his mother had left the village for some years and had met her husband, their father, somewhere in the Ashbourne kingdom before moving back home. He closed his book shut. "Has nothing to do with me." He squeezed his eyes. "Maybe I'll try harder to get her interested in Jacob. They seem like a good match." "Let's go, Ari." Kai slipped the book into his pocket. Standing up, he stretched his back and arms. He felt the blessed crack and popping of his bones in his old age of 13. "Old man," he heard his sister snicker. He shot her a glare before holding out his hand expectantly. Within a second, Ariel's tiny hand gripped his tightly. They walked down the hill, past the fields of vegetables and fruits. Instead of heading home to be stared down by his mother, Kai pulled his sister the opposite way, hoping his mother would forget by the time when he arrived home. "How's your training going?" Kai asked, interrupting the tune she was humming to herself. Much like everyone in his family, she was granted a special present when she turned 8 years old. That present remained a secret to everyone except their parents. All he and his other siblings knew was she was getting trained by their mother. In what? He had no idea. To his eyes, his mother was an everyday housewife. Not that there was anything wrong with that, but she was a little sketchy on the details of what she used to do before she met their father. Somehow his sister knew and was training to do something similar. Good, Ariel responded as evenly as she could. She was clearly trying to keep the emotion out of her voice, but Kai caught a little inflection in her voice. Turning to her, she was obviously trying not to make eye contact. She was hiding something. Kai sighed, choosing not to pursue it. She would tell him when she was ready. Letting go of her hand, he ruffled her hair, causing it to stick up in places. Kai matched his sister step for step through the village. The village reminded him of his past life, where the people banded together to make humanity stronger. It was something of a necessity back then, during those very brutal times. Kitsune Village had a very rural feel to it and even looked like it. But Kai knew that looks were deceptive. The withdrawn and peaceful-natured village hadn't stagnated at all. No, it had been the opposite. For instance, they had working toilets. Something the people in his first life raved about. They always complained about how much they missed toilets and toilet paper. It was a marvel Kai had never known, but now couldn't live without. They had entered the manufacturing area of the village, where everyone worked to produce goods for their fellow villagers. This is where the blacksmith, enchanters, infirmary, and other necessities of life were stationed. On the opposite side was the residential area, where his house was located and where his mother was probably waiting. Kai walked with a direction in mind. As they approached a small building, his sister bolted forwards, slamming the door open as she continued inside. Kai shook his head as she vanished from sight. Following suit, he crossed the threshold into the small building. Instead of the small, cramped space a person might expect from looking from the outside, the inside was massive, comparable to the great hall where the entire village gathered to eat on special occasions. His sister grinned seeing him enter. Kai put his index finger over his mouth, signaling for her to be quiet, then nodded his head up. Together the two walked towards a group of adults conversing around a large square table. On the way, Kai spied Akane sleeping soundly. She was facing a lit fireplace while laying on a luxurious-looking chair. Kai was stunned when his sister ran over to the sleeping fox and grabbed her. She hoisted the equally shocked fox up, holding her against her front, much like a doll. Akane's body from head to tail was about a third of his 8-year-old sister, proving the fox to be quite small. Kai covered his mouth as he began silently laughing, but stopped the moment Akane's eyes shifted onto him. Her brow twitched as she narrowed her slitted eyes at him. Holding his hands up, Kai turned away before Akane decided to give a shared punishment to the two for waking her out of her restful slumber. He noticed the group was still talking. His grandfather at the head of the table held up a single finger, silently asking him to wait. He watched his grandfather's eyes shift to his sister before they grew large with concern. Even though the group was only a few meters away, he couldn't hear anything being said. He guessed that one of the adults was manipulating the wind, so no sound traveled beyond a certain point. After a minute, the sound resumed. "We'll meet again, same time next week." The adults began walking out, all ruffling Kai's hair on the way past, making sure it was messier than what he had done to Ariel. He recognized everyone who had attended. They were all leaders in their respective vocations. Even his older sister's enchantment master had attended the meeting. With no one blocking his vision anymore, he saw an accurately scaled model of the entire mountain with the village near the center point. However, in this model, there was no mist to obscure anything. "How can I help my two cute grandchildren?" his grandfather said, drawing his attention away from the diorama. Behind him, he heard the laboring sounds of Ariel's footsteps as she noisily trekked across the wooden floor to them, with Akane swinging side to side, trapped in the arms of her captor. His grandfather's lip curled with silent laughter before he turned his head away when the fox's eyes found him. He coughed into his hand once. "Ariel, dear, would you please put Akane down?" "No thank you, Grandpa. Akane is warm and cuddly," Ariel pouted, tightening her hold on the fox. His grandfather, Roy, made a religious sign with his hands and muttered, "By the 9," before he summoned 2 empty cups. He proceeded to walk over to a crystal container and poured some thick green juice into each. Kai swore he put something extra in his cup. Giving him the cup without the extra stuff, Kai gratefully accepted it. Knocking it back, he felt the cool, refreshing vegetable juice hitting the back of his throat. "So again, to what do I owe the pleasure?" his grandfather asked, sipping on his drink, unlike Kai. "Kai's hiding from Mom," Ariel shouted before Kai could even talk. Choking, his gaze turned on her. She had a wide smile on her face. Akane likewise had a fox-eating grin as she still hung limply in the arms of his betraying sister. "Still hasn't given up yet, I see." He could hear the mirth in his grandfather's voice. "It's not in her vocabulary." "I will talk to her. I know she just wants her children to be safe, but the choice should ultimately be up to you two. Are you sure that leaving this village is what you want?" His grandfather's tone turned surprisingly serious. "I know you have aspirations outside of this place, even this planet. But I would like to offer you an alternative. With your mother refusing to inherit leadership of the village, it must fall to one of her children to take my place in the future. Your older brother is unsuitable, his temperament isn't appropriate for leadership. Lydia wishes to become an enchanter with her whole heart," he shrugged. "Kai, I believe you would be the best choice." Kai's breath caught. What he was being offered was a fantastic opportunity, a safe life, one full of familiarity and comfort. One where he could live on in happiness and grow old. As desirable as that sounded, Kai's very core rejected the idea. He wanted adventure, to enjoy the thrill of battle, even to conquer. Kai was a warrior at heart. Maybe there was a chance he could do something different, but right now he didn't want to. He slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's not what I want to do with my life, grandfather." His grandfather hung his head. "I already knew." "I'll do it, grandfather," came Ariel's squeaky voice from the side. "I will inherit and become the next chief." "Sweetie, what about your training with your mother?" He emphasized the word training, likely aware of what they were doing. "I'll do both." Her tone was completely serious. Kai and his grandfather shared a look. "You're still too young to know what you want. Why don't we discuss this when you unlock your magic and see if you still desire to become the next chief then?" their grandfather placated. "Please," she said. She held Kai's eyes. It was strange seeing his mischievous, clever sister be so serious. "I doubt Jacob wants to stay in the village too." After half a minute, she didn't relent. Kai smiled at her, and in turn she smiled back. He turned to their grandfather. "What's the worst that can happen?" he teased. Ariel scowled. She had apparently been expecting a more positive endorsement. "Your mother is going to give me hell," he sighed. "Okay, starting immediately, you will sit in on all future council meetings, and you will have private studies expanding on topics not taught at that sham we call a school here." He waved Kai away. "Leave us. Your sister and I must discuss some things which you aren't authorized to know." Giving his sister a wink, he left the building and started on his way home to receive judgment. Chapter 8. Magic Unlocked. Shooting out of bed, Kai stretched his arms. He could feel the adrenaline pumping as excitement engulfed him. Today was his 16th birthday. In a matter of minutes or hours, he would unlock his magic element and class, thus leading to his future ascension into the ranks of adulthood and power. More nervous than he ought to be, having already gone through the process once before, Kai padded down to the bathroom to take care of business. Relieved, he walked to the kitchen where his entire family, minus his older brother, waited for him. Their voices stopped the moment he walked in. All their eyes bore into his. Chuckling at their piercing eyes, he said, "Not yet, guys." With a collective sigh, the family began discussing Kai's upcoming magic as they ate their breakfast. "I'll bet 1 week of chores he will unlock ash magic. Mom, Garen, and Lydia are all ash magic users. Ash magic runs strong in our veins. No one has been able to unlock metal magic affinity as Dad has," Ariel pointed out, starting the debate. "I'll take that bet. I don't know if you guys have realized he is kind of weird." "He will definitely have some weird kind of magic," Jacob said. After breakfast finished, the family dispersed, ending the debate, which has been mainly between two main elements of ash versus metal. "Kai, the offer remains. If you want to go over things together when your options appear, let me know. I don't have guard duty today, so I will be available all day to help if needed," offered his father. Stepping up, he gave his father a long hug, tearing up a little at the same time. He was just a tad taller than his father now. "Thank you," he spoke sincerely. A few hours later, Kai found himself sitting by a stream he often used to wash himself or his clothes after training. He was inside the dreary mists. When he began his training years ago, it had been creepy and uncomfortable to be inside the mists. Now he felt calm inside the grey abyss. Most of that was because he knew there was nothing truly dangerous inside. Akane slept by his side as they waited. Practicing his meditation, he closed his eyes and remained still, clearing his mind as he waited for the change to happen. During the next hour, he opened his eyes multiple times, finding it too difficult to sit there and rest. Every few minutes with his eyes closed felt like a few hours. His body and mind were too restless and excited to sit still. Attempting his mediation once again, his eyes shot open. The changes had begun. His body began to feel lighter as it tingled with newfound energy. A hum resonated within him, almost like his body was vibrating. Even his mind felt slightly different, new clarity and possibilities brimming inside. Although the change in general was barely noticeable, he understood that his body and mana had started to merge as one. As he would level up, his body would be able to absorb and combine with more mana, enhancing it as it became more enriched with power. It signaled a new beginning as he officially stepped into the foundation realm of magic. Kai beamed, grinning with pure, unadulterated excitement as a list of magic elements projected into his mind, visible only to him. The list was printed in a language he understood with absolute clarity. Magical affinities available, choose one. Ash, blood, gravity, metal, mist, void. Kai was partially surprised. While he truly had no way of knowing what magic he would have an affinity for, he had suspected his knowledge and heritage would play a big part in it. Ash, blood, and metal were some that he had suspected he would have an affinity. Ash and metal were a part of his family's legacy. His mother's side used ash magic, while his father's family favored metal according to him. Blood magic was obvious. It was the magic he had used before death, and the one of which he was most familiar and knowledgeable. In fact, Kai would have been stunned had blood magic not been on the list. Next up was mist affinity, which Kai had an inkling might show up. It made sense, since he often spent most of his time inside the mists as he trained for the last 8 years. He had studied and acknowledged the mists in that time, growing accustomed to them. What truly surprised Kai was seeing an additional magic affinity for 2 elements he had not foreseen. Void was a dark horse, unknown and dangerous. He knew nothing of void except that the word meant empty. The other unforeseen element was gravity. He knew nothing about gravity magic except that it was extremely rare and potentially powerful. His previous father, Mick, had been a physics professor during his time on Earth for some university named after a color. When coming to the myriad of worlds, he studied and documented much of what he discovered about gravity and other phenomena. He would enthusiastically try to teach Kai about gravity and those other subjects as he discovered new data or founded new hypotheses. Tears began unwillingly falling from Kai's face as he thought about his father. The man had done nothing but try and share his passion with his son, only to be rebuffed. Mick might be the very reason why he had gravity magic appearing as an available affinity. Back in the day, it was very rare if someone had 3 affinities available when they unlocked their magic. While this was technically his second time unlocking magic, Kai had 6 affinities to choose from, making it difficult to narrow down his choices. Even his brother Garen only had 2 affinities when he turned 16, ash and water magic, which showed that randomness was also a component to which affinity you would have available. Staring at the list, Kai focused his eyes on blood. Despite his resolution to switch magic elements, his mind and body trembled with familiarity. He knew that even if he were to choose blood magic again, he would have to restart at Foundation Level 1. Magic was produced through the body with the will of the mind. The body acted as a medium that contained the magic inside of it, like a pot filled with water. With his death and rebirth, he was now in a new body, meaning all the progress he had made with his old body was lost. The pot had broken. Only with a new container could he begin anew. Unfortunately, as much as he loved blood magic, it had failed him in his most dire moment. Kai couldn't help but think of a quote Lucian said often: "The body is a vessel on which magic is delivered, the mind its captain, and soul holds the vessel's story." It fit perfectly with his situation, because while he had lost his vessel, his soul remained. Thus, he remembered everything. Mist magic was out. While it had been rare in the past, and even here in the village, he had never heard of anyone powerful using it. He imagined it lacked the overwhelming authority and power he would need. Granted, he could be wrong. To his side, Akane remained silent the entire time. She had initially perked up during the process of his ascension into the Foundation realm, quietly watching him with interest. I've narrowed down my options to ash, gravity, void, and metal magic. Each powerful in their own right, but all distinctly different. I think I would be happy with any one of them, but I can only pick one for now, Kai spoke aloud to Akane. Not expecting a response, Kai continued, Ash is like blood magic. It's malleable and has many different advantages. It's an element I've imagined using often over the years, but something about it doesn't feel quite right. I hesitate to say, but it almost feels like fate is pulling me away from Ash, as if that isn't what I'm destined to use. All he received was a snort from Akane as she continued to sit on the ground. With a wry smile, Kai assumed her response meant something like, stop being dumb and pick one already. Although she couldn't communicate beyond yapping and other fox noises, Akane always seemed to understand the context of what was being said. All right, I'll pick one soon, Kai pleaded with the impatient fox. Void is interesting and dangerous enough to be viable, but when I think of what I learned using the sword, I'm not sure how to incorporate void magic into that. Of all the void magic users I've known, they are all mage types. Not that there is anything wrong with that. And that's the style I used to fight with anyways. There is nothing proving that picking a rarer type of magic would guarantee success. In fact, it could be the opposite. With fewer masters in that element, I would be less likely to receive education and training with it. A void mage named Ellen Beckett had managed to reach the same realm as him in the past before his death. He was quite sure he had sensed her on the day he died with all the others, but there had been too much going on to be certain. No, not void. Not for now at least. Metal was a very viable option, one he knew would make his father Octavian happy and proud. It would also fit the style of fighting which he had been training with. As Kai stared between metal and gravity, he couldn't help but reminisce more about his father Mick. Kai's eyes began to tear again, thinking about him. He had never shown his parents the appreciation they deserved. They had died because of him, caught as collateral in an attempt to ambush him while his guard was down. Seeing gravity magic on the list felt almost like a parting gift from his father to him. Besides, the idea of using gravity to crush or make his enemies submit sounded very, very enjoyable. He was sure he wouldn't go wrong with any of these elements. After another hour of debate, he decided to go with the one he couldn't stop thinking about. Gravity, he spoke clearly, despite knowing all he had to do was will the option in his mind. The element of gravity has been chosen. With a yap from Akane, he understood it as a good pick. With her approval, he moved on to the next projection that appeared in his head. Choose one class. Class options: Warrior, Swordsman, Rogue, Wizard, Gravity Influencer, Vanguard, Spellblade, Enchanter, Blacksmith. With only a certain number of skill slots per realm of magic, there could only be a limited number of skills, so picking the right class was very important to an individual's future, since their class directly influenced what skills were received. Kai pondered his options. There were quite a few class options available, although none had to do with healing or priest-like classes, which was fine with him, since he had no idea how he would be able to heal with gravity magic in any case. It was very important that Kai pick the right class to complement his chosen element. He didn't necessarily have to pick a class that would need a sword as a weapon either. Either mage or a warrior class would work well with gravity magic, but so would many others. The true goal was to pick a class that would give him the skills he desired. When he thought about the past, he had fought monsters both alone and in groups. Kai desired to be a balanced fighter capable of taking on any situation. As unrealistic as that was, it was the goal he aspired for. To do this, Kai had to pick a class that would grant him a balance between offense, defense, and utility skills. Basic classes such as Warrior, Wizard, or Rogue were very standard in the world and common, giving them a bad reputation. However, some very powerful individuals had started with those basic classes only to have them evolve later into more unique or specialized classes. What was interesting was that one class even had gravity in its name, although that didn't mean much because it was a certainty that he would receive gravity skills in some semblance or another. Thinking it over more, mage and wizard-like classes were out. He didn't train with the sword to cower in the back and act as artillery. Likewise, stealth and rogue classes were eliminated. It was hard to be stealthy when your gravity magic crushes everything. I don't want to limit myself with pure warrior-type skills either, so that leaves either Spellblade or Vanguard. These were the two options that interested him the most out of all the available classes. Taking a closer look, Kai examined Spellblade, since it wasn't as self-explanatory as warrior or wizard. The Spellblades are a mixture between a warrior and a mage. Potent in sword combat and magic spells, their sword and magic are one. Spellblades are adept at moving through the battlefield, creating destruction as they use their imbued blade to destroy anyone who would stand in their way. With the help of their magic, they are a terror on the battlefield. Kai was stunned. Well, I'll be damned. That sounds incredible. I think we found a winner. Better check Vanguard, though, just to be safe rather than sorry. The Vanguard is a specialized force proficient in frontline combat. Swords, bows, magic, it doesn't matter what they use, their goal is to break the enemy's defense. With high risk comes high reward as they charge toward their foes and destroy them. Those who find success on the battlefield as a Vanguard will break their enemy's will to fight. Staring at the line, with high risk comes high reward, Kai couldn't help but become intrigued with it. Honestly, Spellblade sounds amazing, perfect for the style I want to use. While Vanguard is a bit vague and nondescript, it didn't take long for him to finalize his decision between Spellblade or Vanguard. In the end, Kai made his decision. Spellblade sounded incredible, something he had been training towards this entire time, but in the end, the description of Vanguard changed his mind. If I want to catch up to those people who have a 1200-year head start on me and get my revenge, I need to be risking myself against powerful enemies. And that part about breaking their will to fight sounds a lot more devastating than just being a terror on the battlefield. With slight hesitation, Kai selected Vanguard as his class. The changes began once again, only lasting a few seconds. It was as if his body was being attuned to his chosen class and element. Class chosen, Vanguard. Vitality is improved by 5%. Negative forces of pressure and gravity are reduced by 10%. Elemental magic resistance, +3. Physical resistance, +3. Kai's eyes went very wide. High risk, high reward indeed. The bonuses he received from picking the Vanguard class were staggering. It looks like gravity or pressure that could hurt or negatively affect him would be lessened by 10%. Even his own gravity magic would likely be included in that category. The elemental magic and physical resistance were the same as in his first life, in that they would give an additional 30% of resistance, increasing his natural resistance and skills resistances when those damage types were applied to him. And if he recalled correctly, humans received a 10% resistance to both, already when in the Foundation realm, bringing his total resistance increase to those damages by 40%. Not that his body would resist 40% of the total damage, just that his body was 40% more resistant to those respective types of damage. Next was the part of this entire situation he was looking forward to the most. Skill gained. Active, heavy blow. Use gravity to enhance the strength of your attack. Active, gravity pillar. Select a small area within sight. Gravity will increase in that small area. The number of pillars able to use at the same time is based on skill level. Mana cost is determined by distance from the user and size of the pillar. Active, domain. Increase gravity up to a distance of 10 memas around you. Passive, burden. All those under the effect of your gravity will have their stamina drain faster. The rate of stamina drain is dependent on gravitational forces. A wide smile covered Kai's face as he finally felt back to normal for the first time since his rebirth. The feelings of being without his magic had always felt like the loss of a limb. Now being in the Foundation realm, Kai would have 4 skills until he advanced his class to higher realms of magic. Calling upon his status screen, Kai scanned it. Name: Kaismo Cineris. Realm level: Foundation 17. Aspect: Gravity. Class: Vanguard. Race: Human. Health: 110, 110. Stamina: 100, 100. Mana: 100, 100. Vitality: 10, 11. Strength: 10. Dexterity: 10. Endurance: 10. Intelligence: 10. Wisdom: 10. Unspent attributes. Stats available: 85. Active skills: Heavy Blow, on 10. Gravity Pillar, 1-10. Domain, 1-10. Passive skills: Burden, marker 10. General skills: Identify. Pain tolerance, 1. Sense improvement, 1. Soul presence, 4. Magic resistance, 4. Physical resistance, 4. Not a bad start to my rise once again. Chapter 9. Trying New Skills. Kai walked back through the mists to Kitsune Village. Bursting with excitement, he was having a difficult time holding back from using and testing his new skills, but his family was probably nervously waiting for him to return home. He had been gone a few hours as he waited for his magic class to finally appear. His family had been very supportive, giving him his space during the process, despite them all wanting to assist him in picking. But Kai remained adamant until the end that this would be his responsibility. He couldn't help but skip in joy a little as he examined his magic class. Kai noticed a few things. The first being that he had a level of 17 already in the Foundation realm. Figuring it must be from defeating the occasional screaming forest boar during his training over the years, he probably would have received more levels if his father hadn't been supervising, reducing the risk factor greatly. Checking, he could see his kill history recorded, almost like a paper with words that were embedded in his mind. Your group has slain Screaming Forest Boar, Foundation Level 27. Your group has slain Screaming Forest Boar, Foundation Level 12. You have slain Screaming Forest Boar, Foundation Level 29, a total of 9 boars, averaging around level 15. With the 17 levels came 85 attribute points. The difficulty was figuring out where best to put them. He would be better off waiting until he was able to test his magic skills more and identify which attributes would benefit him most. What is most curious is that my first 2 kills have been considered group kills. I don't remember anyone helping or even being there. There were a lot of oddities about that first kill. The whole experience had seemed manufactured. Most of the boars postured or ran away unless you got really close to them. That first one had come right after him. Stopping for a few seconds, Kai decided to test his Identify skill. It was a skill that all humans possessed once they unlocked their magic. As unlikely as it was, he wanted to find out if anything had changed during that time with the skill. Focusing his eyes on a large old tree, he gave thought to the Identify skill. Aged Pine Tree. Although he had never identified an aged pine tree before in his past life, the process and result remained the same, at least for a tree. Kai planned to try it on all different objects and people when he got back to the village to see if anything was altered. Suddenly remembering he could identify living animals and people, he cast his gaze at Akane, who kept silently trotting at his side. Noticing his gaze, she stared back at him, arching one of her eyebrows. Forest Fox, Foundation Level 60. Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Level 60? I can't believe that lazy fox is actually level 60. Perhaps that could be low for their species. I'll have to compare it to the other foxes. The foxes remained a mystery to him even today. They were either seen sleeping or eating, but never anything else. Maybe they level up by eating. Would certainly explain their wanton gluttony. Putting the thought aside, Kai peered at the rest of his general skills. Pain Tolerance 1 was as expected. All humans in the Foundation realm had it. The 1 implies 10%. All pain Kai would experience in the future, physical or mental, would be diminished by 10%. It was often debated by people that pain resistance helped reduce the damage done to you. In a sense, that was true, as the mental trauma of experiencing pain might be reduced, but the damage inflicted physically was not. Too often, Kai heard people wish Pain Tolerance 1 also helped with emotional pain, but it didn't. Those poor saps had to deal with their heartbreak all on their own. Walking out of the mists, Kai could see that the villagers had gathered into two lines along the main pathway, starting right past the entrance, as if welcoming back a victorious hero. There was a clamoring among the villagers. Everyone became excited seeing Kai's glorious return. He felt his face heat up as everyone started excitedly cheering, whistling and clapping. Cringing, he covered his eyes with his hand, trying to avoid eye contact with everyone. Gods, this is such an embarrassing tradition. I asked them not to do this. The foxes even joined in, howling and yapping without end. His family and grandfather waiting in a group at the end of the line. His mother was a blubbering mess, tears falling down her smiling face. Past his mother, he was surprised to see Garen, who had been gone for many years. There was no smile, just a cold, hard glare from him. What the hell is his problem? Kai thought, staring daggers back at him. Ariel bolted from the family, not even waiting for him to finish his walk to them. Soaring across the ground, she reached him in seconds as she leaped with open arms into his chest. The rest of the family followed suit and joined them, with Garen walking especially slowly. Kai finished hugging everyone, including Garen, for appearance's sake, of course. Eyes gleaming with curiosity, Ariel barraged Kai with questions. What magic did you get? What class did you pick? Warrior, swordsman, summoner? Please tell me it was Ash swordsman. Jacob does my chores if I'm right. Give him some room to breathe, Ari, his father said, pulling her back. Can we talk about it when we go home? Kai asked, still red in the face as he looked around at the mass of people that had encircled his family. You might as well tell us now. No way your mother isn't going to tell everyone later anyways, Octavian said, giving his wife a side glance. With at least some decency to act embarrassed, his mother gave a small cough. Looking down, she was still smiling. The entire town quieted down as they waited for the big reveal. With a sigh, Kai knew his father would be right. It was pointless to try and hide his magic in the village. Gravity and Vanguard, Kai stated proudly aloud for everyone to hear. The response from the village and his family was a murmuring of confusion. Told you it would be weird, I win the bet, Jacob called. You said new magic and warrior. He isn't a warrior, Ariel called back, determined not to lose and do extra chores. Looking around, he saw that his mother and grandfather were smiling with happiness. What was concerning was his father staring at him with eyes of pity. Kai, would you please meet me in the training yard? His father called out to Kai, who had been staring at his screen non-stop since their family lunch ended half an hour ago. Strolling out to the courtyard, he found his father and older brother waiting for him. His father had an expression of seriousness, which was unusual to see. Garen's face was an indifferent blank stare, as if what was happening didn't concern him. Distracted by the festivities, Kai realized he had forgotten to use his identifier on his family during the meal. Human. Human? To be expected, Dad is in the 5th realm of power, or so he claimed, so his information wouldn't show up with identify. More shocking was that his brother was unable to be identified. That would mean he is already in the adept realm of power, or higher. Identify could be properly used on beings at most 1 realm of magic above your. Anything higher than that, it would be all question marks like the 2 before him. I would like to hear about what happened today, specifically your options and thought process, his father said, staring into his son's eyes, conveying his seriousness. You see, the affinity for gravity is very rare, even in more populated cities or planets. And even those who have an affinity for it often refrain from picking it. The difficulty and danger of using it can be substantial. Gravity requires a lot of precision and control. It is very possible you could hurt yourself or even endanger your own life or others if you misuse gravity magic. When put that way, Kai felt an explanation was necessary to defend his choice. He told them about his available options and choices, leaving out the part where he believed gravity to be a gift from his past life. Instead, he told his father that gravity magic seemed like a gamble. That if he could master it, he believed he would become very powerful. Even after the explanation, he still received looks of concern. Rubbing his chin, his father contemplated what he heard. 6 affinities, that's quite something. But this Vanguard class, it's not something I've ever heard of before. Not that it means much with thousands and thousands of classes available. Anyways, what's done is done. We have a few weeks to get you ready and able to use magic. Let's get started." His father had a proud smile on his face. The way it was described to me is, using magic is like using your arm. You will your arm to move through processes in your brain, and magic is no different. However, instead of using limbs, you have been in control of your entire life. It's as if you gained a third arm. It takes time and effort to be able to use magic instantly or unconsciously. Now I want you to... Stealing his father's thunder, Kai turned on his domain skill, enveloping the entire area in a very mild increase of gravity. The strain on his body was noticeable as he felt his weight increase slightly. Feels like I have small weights hanging off every part of my body. Wish I had access to gravity before, could have used it to train my body harder. Doesn't make much of a difference now because no matter what achievements I could make, training naturally will never compare to the development I make by leveling up and putting stats in. Clearing his throat, Octavian gave his son a proud smile. "I was going to say trying to turn one of your skills on. I am impressed. It's common for people to believe that all it takes is thinking of the skill to use it. It's more than that. What truly matters is willing it into existence, connecting that mana inside of you to take shape and form into your magic skill." Kai just smiled. "Well, it wasn't so easy the first time I tried using magic. I feel a little guilty earning that compliment, but I can't help that I was reborn." Kai noticed a drain on his mana. Already his mana was nearly gone. The area skill domain had a hefty drain on his resources after only half a minute. "You should have noticed your mana reserves have gone down. Do you mind telling me how much mana you have left?" Octavian asked. 9 out of 100, Kai replied. "Whoa, that's quite a mana-intensive spell, pretty strong for Foundation Realm too. I know it might not seem like it to our enhanced bodies, but you'll have to trust me on that. I'm not sure how to measure the increase in gravity without proper tools, so it will be up to you to find how much gravity is increased by when using your skills." While the increase in weight and pressure had been nothing for his father and brother, Kai had felt it. The increase in gravity could become detrimental to him if he had to fight in it right now. While he could still run under his domain skill, it would be more straining for him until he became used to it. "Do you know what stat the skill's modifier is based on?" Octavian asked. A gleam could be seen in his eye as he tried to help his son understand his new magic. Examining the skill further, Kai could instinctively feel the nature of his gravity spells would be based on his intelligence stat. "Yes, it's based on my intelligence stat," replied Kai. "Typical, most mage-type spells are. What is your intelligence stat right now? It's okay if you don't want to share with me, I'm just curious." 10, Kai answered honestly. He had yet to put any stats into his attributes. "All right, stay with me. I know you want to use your magic more, but it's important we figure this out, so you know what to put your stats into." Kai was aware of what his dad was trying to do. He was theory crafting, or that was the term his previous mother, the former video gamer, had dubbed it. The idea was to get all the information available to plan your build accordingly. Kai remained silent, appreciating the help his father was giving him. His brother remained in the background, yawning exaggeratedly. "My gravity seems like a double-bladed weapon. The skill increased my weight almost as much as it did yours," Kai stated. "Almost?" Kai told him about his Vanguard class bonus that reduced the effects of gravity magic by 10%. "That is a good bonus to have, but you're going to be under the burden of your own magic. You will need to be careful fighting people physically stronger than you, because they might have the advantage even under your own gravity. So unless I'm fighting someone physically weaker than me, or gain additional skills to better myself fighting under gravity, I might end up at a disadvantage even when using my own magic," Kai murmured while rubbing his forehead, lost in thought. "There is one more problem," stated Octavian. "Using your gravity magic and increasing your weight is going to make you burn through your stamina as well." Kai let out a sigh. His mood had gone from exuberated to melancholy. "Kai," his father said, his tone had a hard edge to it. "Gravity magic has the potential to be a very powerful tool, but it can also be very dangerous as well. You need to understand that your own gravity magic has the potential of crushing you or even killing you. It is vitally important that your constitution and strength stats are high enough to allow you to withstand the burden of your own magic. But that still won't be enough. You need to make it your own, your class, your gravity magic. Until it becomes natural for you, there will always be a risk. Chapter 10. Goodbyes as a new adventure begins. The trio walked through the mists. This was Kai's first time outside of the village with his older brother. By the time Kai had been able to train, his older brother had already left the village, only returning once for Lydia's 16th birthday. Peering at Garen, Kai noticed that he had the appearance of a proper adult now. Gone was the once smooth face of a child, he now sported a short, trimmed beard. Unbothered by what existed in the mists, he walked full of confidence and without a care in the world. He didn't look 8 years older than Kai, instead, he appeared more like 3 or 4 years older. Advancing in magic realms and levels had slowed down his body's aging. The faster he grew, the more youthful he would look for longer. His father would occasionally send out metallic objects into the distance beyond what Kai could see through the mists. After a minute, they would return to him before sending them out once again. "Dad, what are you doing?" Kai asked after watching him repeat the process once again for the 3rd time. "I'm sending out probes of sorts. These metal objects resonate in a way that detects moving objects or beings. I'm trying to find you some low-level monsters to fight, but apparently the guards hunted the area close to our home to near extinction, so I'm having difficulty finding something suitable," Octavian said. "Ah, found something," Octavian finally said after the 5th iteration of using his metal probes. His father changed direction. Although Kai was used to the mists, he was thoroughly lost now that he had traveled further than ever. When his father and brother stopped, Kai gazed around but was unable to see anything besides the usual trees, grass, and mists. Dad, where is it?" Kai asked, feeling awkward as his family stared at one tree in particular. Squinting his eyes, Kai stared at the tree until he finally saw a slight movement. Like a chameleon, it appeared as a part of the tree, camouflaged to his eyes. A snake had wrapped itself around the trunk of the tree. Its body was the same medium brown as the tree, making it difficult to perceive. It remained unmoving as they watched it, only its muscles contracting ever so slightly, giving hint that it was even there. Veiled Forest Snake, Foundation Level 37. Kai surmised from its name that it was a predator that ambushed its victims using its camouflage. With the element of surprise gone, he should have a better advantage fighting it. Its camouflaged form made it difficult to estimate its size, but it was no doubt longer than him. The body was about the size of his thigh. He guessed it wasn't large enough to swallow him if he screwed up. Not that he was worried. With his father here, he could be as reckless as he wanted. Before having his first fight with magic, he had to allocate his stats points. He had been so busy with celebrations and his family over the past few hours, he had forgotten to do so. Not that there had been a need to until now. His biggest issue at the moment was not knowing how to allocate his stats to benefit his abilities and class the best. Without using his magic more, he would have to take an educated guess on how to allocate them. His biggest problem was figuring out the ratio of his gravity intelligence to his vitality and strength. Too much intelligence and he might suffer. Too little and his gravity might become too weak. And that wasn't considering his other stats that were vitally important as well. From the conversation with his father and his previous experience, he had an idea of where to start allocating his stats. Making his choice, he hoped it wouldn't backfire for now. There was always a chance to fix his attributes when he leveled up and gained more of them. Vitality, 30, 31. Strength, 40. Dexterity, 15. Endurance, 20. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 20. He noticed that his vitality was 1 higher than he had allocated. Must be the 5% increase from my class. Meaning once he leveled it up to 100 vitality, his true vitality would actually be at 105, giving him an extra 50 health. Happy with his choices, for now he refocused on his opponent, who now had vanished from the tree. Face-palming, he had been too absorbed in his build and had forgotten about the sneaky snake. It was probably more accurate that his father had purposefully distracted him, putting him on the back foot in the fight. Looking around, he pulled his knife out, which was the only weapon he had on him. "Wait, wait, wait," his father called out, stopping him. Kai turned his head, wondering why his father would interrupt his very first battle with magic. I was going to give this to you tonight for your birthday present and take you hunting tomorrow, but alas, you couldn't wait to come out here and try your magic." His father sighed as a sword in a scabbard appeared in front of him, floating in the air. His arm moved faster than Kai could see as he grabbed it before gravity could bring it down. "Happy birthday once again." Octavian smiled wide, presenting the sheathed sword to him with both hands. Kai stared in wonder. The scabbard was a dark blue metal, about the same length as a short sword. Accepting the scabbard, Kai strapped it onto his belt. With the scabbard attached, Kai pulled the sword out. It was a single-edged short sword of a majestic blue, etched with silver glyphs and runes that lined both sides of the blade. The wrap on the handle was done in dark red leather, which felt very comfortable to grip, as if the handle was sized to his very hands. The weight was heavy, but nothing compared to what he had been using during his training. Short sword, cold iron enchanted. The Identify spell will tell you the basics of the sword, like its composition and if it's enchanted, which you can easily see that it is. Now, the short sword is made of cold iron, one of the best metals for dealing with the cold. The sword will never get brittle and break. Your older sister did the enchantments. It was her present to you. Each of the 3 enchantments has different functions. Pointing to the first rune, Octavian continued, "This rune will keep the blade sharp always, so you won't have to take it somewhere to be treated or resharpened after a battle. The second means that the blade will not rust over the passage of time, assuming the rune remains intact. The third is for durability. It will increase the blade's fortitude, so it won't break even under the toughest of enemies. Now, cold iron isn't the best, so don't be fighting dragons with it, but it's good enough for someone just starting out on their rise to power." Kai allowed his father to finish. He didn't dare interrupt, despite knowing all this already. He knew this would be one of those moments his father would cherish as he taught his son. Enchantments: sharpness +1, anti-rust +1, durability +1. Focusing on the enchantments themselves, he could see the exact ones applied on the blade. Though it didn't give a description of each enchantment, their names were self-explanatory even without an explanation from his father. Taking another moment to examine the blade, Kai returned it to its scabbard. Stepping up to his father, he strained his arms out wide and gave him a big hug. "Thank you, Dad. This means a lot. It's the best present I've ever received." A snort came from the side. His brother had been watching impassively this entire time. "You're welcome, son. Oh, before I forget." Octavian summoned another item from his spatial storage ring. A hard leather chest piece appeared suddenly. "I'm glad I didn't get iron or steel armor for you as I had intended. The weight of that armor combined with your gravity magic would be too much as you are right now." Taking the chest piece, he slipped the hard leather armor on over his head. It remained a little loose, but not enough to bother him. Its weight was noticeable, but not so much that it would slow him down. "Okay, sword and armor are ready. Did you allocate your stats yet?" his father asked. "Yep," Kai nodded. Now that all present distractions and interruptions were over, he turned his body to find the snake once more. "Crap. Where is it?" Kai looked all around him, but was unable to find it. During his stat distribution and being given a sword, the snake moved off the tree. He looked at his father, trying to search his eyes for the answer. But as if one step ahead, his father had his eyes closed with a mischievous smirk, not giving anything away. Turning to his brother, he looked at his face, who was staring back at his own with an expression that read, "Hurry this up, you suck." Typical brother stuff. Sighing, Kai continued looking. He occasionally turned back to his father, who remained smiling with his eyes closed. Maybe that's a clue. If I can't see it, perhaps I can hear it. Emulating his father, Kai closed his eyes and strained his ears. The mist forest was silent. He heard his heartbeat in his chest, thumping away at a fast pace. It was only after a minute of silence that he finally heard a rustle on the grass to his left. Opening his eyes, Kai turned to gaze at the location from where the noise came from. He saw nothing at first, but then the telltale sign of movement through its muscle contractions near where he heard the sound. The snake had been trying to sneak up on Kai. It was possible the creature had some intelligence, aware that it had been seen, or through pure coincidence, moved into a closer ambush spot when Kai was distracted. Kai's body began teeming with excitement. This would be his first official fight with a magic class in a long time. Jumping and stretching, he loosened his body, a savage grin on his face. He kept his eyes on the snake, making sure not to repeat his earlier failure. He was rusty and didn't want to mess this up. In front of his father and brother, he even wanted to show off a little bit. Dragging his new sword out, he held it forward with 2 hands. Gravity pillar, activated on the snake. He saw the grass flatten slightly under his spell. Giving up all pretenses of staying hidden, the snake moved towards him, still camouflaged. Kai watched the snake move out of the gravity pillar partially. Only its back half was still stuck in it. Although the gravity increase wasn't visible to him, he knew in his mind where the spell was located and its dimensions. Letting out an angry hiss, the snake reared up, springing forwards to attack. Not even hesitating, Kai brought his sword up between them. Smashing into the blade, the snake recoiled as Kai took a step back. A small amount of blood dripped down from a wound on its nose. Hissing, its mouth opened wide, obviously upset it hadn't been able to bite its prey. Kai spied finger-length fangs. Frowning, he imagined the pain of being pierced by the fangs. That wasn't even considering that the snake might be venomous. Seeing the snake had almost moved out of his gravity pillar, he cancelled it and activated another one in the middle of the snake's body, effectively slowing it. Taking the initiative, Kai charged forwards using heavy blow. An unseen pressure and weight descended onto his blade. Under its newfound weight, it swung down from overhead at lightning speeds. The sudden weight and momentum caused the blade to slip out of Kai's hands, plunging straight through the snake's head. The snake's body writhed as its head remained pinned to the ground, with the short sword straight through the middle of its eyes. Within seconds, the snake ceased its movements. You have slain Vale Forest Snake, Foundation Level 37. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 20. Kai stared at his hands, flexing them gently as if injured. Dang, that was too much. The sword was ripped from my hands. That could have been bad if it hadn't landed on the snake. Putting his hand on the handle, he tugged only to pull it up an inch. It was firmly lodged into the ground, about half the blade concealed. Placing his foot on the snake's head, he grabbed the handle with both hands and tugged hard, the blade finally becoming loose after a few seconds. I guess that's one way to win. I was afraid of something like this happening. The problem is that the sword's weight and momentum of your spell are too much for you right now. Until you grow stronger, that may continue to happen if you use that skill. It's like suddenly putting a heavy ball of metal into someone's outstretched hands. If they aren't prepared physically or mentally, they're probably going to drop it, his father explained, while Garen gave a slow, sarcastic clap to the side. Sweetie, Mommy is going to miss you so much. Please come visit as often as you can, Kai's mother said while embracing him in a hug of death. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Kai had been afraid of this. He really wished she wouldn't cry, but that's just who she was. You have to let him go, honey. We were supposed to leave half an hour ago, Octavian called out from the front of their yard. Mum, please, Kai pleaded. I'll come back when I can. I promise, okay? Not good enough. You must send me a letter every week. No, every day. Despite feeling embarrassed about his mother coddling him, he felt warm inside. It had been conflicting to accept himself being treated as a child by his mother, seeing as how he had the mind of an adult, but it didn't take long for her to break down his walls. He accepted the situation and tried his best to be a good son growing up. Sniffing, she reluctantly let go of Kai. Although he towered over her, Kai still felt like a child when she did things like this. She had been spoiling him rotten for the last few weeks since he unlocked his magic. Knowing this day was coming, Kai had chosen not to train excessively or hunt monsters, like he had originally planned. Instead, he spent much of it with his family, relaxing and enjoying their company. Brother, don't trash our family's name when you're at the academy. I don't want to feel embarrassed when I attend school there, Jacob said, shuffling towards him. A sad smile could be seen under the false bravado of a smirk. Ha ha, Kai dryly laughed. I'll let you have that honor, little bro, Kai joked, stepping up and giving him a hug and pat on the back. Lydia walked up to Kai next. They stared at each other for a second before she reeled back her arm and punched him, her fist hitting his arm softly. Tears dripped down as she lowered her head. Don't die, please. She spoke softly, barely audible to Kai's ears. Kai suddenly embraced her in a hug. She embraced him back, putting her face into his shoulder. She rubbed her face back and forth. She is probably wiping off her tears, Kai thought as his shirt began feeling wet. After a minute, she let go. Kai noticed her eyes were red, her face reflecting the pain he felt inside. Kai turned to his last remaining family member who would not be traveling with him. Ariel stood still, only her shoulders shaking as she sobbed silently. He walked up to her, taking a knee. At 11 years old, she was still the baby of the family. With room to grow still, she stood only slightly taller than Kai's kneeling form. "Are you sure you have to go?" Ariel asked, with large tears streaming down her face to the soil below. Eyes watering, he sniffed, trying to hold back the raw emotions. "Yes," was all Kai could say as he tried to keep his voice from cracking. He held his arms open wide, waiting for her to move in. Without pause, she launched herself into Kai's arms, hugging him so tightly that even with his new enhanced strength, it still hurt a little. "Keep training and studying. I'll be back before you know it." Chapter 11. Outside the mists at last. "You see, the mists are beginning to lighten up as we approach the boundary," Octavian pointed out cheerfully. Looking around, Kai could only shrug as the mist's density hadn't changed in his eyes. He was feeling tired. The group had been walking through a hidden trail for the last 4 hours without a break. His legs were sore as they crossed what seemed like another endless hill. While he was in excellent physical shape, the mountainous landscape pushed his body even with his increased stats. To his side, his brother looked bored, even throwing him a few venomous looks occasionally. Kai assumed it was because of the slow pace they were traveling due to his low level. "You never told me why you came," Kai called out to his brother, trying not to sound out of breath. "Father asked me to come and assist him in escorting you to the academy. The roads and wilds have been more dangerous than usual ever since the war began. Just 2 months ago, an entire town was wiped out. Officials still haven't figured out who caused it," Garen responded in an indifferent tone. "Besides, I'm being paid for this." "How many people were in that town?" Kai asked, concerned. He knew that even small towns should be able to defend themselves from common threats. "A little over 2,000, all dead in the span of a night. No one was aware until a traveler stumbled into the town a few days after. Most of the bodies were in states of decay, some eaten by monsters or scavengers. The chance that no one was able to escape and alert another town or authorities is troubling. Whatever ravaged that town must be very strong." Kai looked at his dad, who had a troubled expression on his face. During the last few weeks, he had gained a total of 6 levels since he unlocked his magic, including the 3 from the fight with the Vale Forest snake and 3 from a dozen boars he had slain. The last level had taken 6 boars to level, proving they were no longer worth killing. Kai had been holding on to those 30 stat points, but chose to invest 15 attribute stats into vitality, 5 into strength, and 10 into intelligence right there. He knew such an insignificant increase in stats would only result in a false hope that wouldn't truly protect him from the monsters in the Ashbourne Kingdom. What he really needed was opportunity and time to grow. After a few minutes of silent walking, Kai called out to his father, "Is there anything I need to be aware of about the Ashbourne Academy?" "Garen?" his father questioned. "The Ashbourne Academy is the primary education system for young, newly awakened nobles. However, in recent years they have begun opening the school to the common rabble." Garen droned on, completely monotone. "They teach combat, magic, enchanting, and other subjects." "I already know this," Kai's brows furrowed. "Great. Then you know everything you need to know," Garen muttered before becoming silent once again. Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Turning to his father, he asked, "You attended school on Titan Prime. What was it like?" "Difficult. Imagine trying to stand out amongst tens of thousands of skilled individuals. But the education is second to none. If you're spending money on the Ashbourne Academy, why can't I go to school on Titan Prime as you did? The resources and education are bound to be so much better there," Kai argued. His father sighed with a troubled look. "That's exactly why, because they're better." It costs an exorbitant amount just to attend school there, not including the price of teleportation and other necessities. Even if the entire village pooled their money together, we probably wouldn't be able to afford the price of 1 year of tuition there. Perhaps I'm exaggerating. After all, people leave and return to the village all the time with money. But it doesn't help that we are a hidden village with almost no currency exchange or trade. Your mother and I have coin from our days before returning to Kitsune Village, but we use them sparingly. Regardless, many residents on Titan Prime send their children off-world for education. Why doesn't someone just make cheaper schools on Titan Prime? The opportunity they provide there can't be emulated anywhere else, in addition to a lot of other factors, and there are other cheaper schools on Titan Prime, but you want to join one of the 81 Prime Academies, a system of schools overseen by the ruling bodies of Titan Prime. And you went there? I did. An education that is second to none. Sounds like a place that can assist me in catching up to those of the past. Would it be possible for me to attend? Kai tried to convey his seriousness. Stopping, his father's eyes seemed to gaze off into the mists. There may be an opportunity, but I need certain assurances from you first. After a minute of silence, his father let out a sigh. Let's make a deal. If you can win first place at the end-of-year tournament at the Ashbourne Academy for first years, I will somehow find a way to send you to school on Titan Prime. There isn't too much of a difference in the first-year education curriculum between schools anyways. It's all basic stuff. Dad, I don't want you guys going broke if it means sending me to Titan Prime. He wasn't that much of an asshole to put his family in poverty to get a better education. Besides, the future was uncertain. He could very well still become powerful, even with the Ashbourne Academy's education program behind him. Relax, son. I know people who might want to sponsor you if you are able to have a good showing at the end-of-year tournament. Also, I might have made it sound more expensive than it is. It's not to the point where it is unseasonable. Sure, it's expensive for us, since your mother and I haven't had a proper income in 24 years. I believe there is something like 100,000 new students who attend the Prime Academies every year, perform well at the end of the year tournament, and I'll see to having you go to Titan Prime. Kai's eyes went wide. Deal. Garen scoffed. But only if you get first place, his father reiterated. Don't underestimate the students at the Ashbourne Academy. The people on Titan Prime might consider those who live on other planets to be inferior, but that isn't the case. There is solid talent all over the myriad of worlds. Kai's mood wasn't spoiled. He had actual combat experience, albeit with a different class and magic, but he had a better chance than his brother getting first place. Even Garen didn't place first in his first-year tournament, stated his father, breaking Kai from his thoughts. Shocked, Kai spun around. What place did he receive? He couldn't help but ask, looking at Garen, whose eyebrow was twitching. I think he got third place in his first and second year, recalled his father. I only lost because they out-leveled me by over 30 levels, Garen spouted angrily. One of the few times he had displayed raw emotion to Kai. Obviously, he was still upset by his losses. He did take first place in his third year, in his defense. You haven't been outside the Illusionary Mountain region yet, but those students at the Ashbourne Academy are going to consider you exactly what Titan Prime considers us, inferior because we aren't of noble heritage. Good luck, his father smiled mischievously. What are my chances? Kai asked, feeling nervous jitters. Nope, I'm done talking about this for now. You either will flourish or wither under the pressure. Besides, we are coming out of the mists now. Kai had been so distracted in conversation that he didn't realize that the mist had actually lightened up. Walking past the edge of the mists, Kai could immediately feel a difference. The air had always been humid in the mists, but never overly hot. Outside of the mists, the air was less humid but significantly warmer. Looking straight across, Kai could see an entirely new world. Rolling hills, green fields and trees covered most of what he could see. A town or city with tall walls stood near the edge of his vision in the far distance. Welcome to the Ashbourne Kingdom. It's quite a forestry kingdom, rich in timber for a kingdom with the name Ash in it. That is, until you get closer to the capital. Then it's more depressing with darker tones, his father said. Don't forget to look up. Looking up, Kai's eyes widened. Above him, he could see dozens of planets and moons. I really am still in the myriad of worlds. I really was reborn here. Unshed tears threatened his eyes. Without anything to obscure his vision, he was seeing the myriad of worlds again for the first time in 16 long years. He had been told about the myriad of worlds growing up in Kitsune Village, but being unable to see it almost didn't make it seem real. At least until now, it genuinely felt like he was given a second chance. Kai, look at that planet. Octavian pointed to the largest planet in sight. That's Titan Prime. Every single planet, including the 2 suns, orbit around it. Even with an estimated 1,000 planets orbiting, none of them have ever crashed into each other, even though their orbits seem to be overlapping. Kai stared at Titan Prime. None of the other planets even came remotely close to its size. It was a planet that seemed to be made up of every color ever. It looked just like his memory, only larger. He guessed planet Eris's orbit was closer than New Earth to the Titan. See that beige spot there on Titan Prime? That is a desert, larger than this entire planet. Oh, and over there. His father was now pointing at a different planet, one smaller than most. That is New Earth, the planet the humans arrived on when they were brought to the myriad of worlds. Haven't been there myself, but I'm told it's a planet wrought in conflict. His eyes narrowed in on the small planet. It was where he was born, where he had fought and died. Now he was on another planet. It had been considered an impossibility during the days he lived. While humans had been brought to the myriad of worlds, there were no ways to leave New Earth while he had been alive. He would have to visit one day to see if he could find the answers that he sought. To the left of New Earth was one of the suns. Kai couldn't stare at it for long. The bright light hurt his eyes. It seemed only mildly larger than New Earth. The second sun was out of view, likely hidden behind the gigantic Titan Prime. How do the planets not crash into each other? Wouldn't the pull of gravity affect their orbits and slowly pull everything towards Titan Prime? Kai asked. His past life's father had suspicions, but any theoretical hypothesis had never been confirmed to his knowledge. I have no idea. You will have to ask the gods those questions. They are the ones who designed these worlds. Maybe your understanding of gravity isn't as knowledgeable as theirs, his father jested. The longer you stare at the sky, the more objects you will see. There will be more time to view the sky later. We need to get going. Our ride is getting impatient. Looking towards the path his father was walking, Kai had only just noticed a large wooden building, completely out of place, here on the boundary of the mists. 2 humans sat in chairs outside on its porch. An older man with a grey beard lay motionless in his chair, eyes closed, likely asleep. The other was a woman of similar age. Her steady black eyes watched them the entire time they got closer. She stood in one fluid movement and bowed lightly to his father. Seeing that the older gentleman was still asleep, she turned to him and whacked him in the back of the head. "Wake up, you old fool. They're here." Kai couldn't help but let a small laugh escape. Even Garen had a rare smile. "What the hell you are doing, woman?" the old man grumbled as he was violently woken up. His eyes shot open wide when he saw the group standing before him. Shooting out of his seat, he bowed deeper than the woman. "Captain, you're here. You were late, so I, fell asleep." He leaned his head towards the woman. "Why didn't you warn me?" he whispered loudly to the woman. Kai's father was silent, only raising an eyebrow in response. "Betrika, Stephen, this is my son Kai," Octavian introduced. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Kai," they said together, each bowing lightly again, less so than to his father, he noticed. "It is a pleasure to meet you both." Kai lightly bowed as well. "Young Master." Kai looked to his father, one of his brows arched in curiosity. "They call our family that because we are the village chief's direct descendants. I've asked them to stop, but as you can see. In any case, these 2 are carriage drivers, employed by the village. That is their home behind them, and fenced in are their horses and other travel animals. They live here and drive those who require it to cities or towns in the Ashbourne Kingdom," his father stated. Interest piqued. Kai identified each of them. Human, forging level 100. Human. The woman was beyond his identify capabilities, but the man was at the very edge of it, only 1 level from entering the next stage. Good evening, young Master Garen. They both bowed once again, only barely this time. Garen merely nodded in response. All right, if everyone is ready, then let's get going. Chapter 12. Road Disturbance. An hour later, they found themselves traveling once again. The carriage ride was bumpy. The group had been traveling for over 2 hours on rough terrain. No one else seemed bothered, only Kai. To pass the time, Kai would occasionally use gravity pillar on random objects, not letting his already low mana dip too far. 2 beasts were pulling the carriage. They had some kind of natural hard plating all around their bodies. While they appeared threatening, they were very docile instead, eating food directly out of Kai's hand before they left the ranch. Plated bovine, forging level 3. I see you have unlocked your magic, young Master Kai, indicated Steve. I can sense the use of the mana, but I can't rightly tell what you're doing. I'm using gravity magic. Gravity magic, eh? That's quite something. Ain't ever met someone with gravity magic. Kai sat straighter, finding pride in the compliment. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you worked as carriers for the village? Believe we are approaching our 40th year. He looked to his companion, who gave him a reassuring nod. Why don't you tell him the story of how you entered into our service? His dad spoke up for the first time in an hour. Well, to start with, some 40 years ago my wife and I were attacked. Back then we ran our own caravan transporting goods to cities and towns. Weren't humans that attacked us, they can be reasoned with. Instead, we were being chased down by ash wolves, nasty beasts that only appear during an ashfall. We ran as fast as we could, but they stuck to us. We didn't stop, even though it felt like hours. Found ourselves at the edge of the mist. Knew the rumors that all who enter vanish, so we gambled anyways and entered. Still, the wolves followed. After only a minute in the mists, our pursuers were slaughtered. We didn't see what happened, but we could hear the cry of the wolves. I'll never forget those cries, rightly haunted me for years. Shortly after, we found ourselves surrounded by some of your village guards. After explaining our situation, we found ourselves meeting the chief, your grandfather. He offered us a job as carriage drivers. Would have likely died had we declined. We accepted after considering how our carriage and property had been destroyed. A house was built for us at the edge of the mists. We have been here since. Turning to his dad, Kai asked, is it true that they would have died if they declined? Nodding his head, Octavian replied, yes. One of the core tenets of the village is all intruders must be killed to protect ourselves and our secrecy. Why do you think that even though our home is between the Heart Empire and the Ashbourne Kingdom, 2 warring kingdoms, neither will travel through our domain to get to the other? The reputation of the illusionary Misty region is even more notorious than the Ashbourne Mountain region. Better chance of surviving through the Ashbourne Mountain range than making it through our home. Kai could see Betrica and Steve shiver. So strange. How do they defend against intruders? There are bound to be very powerful people that have entered our territory before. After a few minutes of silence, Betrica finally called out, roads at last. She gave Kai a knowing wink. The carriage traveled up a small hill onto a paved stone road. Immediately the bumpiness stopped. With a sigh of relief, Kai closed his eyes, intending to get some rest. Young Master Kai, wake up, Betrica hissed. Kai's eyes flung open. He looked around and instantly noticed that his father was missing. Garen appeared on edge, with a hand resting on his sword in the scabbard, ready to pull it at any second as his eyes shifted left to right. Where Steve appeared nervous, his wife showed the opposite. Her hands remained steady as she steered the bovine straight down the road. Judging from his missing father and the fact that everyone was on edge, Kai surmised they were under threat of attack. As if on cue, a loud voice called out, hello? A group of seedy-looking humans stepped out from the brush, standing in their path on the road. There were at least a dozen men all around, some smirking, while others looked on impassively. Some of their armor was stained with blood. It was a familiar sight Kai knew by heart. This was clearly not their first time doing this. Identifying the visible people, they all ranged between the Foundation realm and higher than he could identify. Kai settled his nerves as he observed Betrica, who still appeared calm. Either she was an expert actor, or she was not worried about the group before them. In fact, looking closely, he could see the smallest up-tilt of the side of her lip. One of the men stepped forwards. "I think you can guess how this will go. Unload your valuables and coin, and you can leave unharmed." The supposed leader opened his arms wide as if he was giving them a merciful option. He was armed with 2 swords, one on each side of his hip. "Sorry, sir, ain't no valuables here. Just delivering this child here to school," Stephen spoke aloud, nodding his head towards Kai. "School? Must be that fancy academy in the capital. The boy must have coin if he is going there. Give it to us now and their swords." "This is the only time I'll ask," the leader of the bandits spoke calmly. He didn't stutter as he delivered an ultimatum. Not waiting for a response, the group of bandits began pulling out their weapons to further their point that they would attack if the group didn't comply. Shaking her head, Kai could hear Betrika mutter, "Go!" All at once, 6 of the bandits exploded into dark red mists. Yells of terror joined in with the blasts. Garen leapt off the carriage, his longsword in hand as he charged toward the leader. 4 identical blades of ash appeared above him, which all began attacking other bandits as if they had their own minds. To his left, Kai could see balls of fire splattering across a translucent barrier around their carriage, blocking each blast as they exploded against the shield. Cracks appeared after each consecutive blast, only for the cracks to vanish shortly after as the barrier repaired itself. Kai froze. For the first time ever in this life, the enemy was truly beyond him. His rational mind told him he would be a hindrance if he went out there and tried to help. The most likely result would be his death. With a squeeze of his fists, he sat back down and watched the end of the battle. "Kai, come here," his father called out from the right side of the carriage. Obeying his father, Kai stepped off the carriage onto the ground. The smell of blood and iron was heavy in the air, bodies' parts were scattered about, and not one body lay complete. Although it had been a while, the smell of battle and carnage was familiar to Kai. His face took on an indifferent expression. There would be no mercy for those who would threaten him or his family. Kneeling on the stone path was a relatively unharmed young man. His father stood behind him, sword extended against his neck. Kai noted that he wasn't much older than himself, likely a year or 2 at most. Accompanying the strong smell of urine was a wet spot on his pants. "Human, foundation level 52. Collect their goods and coin, Steve. All the coin will go towards Kai's future tuition," his father said before he turned to his son, waiting in silence. The young man was shaking head to toe. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me," over and over again. "I didn't do anything. I only joined them the day before." "Fight him, son, and kill him," his father commanded, ignoring the pleading man. "I had not planned on doing this, but this is a good opportunity. You need not feel guilty about killing him. His life was forfeit the moment he and his gang attacked us." Inwardly, Kai was shocked his father would choose to do this. He hadn't foreseen this trial of events, but he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. The young man had been spared for this purpose. And judging from the hard look in his father's eyes, if Kai didn't fight him, he had no doubt the young man would die immediately. "This is the beginning of my path again. I can't show mercy for those who would do me harm." His breath quickened as he pulled his sword out of its scabbard. Holding it with one hand, he pointed it at the young man. "If you defeat me, they will allow you to leave unharmed." He didn't have the heart to tell the young man that he was playing him. No matter what, the bandit would die today. The young man likely knew Kai was full of shit, but there would be a part of him that would hold on to that small hope of surviving. The harder the bandit fought, the more levels Kai might draw out of the fight, assuming he won. After all, there were no levels to be gained from an enemy who didn't fight back. It had been the same way for criminals he had hunted down and given up in his past life. He always gave them a choice to die on their feet or die on their knees. He just hoped his dad went along with his plan. After all, he was contradicting what he had just said. The young man's head shot up. Hope spilled into his eyes. Likely he had identified Kai and thought his chances of winning were very good, because he was twice the level Kai was. The bandit twisted his head to look at Kai's father, likely wondering if he would uphold his son's words. His father gave Kai a look and then nodded. "But only if you win. Now get your weapon and let's do this," Kai said. His father had a small smile behind the young man. Vanishing, he reappeared a few meters away from the two. The young man grabbed a spear with a black spearhead and a wooden shaft off the ground. Taking a stance, he held his spear forward with both arms. "What are you guys waiting for a signal? Begin already," called out his father. The bandit shot forwards, already proving his speed to be faster than Kai's, but not enough to instantly determine the winner. The spearhead blurred as he randomly thrust it at Kai. Deflecting one stab after another, the young bandit was laying on the pressure. The strikes were fast, but sloppy and poorly aimed. Leaning back, one spear thrust went too far over his head. Grabbing onto the shaft below the spearhead with his offhand, Kai held it in place long enough to slash down towards the man's neck with his sword. A sudden pain assaulted Kai's mind without warning, forcing Kai to cease his attack as he clutched his head in pain. Through squinting eyes, he could see the man smirking. Kai felt the spear shaft ripped from his grip before it was once again thrust at him. Stumbling back, Kai dodged while clutching his head. "Fucking mind mages," he muttered. Shooting forward, he ducked under the spear. His sword slashed the mage's legs, making contact. A scream of pain rang out as the headache instantly vanished. Kai didn't pause for a moment, his sword slashing into the neck of the man. He felt little resistance as he cut through bone. The head bounced for a few meters before rolling into the brush off the road. The body swayed for a second before dropping with a thump. "You have slain human Foundation level 52. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 24. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 27. Kai flicked his sword down, splashing the blood off. The battle had been quick, yet slightly difficult. He hadn't intentionally intended not to use any skills, it had just worked out that way. The level difference had given the young psionic bandit the advantage, but his odd build had been detrimental. Had he focused more on improving his psionic magics, Kai likely would have come out of that battle with something more than a small headache and a few points of health lost. With 4 additional levels, he quickly assigned his stats, splitting it up so he could be more versatile for now until he discovered his combat style. Though he still planned to keep his strength and vitality the highest in order to prevent an imbalance of his gravity and body's durability. Vitality, 50-52. Strength, 45. Dexterity, 20. Endurance, 25. Intelligence, 30. Wisdom, 25. "You knew he was a mind mage?" Kai asked his father, his tone bitter. "Of course, I have a skill that can sense that much at least," Octavian said. "Would have been nice if you warned me," Kai mumbled. "Why would I? You're not always going to have the luxury of knowing the skills or elements of your opponent beforehand," Octavian countered. Kai's annoyance fled from him. His father was right, of course. Combat was often messy and unpredictable. More often than not, he would not have knowledge of his enemies before fighting them, monsters included. Kai had momentarily forgotten the challenge of fighting something unknown. The soft and easy life of living in the village had inadvertently dulled his hard edge when fighting for his life. He was sure it would come back to him in time. "Are you doing okay, son?" Octavian's tone turned soft. "Yay, why? He didn't hit me." "That's not what I'm talking about. You just took a human life for the first time." Kai froze. "It's not like I can tell Dad that wasn't my first time killing someone." Furrowing his brows, Kai told his father a half-truth. "I'm fine, really. I just treated him like any monster I have killed. If I didn't kill him, then he might hurt my family or others." That's a good way to think about it. But if you need someone to talk to about it, all you need to do is ask, Octavian said sympathetically. Kai stared at his father. This was his first time seeing him in proper armor. He was completely outfitted in a full silver metal plate from his toes to his neck. The only thing he was lacking was a helmet. His hands, arms, and legs were all covered. On his chest was a crest of a pair of red and golden wings with 2 swords crossing each other in the middle. Red streaks ran down his pristine-looking armor, signifying he had killed a few people during the battle. Have you killed a lot of people, Dad?" Kai asked, his tone hesitant. It was a rude question to ask. "Yes, and no. I've killed plenty in my short time alive, but compared to others, I haven't killed many. I've done what has been required of me." Octavian's armor melted off his body, turning into liquid metal until it formed into a ball in front of him. The ball spun until the blood vanished from its surface, after which it touched his chest and began spreading out over his body as his armor formed once again, this time without the blood. Standing before him, his father placed both his hands on Kai's shoulders. His eyes were full of empathy. "Let me tell you what my father told me after my first kill," he said. "The laws of these worlds state that only the fittest shall survive. The weak shall become the foundation for the strong. Only those who accept killing and embrace it will survive and prosper. But one must not stand shoulder to shoulder with death, else they lose themselves." Giving his son a pat on the shoulder, he turned and began heading back to the carriage. Chapter 13. Capital of the Ashbourne Kingdom. "Another earthquake. Feels stronger than the last one, too," his father pointed out. The ground shook hard enough to cause the odd tree to fall. "Might be we are closer to the source," responded Steve as he calmed the bovine. After 3 days of slow traveling and skipping almost every village and town on the way, the group had finally arrived at their destination of the Ashbourne Kingdom's capital, Verdia. The city stood a few miles away, but its walls were easily spotted. Walls of dark grey towered higher than any building Kai had ever seen. They stretched to his left and right for miles, seemingly endless. One could imagine the enormous task that constructing them would have entailed. It looked like a dark, imposing stronghold where the villain's headquarters would be found in stories he had been told. The abysmal and grey background did not help its case. The walls belonging to the cities of his past life paled in comparison. Even the best of them measured 30 feet high, but these looked easily 5 times taller and sturdier. It was insane to see how far humans had come when his only perspectives were his past life, where there had been little to no technology, and everyone was generally new to magic, and his rural village life, where the exterior walls were closer to a wooden fence than an actual wall. Beyond the city, the mountains hailed even higher, matching the dark grey tone of the walls. From small mountains that were easily 10 times higher than the impressive walls, the mountains grew larger and larger the further you stared, until the peaks shot through the dark, overcast clouds. Flashes of light lit up the grey sky momentarily, before receding back to darkness. Kai stared one last time at the endless mountain region. A chill proceeded down his back as he thought about all the possible monsters hiding in that vast territory. A region like that seemed capable of producing monsters strong enough to threaten any city Kai had ever seen. He wondered if he could venture in there and survive as he was when he used blood magic. Kai's facial expressions must have given away his thoughts as his father began stating, "You don't have to worry, Kai. The city of Verdia has seen it all. They have survived against waves of monsters and intruders since their creation 1,000 years ago. The walls are composed of ashstone, a substance only found in this region. It's more durable than regular stone or concrete, but easily molded, and one of the country's main exports." Kai asked, pulling on his collar, which was soaked with sweat. The closer they moved to the capital, the hotter and more humid it became. "Is it always going to be this humid?" "It's the end of the warm season right now, so it should be cooling off slightly, but don't expect too much. The volcanoes deep in the mountains keep this area pretty warm and humid year-round. Once you get some more levels and raise your vitality, you will be fine. Just make sure you drink a lot of water and stay hydrated until then," Octavian said. "One more question," Kai said. "Is the entire countryside near the capital like this?" Kai asked. Looking around, he could see no trees, rocks, or life nearby within miles. It was devoid of everything except dirt and patches of grass that had begun to grow back. The capital purges all wildlife and plant life within a certain range of the walls. It is so no monster or army can sneak up on the city. Most plants and trees are resistant to this humid and ashen environment, so the deforestation done here is from the locals, Octavian stated. The longer they walked, the taller the walls appeared. Kai couldn't imagine anything breaking the walls. They looked downright intimidating. It was as if the walls appeared as a single solid structure curving around and out of sight. Not a single seam or crack. The only weakness of the walls seemed to be the large gate entrance. It was the only gap he could see. Kai and his group were now in a line of people extending nearly a quarter of a mile from the gate. Hundreds of people waited, some on foot, others in carriages like them. The line moved forward steadily, and it wasn't long until Kai and his group was at the gates. "Hold." One of the guards held up his palm in a stopping gesture. "All off the carriage, prepare to be searched," another ordered. Kai hopped off the cart less gracefully than everyone else, landing in a pile of mud. Some of it splashed onto the guard's leg armor. Kai winced. The guard growled, obviously irritated about the mud. 2 additional guards joined after a signal from one of the guards, now making a total of 4 investigating them. Their armor wasn't much different than the walls in color, but instead of stone material, it was dull, dark grey metal. "Reason for visiting, sir?" one of the guards asked. "Dropping my son off to the Ashbourne Academy," Octavian indicated with his hands, pointing at Kai. Octavian couldn't keep the proud smile off his face. The guard briefly glanced at Kai before returning to Octavian. He jotted something down onto a pad. "Sir, I see that you have a ring of storage. Are you aware of all laws and regulations regarding illegal and restricted items in the Ashbourne Kingdom? That being found in possession of said items, you are subject to a penalty of monetary compensation, prison or death if found guilty. And that by entering the capital, are you aware that you are acknowledging that you accept the terms and conditions of tax for both sale and buying property and items?" The guard droned on, a lack of emotion in his voice, as he probably had said the same thing hundreds of times today. Kai watched the interaction with interest. Each of the 4 guards asked his company similar questions. "Yes, I am aware. Thank you," his father replied, bored, clearly having heard the same speech before. Once the guard questioning his father had finished, he moved on towards Kai. Kai's heart raced slightly. These guards were much different than the guards that Kitsune Village employed, as if the ones at Kitsune Village could even be called guards. Kai had never noticed them paying attention to any comings and goings in the village. They were more decoration than watch guards. The guard proceeded to start questioning Kai. His eyes had a dull, lifeless look to them, the man not even blinking once as he proceeded through his questions. Halfway through the second question, Garen sauntered over. "Buzz, you can stop your questions. He's good," Garen spontaneously spoke up. For the first time, Kai saw actual emotion register on the guard's face. "I don't know. The kid looks suspicious. Might have to search him and lock him up for a few days." The guard smirked as his eyes fell on Garen. Garen had a half smile on his face. "As tempting as it would be to see that, I don't think my dad would appreciate it." Laughing a bit, the guard was now engaged in conversation with his brother. Kai remained awkwardly in place, a little unsure of what to do. He hadn't been given permission to leave. It wasn't until Steve, Betrica, and his father all jumped into the cart that Kai joined them. "Dinner at McCabe's tonight?" the guard asked Garen. "Sure, I'll pay. It's my bad for coming back so late," Garen countered, punching him lightly in the shoulder. He vanished and appeared inside the cart next to Kai a moment later. There was no sound or light to indicate his reappearance in the cart. Kai couldn't perceive anything. Narrowing his eyes, he remembered that Lucian had been able to sneak up on him after he teleported. "I'll have to learn how to deal with bastards that can teleport." "Who knew you actually had friends?" Kai muttered sarcastically, seeing his brother actually get along with someone and not him, hit harder than he thought. "Oh, are you one to talk? From what I heard, your only friend in the village was Shelley, and you spurned her after you refused to marry." A nasty smirk formed on his brother's face. "Whatever you say, third place," Kai shot back. "Enough children," Octavian said before the argument could escalate further. The cart began moving through the gate. Passing under the section of the walls, Kai saw 2 large doors made from the same material as the walls. He wondered when the doors were closed if they would make the wall look seamless from the outside. After passing through 5 meters of tunnels under the wall, Kai wondered if the walls were solid all the way through. And if they were, what could possibly threaten a city with such defenses? A flying monster, that's who. Once through the dark underpass, Kai was instantly blinded by the sun. He covered his eyes with his hands on reflex. Wait, the sun? What the hell is going on? It was completely overcast just a minute ago. Kai took his hand down and tried to locate the source of light, but the light originated evenly across the entire sky. The humidity of the region had also vanished once inside the city. As you can imagine, the near-constant overcast of grey isn't conducive to the mental health of the citizens. So they developed an extraordinary enchantment that encircles the top of the walls to project light, much like that from a sun above the city. Other enchantments combat the ever-growing ash and humidity that this region is overwhelmed with. I can't imagine how much these enchantments cost to be maintained and remain operational all year. The only time they are off is during the night, Kai's father informed the group. Enchantments really were the world's miracle. Growing up in his first life, Kai had often heard about technology and all its amazing features from people who had transferred from Earth. Because Kai was born into the myriad of worlds, he had no idea what these technologies were, but he imagined them being something revolutionary, like these enchantments. No one else had any reaction to this knowledge, so Kai understood that it was for his benefit. Looking down from the sky, he stared at the streets. The main road proceeded straight towards the heart of the city. Shops and stalls were stacked on each side of the main causeway. Humans populated the overcrowded street, their voices drowning each other out. He could see people shopping, engaging in conversation, and children playing. Merchants were hawking their ware, each competing with the other to be the loudest or most noticeable. Kai stared with amazement. This was completely different than the life he was used to at Kitsune Village. In his home village, there were no proper shops. Everyone did their part to help their fellow villagers. There was no exchange of goods or services. If someone needed something, others would do their best to help or accommodate them. This brought unity to the village, which could not be seen anywhere else. This city was completely different. Currency ruled all. Even the cities of his first life couldn't compare. They were closer to his rural village in nearly every aspect except population size. Here, buildings towered high, some almost as tall as the walls. The enchantments gave these cities' citizens an easier, safer life. So this is what 1,000 years of progress looks like. Kai started to become concerned when he thought about paying for school. How was his dad making money if there were no monetary transactions in the village? He had seen them collect the pouches from the bandits, but Kai doubted that would be enough to sustain the village and his education. Could the money they had saved up really be enough to last so long? He witnessed dozens of guards standing scattered about, some staring down their carriage as they passed through the main causeway. There were shops of all kinds: clothing, armor, weapons, enchantments, potions, and many more. They all seemed busy. "Is Verdia always going to be this busy?" Kai asked. Their carriage had just stopped for the 5th time in 2 minutes after shoppers passed in front of their bovines, completely unconcerned about being run over by the hulking beasts. "The main road is always like this. Perhaps it's a tad busier than normal with the academy starting so soon, young master," answered Steve. Kai spied many young adults shopping around who appeared to be of the same age. All were dressed in fancy clothes, some embroidered, others flaunting their enchanted clothing and jewelry. "Are we going to be shopping here?" Kai couldn't wait to see what these stores had in more detail. "You crazy? This is where the nobles and wealthy shop. We will be going elsewhere. Location and name brands don't necessarily mean quality. There are some shops closer to school where we can pick you up some supplies," Octavian teased, watching the excitement in Kai's eyes slowly fade only to become reignited. They traveled deeper into the city. After 15 minutes, they stopped outside a large rickety building. A young boy ran up to their carriage as everyone began offloading. "Sirs, I can take your bovine to the stables," the boy announced in a squeaky voice. With a nod, Octavian flipped a bronze coin in the air, the boy quickly snatching it out of the air with surprising dexterity. Grabbing onto the harness of one of the bovine, the boy gently guided them into the adjacent building. "Dad, I'll be leaving now," Garen stated. "I hope you will be safe. Make sure you visit home sooner. Your mother will not let me ever hear the end of it if you take 3 years to come and visit again," Octavian said. Garen groaned a non-committal response to Octavian. After walking away a few feet, he suddenly stopped as he forgot something. "Good luck." "Don't die, little brother," he said ominously without turning around. Betrika and Steve seemed completely unbothered by the abrupt departure. In fact, no one questioned it, as everyone continued into the Kamalash Inn and Tavern. The building looked like it had seen better days. Some of the paint was stripped from the wood, leaving it looking run down. The surrounding buildings didn't look much different. This part of the city clearly didn't see as much attention and care as others. It even smelled of rust and trash. Kai stared into his father's back with concern. Are we really so poor that we need to stay here? I think I'm going to need a health potion after sleeping here one night. The large front door creaked open, breaking the silence. The inside was much dimmer than the outside, only lamps brightening up the interior. The smell of trash was gone, replaced with the smell of dinner and potatoes overpowering most of the other food. The dining hall was half filled with patrons, all engaged in various talks. Every patron appeared human. I don't think I've seen any other sentient races during my entire time traveling, or even here in the city yet. Even in the village, every single person was human except for the foxes. "Hello, what can I do for ya?" An older woman with many wrinkles and grey hair asked after walking up to the group. Kai couldn't help but identify the woman by reflex. Human. She turned her head sharply and narrowed her eyes at Kai. The moment turned tense as Kai's eyes went wide, surprised at the sudden attention. "Don't you know it's rude to identify people without their permission?" bellowed the old lady. "What? No one ever told me that. Isn't that what it's for?" Kai was confused. He looked between his dad and Betrika. Each had a small smirk on their face. "I'm joking." The old woman flicked her fingers 2 feet from Kai's face, and a gust of air followed, smacking him in the middle of his forehead lightly. "Is this your boy, Octavian? Seems a little slow." Kai puffed up his cheeks. He was annoyed that he was being teased by some old woman he didn't even know. Now that he thought about it, he saw that both Betrika and the receptionist had similar facial features. Their beady black eyes were near identical to the other. "Yes, child, she is my daughter," stated the receptionist, seeing Kai's eyes going back and forth between the two. "It's good to see you, mother," Betrika said, bowing her head slightly. "You as well, dear. Have you brought me any grandchildren yet?" the receptionist asked. "No such luck yet, mother." "What's wrong with you, Steve?" the woman spewed out, staring daggers into Steve's face. "Maybe you need to trade for a newer, younger model, dear. Stop wasting your time on this man. Gods, he looks as old as me now," the old lady spouted without taking a breath. "Trika, you still haven't expired yet, you old hag," Steve sputtered, trying to keep his anger in check. His cheeks were red. "With a level like that, I'm afraid you're going to croak way before my daughter or I," Trika responded with a cat's smile. Forgotten, Kai and his father stared at each other for a second before they each started laughing loudly. He knew he shouldn't laugh, but it was like a comedy skit. "Trika, this is my son Kai, third born. Kai, this is Trika, hostess, and owner of the Kamalash Inn and Tavern. She's an old friend of mine and obviously the mother of Betrika too," Octavian introduced. "Nice to meet you." Kai held his hand out. "You as well, child," she said, taking his hand and shaking it. Her grip was firm and steady, different than her appearance. "Can we get the school starting special?" Octavian asked with a smirk. "Sure, 2 rooms, 2 singles, and 1 double for the 2, incapable of giving me grandkids," Trika said. Chapter 14. Arrival at School. "Goodbye, young master." Both Steve and Betrika bowed a little deeper than when he first met them. Kai bowed back to the two before leaving them inside the inn. He followed behind his father as they traveled to the academy's registration area. Yawning, he stretched his back and arms as he waited to become more awake. His father had taken him shopping last evening, gathering a few necessities for living and even a few health potions for emergencies. They walked through multiple alleys, keeping a quick pace. All of Kai's belongings were stored away in his father's ring of storage, except for his sword and knife, which were latched onto his belt in their sheaths. After a dozen turns, Kai was beginning to become lost. They had taken so many seemingly random turns, going in different directions, that Kai was beginning to think that his father was doing it on purpose to mess with him or waste time. "Dad, where the hell are we going? We've been walking over a quarter of an hour." There was no answer as his father hummed a tune to himself. The inn they stayed at was located in the western quadrant of the city. The school was located on the opposite side of the city, in the northeast, closest to the mountainside. Without a proper sun above them, Kai wasn't sure how one could tell directions without being familiar with the city already. He guessed either a drunk architect had designed the city's layout, or they had added streets and housing as fast as possible when expanding. Eventually, they approached a large castle. Surrounding the castle were walls made of the same material as the city's walls, though nowhere near as high. Beyond the walls, a majestic building towered overhead, half as large as the entire village that he had grown up in and 4 times as tall as any other buildings around. Much like the walls, the palace was made of ash stone, making it seem more like a villain's fortress than where a king resided. In front of the palace gate stood 8 guards, all equipped similarly to the guards at the entrance of the city, though Kai could tell there was a different air about them. Their bodies were on edge, ready to react to any situation. These were most likely elite soldiers in direct service to the king. All 8 of the guards' gazes had locked onto Octavian, watching him like a hawk. He surmised they perceived his father as a possible threat, which Kai found funny considering his father's relaxed attitude with his hands tucked in his pockets as he whistled a tune. Giving the palace one last look, Kai neglected to pay attention to his surroundings as he crashed into his father's backside. It felt like he crashed into solid steel, the man not even budging from the collision. The surroundings had turned silent. His father seemed frozen. Alarmed, he turned his head to match his father's gaze. Stepping out of the palace gates was an older gentleman with long flowing white hair. Matching his hair, he wore a simple white robe that was tattered at the bottom edges. Not a speck of dirt stained his clothing. Who is that man? I don't think I've ever seen my dad freeze like that. The guards saluted the older man as he passed by them. He must have been someone of grave importance to draw respect like that from elite soldiers. Human? The mysterious white-haired man swept his eyes over Octavian, barely acknowledging him as they settled onto Kai. One of the man's eyebrows raised high. The next moment, Kai felt a strange sensation from within his body. His pulse spiked as he felt naked before the old man, his very essence exposed. Oddly, it didn't feel malicious, but was nonetheless unnerving. To his side, Octavian's aura surged, breaking Kai from his trance. Ripples of magic vibrated the air, even causing the cobbled stone that he stood on to crack. The guards reacted accordingly to the rising threat of magic, all their hands going to the hilts of their weapons, ready to strike down his father. To the older man's credit, he realized things were getting out of hand. Instantly, the sensation vanished. Holding up a hand, the old man mouthed one word that Kai couldn't hear. The gate guards immediately relaxed, their hands falling to their sides. His father too relaxed as his aura ceased. The mysterious man in white bowed once each to the pair. His gaze lingered on Kai a moment longer than was comfortable. After a few unblinking moments, he turned and began walking away without a word. A strange smile lingered on the strange man's face as he vanished out of sight. "Who was that man?" Kai asked, turning to his dad. "I have no idea, but he was beyond my identification range." His father frowned. Kai was shocked. The man was more than likely one of the strongest humans in this city. If what his father claimed was true about him being in the 5th realm, then that meant that the mysterious man in white had to be in the 7th realm or higher. Something that hadn't even existed among humans during Kai's past life. I was talking to Trika last night, and she was telling me that the Ash Monarch was rumored to be in the 7th realm of power. Could that have been him? Kai speculated. No. The characteristics of the Ash Monarch are very distinct. He is a man with ashen grey hair and grey eyes. He is also a large man, built like a bovine, his father answered, his eyes still lingering in the distance, where the old man in white had vanished from sight. "Let's go. I don't want to linger in front of the palace any longer." After some more walking, they finally made it to the academy's entrance. Outside the gate entrance, there were multiple booths set up in varying colors. Each booth was occupied. Some people were being questioned, while others were filling out forms. Kai counted half a dozen young adults his age split up between the different booths. He immediately felt underdressed. All of the other future students were dressed in expensive-looking clothing, some noticeably enchanted. They stood tall and proud. Their arrogance and wealth were on display for everyone to see. Every one of these students enrolling would be a potential rival in the final tournament. Off to the side, a bunch of primly dressed servants with luggage gathered around them. "Time for me to get going," Octavian said spontaneously. Kai turned to him confused. You're not going to help me enroll? Nah, you got this. Here is all your stuff. Octavian began to pull a few items from his ring of storage. Kai's large bag of clothing dropped to the ground, followed by a smaller bag with school supplies, such as notebooks and writing materials. Kai was at a loss. It was so sudden and so matter-of-fact. He was aware they were going to have to say their goodbyes today, but he wasn't emotionally or mentally ready for it. He'd thought they would have a little more time together. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked up. His father's face had watery eyes, likely feeling as saddened as Kai did. You will do well here. Believe in your training, don't slack off, and most importantly, don't be stupid. Find Trika if you need to get a message or letter to me. Oh, and money is in the small bag, Octavian said with a small smile before he turned and began leaving. Not one for a long goodbye. Kai stood frozen, still coming to terms that his father had left just like that. Thank you, Dad. Kai spoke sincerely, his eyes now watery as well. But his father never heard. The man was already out of sight. After a few moments, Kai noticed people staring at him. The stares were full of curiosity and, more troubling, disgust. Apparently, his heartfelt goodbye to his father had been very public. Completely embarrassed and red in the face, Kai grabbed his bags, each lighter than he thought they would be, which was likely due to his increased attributes. He moved quickly, approaching the booth with the large words, "Registration." "Hello, I see that you do not have a parent or guardian with you." A middle-aged man wearing a black dress shirt with silver buttons spoke up to the approaching Kai. Kai's eye twitched slightly at the obvious statement. "This is for admission to the Ashbourne Academy. Do you understand?" Kai nodded silently. "Duh. I require a verbal yes or no." "Yes." "I will require you to put your hand on this orb and answer the questions truthfully," the man continued. Kai observed the clear orb, runes and letters etched around it. It was large enough so he couldn't fit his entire hand over the top. Laying his palm over it, the orb warmed instantly as it began glowing red. "Please don't let go until all questions are finished. First question. Name? Kaismo Cineri. Date of birth? June 12th, 2138. The man noted down everything Kai mentioned, occasionally peeking at the orb. The orb remained a steady red without any change. Place of birth and current residence? Kitsuna Village and I still reside there. Is that a village located in the Ashbourne Kingdom? Yes, it is located near the illusionary misty region, Kai lied. He had been told to not tell the location of his village, only its name if asked. The orb underneath his hand flashed red without warning. The man frowned. "That was a lie. Another lie, and you will be barred from entering the academy," the man informed him. His glare was now fixated on Kai. Kai gulped. This is new. He wasn't sure what to do. He had specific instructions not to tell anyone he was from inside the illusionary misty region, but he hadn't been told there was a lie detector at the sign-in booth. It's located in the Ashbourne Kingdom. Kai generalized it, since additional specifics might cause him to trip up again. The man observed the orb for a full second, noting it was back to a steady red before he began noting down the information. "Are you or your family nobility of the Ashbourne Kingdom?" "Not to my knowledge." He kept jotting down the information. "Element and class?" "Gravity and Vanguard," responded Kai honestly. The man looked up at Kai this time, a strange look on his face as if he couldn't believe what he was just told. After a moment, he looked to the orb, but with no change, he could only accept it as truth, writing the information down a moment later. "All right, your information has been logged." The man suddenly stopped. "I didn't notice you have a pet. If you want your pet to stay with you on academy grounds, it will cost additional gold, and you will be held responsible for any damages it incurs during your time here. That includes," he coughed, "accidents." What pet? Kai had no idea what the man was talking about. Just then he felt something soft brush up against his leg. Looking down on the ground, Akane was sitting there, expectantly looking up at him. Kai recoiled, only barely stopping himself from jumping. What the fuck is going on? Was she always with us? No. I haven't seen her once since we left the village. How the hell did she get here? Is Dad pranking me? Did he bring her? Ah, gee, I'm so confused right now. He looked around but didn't see his father. I'm sorry, sir, this is not my Ah, Kai screamed. Akane bit his calf as he was denying ownership of her. His eyes promised vengeance at the little cute fox. She could have held back a little. He rubbed his tender calf, feeling relieved when he didn't feel any blood through his pants leg. Fine, fine, she's mine, I guess, Kai grumbled reluctantly, glaring at the fox who almost seemed to be smirking at him. I'll get you back for that. Slightly amused, the man pulled out some papers. I want you to read this. He passed a small packet of paper to Kai. This contains all Academy rules and regulations. Breaking any of these can result in punishment or death. After reading that, sign the bottom of the form agreeing to follow said rules. If you have trouble reading, I can read it for you. Kai grabbed the paper and began reading the rules. They were all common-sense items, like don't attack other students outside of proper duels, no stealing or murdering. Surprisingly, there was a rule stating there was no magic on Academy grounds unless in designated places or obvious self-defense. Putting the form down, he signed his name on the sheet, acknowledging his understanding of the rules. Last item for me. There will be a fee for the first year of 40 gold coins, including the addition and expenses of your pet. We do not take loans or items, coins only. Until you pay it, we cannot have you proceed further in the registration process. Kai fished out the pouch of money his father had left him. Opening it up, he was nearly blinded by all the shiny metals inside. The majority of coins were silver, while some were bronze or gold. 2 coins appeared a different shade of silver, Kai guessing they were the fabled platinum coins, the most expensive currency coin out there. Pulling out 1 platinum coin, he placed it on the table. Kai knew from his lessons that 100 bronze coins were equal to 1 silver coin, and so on until the most expensive coin, platinum. One of the man's eyebrows arched upwards in surprise at seeing a platinum coin from an obvious commoner dressed in his homespun tunic. He deftly pulled the coin off the table and quickly brought it up to his eye to examine it. The coin vanished from his hand after a lengthy inquiry, in which 60 gold coins took its place, a moment later all stacked on the table perfectly in 4 even piles. Kai grabbed at the coins and awkwardly shoved them into the pouch, feeling uneasy having that many coins on display in public. He would have traded 40 gold coins even, but he only had about 15 in his pouch. With the first smile Kai had seen of the man, he held out a white token with an insignia of a wolf pup on it. Take this to the booth with the white overhead to your left and hand it to them. They will get you set up with classes for the first semester. Thank you. Kai nodded his head at the man. Come here, pet. Kai empathized the word pet as he picked up Akane by the scruff in one hand and grabbed his bag with the other. Part of him was glad Akane had come to the academy with him. Out of all the foxes in the village, she was the one he knew best, having spent more time with her than the others. Does the family know she's here? Oh shit. They are going to be freaking out looking for her. I'll have to visit Trika sooner rather than later, it seems. The small fox maneuvered out of his grip and climbed onto his body until she was wrapped around his shoulder, much like a scarf. A warm, cuddly scarf that he was still crossed with. Rolling his eyes, he continued to the next booth. A woman wearing what must be the school colors sat there expectantly waiting for him. Token, please. She held out her hand as Kai handed the token to her. I see that you possess a sword, so I assume you would like to take physical combat-oriented classes. Kai nodded. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he knew all there was about melee combat or sword fighting. Even his father, whose age remained unknown to him, wouldn't know everything. It was best if he could experience different styles and examples of melee combat to prepare himself best for the future to face any situation. For first-year students, your courses will be the following: Introduction to Magic, Magic Application, History, Melee Combat Training, Monster Subjugation, Ethics and Law, and the most popular course, Field Training, which is a required course. If you have any issues with any of these courses, please speak now. You will be unable to change them after this, the woman said. No, the courses sound fine, Kai said. He could guess the topic of the classes from their course names. He was looking forward to seeing the changes between topics when he had originally learned them and now. In the village, the children had a general education that was handled by 3 adults who taught the basics such as reading, writing, history and math, all of which Kai had learned in his past life. It had sucked to do everything over again, especially when he already knew the material, but he had to keep up appearances of it being fresh to him. All magically related subjects were usually taught after said person unlocked their magic. The woman pointed to another orb, also clear with runes etched on the surface. "One last thing. Please touch the orb." Kai did as she asked. The orb instantly turned blue this time and pulsed for a few seconds until it stopped and remained a steady blue. "Please remove your hand. Your aura has been successfully recorded. You may now freely enter the academy grounds without any additional security procedures until the end of the academic year. This process will have to be repeated again if you attend the academy next year and so forth. Here is a form with your class, times and locations. I wish you the best during your time here at the Ashbourne Academy," the woman said with a bright smile. "Take this token to the booth on your left." The woman returned his token to him. Kai did as he was told. The very next booth was busy, so he waited quietly a few meters away. The student finished at the booth and turned to give Kai an appraising look. His clothes spoke of wealth, but his slouched back and attempts to avoid eye contact didn't speak well for his confidence. "Good morning," said an elderly man who accepted Kai's wolf pup token. "I see you have a token for a shared room." "A shared room, like a dorm room?" Kai asked, slightly confused. He hadn't had any expectations about sharing a room or not, but the way the man was saying it was as if there were options for single rooms. "Is a private room an option?" Kai asked. Besides his family, it wasn't a stretch to say Kai had some trust issues and didn't want to sleep in the same room with random people. "It is, for an additional 20 gold coins per year," the elderly man responded with a small smile, as if finding it funny. "Yay, no thank you," Kai said. 20 gold was a good portion of his funds. It wasn't worth trading it in for some solitude. The man picked up a small bell and rang it once. A young boy came running from a group of children. "Thomas here will take you to your dorm room. Here is your key. Don't lose it. Replacing it costs money. Thomas, he will be in room C23. Chapter 15, Making New Friends. Being in no rush to head to his dorm room, since it was still light out for a few more hours, Kai promised Thomas a silver coin if he could show him all the important locations on the academy grounds. Eager for extra payment, Thomas happily agreed to show him the location of the cafeteria, general classes, and training grounds. If Kai had to describe the grounds and the buildings, it would be clean. It was obvious that a lot of time and patience had been put into keeping the grounds spotless and orderly. Stone statues of various humans were scattered about. Thomas would tell Kai their name, which was also indicated on a plate underneath, but Kai didn't care to remember. None of their accomplishments seemed too impressive in the grand scheme of things. Some of the people even had statues purely for donations they made. How narcissistic, he thought. Most of his classes would be in one large building, while the other 2 were located on the training field. The schedule seemed decent. One class would be held in the morning and another early afternoon after lunch, allowing for free time later in the evening. As one commoner to another, don't go expecting the nobles to become your friends. It's better just to stay away from them. Nothing good can come out of you mixing with them, the young boy Thomas warned. Kai mutely nodded. There was no doubt some of the nobility would look down and possibly even bully those of lower class or station. "How do you know I'm not nobility?" Kai asked, even though the answer was plainly obvious. Giving him a once-over, Thomas rolled his eyes. "It's obvious. Your shirt and trousers are not of high quality. No noble worth their gold would wear clothing like that unless they were in disguise, especially on the first day they come to the academy where everyone dresses to impress. Also, the booths were split. Nobles to the right, commoners to the left. Us bag boys have been switching sides each day. You'd be surprised how many nobles don't want our help. They are like, 'Don't touch my bags, you filthy pleb.'" Thomas impersonated a gruff-sounded adult, causing Kai to chuckle. A few minutes later they arrived. "Here you go, Building C, room 23, Thomas said, after finally reaching their initial destination. "Thank you for your help, Thomas." Kai thanked the kid by passing him a silver coin as promised. No problem, I'll be around if you need more help, Thomas said, giving a small bow. Good luck. With that, he ran off, likely back to the booths to show more people to their rooms. Akane had quietly followed the entire time, likely knowing that she was in the doghouse. Inserting his room key, he unlocked the door without trouble. The first thing he noticed was the room was large, larger than he thought. But the space was very plain and Spartan. Only 4 beds and dressers were inside. He noticed one of the beds was already made up, with someone laying down in it. Hearing the opening of the door, a young man turned to face Kai. His skin was dark and mostly unblemished, with eyes of silver staring back into his. Kai noticed the young man had a scar across the side of his face, faint enough to have happened years ago, but was never healed with magic. Closing the book he was reading, the man stepped onto the floor. After an awkward moment of silence, Kai noticed that he was shorter than him by a good bit. "Hello, I'm Kai Cineri. I'll be staying in this room starting today. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kai introduced himself flawlessly, remembering his mother's constant badgering about making a good impression. "It's nice to meet you, Kai. My name is Andre Belton, of the Belton Merchant Group." He shook Kai's hand firmly. "Human, Foundation Level 22. If you don't mind me asking, what is someone from a merchant group doing at a combat academy?" he inquired. Andre merely laughed. Every merchant needs to be able to defend himself and his wares. His eyes shifted to focus on something behind him. "Is that yours?" Kai turned his head to see what he was talking about, and sure enough, Akane was already asleep on one of the beds. "Guess that's my bed." "Yeah, sorry, she is harmless. Her name is Akane, and she is my companion." He tilted his head questioningly. He didn't know what Akane was to him. He knew he was a food source for her, though. "She's nice enough as long as she is fed often. I hope you don't mind, as she will be staying with us in the room most likely." "If it bothers you, I can go request another room," Kai said. "It should be fine as long as she doesn't do her business in here, I suppose. I think she's house-trained." "By the gods, she better be. I actually don't think I've ever seen her do her business. Maybe she is just shy. Would you like to grab some lunch and get to know each other better?" Andre suggested, breaking Kai out of one of the most important questions of his life. "Sounds good," Kai agreed. Both left the room, leaving the fox sleeping on the bed. Kai led Andre to the cafeteria for lunch. Having only arrived an hour earlier, Andre had yet to explore the campus. The pair found themselves inside the busy cafeteria, definitely out of place. A majority of the students were dressed in finery and other high-end clothing. Many sported swords, staves, and other weapons, while others wore lots of jewelry and knickknacks. Kai was getting a few odd looks. He guessed it was people judging him on his clothing and lack of accessories. Andre didn't seem as out of place. His clothes were almost no different compared to the mass of nobles. A couple of people pointed at Kai, making it obvious they were discussing him. Unperturbed, Kai proceeded into the food line. "Seems you're popular," Andre whispered next to him. "It's almost as if they have never seen a commoner before," Kai jested. "By the gods, Akane is missing out." The food smelled so delicious as a feast was laid out before them. Collecting a little of everything onto his plate, Kai ignored the stares and proceeded to the nearest free table, with Andre following. With a glance, Kai could see the room was a bit chaotic. There didn't seem to be any order in the seating, so he sat down at an empty table. He was still receiving the odd stare, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Bringing attention to it would just call more attention to himself. Kai quickly began eating, unable to hold himself back any longer. Andre watched on with bemusement. "Didn't they feed you at your home?" he joked. "Yay, but I have to compete with the foxes often," Kai said with a mouthful of food. His eating decorum was lacking. "What?" Andre appeared confused. "Wait, you're serious?" "It's like a rite of passage in my village, except it happens all the time." "Sounds rough," Andre laughed it off. "It is, and Akane is the worst of them." "Akane, what the hell are you doing here?" Kai's heart stopped when he found the wily fox sitting next to him on one of the cushioned chairs, staring at his food without blinking. A single long strand of drool stretched down to the cushioned seat she was sitting on. His hand went to his head, a headache quickly forming. "I thought she was shut in the room." I don't know anymore." Rather than continuing to contemplate the impossible, he would just accept her presence. It was easier that way. After all, he was used to her antics and knew she would make a scene if he tried to take her out of the cafeteria. Grabbing a small side plate, he placed half of his food on top of it, then pushed the plate in front of Akane. He watched her jump up on the table and begin eating voraciously. The room had quieted down slightly. Many around had taken notice of the animal on top of the table, eating away without a care in the world. Kai's headache getting worse. He had screwed up, or rather Akane had screwed up his plans. He was gaining more attention than he had wanted to on his first day. His plans of a quiet life at the academy had been quite literally eaten away. "Is she allowed to be in here?" Andre asked him. "I think so." Kai couldn't remember a rule that stated pets were not allowed to eat in the cafeteria, but judging from everyone's looks, it wasn't a proper thing to do. He ignored them and went back to eating. Again, he knew drawing attention to it would probably be worse than just leaving it be. His new roommate stared at the fox destroying her food. "Are you a summoner?" Andre asked when they had nearly finished eating. "No, Gravity and Vanguard," Kai spoke honestly, seeing no reason to hide the information. One of Andre's eyebrows raised. "Interesting choices. I wouldn't have guessed with your fox there. I've never met anyone with either of those before." "How about you?" Kai asked in turn, curious as to what a son of a merchant family would choose. "Barrier and shield mage. Obviously, my focus is on providing shields for myself and my cargo." In a way, it made sense to Kai that a merchant might go a more defensive route. But in Kai's mind, a good defense was a better offense. Focusing on defense without offense was a weakness that would enable his enemies to attack him without fear of retaliation. Not that defense wasn't important, but being unable to stop the enemy could mean death. Tap, tap. Kai looked at Akane, who was now tapping her paw against the table in front of her plate. She looked at him in the eyes before she pointed her nose towards the now empty plate. Sighing, he stood and got back in line, replenishing his plate with even more food. "What am I? Her food slave? Is that why she is here? She just wants different kinds of food for a change." Kai could hear people talking about him as he walked back. He was able to pick up things like savage or commoners with no manners. He even noticed a few other beasts or pets, but they were rather rare to see and well-behaved. None of them were on the table, ravishing their food. Sitting back down, Kai kept his ears and eyes open as he took in everything going on. It was order and chaos. Mostly everyone seemed situated in groups, all talking excitedly. There were a few individuals alone. Some people even steered clear of going near them, purposely walking around a few tables just to avoid them. About halfway down the cafeteria, there was a large group of students standing around what he presumed to be a table and some people, but he wasn't able to be certain. "Do you know what's going on over there?" Kai asked the distracted Andre, who was watching Akane eat through the entire plate of new food without pause or breathing. With an odd look at Akane, Andre focused on the group, squinting his eyes. "I think that is the 12th prince of the Ashbourne kingdom. Obviously a lot of other nobles are fawning about, trying to get on his good side. I'm afraid I don't know the others. I only know the nobles my family has done business with. Part of the reason I'm here is to make new connections for the family." Kai couldn't see the prince from his seat, but he wasn't about to get up and gawk like the country bumpkin he kind of was. "I'm pretty sure Akane ate more food than she could possibly hold in her stomach," Andre pointed out. "Yeah, that doesn't surprise me anymore." Kai was unfazed by Akane's gluttonous behavior. She had out-eaten everyone in the village, whether they be fox or human. "Hey, Andre," a pale young man in a decorative charcoal tunic approached. Behind him, another young man in even more fanciful clothing followed. There was an instinctual dislike of the second noble. He held himself highly and had the most arrogant smirk around, with eyes that deemed all those around him to be unworthy. His black pupils must have been a reflection of his heart. One look at Andre and Kai, and he had already dismissed them as inconsequential. But appearances must be kept, so he followed behind the other noble. Standing up, Andre bowed deeply from the waist, arm across his chest, hand at the heart. His bow was well practiced and performed gracefully. "Lord Dravenport, it is a pleasure to see you here." It is good to see a familiar face among so many new peers. Allow me to introduce an old family friend. This is Lord Jason Grell, firstborn and heir to Marquess Jonathan Grell, newly appointed finance minister of our beloved kingdom. This is Andre Belton of the Belton Merchant Group, an old friend from my home in Rila, Lord Travanport introduced. Even surrounded by wealth, Jason Grell stood out among the masses. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Grell," Andre said, giving another deep bow. Jason Grell inclined his head in response. An indifferent expression had settled on his face. Human, Foundation Level 57. Human, Foundation Level 72. Damn, pretty good levels for starting in his first year. Jason's level was one of the highest Kai had seen so far, with the majority being around his level or lower. A thunderous burp resounded that echoed across the large dining hall, instantly silencing everyone. Andre looked on in horror at the small fox who had destroyed the atmosphere and drawn the attention of every single person to their table. Kai tried to keep it in, but he couldn't help it. He would have been horrified had the situation not been so absurd. He started laughing, nearly to the point of tears. Many around him joined in laughing. Wiping his face, he snickered. That was not very ladylike. The two nobles stood rigid. Lord Jason Grell did not laugh. His eyes were trained on the small fox, his jaw tense. His eyes narrowed even further as they shifted to Kai, taking in his clothing and face. Coughing lightly, Andre turned to Kai and Akane, who were still sitting down. "Allow me to introduce my roommate, Kai Cineris. Oh, and his companion Akane, whom we've all met now." Andre jested lightly in an attempt to fix the mood. Kai contained his laughter and stood, bowing as Andre did to the two, while Akane waved a paw from her seat on the table. While Kai personally didn't want to bow to the pompous noble, he chose to play the subservient commoner card in his attempts to not create any more rifts between him and the two nobles. Perhaps when Jason Grell had accomplished achievements worthy of respect, Kai would mean it when he bowed, but not while they were riding the coattails of their family. Not that Lord Travanport had appeared rude to Kai, he was just unlucky enough to be paired with the crimson-haired asshat Jason Grell. While there was amusement in Lord Travanport's eyes, Lord Grell's was anything but amused. His eyes burned with anger, even his cheeks were coming close to matching his hair. "What a cute little fox," Lord Jason Grell muttered, stalking around the table to where Akane sat. He reached his hand out towards her, intentions unknown. Akane deftly evaded the oncoming hand. Not to be deterred, the noble tried even harder, not even bothering to hide the fact he trying to grab at Akane. Right as Kai stood up to stop the noble, Jason made a grabbing motion in the air, closing his fist. The air pressure changed slightly, Kai feeling his hair flutter a little. Air had been dragged towards the noble's hand, but Akane remained firmly in place. She was grooming herself like nothing just happened. To Kai's delight, Jason's eyebrows started twitching. His face grew even redder than his hair. With a final glare at Akane and Kai, the noble turned and stalked off, followed by Lord Travanport, who gave Andre and Kai a small nod surprisingly. "Making friends already, huh?" Kai muttered to himself softly. He started petting Akane down her back. He couldn't say he didn't get satisfaction from watching what happened, but he wasn't prepared to make enemies so soon. But apparently, Akane was on his behalf. He was purposely ignoring the scowl coming from Andre. He didn't want to make trouble for his new roommate, but the noble should have been aware not to put his hands on another person's companion without permission. And the attempted use of magic on Akane was definitely forbidden, though no one called him out on it. Kai was aware that he and Akane had become the center of attention and judged that it was a good time to make his escape back to his room to unpack his stuff. Andre followed Kai, likely equally embarrassed by the situation and attention. Lord Travanport had taken the initiative to introduce Andre to a noble of a higher rank, doing Andre a favor. Then Akane had not played ball, so to speak, and embarrassed the noble, creating tension and conflict. Kai could only hope this wouldn't ruin his relationship with his new roommate, or it would be an awkward year for the both of them. Chapter 16. Rumors. There was a surprise waiting for Kai, Akane, and Andre as they went back to their new dorm room. A new person was waiting inside, setting up some stuff on one of the two available beds. The young man was smaller than most of the other students, including the women. Even his sister Ariel, who of 11 might be taller. The next thing Kai noticed was the young man's arms were riddled with glyph tattoos of unknown designs. "You must be my new roommates. I am Hector de Santos, attendant to his Lord Franklin Cross, future Duke of the Ashbourne Kingdom and heir to the region of Cross." The man's voice was deeper than Kai would have thought. His speech was crisp and practiced, which made Kai assume he was well educated. He neither bowed nor offered a handshake to the two, instead his eyes steadily evaluating his two new roommates. "Cross? I believe that's the area outside the mists." Andre was the first to act. "It's very nice to meet you. I am Andre Belton, of the Belton Merchant Group, located in Rila, and this is Kai Cineris." Akane yapped behind the two, making sure to remind them they were not free of her presence. Andre let out a cough to clear his throat. "And how could I forget? Akane who belongs to Kai," Andre said. "Or is it the other way around?" "That's yet to be determined," Kai quipped. Human Foundation Level 76. Kai's eyes lit up at seeing his new roommate's level. He hadn't expected anyone entering the academy to be so high in level already. It was obvious now that students who had birthdays much earlier wouldn't be content to sit around and wait until the academy semester began. For all he knew, Hector took many months to reach this level until the school year started. Kai could have done the same, but he had chosen to spend the few weeks since turning 16 with his family, instead of going out every day scrounging for levels. Despite being standoffish at first, Kai found Hector to be quite knowledgeable. He was the personal attendant to the heir of the Dukedom of Cross, raised at birth for such an honor and position. Duke Cross was the very same duke who ruled the territory next to the illusionary Misty region. "What's with the fox?" Hector asked, seeing Akane observe the three from Kai's bed. Despite how much she ate, her belly didn't bulge at all. Kai had an awkward look on his face, trying to think of how to explain it. "It's difficult to explain. She isn't mine, but is a resident to the village I lived in. I didn't know she was coming to stay with me at school until I was literally signing up at the admissions booth and she appeared next to me. My father probably didn't want me to be lonely and brought her secretly on our trip here for all I know," Kai assumed. Both Andre and Hector gave the fox an appraising look. Akane was licking her paw without a care in the world. After being around her for so long, he had picked up small tells of hers. Behind her paw, it was almost as if she had a small smirk on her face, finding the conversation funny. "If you don't mind me asking, why do you have tattoos?" Andre broke the silence. Looking a little uncomfortable, Hector answered, "They are a family tradition. I'm not allowed to discuss them." "Ah, sorry, I didn't know." Hector waved him off. "It's fine." After an awkward moment of silence, Kai decided to change the subject to something he was more interested in. "Is it true the illusionary Misty region is a part of the Cross Dukedom?" Kai asked. Even though he knew the answer, he was curious to find out more about his isolated home. Hector's face dropped. "It is. Technically, that area is contested between the dukedom and the Heart Empire. However, while both sides claim it, neither will travel through it or take up residence. I'm assuming you're familiar with the rumors and history of the area." Kai shook his head, lying. While it was true, he was aware of some rumors revolving around the illusionary Misty region. It was only what he had heard from Steve and Betrica recently. He genuinely wanted to know what residents of the Ashbourne Kingdom thought of his home. Sighing, Hector started, "Well, first off, anyone who enters that area never returns, or so they say. However, there is a tale that at least one person managed to return. About 100 years ago, the brother of the Duke, who was my lord's great-uncle, entered the mists, apparently not taking the rumors seriously with a squadron of soldiers. I don't know why he would enter the mists. Regardless, his strength and his soldiers were by no means insignificant from what I've heard. After an hour, one of the men stumbled out of the mist half dead, muttering about unseen monsters, specters of evil, and other crazy things. Hector waved his hand back and forth in a dismissive manner. The survivor said they were attacked by unknown monsters. They had no chance of fighting back. Whatever monsters lurked there systematically destroyed them without them having a chance. The soldier wasn't even sure if the Duke's brother remained alive. An entire regiment was sent in to recover the Duke's brother dead or alive, including the one survivor to show them the way. No one ever returned. Following that incident, people moved away from the mists, and the rumors grew stronger and stranger over time. It is a cursed place that is forbidden if you value your life. Is it me, or is it getting hot in this room? His mouth moved to say something, but no words came out. He knew from what his father told him that they would kill any and all trespassers. But the village had effectively killed a high noble and had gotten away with it. He discreetly looked at Akane, who was now licking her paw in an even more exaggerated motion, the smirk even more pronounced. "Does anyone know what is inside the mists?" His voice cracked a little. "No. All sorts of rumors exist, but nothing definite. I figure there must be very territorial monsters of massive strength. Nothing else makes sense," Hector said with a shrug. Kai remained silent as Andre and Hector compared theories of what lurked inside the mists. What monsters? The only monsters are those little gluttonous foxes. Unfortunately for the two, the truth was rather dull compared to their imaginations. Andre declared that a dragon must have laid claim to the area. Kai even joined in the fun, claiming it was filled with dark and evil wizards. The conversation changed topics many times, eventually stopping about their homes and families. Kai found out that Hector was born into a long line of servants and attendants for the Duke's family. He had been raised and trained for the purpose of being the future Duke's assistant since birth, claiming it was a huge honor. Kai couldn't imagine being told what to do for his entire life. He figured he had a different perspective on life since both families he was raised by allowed him to do what he wanted and supported him. Kai's older sister Lydia had elected to be an enchanter, not following his mother or father profession. As a result, she even began studying daily with the master enchanter in the village a few years back. Andre was similar to Hector. He had chosen to go into the family business. Discussing their futures made Kai realize he hadn't given much thought to his own. In his past life, he had become a soldier of sorts for the sake of humanity's beginning in the new world. A necessity. He had sacrificed both blood and body for the people to push forward and expand their territories, only to become betrayed in the end. Slaying monsters was all he knew, but the risks involved were significant. It was more likely he would die before his 50th birthday than survive if he continuously fought monsters without pause. His father claimed the stronger the monsters were, the more intelligent they were as well. Setting traps and problem-solving was just the beginning of what intelligent monsters were capable of doing. While not necessary, the academy would provide a chance to improve his combat skills and ability to survive in a future filled with the unknown. Kai was a bit envious. His roommates had goals and dreams beyond engaging in impossible, unrealistic revenge or fighting monsters until death. The dorm room was quiet. Kai stayed awake long past the time the other two went to bed. Akane had curled up by his side, sleeping peacefully as Kai rubbed her back. In the end, no one had come and claimed the last bed, leaving just the three of them in the room. His initial impressions of his roommates were good. He found them both knowledgeable and interesting. The lights outside the window had continued to dim until they officially shut off sometime before midnight. Finally falling asleep an hour later, his mind wandered until the very end. Although lunch had been a little turbulent, the rest of the day went rather well. Kai could only hope that his first day of classes went well too. He woke up to bright light shining through the window. Again, he tried to identify the source of the light, but couldn't tell from where it originated. It was as if a web of light was strung across the entirety of the city's sky. Hector was already missing, and Andre had only begun stirring. Despite the limited number of courses available, Kai's schedule was different from theirs, except for field training and ethics and law. Neither Hector nor Andre used physical weapons, placing them in the mage class. There were apparently no uniforms at this school, so he would be stuck with what the clothes he brought from home. I guess I can go shopping too, pick up some local wear. Like many of the students would today, Kai decided to dress to impress. He wore his nicest black tunic, pairing them with some standard brown pants and boots. Stretching his arms, he felt the tunic tighten. If his body continued to grow, he would an entire new wardrobe. Akane pawed at the door, whimpering slightly. Her stomach had been growling for the last 20 minutes, and had only been increasing in frequency and intensity. "Hold on, give me one more minute," Kai said aloud to Akane. Grabbing a comb, Kai attempted to tackle his messy bedhead before going out. Walking down to the same cafeteria from the day before, Kai found Hector already eating. Knowing he would have to split his food with Akane, he grabbed 2 plates, filling them up before he took a seat next to his roommate. There was no denying the food was more impressive than the kind he ate at home. He wouldn't be surprised if some of the people who had prepared the food had a chef or cook class. "Sorry I left early this morning. I had to attend to my lord," Hector apologized. "No need to apologize. It's your job," Kai replied. The 3 ate in silence until Andre joined them a few minutes later. Breakfast passed without any drama, besides Akane receiving attention again from her eating antics. There was excitement in the air as all the students chatted loudly. Kai didn't know if this was the entire student body, but there were at least 300 students in the large multi-leveled cafeteria. It was a sea of fashion. Students were wearing different kinds of clothes, some even a little risque. A bell rang once, and with it, the tide of students began filtering out as they prepared to go to their first class of the year. Kai found the classroom easy enough. He was early, so it wasn't a surprise that there were only a few students so far. People stared as he entered, apparently having nothing else to do except gawk at every person that entered. The seating was an auditorium-style seating, with rows cascading up higher towards the back of the room. A long desk went from one side of the row to the other side, for all the students to do some writing if they chose. Having picked a spot isolated from the other students, he ignored the continued stares he kept receiving. Akane settled onto the desk in front of him. Yawning, she looked bored. Kai closed his eyes and began meditating to pass the time until he felt a tap on his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he heard, "Can you move down one spot so my sister and I can sit together?" Kai noticed that the classroom had filled up considerably since he had closed his eyes and napped. Almost every seat was taken, leaving only a single seat here and there. To his left, 2 beautiful identical-looking girls were staring at him expectantly. Kai wordlessly obliged and stood up, before moving to the next chair over. Another minute passed. He could hear the 2 girls whispering to each other while covertly sending glances at Akane. "Excuses me," the twin next to him whispered. "Are you the person who offended Jason Grell yesterday?" Kai groaned audibly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He wondered if she had witnessed the incident or if rumors had already spread about a fox-owning commoner disrespecting a noble in the cafeteria. "I hope not. Why do you ask?" "Our friend saw what happened and told us about a young commoner student with a fox who insulted the future Marquess." Kai sighed. There was no intended disrespect. It was a miscommunication. There was a pause as the girls considered his words. Kai could tell others were listening in on his conversation. Someone scoffed behind him. Kai chose to ignore him. "Is the fox yours?" the second twin asked. Kai nodded. "Do you think I can pet her?" the nearest twin asked. "Akane?" Kai looked down and said her name as if asking permission on the girl's behalf. Akane opened an eye and nodded her head. With a hesitant hand, the girl reached over and started running her hand down Akane's back. Within seconds, she was enthralled, going for another stroke, and then another. Almost mesmerized. "It's so soft," she said absently. "That's inappropriate," the second twin informed the other, her cheeks puffing up. "I don't care. She feels heavenly." The nearest twin was squeezing her hand into Akane's fur, completely ignoring the looks around the room. Her sister watched on with envy obvious on her face. "Can I feel too?" she finally asked, already half out of her seat. Akane nodded her consent. Both girls were now petting Akane, the second even squealing a little. "My gods, it is so soft." "I know, right? Softer and smoother than anything I've ever felt," the first twin said. Akane rolled over onto her back and began pointing at her stomach. Getting the hint, the girls began rubbing and patting her belly. Akane's tail swished with happiness. Kai awkwardly watched on, half amused, half embarrassed. "What's her name?" asked the second twin. "Akane and I'm Kai," he said. "Jocelyn and Katie," she the first twin, pointing to herself first. "Is she for sale?" Katie asked, a disturbing gleam in her eye. Kai felt Akane tense for a second before she looked at him with her intelligent, slitted eyes. He felt his back chill for a second, as if this would be one of the most important decisions of his life. No, sorry. Instantly the chill vanished. With a pout, the twins didn't get to respond as the teacher walked in, all chatter instantly silencing. Chapter 17. History. An old, withered man shuffled to the front of the classroom. His gait was slow but steady. He sported a comically full grey beard reaching down past his waist, looking like a true ancient wizard. With an appearance so old that there was little to doubt he had seen much of the history he was about to teach. The room waited silently for him to begin. Good morning, class. It is a pleasure to welcome those of you who are new to this academy, and a welcome back to students who passed on taking this class during their previous year. Before I begin, I am required to make an announcement on behalf of the school. First, students are not allowed in the dormitory of the opposite sex. Being caught will result in immediate expulsion from the Ashbourne Academy. No exceptions. Regarding your classes, your job as new adults and students is to listen and learn. There will be no attendance taken. If you want to learn, then come to class, otherwise I don't care what you do. There will be no need to take notes if you do not want to. Homework will not be assigned at this academy, and there will be no grades at all. You have paid to come here to learn, and it will be up to you as for how much learning you do. The old man spoke slowly, his voice dull yet clear. Immediately a student stood up, a blonde-haired teen. He looked unfazed by the attention as he walked out of his aisle and out of the classroom. The second he had left, a few other students stood up and followed. Kai estimated there were about 20 students remaining. The teacher silently watched the entire time, with no reaction on his wrinkled face. After the final student had left, the teacher turned to the rest. "We will see how many of you remain here by the end of the school year," he said, chuckling lightly. An ashen limb extended from the teacher's backside, picking up a piece of chalk. Writing on the board with the limb, the teacher kept his face and body forwards. "My name is Eric Dravenport. You can call me Professor, Mr. Dravenport, or Eric if you so wish. I have been studying and teaching history for a long time. If you have questions at any time during the lecture, please raise your hand and wait to be called on." Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected the academy to be so loose with its rules. "I guess it's difficult to babysit a bunch of magically enhanced teenagers. They are giving us the autonomy to do what we want as long as we don't break the academy rules. Also, I wonder if there is any relation to the Dravenport I met yesterday." He ran a hand down Akane as she slept on his lap. "To begin, does anyone know the origin of humans?" the teacher asked, his eyes scanning the room. When no one responded, the professor sighed. "If anyone knows the answer, you can speak up. I'm not going to bite if you get the answer wrong." "From Earth," someone called out. "While that is technically right, it isn't the answer I am looking for," the professor responded. "Primates," Kai spoke without thinking. The professor's gaze narrowed in on Kai. A toothy grin showed on his face. Kai felt his face flush for a second. He hadn't meant to speak, but the answer came to him. He couldn't remember who had taught him this, but he knew the answer must have come from his past life's knowledge. "You're correct. Variations of humans have been around for millions of years, evolving from primates into the modern-day versions of humans we all see around us. We continue to evolve even today with the addition of magic and mana. However, that will be a discussion for a different time." Coughing a few times, the professor cleared his throat. What most would consider modern humans, however, have a much shorter history, only a few thousand years in fact. Much has been gained and lost during that time. Very few people still remain from the days when we came from Earth to the myriad of worlds. When they die, all that will exist are the stories and books of the old world, passed down and fading into dust and ashes. You all might be asking, why does this matter to us? And who cares about history? Especially on a planet with which we have no connection and which may no longer exist. Does anyone care to answer? Unlike this last time, someone else besides Kai spoke up. "If we learn from the past, we can make a better future," a girl from behind Kai called out, her voice sweet and high-pitched. The professor frowned. "Bah, what an idealistic statement. Humans are notorious for making the same mistakes over and over again. As naive as that is, though, it is also true. It has helped many, knowing about history and the past, to make better decisions in the present. Though the true reason history is important is because it is what shaped the world into what it is today. Millions or billions of different actions have led up to this particular point in time, shaping and turning until we find ourselves on a different planet than the one where our entire species started. The entire room was silent in consideration. Again, much of human history is lost. It wasn't until those last few thousand years on Earth that we started recording events. Humans have been a part of the myriad of worlds for 1,275 years now. The gods descended upon Earth and offered humans salvation. They spoke of a threat coming for Earth, that humans, even with all their technology and intelligence, would perish against this grave threat. Opening portals all over the world, they spoke of a sanctuary where people could go and live on. That was the worst day ever in human history. Panic ensued when these mythical beings, claiming to be gods, came down and showed the world their power and magic. Riots, mass killings, war, and many other horrible events all happened on that first day in chaos and panic. Many militaries attempted to block the portals only to have their entire squadrons and vehicles moved to a different location entirely. The portals were only open 24 hours. In that time, millions of people crossed the boundary seeking a new life, one of magic and opportunity. The gods did not discriminate, they accepted all who passed the boundary. The portals closed exactly 1 day later. There has been no news about planet Earth since. We do not know if humanity continued on, or if they were exterminated by the threat the gods spoke of. "Damn, this is heavy for a first day," whispered a student directly in front of Kai. "Heavy? No, this is simple history. Now going back once again, it's 1275 years in the past. Millions of humans have entered a vastly alien world, one different but similar at the same time. No longer at the top of the food chain, these millions of humans had to prosper or die. All the portals on Earth delivered the humans to a planet now named New Earth, a planet created by the gods solely for the beginning of our story here in the myriad of worlds. In those first 10 years, it's hard to estimate, but I'd wager nearly a third of humanity died. It's not like today where magic and power are a part of our everyday life. Back then, people went from being ordinary mortals their entire life to suddenly possessing magic. There was no manual, no guides, no teachers. Humans had to fend for themselves and prove themselves worthy of joining the myriad of worlds. It took 50 years. It was only then the gods deemed the humans worthy of joining the rest of the species across the myriad of worlds. A world teleporter was built in the holy city of Zanilia, one that is connected to all other world teleporters across the myriad of worlds. From there, humans were able to explore and travel to other planets. At the same time, the very same was true for the other sentient races. They could travel to New Earth, the professor said. Kai had only been 26 when he died, about 23 years before the teleporter to the other worlds became available. Even to this day, he still hadn't met any other sentient beings of a different race. "I'm not sure how I would react to seeing other races." "Yes, what is your question?" the professor said to a male student in the first row who had their hand raised. "Professor, how old is the myriad of worlds?" the bulky student asked. Rubbing his hand down his majestic beard, his eyes and head tilted up in thoughtful consideration. "I don't rightly know. Again, this is something only the gods can answer, since they claim to have created this world of worlds for its inhabitants. But there are other races who claim to have been residing in the myriad of worlds for over 250,000 years. So you can imagine how far behind humans are when compared to these other races." The rest of the class was spent discussing the events of the first 50 years the humans arrived on the myriad of worlds. Although Kai had lived through much of it, he got a different perspective hearing it from the teacher. He didn't remember much of his first 10 years since he had stayed inside the city where his parents lived, sheltered from the outside world. However, they were the most turbulent times, with many people dying as they fought for resources, land, power, fortune, and against monsters. A few individuals of renown were brought up during the discussion. Kai had even met and fought with a few of them during his short previous life. Kai couldn't deny the pride he felt as they discussed the tasks and tremendous adversaries the first settlers faced. He had been a part of so much, helping to expand humanity's territory, saving people, and creating stability for everyone. At the same time, he also felt sadness set in. He had failed, been killed, even villainized, ending his coming-of-age story on a bitter note. Benjamin Decker would always be branded a villain in the thoughts of those who still cared to remember him. There was probably nothing he could ever do to redeem his name. A sharp pain pinched his thigh suddenly. Looking down, he could see Akane had bitten him. While Kai was thinking about the past, the class had ended. Most of the students had left already. "I'm going to skip lunch, Akane. I'm not hungry." "Go find Hector or Andre if you're hungry." "Sorry," Kai said, his thoughts still going back to the past. Shaking his head at the absurdity of a fox completely understanding him, he noticed Akane nod once before jumping off his lap and wandering out of sight. Slipping his bag over one shoulder, he began to walk down the aisle. He noticed the teacher's attention was on him as he still stood behind the podium. Kai nodded his head once towards the teacher. "Thank you for the class. I found it very interesting," he said. Kai wasn't attempting to brown nose, but honestly did find the entire class fascinating since it was relevant to his past. "I thank you for being engaged and finding the class entertaining. Few students find history to be fun or relatable, thus most dismiss it," the professor responded, a small smile on his wrinkled face. "If you don't mind me asking, were you alive during the transition from Earth to the myriad of worlds?" Kai asked the teacher. An even wider smile graced the teacher's face. Yes, I was. How did you figure it out?" "How do I say? I had an inkling, I guess. It was the way you phrased events and such as if you had experienced them yourself." "Ah, I wasn't one of those important figures whom I was lecturing about earlier. I was a nobody, in all brutal honesty. I had been a middle school teacher on Earth. I came here following my wife and became a soldier. Eventually, I grew tired of it and became a teacher once more. Very soon I will pass on, leaving what I have taught to the younger generation to pass on themselves." The teacher stared into Kai's eyes, unblinking. He looked older than ever now. It was hard to tell with the robe, but his back seemed more hunched over, as if time itself was weighing on him. Unsure what to say back, Kai thanked him and nodded before walking out of the classroom. Chapter 18. Encounters. Outside, Kai found a bench to sit on and waste time until his next class. He would use his domain, switching it on and off when no one was in view. "I wonder if I made a mistake picking gravity." He leaned his head back with his elbows resting on the bench back. His mind was full of questions. Questions that could only be answered in time. Laughing came from down the path, getting louder as it came closer. Looking up, Kai groaned. He could see it was Jason Grell and two others, animatedly talking as they walked closer. He didn't recognize the other two. They looked ordinary in a way that would mean just another face among the masses besides their wealthy clothing. With just a glance he could see Jason was the head of their little group. Kai knew it was pointless in trying to hide when Jason made eye contact and halted on the path. He said something to the other two as their gazes locked onto him. An ominous smirk appeared on Jason's face. Discreetly looking around, Kai could see no one else was near, eliciting another groan. In a matter of moments, the three surrounded Kai on the bench and were glaring down at him. He would have to climb over the back of the bench to escape, which would look ridiculous. "Look who it is. What are you doing out here? Your friends already abandon you." His tone was nasty. He spun his head, glancing around the grounds. "Where is your little pet?" Kai tried acting calm. His mind was spinning, trying to figure out what to do. He didn't want to instigate anything with them. He refocused on Jason, who appeared to be getting angrier by the second. "Ignoring me? Am I not good enough to converse with?" The situation was turning worse by the second, but he didn't know what to say. "Is there something I can do for you, Lord Grell?" Kai asked neutrally, his voice even and controlled as he attempted to appear unfazed by the three higher-level thugs trying to intimidate him. "Yes, as a matter of fact. Get the hell out of our school. Your kind doesn't belong here. This is a prestigious academy for nobles, not for common trash like you dirtying and using our facilities. The academy is open to all who can afford it, and I paid my way in same as you." "Did you see the way he and his fox ate?" They probably skipped meals on and off for years, saving to attend here, the larger minion called out. Just words, just words. And you're not strong enough to break them in half, yet. No, that's not it. My guess must have been his mother. Only the gods know how many times she spread her legs to make enough coin for you to be able to attend school here. Jason snickered. His two minions laughed. Kai stood up rapidly. He seethed with anger. He knew full well he couldn't start a fight outside of a duel. I swear I'm going to kill this moron one day. His knuckle popped as he squeezed his fists, but he forced himself to stay still. Rationally, he knew he was being goaded into challenging Jason. As he was now, it was likely he would lose. He had barely come into his own magic, and the Marquess heir was nearly 3 times his level. Kai didn't even have his sword with him, leaving it in his dorm room, which was beginning to look like his first mistake. Meanwhile, Jason flaunted his ornate weapon attached to his hip. Not that there was a need to have it out, since one of even many rings on his finger was probably a ring of storage with even more weapons or items inside. 2 interactions, and Kai had enough of this spoiled brat already. But that didn't stop him from speaking his piece. You shut the hell up. Do you think your blood is special because your family claims to be nobles in a world with so many countries? You can call yourselves whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you're landowners whose ancestor sucked up to the right person. Kai took a step forward, getting in the face of Jason. The 2 lackeys squared up next to Kai, boxing him in even further, but he didn't back down. He stared daggers into Jason's eyes, each unafraid of the other. Kai knew he was playing with fire. There was no winning in this situation, but the arsehole had ridiculed his mother. His sweet, loving mother, who had shown him the light again. Grab him, Jason said, nodding to his lackeys. Kai couldn't react fast enough as the 2 lackeys quickly grabbed his arms, holding him in place. He might be able to escape if he really tried, but he wouldn't put it past the 3 to start using magic if things become out of hand. The burly one on the left squeezed harder than his counterpart, making it a point to block his blood flow. Are you really going to do this? It's against the rules. Kai winced in pain. I'll just tell the enforcement department about you assaulting me under the truth orb. Jason froze for a second before he laughed. Go ahead. Kai's face apparently showed his confusion. Oh, you don't know. Jason had something of a sinister smirk. Sorry to tell you, but that's an extremely rare and expensive magical item. The palace loans it to the school for 1 week before the year starts. It went back after admissions closed yesterday. Shit. Kai had no doubt the other 2 would lie on Jason's behalf. Jason, we don't have to do this. We are not enemies. Enemies? Do you think you're worthy of being an enemy of mine? Jason shook his head. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Give me the fox and I'll forgive you. Not a chance. Jason shrugged. It's of no concern. I'll find your pet fox eventually and make it into a fur coat for my girlfriend. I heard the West twins were practically fawning over its fur. Sounds like it would make a good present. Kai struggled to pull away as his anger flared up, but they were both stronger than him. Akane may be spoiled and annoying, but she was his annoying fox, though she probably thought he was her annoying human. He looked around for assistance, but still saw no one. Without warning, Jason punched into Kai's unprepared stomach. Pain flared as his breath was taken away. He gasped and wheezed for air as he heard, "Hold him still." A seemingly endless number of punches poured down into Kai's stomach. Dropping to his knees, he lost count once double digits hit. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps as he tried to capture air in his lungs. Kai wasn't sure if Jason held back, but it sure didn't feel like it. His health had even gone down 32 points. Lifting his head up, Jason stood over him like his superior with an arrogant smirk of satisfaction plastered on his face. Just wait, I'll get you back. That is why I don't like commoners. Either they are too afraid to look up, or they are too ignorant to know better, Jason said. He turned and began walking away, his minions following behind, laughing. Standing up, Kai wobbled a little. He felt a little nauseous. Reaching down, he lifted his shirt up. He could see a bruise beginning to form where the first punch had landed. The other punches hadn't hurt as much since he had been more ready for them, but he still lost his breath because of where they landed. There was nothing he could do right now. His only options were to ignore what just happened or report it to the Academy Enforcement Department. Again, neither answer seemed like the right one. Reporting him for assault might incentivize him to take further action, and they might not even punish him, while not reporting him might enable him as well. A small weight fell onto his back without warning. Luxurious fur wrapped itself around his neck and shoulders in the next second. Subconsciously, he reached up and rubbed Akane's head, feeling calmer already. "Akane," he sighed, "remember that noble you embarrassed yesterday? Make sure you avoid him. I don't know what he would do to you if he caught you," Kai said. Akane yapped once. Kai interpreted it as understood. "Think I can take them in a fight?" Kai asked aloud. He wasn't expecting an answer. It had been more a question for himself, just one spoken aloud. All he received in response was a high-pitched double yap that almost sounded like laughter from Akane. "This is your fault, you know. I'll have to get Andre's and Hector's opinions before I decide what to do about Jason." He sighed once again before getting up and walking around. His stomach was still tender. "School is tough. I don't think I've ever sighed this much." Academic aptitude had never been Kai's forte. He wasn't dumb by any means, but studying and sitting in a classroom wasn't his preference. The time in his past life has been too chaotic to provide a productive and safe school environment, so he got his education when he could. He wondered if it was strange that he sometimes felt more at ease fighting than he did sitting down and studying. He did, however, find his first class interesting, so maybe there was hope for him after all. Maybe I'm actually a musclehead that's not good for anything besides fighting. He sighed once again. I need a hobby besides fighting. "Excuse me," a voice called out, waking Kai from his daze. He had been standing there thinking and didn't realize someone had walked up to him. The young man had an amused smile. He was decked out in a black dress shirt, which was perfectly contoured to his muscular body. His hand possessed a single plain ring. Familiar grey eyes he could have mistaken for family stared at him. Hair of pure white flowed wildly down to his shoulders, making him appear older. There was a certain vibe about him that made him seem powerful. Not even Jason could compare. Teacher or a student? Human, forging level 7. A student then. "Apologies, I wasn't paying attention," Kai said, watching the grey eyes flicker between him and Akane. After finally settling on Kai, the man said, "Not to worry, I often find myself lost in thought. I saw what happened and thought I should apologize on behalf of Jason Grell. It seems his family's new rank of Marquess has gotten to his head. Just another sad example of why commoners dislike the nobility." Kai's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected an apology, especially one from another noble on behalf of some asshole. Either the man in front of him was oddly sincere, or he was playing a wider game that Kai couldn't see. "It's not like you had anything to do with what just happened. I appreciate the sentiment all the same," Kai said as he nodded and began walking away. "I don't think you should fight him," the young man called out of the blue, his voice low. Kai turned, giving the man a questioning look. "I heard what you said aloud. I have no doubt you have your own merit for being here, but you shouldn't underestimate the people who come to this academy. The nobility here always wins the end-of-year tournament. Only once, since the school opened hundreds of years ago, has a commoner won, and that was about 6 years ago," the mysterious man said. "Garen. Dad did say he finally took first place in his 3rd year. They have come to school with skills and expectations to succeed. Their weapons, gear, and enchantments are all better, giving them an edge. Not only that, but in many cases like Jason's and mine, we are taken on trips by our family and leveled up. Even Jason's 2 minions are nobles. Not heirs like him, but 2nd or 3rd born nobility that still received education and training prior to this academy." "Is that really true? They all receive extensive training?" "Well, maybe not. Perhaps my perspective is a bit skewed because I did in fact receive a lot of training growing up. I wasn't one for socializing with the other nobility often, so maybe I'm wrong and they don't all train as much as I have. Regardless, you have Jason's attention now, so you should be cautious. I wasn't planning on fighting him until the end of the year tournament anyways. I don't feel like getting kicked out of school yet for beating the shit out of him," Kai said, prompting a smirk from the young man. Maybe not all nobles are bad as I've been told. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. I'm Kai, he said, holding out his hand. The noble froze for a second, looking between Kai and the offered appendage before he tentatively took the hand and shook it. Nicholas. His grip was firm. If I might give you some unsolicited advice, Kai, I would wait and see how Jason's behavior will be going forwards. If Jason and his goons leave you alone, then I would forget the incident. However, if they continue, I recommend you report them to the enforcement department, Nicholas suggested. Thank you for the suggestion, Kai said, nodding. Are you a second-year student, by the way? Kai asked. No, I am a first year like you. Kai's mouth opened slightly. He had wanted to ask Nicholas how he was already in the second stage so soon, but he had already said the answer. His family had taken him leveling, and they probably knew some of the best places to do so. As if reading his mind, Nicholas chuckled lightly. Gaining levels is easy if you know where to hunt, at least initially. The first realm is by far the faster to level through, as you can guess, Nicholas said. Damn. Nicholas is already almost a full stage above me, and I somehow must beat him in the final tournament if I want to go to Titan Prime. Just my luck. A bell rang out across the campus, signaling the end of lunch and the start of the afternoon class shortly. I'm sure I'll see you around, Kai. Until then. Chapter 19, Intro to Magic. Arriving at his next class, Kai noticed the room was larger than the last. He wouldn't have been surprised if at least half of the first-year students were present. Again, he was unfamiliar with everyone in the room, so he picked a seat at the edge of the third row. If his first teacher had looked like he was teetering at the edge of death, this one was the opposite, only appearing a few years older than the students in the room. She already stood at the podium wearing a decorative lavender robe trimmed with silver highlights and coupled with a medium blue cloak. Her hair was a strange blue color, nearly matching her cloak. Humming to herself, she greeted every student who walked in, not being discouraged when a student didn't greet her back. A few minutes later she began. Hello students, it's lovely to meet you all. I am Tina Lele, your professor for Introduction to Magic. All of you should have heard about the Academy's policy and standards in your first class of the day. In case you didn't, then shame on you for being late or skipping, she said with a smile. All right, I'm not quite as jaded as some of my colleagues, so if you have a question, you can interrupt me, but please do not interrupt another student. Righto, Intro to Magic. Let me ask the most blaring question. What is magic? Standing up, a student dressed in a white dress shirt and black trousers answered, Magic is the phenomena or forces created or altered by using mana. Nodding her head, good answer, but you don't have to stand up to answer, just call it out from your seat. Now, will someone else tell me what mana is? Asked the professor. No one called out immediately this time. Even Kai was unsure what mana was. All he knew was that was the source used to cast magic, but he doubted the professor would accept that obvious answer. After a few seconds of silence, the teacher spoke up. No one has any idea. Not to be deterred, her smile didn't falter. We know what it is used for, which is fuel for altering and transforming properties and physics of the physical world, but that isn't what it is. The truth is no one knows what mana is exactly. Some call it a gift from the gods. The elves claim it is the blood of all life, and that without mana, there would be no life in our universe. But I call it chaos. Researchers claim it's similar to matter in that you are able to shape and mold it to suit your purposes. I agree to an extent. I believe mana is chaos incarnate, energy or material both physical and abstract that can shape or alter the very essence of the world and life itself. Something controllable and yet uncontrollable. Professor, I thought Earth didn't have magic, so how did humans come about, if what the elves say is true? Another student stated. There are two possible answers to that question. Does anyone want to take a shot? Immediately, a random student called out, there was no mana, and Earth was a freak accident. Professor Lael nodded. And the other? There was mana on Earth, answered Kai. This was a hotly debated subject after the humans' arrival in the myriad of worlds. Did magic exist on Earth? The answer varied from person to person, but most tended to agree that magic did exist on Earth. Otherwise, how did the belief of magic exist for thousands of years prior to this place when humans had no access? That answer became easier for people to accept once they experienced real magic. Kai knew another method would be to somehow measure the magic density on Earth. Obviously, this method was impossible to use because access to Earth has been closed since the day humans arrived. Now, it is speculation among many human academics that Earth did in fact have mana. As many may not yet be aware, mana density is not the same everywhere. Mana density can differ from planet to planet, marginally or substantially, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same across the entire planet. There are regions, zones, or dungeons that may have a higher or lower mana density than the planet's average. The Ashbourne Mountains are an example of this. The mountains have a higher density of mana than even our beloved capital. Going back to the theory that Earth did have mana, it is suspected to be at levels so low it wasn't noticeable or significant enough to influence, except on extremely rare occasions. For those of you interested in history, have a discussion with Professor Davenport. He is knowledgeable about Earth-related topics. He has told me that there were many miracles and magic phenomena that couldn't be explained during the time of humans on Earth. I don't know if mana facilitated the existence of humans, if the gods helped create us, or if we are simply freak accidents. What I do know is that humans have integrated with mana just as well as other species, the teacher said, finishing top with a smile as she hummed to herself. The teacher looked across the room, a beautiful melody still being hummed, her blue eyes locked onto Kai's momentary. Does anyone know what mana and magic do to and for the body? It makes us stronger, asked a brown-haired student meekly. Why are you phrasing your answer as a question? The teacher shrugged when the student lowered herself further in her chair, wanting to be unseen. Yes, as you kill beings or just live your life without combat, your body increases its potential, though one will increase it faster than the other. The actually accepted terminology is gaining experience. Experience increases your body's potential to hold and fuse with more mana. The more mana fused within, the stronger and more perfect form of itself it will become. The skills you develop are the product of mana and its chaos changing your form on a level so small you can't even see. What is curious is your ability to decide in which way your body improves. We call this your attributes. 5 points for every level, you can choose to put your attributes into vitality, strength, dexterity, endurance, intelligence, and wisdom. A low groan rang out in the class. With a smile that could not be discouraged, I can see I am boring you all. After all, everyone here is at least level 5, so you all must be aware of this already. But this is material I must cover, the professor said. Let's begin at the top. Vitality is one of the most important attributes a being can have. Put simply, it determines how much damage your body can take before it begins to fail or die. Your health is directly connected to your vitality, gaining 10 health for every single point in vitality. It also influences the resistance of your body. Take 2 people at the same level, each has the same skills, but they have different vitality stats. The one with a higher vitality is going to be more resilient to damage and other outside forces on the body, simply because his higher vitality gives him stronger natural defenses. The most interesting aspect of vitality is that it increases life expectancy. Every realm of power has an average life expectancy, but with a high vitality, the time you can live before dying of natural causes will increase even further beyond the average. The teacher spoke with confidence. Her words were clear and concise, as if they had been spoken right next to Kai's head. A lot of students perked up at the last part. Kai could hear scribbles of quills on paper as people tried to copy the professor's words. The young man next to him was writing everything down word for word. Kai was aware of most of what the teacher was stating. The magic and chaos were new and interesting, but the attributes had been something humans had figured out quickly during his first life. There was no chance he would have survived to the 4th realm of power in his first life if he didn't even know what his attributes did for his body. It was an impossibility. He also got fortunate in the sense that everyone had magic for 16 years before he unlocked his own. So he didn't have to guess or experiment since people had done that already, even though the attribute names were self-explanatory. After the last sound of everyone scribbling had stopped, the professor continued, "Strength is simple. It simply makes your physical body stronger. You will be able to exert more force when fighting or lifting objects. Again, let's take two people pushing against each other. One has a higher strength than the other. Many would assume the one with higher strength would win, even if it's by one single point. But that isn't the case at all. The person with the lower strength may have a higher endurance, which may eventually allow that person to squeeze out victory after a prolonged battle, she said, pausing as she waited for the students to finish their notes again. Or the person with a larger body and more muscle mass may be capable of beating someone smaller, but with higher strength attribute. So natural strength helps greatly influence a being's strength, a student asked. Professor Lale shook her head. Not greatly, but it does help, and it very much depends on the species and difference between the two. Let's take an ogre and a human with no skills or abilities. For this example, if the ogre has 100 strength and the human has 110 strength, you might think the human would win simply because he has a higher strength. But that is not true. The ogre would win. Ogres are impressive physical specimens, built solidly and outrageously strong naturally. Their natural strength will easily make up the pitiful difference of 10 strength and more. As to how much? Well, that's not easy to determine without extreme studies, and obviously it varies from individual to individual. And you might be thinking to yourselves, that's not fair, she mocked in a higher pitch. Guess what? That's life. It isn't ever going to be fair. Coming up next, we have dexterity. It doesn't just solely improve the speed of a person, but reflexes and balance as well. Think about it. The more fluid and graceful your movements, the less stamina you will use. Dexterity will increase your hand-eye coordination and precision. The professor paused mid-sentence. Every student began looking up at her in question. She was frowning. It was the first time since she began that she didn't have a smile on her face. "Am I boring you?" she asked aloud, her eyes targeted at a student in the back. Kai, like many of the other students, turned to see whom she was staring. The student's smirk was frozen, his eyes shifting around as he noticed all the attention was on him. A miniature fireball was floating above his palm, apparently having been caught playing around with his magic. "Leave," the professor commanded. Kai could tell that the word wasn't a normal command, but one laced with magic. The fireball in the student's hand winked out as if it hadn't existed. The student responsible for the disturbance stared at his hand in confusion. "Report to the enforcement office. Wait for me to arrive there." The student stood and gloomily walked to the exit. Once gone, the professor smiled at the class once more. "There is no magic allowed in the classroom at all times unless in self-defense. I hope there will not be a repeat." The chills overcame Kai for a moment. His happy-go-lucky professor's personality had suddenly taken a 180, only to go back to the peppy professor once more. "Let's continue. Endurance is your stamina. The same rates apply to your vitality. 1 point of endurance is equal to 10 stamina. Many see endurance as the least useful of the 6 attributes, but I can assure you in a protracted battle, those with the most endurance usually survive. Soldiers in war know that the more stamina and mana they possess, the longer they will be able to defend themselves in long fights. Second to last, we have the intelligence attribute. Mages love this attribute. It often is the determining stat for the strength of their spells. And no, before you ask, it does not make you smarter," the professor said, eliciting a giggle from the class. "There is evidence to suggest intelligence allows for faster brain function, however, the difference is found to be minimal. Lastly, we have wisdom. Simply stated, the higher your wisdom, the more mana you have at your disposal. Mana regeneration is also tied to your wisdom. Essentially, the more mana you have, the more you will recover quicker. The rate of regeneration seems to be based on the environment. With a higher density of mana, your rate of recovery will increase, but be warned, the opposite also applies. So you see, every stat is vitally important for a person's well-being, especially if they are often in combat. It is not my place to tell you where to allocate your stats, but I suggest with utmost seriousness that you do so wisely. Chapter 20. Placements. Kai walked down to an open field. He was wearing a training uniform provided by the school. Minor enchantments were woven inside the cloth, providing protection comparable to hard leather. Now, scattered about in different sections of the training field were training dummies, an obstacle course, and other strange-looking objects. The field itself was half the size of the entire campus, stretching on for about half a kilometer. A group of students nearing 50, both male and female, were already on the field huddled together before a much smaller group of adults. As he drew near, eyes began to take note of him, some giving him a hard glare, while others merely glanced his way before dismissing him. It made him uncomfortable to be stared at like this. People had already begun sizing up their competition. Around him, every student was equipped with some kind of melee weapon, the majority of them being swords, while he did spot some other exotic weapons. It was easy to tell who was comfortable and who wasn't. Some students radiated confidence, just standing there, while others had nervous tics, like constantly looking around at the others or shifting about. Closing his eyes, he felt the warm air blow across his face and hands. He lay his left hand on the pommel of his sword, an unfamiliar but comforting sensation. The sword was new, almost entirely unused except for the battle against the bandit a few days prior. He could tell his father had designed the blade to be similar to the ones he used growing up, but it would still take time to become familiar with this new sword. For one, the weight was different than the others he used often. The new blade was slightly longer too short to become considered a longsword, but lengthier than a standard short sword. Standing among the students, Kai could feel the pressure holding him down to the earth. I can feel a weight. It's gravity. But the weight or gravity feels more noticeable? Not heavier, it's like it's a blanket over my body weighing me down. It's usually unnoticeable. Is this an effect of picking gravity as my element, or because I'm trying to focus on it? Am I even making sense? "Good morning, class," a booming voice called out above all the chatter. The voice came from one of the largest men Kai had ever seen. Easily over 7 feet, he stood ahead over even his fellow teachers. But it wasn't his height that made him stand out. It was his immense muscles, like a bodybuilder that didn't know when to stop. His biceps were easily the size of Kai's torso. "I said good morning," he yelled even louder. "Good morning, instructor," screamed back the entire class. "Better, I thought for a second I was going to be teaching some undead shitbags." He nodded once. "Now on to business. I am Sven, lead melee combat instructor of the Ashbourne Academy. Some ground rules before we begin our melee combat training. There will be no unsupervised fights at all. Magic will not be permitted during any fight, unless in a life-saving emergency or until the second half of the year in fights against instructors only. I repeat, this is a non-magic class for the next 5 months." He gave the students a hard glare. "What happens on the field will stay on the field. I don't care if you get your ass kicked so badly it hurts your feelings and your ancestors' feelings. Cry, whine, and pout all you want. But whatever happens during this class will stay in this class. Understand me?" His tone turned dark, with a slight edge to it. Kai had a feeling that some students would still bring their grievances off the field. A chorus of yes and agreements rang out. The energy in the class changed. "Today we will be testing your melee combat ability. All I want to see today is you try your best so we can accurately place you in a group of equally skilled peers. We need to separate you all into groups so you may receive training equal to your skill level. Your stats will make no difference in our criteria when we are evaluating you. When Instructor Fervor calls your name, I would like you to approach the designated area. You will spar with me using whatever weapon you feel most comfortable with. You will fight with everything you have during your examination. You will not be hurt. Well, I may hurt you a little during the examination. I only intend to push you so we can gauge your skill level. If anyone has any questions, now is the time," Sven said. "Is any weapon fine?" a student asked. "Yes, but only if it qualifies as a close combat weapon. If you're using a bow or other ranged weapons, then this is the wrong class," Sven said as he made sure that everyone had a proper weapon for the class. "Can we move up after we are placed in a group?" the student next to Kai questioned. "Of course, if you show improvement, it is possible to move up to a higher skilled group." "What criteria you are judging us on?" Jason Grell asked. Kai suppressed a groan. He hadn't seen Jason in the sea of students, but now that he heard his annoying voice, he hoped to avoid him. "You don't need to know that." Just go into the ring and do your best, Sven denied. Let's start. Bradley Hammond to the ring, came a female voice near Sven. A student at least a foot smaller than Kai's 6 feet walked into the dirt cover ring. He held a spear with a wooden shaft that stood comically twice his height. There was a little bit of sweat dripping down his face, and he gripped the spear so tightly that his knuckles were turning white. If his body language was anything to go off, he was anything except confident and in control. Instructor Sven stood already waiting inside the large flat dirt ring. Appearing in his hand was a short sword of dark grey metal with a strange ghost-like appearance to it. The etherealness shifted about, making some parts of the sword partly transparent. It was like a ghost, and metal had been combined and forged into a sword. The first move is yours, the instructor spoke loudly after the student had stood frozen for 10 seconds, doing nothing. The student, Bradley, gulped. He cautiously approached the instructor, shifting his feet across the ground without lifting them up. The rest of the students remained silent, everyone eager to see the abilities of their fellow classmates and the teachers. At 9 feet away from the teacher, Bradley pulled his spear back and thrust forth at center mass. Shifting his body, the instructor sidestepped, easily dodging the thrust. His short sword stabbed forth, stopping an inch away from the student's face. After 2 seconds of comprehension, Bradley unfroze and reacted. Falling back on his bottom, his spear falling to his side, students began laughing at the scene. You will be assigned to Group E, Sven said, his face giving no reaction to the mess before him. The student Bradley looked crestfallen. Sir, I can do better. Please just give me one more chance. No, you only get one shot here and on the battlefield. You either make the most of your opportunity or die. Next, Sven said, no longer paying attention to the tearful student. A dozen more students passed, all doing better than Bradley, receiving grades between B through D, with only one student receiving an A. His performance was the best of the evaluation so far, being able to hold his own for the longest and display his techniques. Next, Nicholas Gilmanash, Sven called out. Instantly people began chattering and whispering, it's the prince's turn, and I wonder how he's going to do. Wow, he's already in the forging realm, a student said with awe. No shit. His birthday was over half a year ago, and his family obviously knows the best spots to level. To say Kai was surprised was an understatement. The person he had talked to yesterday after the Jason Grell incident was none other than the 12th prince of the Ashbourne Kingdom. He looked supremely confident as he strolled into the ring. Holding out his hand, a massive greatsword appeared, with the handle materializing in his hand. The sword was a massive blade, nearing 2 meters. Its grey metal looked dull compared to the beautifully glowing blue runes etched onto its side. The massive sword didn't look awkward at all in the hands of the large student. Taking a stance, he held the blade diagonally across his body, prepared to react to any attack that may come his way. Nicholas's face was one of concentration as he stared unblinking at the instructor. A smile came to Instructor Sven's face. I have trained some of your siblings in the past 50 years. Not one has disappointed me. Don't you be the first. With that, the instructor made the first move for the first time today. He flew across the field faster than anyone had moved yet. Kai could barely keep his eyes on the instructor as he seemed to almost teleport across the 20 feet. A series of blows were exchanged immediately, Nicholas on the back foot as Sven pushed him back. Sven's smaller sword moved faster as he unleashed a barrage of swings at the defensive prince, not giving him any room to counter. Sweat began dripping down the side of the prince's face. After 5 minutes of non-stop fighting, his movements began to slow and become messy. The huge stat advantage and combat experience of the instructor proved too much for the prince as his greatsword was finally knocked away. Kneeling, the prince bent his head down as he took large breaths, trying to regain his energy. Sven held out a hand to the prince, who looked conflicted but accepted the gesture, pulling him up to his feet. Nicholas, Group S. You did well, son, Sven said, patting him on the shoulder. Nicholas only nodded. His face was blank and expressionless. The instructor had been pushing every student during their fights, but no one else had been pushed as far as Nicholas. Next began another series of trials and bouts. A young woman named Ashley Morey proved to be the best of the students since Nicholas entered Group S with her absolutely masterful spear techniques. She kept the instructor at a distance, doing her best to not allow him to close the distance within his sword range, even though he was very capable of doing so. Her footwork was so graceful, as if she was gliding on the field. She appeared unbothered by the bout, her breathing completely normal. Mori? That name seems familiar. Many names seemed familiar to Kai over these last few days. Some he recognized and wondered if their progenitors were the same people he once knew. Next, Jason Grell, Sven called out. Jason sauntered out to the field, a smirk of arrogance on his perfectly punchable face. Like the instructor, a short sword appeared in his hand from thin air. His blade was similar to Instructor Sven's, except for the dark red coloring of a different metal. Curiosity sparked at the thought of how the arrogant prick would handle himself in the bout with Instructor Sven. Unfortunately, he was displeased to see Jason perform rather well, receiving an A when he finished. His style of sword was different from Kai's hack and slash. Jason often tried parrying and feints to trick his opponent, but Sven didn't seem to fall for them. Group A? Are you sure there isn't a mistake, sir? No mistake, Jason. You performed well, but there are plenty of areas you can improve in. Not liking the response, Jason's eyes narrowed as he simmered in anger, his hands trembling slightly. Turning away, he walked back to the group of students, most making a path for him to walk through. Kai purposely avoided eye contact with Jason, but couldn't help a small smirk at seeing him incensed. The next fight began without any fanfare. Another spear user that Kai could tell at a glance who was not comfortable on the field. Feeling a tap on the shoulder, Kai turned around to see the Group S, Ashley standing behind him. She had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Unlike all the other students present, she had not worn the training uniform. Instead, she had a short-sleeved shirt and pants on that both seemed a size too small. Her large brown eyes glowed slightly as she stared at him, with eyes identical to a predator observing its prey. And he was the prey. "Hi," she chirped. Hi, can I help you?" Kai responded awkwardly, his eyes shifting left to right as people began to take notice. "I thought I would introduce myself. I'm Ashley." "Kai," he said, taking her offered hand. "Human, forging level 12. By the 9, she's even higher than the prince." Ashley was at the highest level of all the students he had identified so far in his year. She seemed to be wholly aware of what he had figured out, her smile widening. She took a step closer. He could smell her now. The scent of strawberries filled his nose. "Tell me, Kai, how do you think you will do on the test?" Taking a step back, he kept eye contact. "I don't know. I've only ever sparred with my dad." "I bet you will do well. You seem fit. And you have such a presence," she said, twirling her brown hair with her finger, a glimmer in her eyes. She took another step closer. Kai's cheeks unconsciously flushed red for a second. He cursed his teenage hormones. "Is she flirting or playing with me?" Kai realized the situation was turning weird. Most of the students were paying attention to him and Ashley, and not the ongoing fight. A few were even openly glaring at him, jealous of the fact that she was talking to him and not them. "Easy, Ash. Can't you tell he's uncomfortable?" Nicholas said, walking over to the two. "I hate it when you call me that, Nicky," she said, giving a cute pout. Kai stood awkwardly to the side as the two started bantering back and forth. Finished with their banter, Nicholas turned to Kai. "I'll have to apologize for this one. She's a natural flirt and used to getting her way." He grabbed her wrist and started dragging her away. "Come on, Ash, leave the poor guy alone." Breaking free, she suddenly grabbed and wrapped her arms around his own, effectively attaching herself like a parasite to him. "No, Kai and I are friends now," Ashley claimed, sticking her tongue out at Nicholas. "You'll have to excuse her. She has single child syndrome and doesn't get told no enough." Nicholas shook her head with an exaggerated sigh. "I don't think that's solely limited to single children. My youngest sister also gets her way all the time." Kai lightly smiled. It hadn't even been a week, but he already missed his sister and his family. "Well, I'm the youngest and I don't get my way," Nicholas joked. Both Kai and Ashley laughed at that. "Prince Nicholas and Lady Ashley, it's a pleasure to see you both again," the bane of his current existence at school said as he strolled up to the group. "Fuck off, Jason," Ashley spat without warning, her eyes slits as she shot him a venomous look. Kai coughed. I'm in love, he joked inside his head. Jason's eyes darkened for a second. Kai covered his mouth with his hand, hiding his shocked cough, which didn't go unnoticed by Jason as his fierce glare focused on him before shifting back to Ashley. Don't be like that, Ashley. We are both nobles of this kingdom and our families are old friends. You should have thought about that before you touched my ass, you slimy piece of shit. My grandfather would have killed you if I didn't convince him that you weren't worth the trouble of hearing your father cry to the king, Ashley hissed, clinging tighter to Kai's arm. I said I was sorry. It was an accident, Jason claimed. Nicholas, please talk some sense into her. Can't help you, Jason. I don't want to get involved. You heard him. Now scram. This is for Group S people only. Having struck a nerve, he raised his hand briefly before thinking better and lowering it, eliciting a knowing smirk from Ashley. Kai took a step forward instinctually in case Jason had tried to hit Ashley, not that she needed his protection when she was at a higher level than both Jason and Kai combined. Then what is this commoner trash doing here? Again, Kai's action didn't go unnoticed by Jason. Don't worry about it, he's fine where he is. Besides, I bet he will do better than you. Now, you need to get lost. I'm tired of repeating myself, she made a shooing motion. This waste? He's not even level 30 yet. I doubt he even knows how to fight. Jason looked insulted and enraged. Stunned, Kai was wondering how the hell he got stuck between these two. A thoughtful expression came over Jason's face. How about a wager? You say this trash is going to do better than me. I know he won't. If the waste doesn't get graded an S, you will forgive me. Ashley scoffed. Fine, but what if he makes S rank? Ashley's response caused Jason to laugh. Won't happen, but what do you want in the case of that fairy tale coming true? Kai stood to the side, still attached to Ashley, watching in disbelief as the two make a wager about him without his input or approval. Nicholas was smiling, finding the conversation funny. You don't have anything worthy of my forgiveness, but your boots will do, I guess. No way, these were specially imported from another planet. Boots or nothing. If not, don't bother asking for forgiveness again, Ashley said, dismissively flipping her hair back. After a moment of consideration, Jason reluctantly nodded before sending a seething glare at Kai and walking off. Boy, if he didn't like you before, he definitely hates you now, Nicholas smirked. Kaismo Cineri, called the instructor at last. Chapter 21. Kai's turn. Kaismo, snickered Nicholas. Yes, Nicky, Kai retorted. The laughter instantly silenced. Fair enough. Good luck. Giving him a wide grin, Ashley finally let go of Kai's arm. There were whispers all around as he walked towards the large, imposing instructor. He couldn't hear what they were saying. His heart was pounding loudly, both from the nerves and excitement. Instructor Sven stood firm. Oddly, the sword he had used the entire time was missing as Kai settled into the spot opposite him. Settling his nerves, he took a few deep breaths. Sven kept assessing Kai even further after he had made it to the ring. Human. Not surprising. Cineri, is your brother Garen Cineri? Sven asked. Kai paused for a second, then nodded. Makes sense, he might know my brother. He does use a sword as well, so it's very likely he took this same course. You know Garen? Sven nodded his bald head. Your brother was one of the finest swordsmen I've ever trained. He has great potential. A wicked grin came to his face. He also mentioned you. Kai could hear louder whispers now. Cineri, the only commoner winner of the end-of-year tournament so far. Dragging his sword out of the sheath, Kai bent his knees slightly, settling into a stance. He held the sword with both hands on the grip, the tip pointed at instructor Sven. Nice sword. Also bending his knees lightly, a new weapon appeared in Sven's hands. A dull-looking staff made entirely of brown and silver-looking wood. It wasn't completely straight in its 2-metered length. It looked knobby, as if it was a tree branch cut straight down and left untrimmed, instead of a proper weapon. A stick or a staff? Does he know I'm not used to fighting against a staff? Is that why he changed? Branch. Well, that's new. The instructor's stance gave away nothing other than the fact he was relaxed. His staff branch stood against the ground like a walking stick. Kai towed over slowly, taking deliberate steps with care as he narrowed the distance. He knew he was going to be at a range disadvantage soon. His reach was much smaller, so he had to get inside the instructor's maximum range, but not so close that he couldn't swing his sword. At least that was what his training had told him, but he knew it wouldn't be that easy. As if he blinked, the staff vanished from its position and appeared right in front of his face. Dipping his head left on reflex, he dodged the staff, his hair blowing in the wind as it passed by his head. Sven drew back to release another strike. Not giving him a chance to strike again, Kai moved in quickly, swinging from his right, only for the strike to be blocked by the staff as if it had teleported once more, predicting his telegraphed strike. Sven was using his incredible higher stat to his advantage, not that he couldn't truly make himself less than what he was. He moved the staff with lightning speed to block and strike. Ducking, Kai dodged a near headshot, the staff passing right over his hair. He countered by jabbing the sword at Sven's stomach while he was low, only for the instructor to take a step back and widen the distance between them so it favored him again. Kai dodged the low sweep at his legs, forcing him to jump up and towards Sven or else be kept at a distance. Positioned overhead, he swung down with all his raw power at the unprepared instructor. A smile on Sven's face as his staff and hands moved to intercept the strike once again. A resounding clap echoed out as metal sword met wooden staff. A small stalemate ensued as instructor and student pushed against each other in a power struggle. During the pushing contest, Kai could feel a small hum in the air. The gravity seemed to be vibrating all around him as if it wanted to help. He ignored the feeling, knowing this match had to be won or lost without magic. They pushed at each other for 30 seconds, with no ground being won or lost. Witnessing Sven smirking, Kai knew the balance would be broken. His arms and hands trembled, muscles screaming at him as he began being pushed back. Sven's arms and hands were as steady as an unmovable mountain as he pushed his staff against Kai's sword. Breaking the stalemate, Kai took a quick step back, dropping his left arm to his side as he flung his grandfather's knife at the instructor's chest, only to have it bounce off, doing nothing to him or his clothing. Patting his shirt where the knife landed, Sven's eyes changed. Gone was the grinning, smirking man, a more serious expression took over. Mild killing intent radiated from Sven, but it was enough to give Kai pause. Shit. For the next 5 minutes, instructor Sven began changing up his combat style from jabs and swings to a more mobile style of staff technique. His staff moved with speed and precision, which Kai struggled to keep up with. He would occasionally get gently tapped on the forearm or leg. The flowing staff would spin and twirl into one strike and the next, an unbroken chain of attacks, pressing Kai on the defensive. Any counter Kai could manage would be instantly countered back with the opposite end of the staff. His hand began to become slick, the sweat making it more difficult to hold firmly. A flurry of blows finally sealed the deal when a hit landed on the back of Kai's sword hand, forcing him to drop his beloved sword. Kneeling on one knee, Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was exhausted as his entire body was full of sweat, having been pushed to both his physical and mental limits. The only sound he could hear was his breathing and rapid heartbeat. Blinking, he grabbed his sword and stood up. Sven's staff was gone. The serious expression now one of curiosity and contemplation. How strange. You're rough, Kai. Your techniques and style are lacking compared to your brothers, but you have much better battle instincts. How strange indeed. Kai could only shrug. My father and I would spar occasionally. He supplied a plausible lie, with a face of skepticism. Did he ever use a staff in your spars? Only a few times, though it's not his preferred weapon, Kai admitted. In truth, he had relied on instinct and his experience much of the fight. It was all he could do to react to Sven's precise attacks. And he knew Sven was holding back considerably to the point where Kai could only barely react to the staff. Since he had spared with his father, he was somewhat used to fighting opponents faster and stronger. But that was only without magic. Once magic entered the fights, it changed the dynamics of the fight entirely. Do you have a passive perception skill then? Not yet, Kai replied. You have a solid foundation of the basics, which combined with your battle instincts makes you formidable. And yet, you don't seem to have a specific style as if it was intentional. With a shake of his head, Sven seemed to decide to ignore the abnormality. I have high expectations for you, Kai. You will be placed in Group S. Holding his hand out, he passed Kai's knife to him. Sheathing his sword and knife, Kai bowed lightly. Thank you for the spar. He felt a little self-conscious under all the stares he was receiving. The adrenaline was beginning to wear off. New aches formed in his legs and arms. His breathing had returned to normal, but he couldn't help sucking in air when a cold breeze flowed against the welt forming on the back of his hand where the instructor had smacked him. Stamina, 51 out of 250. Looking at his stat sheet, he noticed he had gone through a lot of his stamina. That made sense. He had been fighting at his max for over 5 minutes straight without pause or rest. You did amazing, Ashley yelled, running up to him with an infectious smile on her face, making Kai smile as well. Wow, that was impressive, she purred, running a hand down his arm. Even with his lack of stamina, he considered the fight a win in his books. He had been able to hold out against an unfamiliar weapon and was placed in the highest category among the other students. Still, he couldn't deny he had a lot to learn and a style to learn. Nicholas gave Kai an appraising look. Damn, that was entertaining. Man, you should have seen Instructor Sven's face the second your knife hit his chest. I'm sure he let it happen, but I think even he was surprised you would fling a knife at him in the middle of a duel like an assassin, he said, laughing. Feeling killing intent radiating behind him, Kai turned his head and saw Jason staring at him with fury in his eyes. Just from the look in his eyes, he could tell there would be payback for doing better and embarrassing him. Kai just stared back unperturbed, ready for the challenge. Nicholas swung his arm around Kai's shoulder. Worried? A little. He doesn't look like the type of guy to forget grudges, Kai responded. Well, let's add a little fuel to that funeral pyre then, Ashley smirked as she sauntered over to Jason. All the male's eyes followed her. Ashley's step and hip movements were exaggerated, knowing she had an audience. You lost the bet. Hand them over. Ashley held out her palm expectantly. Jason appeared conflicted. He doesn't have the skills to be in Group S. You heard the instructor. Not my problem. Why don't you take it up with Sven if you disagree with his placement? Ashley said with a knowing smirk. With eyes of promised vengeance, Jason unstrapped both boots before ripping them off and shoving them into her hands. An instant later, he summoned another pair of brown leather boots from what Kai assumed was his storage ring. Ashley's smile widened, taunting the angry noble before she dismissively turned back to Kai and Nicholas. Stopping for a moment, she turned to Jason and winked. I guess you'll have to work harder to earn my forgiveness. Who is she? Kai whispered to Nicholas, his eyes still on the entertainment before him. She is, let's just say her status in the kingdom is greater than my own. Surprised, Kai turned his head to see Nicholas's mouth was a thin line. His demeanor told Kai that it wasn't a joke. Let's just say that not even the king can tell me what to do, Ashley said as she approached, obviously hearing Nicholas's response. Locking eyes with Kai, she moved to him before saying, for you, as she held out Jason's boots. Kai was speechless at how brazen and obvious she was being. Her intentions were clear on her face, a mischievous smirk as she added more fire to Jason's hatred. He could feel killing intent being focused on him from multiple sources, but it was definitely strongest from where Ashley just walked from. I don't think I can accept those. Thank you, however, Kai denied, trying not to become enemy number one. No, I insist. You did so well, I think you deserve a reward. Also, I couldn't have won the bet without you. Ashley smiled sweetly, humor dancing in her eyes. Besides, I can't wear these. It will clash with my style. Not to mention I have better stuff than this. Kai looked down at the boots. They were a combination of hardened leather and metal. Scaly, light grey leather covered the entire outside of the boots. No obvious glyphs or enchantments showed on them, but they did appear very high quality and well made. Not that Kai was an expert. Boots, Aerowolf leather, enchanted. Enchantments, durability +6, self-clean, resize. The enchantments were likely to be hidden out of sight, one sign of high-quality work. Any idea what an Aerowolf is? Nope. You will have to ask someone knowledgeable, maybe at the local guild or armor shop. Or, you could ask Jason, she teased. Kai sighed. Such a dilemma. I'm being used to make Jason angrier for nothing but her fun and enjoyment, but I really am lacking gear. Whatever the asshat already hates me. With a roll of his eyes, Kai hesitantly reached out, picking up the boots. With no ring of storage, he decided to put them on right there. Sensing danger, he looked to Jason. If glares could kill, he chuckled to himself. Thank you, he spoke softly, looking back to Ashley. I just hope accepting these isn't like accepting a marriage proposal. You're most welcome. I'm glad you didn't disappoint. I really didn't want to forgive that slimy bastard. Jason's teeth gnashed together as he stared at Kai and Ashley with a deadly cold glare. Kai couldn't lie, he got immense satisfaction from seeing Jason like that, but he was certain he just made an enemy for the rest of the duration at this academy. They fit like they were made for me. Kai couldn't help but taunt the frothing noble. Nicholas started shaking with laughter. A few other brave people joined in. The rest of the students finished up their spar with instructor Sven. He looked fresh and unruffled, as if the last few hours of combat meant nothing to him. By the end, a total of 6 people had made it into Group S, including Kai, Ashley, and Nicholas. Instructor Sven had only used the odd staff during his fight with Kai. Class, Sven boomed, next session, I want you to get together with your group and instructor and begin your training. If your group's instructor believes you are capable of moving up into the next group, then you will be allowed to join the next group. For those of you in Group S, there will be no moving up. Dismissed. Chapter 22. Training. Kai, you're famous. What do you mean? Kai asked, confused. His 2 roommates had ambushed him the moment he stepped inside his dorm room. Everyone was talking about it at dinner. Andre waved his hands excitedly. They were saying you were talking to Prince Nicholas and Lady Ashley. That a commoner was chatting with 2 of the highest-ranking nobles in the kingdom. Andre got even more animated. Lady Ashley even gave you a magic item. She's absolutely gorgeous. I had a class with her, and let me tell you it was hard to concentrate in there. While Kai agreed she was very attractive, there had been something off about her. Not only that, but you also made Group S on the first try. Something only a handful of commoners have done till now, including your brother, who apparently won the 3rd-year tournament. Why didn't you say anything? Kai put a hand on Andre's shoulder. Chill and take a breath. I didn't want to mention it because my plan was to be low-key and pass under everyone's notice until the final tournament. I didn't want to become a target, which, now that I think about it, was ruined by a very well-timed burp. He bore his eyes onto the fox, who was in bed napping. But Kai knew better by now. There was the slightest up-tilt in her lips that he knew for certain to be a hidden smile. We couldn't believe the rumors at dinner. A few people were coming up to us and asking about you. We didn't know what to tell them. By the way, where were you during dinner? Both you and Ashley were missing, asked Hector, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Even the usually composed young man couldn't hide the interest and excitement in his eyes. Whoa, slow down. I can't speak for Ashley, but I missed dinner because I went to the library after the melee training class and fell asleep. You fell asleep in the library? They both asked in unison, skepticism laced in their voice. Yay, there wasn't anyone else there, and I ended up closing my eyes. It wasn't until the librarian woke me up at the closing time and kicked me out. Both Andre and Hector gave him a judging stare. Look, everyone deserves a good nap occasionally. Akane is on her 5th of the day. Kai pointed to the faux sleeping fox. On cue, she snored. What about Prince Nicholas and Lady Ashley? What about them? Nicholas seems like a nice person. And Ashley, I think I'm out of my depth with her. I don't know why she approached me, but it makes me think she wants something. Maybe she likes you. She did give you those boots. Andre squatted down next to Kai. He ran a hand over the material, letting out a whistle. Any idea what Aerowolf is? No, more like she was using me to play games and have fun. Kai recalled Nicholas claiming Ashley was above him in status, but he had never found out the reason behind that. Hector, what do you know about Ashley? Kai asked. Hector was the closest thing to a noble amongst his roommates. He would be Kai's best source of knowledge about the upper-tier echelon of the nobility. Not too much, just that she and her grandfather are treated like royalty in our king. Right as Hector was about to finish answering a knocking at the door, interrupted their conversation. Walking over, Kai opened it. Another student stood at the door, bags in hand. His bright red hair stood out against his dark green eyes. Dirt and smudges covered his clothing and face as if he had been traveling for days without a wash or rest. The red-haired student gave a stiff smile. "Sorry to interrupt. I believe I am your new roommate." Silently, Kai held the door open a little wider, gesturing for the student to come in. Walking towards the last remaining empty bed, the student plunked his bags down. He looked around briefly, before turning to the trio, who remained steadily staring at him silently. Coughing once, Kai nudged Andre in the ribs. As if waking up from a stupor, Andre walked up to the new student. "Nice to meet you. Name's Andre Belton of the Belton Merchant Group. That's Hector and Kai." "I'm Sean," he said quietly. "Human, Foundation Level 14. Sean looked very uncomfortable standing there as he was scrutinized by his new roommates. His fidgeting became more pronounced the longer he was being observed. "Where you from?" Andre asked after an awkward amount of silence had passed. "I'm from a port city south." Screaming, Sean backpedaled until he stopped against a dresser. Halfway inside his bag, tossing items out, was Akane. Running over, Kai grabbed at Akane, pulling her out of his new roommate's bag. Free of the bag, everyone could see her mouth moving rhythmically up and down as she ate and swallowed something. "My rations." Sean looked dejected. "Does the fox belong to you?" Kai's new roommate took it with less grace than the others. "Yay," he answered. Akane was paddling through the air, grasped in Kai's hands, as she tried to escape over to Sean's bag. "Akane, relax." She didn't. "I'm sorry, I don't know what is going on with her," Kai apologized. Akane's behavior was extremely unusual. "Akane, stop, or I won't take you to the cafeteria anymore." With the threat of delicious food being taken away, Akane immediately stopped paddling. She looked at Kai. His slitted pupils were now wide in fear. Nodding her head, tiny tears dripped from her eyes and her ears drooped to the side of her face. She looked utterly depressed. Then it hit him. He has missed dinner, and he had no idea if Akane had gotten food with the others since she hadn't been with him in the library. "Guys, was Akane at dinner?" "Nope, never saw her," Hector replied, his eyes going large in understanding. After a few days, they all understood the fox's appetite by now. It made a little more sense why she was acting out. The gluttonous fox was probably starving after not eating for whole 10 hours. "I'm sorry once again. I forgot to feed her," Kai explained to Sean, who looked somewhere between shocked and terrified. "She won't be doing that again," Kai said loudly for the benefit of Sean, but his words were meant for the naughty fox. Akane dejectedly hung limply in Kai's arms, soundly defeated by the threat of withholding food. "I have to go, guys. If I don't get this fox some proper food, we'll all be in danger." Almost an entire week had passed since Kai's arrival at the Ashbourne Academy. During the past week, Kai had gained 1 level randomly. The level came from his body slowly absorbing the ambient mana in the atmosphere and fusing into his body. This was the main method used by non-combatants to level up. The process itself was extremely slow, taking decades to level from Foundation Level 1 as a non-combatant to Forging Level 1. The variables are dependent on a variety of factors, but mana density was the main component. The higher level a person was, the longer it would take in between levels until eventually they just stopped leveling up naturally because it took too long between levels and would die before then. Kai ended up putting the 5 stats into strength, bringing it up to a solid 50. It was their first day off from classes, and Kai found himself on the training field. He was restless to use his magic as he wished to grow more familiar with it. The field was the only area students could use magic unsupervised as long as it wasn't against other students. There were about 24 students on the field, but everyone was separated enough not to bother the others. Starting with light exercises, he moved his body and sword in quick drills his father had taught him. He swung with slow precision, keeping his form steady throughout the training. Next, he trained inside one of his gravity pillars. The unseen pressure tried to buckle his back and knees, but he stood strong against it. He continued the forms, but this time slower. A thought occurred during his training. What if I activate Pillar and Domain on someone? Would the abilities stack? The only problem was he couldn't test it on other students, leaving only himself or Akane. Akane, I'm going to activate domain. Leave the area for a minute. I don't want you to be under the increased gravity, when the lazy fox merely opened a single eye at him before closing it. He took that as a sign to do his worst. Already under his gravity pillar, which was steadily draining his mana, he used domain. Immediately his mana started dwindling faster than ever. He was correct in his suspicions. The gravity abilities did not stack gravitational force. The force of gravity is determined by my intelligence stat. It makes sense since each spell has the same modifier. After all, I'm not summoning two fireballs, but affecting the same pull of gravity. He spied Akane unperturbed by the increased gravity, napping away as if nothing had happened. He quickly turned off both abilities as his mana reached the halfway point. Next, he began using his last active ability. Starting with heavy blow, he practiced his sword swing in combination with the magic. The weight of the sword grew as an unseen pressure descended upon it every time the magic was activated. The sudden onset of weight and momentum nearly ripped the sword from his hands every time, even when he knew it was coming. Only through his practice and expectation of the increase in weight and momentum could he catch himself from dropping it most of the time. Furrowing his brows, he was aware this would pose a problem in actual life and death combat if he had to catch himself from dropping his sword every time. He wanted to know how much faster and heavier his sword swing was, but there was no way to measure it without precision instruments. If Kai had to approximate, it was nearly twice more powerful than his normal strike. But that was only a guess. After practicing chopping downwards a few times, Kai decided to test his horizontal swings. But he had miscalculated. Without the ground to break his sword's momentum, his blade ended up ripping out of his hands and went soaring through the air like a spinning blade of death. He watched on in speechless horror as the spinning sword ended up falling near a student, nearly hitting them on the way down until a barrier of rock appeared out of thin air, stopping it. Akane, who had been supposedly sleeping until now, was rolled over onto her back, snickering with laughter. Kai briefly gave her a death stare before witnessing the student grab the sword embedded in the manifested rocks. Running up to him, Kai immediately apologized. The student looked amused more than upset. I was not expecting to get decapitated today. Perhaps wait until I've at least had one last good meal, the student joked lightly. He had a knowing smirk on his face. He had dark brown eyes and the beginning of a pale beard that matched his wheat-colored hair. Human forging level 71. Kai whistled in his mind. Must be a third-year student. I am sorry again. My magic is tricky. I should have expected that to happen. Kai apologized once more, this time giving a light bow. The student brought his hands together and then apart. The earth rumbled momentarily before a wall made of dirt and stone rose from the ground in front of the two. It stopped a few meters high and was nearly a meter wide. Please face the wall when practicing your swings. Oh, and do me a favor. If your sword is cruising through the air again, maybe a little warning next time. The earth magic student winked before walking over to where Kai had originally been practicing. Kai reached up and covered his face with his hand, giving a solemn nod in response. How embarrassing. By the time he dragged his hand down, the student had already begun his training once again as stones rotated around the now floating student. Akane stood next to him, imitating his accident by winding up her front right leg and flinging it outwards in a motion as Kai had done. Except she kept repeating it, laughing the entire time. Ignoring the giggling fox's laughter, Kai kept trying his horizontal swing. The first dozen swings, he lost his grip. Each time his sword would embed itself into the rock wall. He noticed one critical thing about his heavy blow ability during the training. The weapon he used would gain weight suddenly when using the ability, but only during the swing. Once the swing was completed, the weight would vanish instantly, like a cut thread, the pressure on the weapon gone. Gravity seemed to be pulling on the weapon in the direction it was headed, giving it additional weight and momentum to strike harder. While this made his attack much stronger, it also made it difficult to control, which was obvious from the number of times the sword had flown out of his grip. After horizontal swings, he decided to attempt stabbing with heavy blow. To say it was a failure would be an understatement. The sword had actually shot out of his hands when he thrust forwards. The few times he had actually managed to keep his hands on the handle, he had to take a few steps forwards to compensate, or else he would fall flat on his face. The feeling was as if the sword had teleported half a meter forward with his hands still attached, throwing him completely off balance. Without a doubt, it was something to continue to work on, much like everything else. He decided to call it a day when his sword had sunk far into the rock wall. The tip of the blade was visible through the other side, with the crossguard pressed against the rock. It took considerable effort to pull it out, which prompted another wave of laughter from Akane, the Earth Mage, and the other students who spectated. "I should have stuck with a mage class," he muttered. Marching away from the snickering fox, he decided to head to the library to do a little research. The training had exhausted him and drained his mana. He hadn't done much besides strain his arms with the heavy swings, but it still had been a burden to the rest of his body. His health had even gone down 15 points during the training. The repetitive swings must have stressed his arms enough that it had somehow caused him to take damage. Walking into the large, exquisite stone building, the air changed. The aroma of ink and fresh books overwhelmed his nose. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. The same librarian that had woken him up the other night was sitting at the front desk, her glare firmly following Kai as he approached her. Somehow it felt like he was marching to his death. "Are you here to defile our halls and take a nap once again?" The raven-haired librarian peered at Kai from her seat. Her youthful face looked the opposite of her jaded behavior. Kai would think her pretty if she wasn't on the verge of murdering him for the capital crime of taking a nap. Her glare made him think that nothing he said would rectify his past behavior. Avoiding eye contact, Kai's cheeks turned red. "Is it against the rules to nap?" he asked sheepishly. The librarian stood faster than Kai could see, slamming her palm on the desk. An audible thump resounded, Kai's chest vibrating ever so slightly. The ancient-looking blue leather tome the librarian had been tending to on the desk jumped up half a meter before crashing back down. The desk stood steady and firm despite the beating it had just taken. Holding up his hands in surrender, "I was kidding. I am here to do some research, not sleep. Promise." He tried to give her his most charming smile, but the librarian's face remained indifferent. Her eyes shifted down. "What is that?" the librarian asked in horror. Pointing at Kai's feet, he instantly knew what she was referring to. Akane sat at his feet, having once again appeared like a ghost. "That is my companion fox, Akane." "Nope. No, absolutely not. No animals in the library, no sleeping, no eating or drinking. That thing will have to stay outside. I will not tolerate it defacing this holy building. I absolutely forbid it." "But, no arguing. Either you both leave, or the fox does." "Akane," Kai turned to her, "I really need to do some research. Can you wait outside? I'll give you extra dessert tonight if you wait quietly." Giving a very human-like roll of the eyes, Akane turned and walked back towards the entrance. After a moment, the librarian spoke up. "You may stay, but I will be watching." Chapter 23. Flirting with Danger. With Akane waiting outside and Kai being granted permission to stay in the library, Kai watched the librarian go back to writing. She didn't even spare him a second glance as she ignored his presence. He stood there awkwardly for a few seconds before he lightly coughed, covering his mouth. Hand frozen, she shot him a harsh glare. "What?" she spit out. Looking uncomfortable, Kai asked, "I was wondering if there were any books on gravity or involving gravity magic." Scowling, she returned to her previous task, tracing over words inside the ancient tome with her pen. The faded words became more prominent once again. Without looking up, she responded, "Second floor, section G, third floor, section E." "Thank you," he said. Walking as quietly as possible, he inched away from the scariest person he had met since his mother. He was a little confused. She had been rude to him, and yet he found himself very attracted to her. He hoped it was just teenage hormones acting up because she was beautiful and not a new inclination. Even with 3 floors to the large library, there wasn't much open space. 4 tables spread out across each floor, with the rest of the space filled with bookcase stacks, all packed with tomes and books of different sizes and colors. Navigating his way to the second floor, Kai found section G easily enough. The only problem was the row of books went on for a dozen meters and was stacked 10 books high on each side. With thousands of options, Kai began his tireless search by checking each title one by one with no other clues to narrow down his search. 20 minutes later, he finally came across a book with gravity in its title. The Science of Gravity, which was written by an author he had never heard of. Grabbing the book, he noticed it was thin and very old. The cover of the book had also been worn down through time and mishandling. Proceeding through the rest of the row, he found nothing else that hinted at having to do with gravity by the title. Giving up on the second floor, he moved to the third. The third floor was an exact copy of the second. Despite searching for almost half an hour, Kai could not find the book on gravity magic, to his frustration. Clearly, it is not a well-known or popular subject of interest or study in the Ashbourne Academy. Kai knew for certain there would be many books and teachers available on Titan Prime regarding gravity magic, giving him another reason to win first place in the tournament and hope this father would deliver his promise of either finding some funds or a sponsor. Lucian and he had already been in the fourth realm over 1,200 years ago. If the man was still alive, Kai couldn't even imagine what kind of power he had attained by now. The prospect seemed daunting, impossible even, but if Kai wanted a chance, he needed access to the best. Sitting down, Kai Lieft began reading through The Science of Gravity. The short book begins by discussing the history and discovery of gravity by Sir Isaac Newton. After some boring biography about Newton, he found out that apparently Robert Hooke had discovered gravity before Newton and had even accused him of plagiarizing his work. It was also noted that 1,000 years before, that astronomer Brahmagupta II had been the first to discover the law of gravity, but it was barely mentioned. The book primarily talked about Newton and his discovery of gravity and his laws. Kai didn't want to be rude, but it was boring material. He wanted to know the secrets of gravity and not some Earth scientists who all claim to discover it. Here we go. Information on gravity. Gravity is a fundamental force of the known universe. It is the force by which an object or energy with mass attracts other objects towards its center. Mass is the quantity of matter in an object. It is what gives everything weight on a planet. I already know this. The gravitational force is dependent on mass and distance. The larger the mass, the stronger the attraction of gravity is. Whereas, the further two objects are from each other, the weaker the pull of gravity becomes. Newton's law of universal gravitation states that every particle with mass attracts every other particle with mass in the universe, with a gravitational force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. The rest of the book discussed formulas and equations used by physicists for calculating the force of gravity, among other things. All the information from the book was knowledge taken from Earth. Kai was certain there was a difference between Earth and Eris. After all, Earth only had one moon orbiting around it, but Eris has dozens of other planets orbiting, each pulling on the other. They were also closer than the moon had been to Earth as well. The myriad of worlds was truly mysterious when it came to gravitational forces. Continuing scouring through the books for more information, Kai heard snoring next to him. Startled, he looked to his left and saw Akane, the sneaky little fox, sleeping on the chair next to him. In his shock, he shot up, flinging the chair back until it crashed to the ground, breaking the silence throughout the entire library. Wincing at the sudden loud sound in the quiet library, Kai looked on in horror and fear at the mischievous fox. He thought she understood to wait for him to finish. The only thing he could think of was that he was going to die, and not a monster or beast, but to the beautiful librarian when she found out. "Damn it, Akane, you're going to get me kicked out, banned, or killed. Is that what you want? Your food source dead?" Kai whispered. He closed his eyes in pain at the headache forming due to the stress Akane was giving him at this moment. Kai was panicking. He knew the librarian would ban him if he had committed one more unholy transgression. A clearing of the throat startled him from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw the same librarian had appeared behind him without making any noise. Gods, I really need to get a detection ability. This is getting ridiculous. Kai opened his mouth to speak, but he found himself unable to say anything. He saw the irritated eyes of the librarian. "I can explain," Kai declared. "Explain away. Please tell me why you are making unnecessary noise in my library." Her hands were on her hips, glaring at Kai with a fierceness akin to hatred and loathing. Noise? Turning, he looked at the chair next to him, now empty as if it remained so the entire time. That little... Oh, I am sorry, miss. I became excited when I read something in the book. I didn't mean to knock down the chair. Discreetly looking for Akane, he turned around and picked up the chair, setting it upright. There was no fox to be seen. Either she had vanished out of sight or Kai was hallucinating. He wasn't sure what was worse. See that you remain quiet next time, or I will suspend you from entering until a time when you learn to follow the rules. With one last glare, the librarian turned and began walking to the stairs. The library was once again completely quiet. Gulping, Kai decided it was time to leave. Putting the book back in its place on the second floor, Kai walked to the exit. Akane had not reappeared, but Kai was certain if he wasn't hallucinating, she could take care of herself. Walking through the doors, the sun had begun setting in the distance. He had lost track of time inside the library. The sounds of people talking, clangs from weapons, and everyday life filled his ears as he stepped outside. Starting down the path, he heard a single yap. Shocked, Kai jumped to the side, his hand going towards his non-existent sword handle. Akane sat next to where he just stood, snickering at his reaction. A bunch of different emotions, such as shock, anger, and confusion, passed through Kai all in 1 second as he looked upon the tiny naughty fox. A single idea came to him that could explain everything that had happened. Picking up the fox underneath her front leg pits, her head sat only a few inches away. He looked into her eyes, unable to discern anything. "Can you teleport? Have you been fucking with me this entire time?" The only response he received was a single yap and a head tilted, implying nothing. "And why don't you weigh more? I've seen the way you eat." Another head tilt, this time the other way. Kai dropped his head until his forehead was flush with Akane's forehead. "I waved the flag of surrender, Akane. I need you to chill. You're going to get me in serious trouble. I was trying to be discreet here at the academy," Kai pleaded with the small fox. He knew she understood him. "Please go easy on me." With a roll of her eyes, Akane vanished from Kai's grasp, reappearing on the ground in front of his eyes instantaneously. With a single yap, she turned and began marching down the path to the cafeteria with a little perk in her step. Kai stood in unquestioned shock, staring at the troublemaker walking away. "Are you fucking serious?" "Kai, Ashley," Sven called out, signaling them to approach the combat ring. Sitting on the grass, Kai reached out and grabbed the wooden sword to his right. The feel of the wood and grain had become a familiar thing over the last few weeks. No longer were the students allowed to bring their own weapons to his melee training class. Only wooden weapons provided by the academy would be permitted in combat between students unless they were participating in an official duel or the end-of-the-year tournament. The crunch of grass turned into soft thumps as his boots met the dirt of the combat ring. Kai felt tense. His entire body was stiff with anticipation and dread. Over the last couple of weeks, Sven had begun teaching Kai a new form. It was basically a new set of moves commonly taught to sword-wielding trainees in the Ashbourne Kingdom. It was called Flow Like Ash and was basically a mobile style of sword fighting that relied on graceful footwork. Kai wasn't so sure about it being useful for the kind of fighting he would be doing under his gravity magic, but it was the kata taught to all students at the academy initially. The time had come to begin sparring with other students. Kai's first match would be against the highest-leveled student, Ashley. He knew there was no way he would win this spar. The stats and level differences were too far apart to make this anything but a slaughter. And even if magic was allowed, Kai was confident he would still get his ass kicked. The difference in realms was very significant in fights. She stood relaxed, leaning against the wooden spear which was embedded in the ground as she stared at Kai's approach. She had a smirk on her face. "Go easy on me," Ashley said, giving him a wink. Her light and easy smile showed she was enjoying his current dilemma. "I think that's my line," Kai frowned. He didn't know how to approach her. Not only was she faster and stronger, but she also outranged him. The skill she showed with her spear during class was also nothing to scoff at. She was likely better than Kai's skill with a sword. For such an easygoing, teasing girl, she put a lot of effort into activities during class. Enigma was the word Kai would use to describe her. She was always trying to be friendly with him, more so than any other student. Kai was under no illusion that he was someone special at the moment. Sure, he worked out often and was decent looking, but that didn't explain her odd behavior towards him. If only the librarian was as interested in me as Ashley is. He had a guess she wanted something from him, but he couldn't even fathom what. She never asked him for anything, only kept trying to get closer. Maybe I should pretend to give in and see what she wants. Nah, not a good idea. I suck at subterfuge. How about we make a bet? She put her finger to her chin, looking thoughtful. If I win, how about... You take me on a date, she asked. Well, I'd say that solves the question of what she wants, he thought sarcastically. Kai could feel killing intent radiating from the sidelines where the other students watched. Looking to the side, he could see a frown on Nicholas's face. The other members of Group S looked livid. Why? Why are you playing these games, Ashley? What do you want? Who's to say I want anything? Perhaps I just want to spend time with you. You're definitely my type. She smiled sweetly, throwing a wink at Kai. No. Fine, I was going to let you win, but now I think I'll punish you a little. She burst toward Kai without warning. Before Kai could properly react, the blunt wooden spearhead had impacted his stomach, sending him flying back onto the grass. Instinctively, he grabbed his stomach as his lunch threatened to come up. If he hadn't jumped back ever so slightly and softened the blow last second, he would be in even more pain. He saw Ashley standing in the same spot from where she had begun the fight. Not a single strand of hair was out of place, making her appear as if she hadn't moved once. Do you know why instructor Sven put you and me in the first fight together? Ashley said, even though it would be better off for each of us to fight someone closer to our level. I can assure you, it was not for my benefit. Grabbing the wooden sword off the ground, Kai shuffled closer to his starting position. I don't care. Let's just fight. A flash of wood came too quickly once again. Instead of a straight shot, it swung from the side, slamming into Kai's wrist, forcing him to drop his sword. Sweat clung to his brow as he held his wrist. The pain radiated, throbbing with every beat of his heart. Reaching down, he grabbed the sword with his left hand. He had learned to fight with his left, but wasn't as proficient as his primary hand. Fake gasping, "Are you a masochist?" Ashley's face mirrored one of shock watching Kai grab the sword. "Do you like me punishing you?" she teased coyly. "Enough. Next, Nicholas and Jonathan," Sven yelled out, stopping the one-sided massacre. "Kai to me." Blowing him an air kiss, Ashley sauntered off to the other students. There was apprehension as she approached, every student taking a step back unconsciously. Kai limped to the impassive-faced instructor Sven. She wasn't lying. As harsh as that was, it was for your benefit. As passable as your sword skills are, it will not be enough to bridge the divide between you and the other students. You need to master your magic before the end-of-year tournament. Even your brother didn't face such challenges during his time in the academy. Without even counting the two abnormalities of Nicholas and Ashley, there are many other students that could win first place this year at the tournament. Oh, and try to get into the forging stage before the tournament, or you won't have any hope of winning. Sven sagely lectured. Chapter 24. Preparations. Kai, over here, Andre called from the side of the assembly of students. Joining his roommates, they formed a small group on the outside of the gathering. Nearly all of the first-year students had arrived onto the training field. Today they were to receive their instructions and group placement for their practical field excursion. Scanning the area, he found Hector standing near a group of students that couldn't ever be mistaken for anything else other than nobles. The clothing they wore seemed flashy and all too rich. Hector seemed to hover around the outside of the group, included in the sense that he was to hang back and wait on his master, who Kai assumed was the blonde hair and blue-eyed noble. Hector's eyes hardly left the man. Kai gave his roommate a small wave when his eyes found his. The only response was the slightest down tilt of his head before he turned his focus back to his lord. All of a sudden, Kai felt a hard shove on his side. Turning to look at the offender, Andre had his elbow out at his side, but his attention was not on Kai, but something to their left. Turning that way, Kai found what Andre had been looking at. Sven was here, but something was obviously wrong. His fists were curled up, causing his already muscular arms to bulge exaggeratedly. Spittle flew out of his mouth as he yelled at his companion, who appeared completely nonplussed about having the livid melee training instructor yelling at her. Who he appeared to be yelling, Kai could hear nothing from the two, despite them being only 50 feet away. Kai wasn't able to make out any details about his companion. Their figure identified them as female, but they wore a hood and had their body mostly turned away from the students. More and more students had begun taking notice as the arguing continued for a few more minutes. It happened quickly. One moment Sven was yelling, then next he was taking a step back. His face had changed from the flushed red of anger to fear. She took a step forward and passed him a piece of paper. Saying something unknown, she vanished the next second before their very eyes. Sven seemed to snap out of his haze 10 seconds later. Blinking, he turned to the students, only finally noticing he had an audience. Grumbling something Kai was able to make out as fuck, the man turned and stomped to where the rest of the instructors stood waiting. In front of the other instructors, he turned his back on them and faced the students. "Attention, students," he said in a normal voice. Some conversations stopped, while others kept going, whispering between them. "I said, attention!" Sven bellowed loud enough that Kai and many others had to cover their ears, despite the lack of magic used. Every student was silent now. "Welcome to prep for field training, aka your first expedition. For those of you who don't know me, I am Sven, instructor of melee combat. Starting next week, we will go out once a month, on a field excursion to an undisclosed location. You will be fighting monsters in areas scouted beforehand. This will be an opportunity to level up and train your skills and abilities in actual combat." He stopped and took a deep breath. His body tensed again, causing his muscles and veins to swell. "Students," he said somberly, "I was just informed by our headmistress that this year our expedition will change compared to previous years." He flattened the piece of paper that had been half crushed in his fist and brought it up to read. "To challenge and assist students in growing, we will be partially removing the safety net cast on them during their field excursions. At random, one group, every excursion will be selected to be without their instructor's protection. You will not know until the time when you need their help comes. It is up to your group to plan and deal with all threats." The piece of paper ignited in Sven's hand, where it quickly turned into ash. His downcast expression spoke volumes of what he thought of the situation. Silence permeated the students until someone finally called out, "Can we abstain from going on these trips?" "You can," Sven said. Then he added, "If you don't go, however, you will be kicked out of the academy." Kai felt for the melee instructor. The man obviously cared for his students enough to not want to see them dead. Why would things change now of all times? Is it because of the war with the Empire? Another student of wealth from Hector's group raised their hand. "How long will the field training expedition last each time?" "Each excursion will last up to 10 hours. 1 to 2 hours to arrive and assemble at the predetermined location, with another 6 hours for exploring the area and fighting the monsters you come across. And another few hours for returning. We will take carriages to each location." Sven spoke slowly and clearly, making sure each student understood. "Does anyone have more questions?" "No?" he said without giving anyone a chance to ask another. "As per tradition, we have placed you in groups of 10, with a total of 12 groups this year." Kai shifted a bit. 10 people? That's a large group. We'll make for slow leveling too. They must not have that many instructors to supervise. You will not be able to pick your teammates. We have already done so for you, and there will be no changing our decision. Through the information given at admissions and the observations of my fellow instructors and myself in your melee, range, and mage classes, we have tried to create well-rounded groups. The levels and classes vary in each group and do not reflect your mage, range, or melee training class placements. I understand you may not want to fight with others, and I can accept that. However, this class is an opportunity for you not only to level up, but learn to fight in groups. Now beginning with Group 1, assemble over there when I begin calling your names. Sven's voice commanded authority. The decision had been made and he would expect everyone's compliance. Everyone began being assigned to an instructor. Andre and Sean were immediately separated from Kai. As fate would have it, Kai was paired with Hector and Jason Grell in Group 2. The worst part was that both of Jason's minions were also in the group. Kai spied Jason looking unsurprised at the news, as if such news was expected. I will not tolerate any mishaps or fooling around. Make no mistake, despite the instructors babysitting you, assume your life will be at risk at all times. Do not do anything to harm your fellow students, or I will be forced to report you to the academy headmistress. Sven's voice had a tone of unquestionable resolve to it. He would not tolerate any nonsense from stupid students. A train of carriages rolled out of the Ashbourne capital to a location unknown to most of the passengers. The time had finally come for the first field training expedition of the school year for the first-year students. The energy in the air could not be contained. Kai himself felt restless, despite him trying to close his eyes and meditate for the last hour. The lively conversation between his 3 roommates made it difficult to concentrate, however. This whole endeavor is foolish. Trying to make us cooperate with other students is simply asking for trouble. No one in their right mind is going to want to share their kills and experience with people they don't know or trust, Andre angrily said. It's not only that. I don't see how I can put my faith and trust in a stranger to watch and protect my back. If the gods forbid, we are the group chosen to be without the instructor's protection, Hector pointed out. I heard starting in our second year, we can pick our own team, but will lack supervision, Sean said unexpectedly. Sean was the quietest of the 4, often only speaking when spoken to. Every time his voice remained just above a whisper, as if talking louder was a burden. Doesn't help us now. They all split us up except Hector and Kai, Andre pointed out. How long did they say the trip would take? Hector asked. About 2 hours. We still have an hour left to go, Andre pointed out. Kai, what do you think? Hector asked. Think about what? Kai asked, waking up from his mediation nap. His hair, usually messy hair, was flat on one side from leaning against the inside of the carriage wall. About being put in random teams and this whole nonsense about not being protected. Kai stretched his arms, yawning. I think it's exactly what you were saying before. Foolish and stupid. Many of these students are green, fresh to slaying monsters. They can read or hear about it all they want, but when it comes down to the moment, most of them will shit their pants. To put them at risk at this stage, before they have had time to grow, seems intentionally senseless. But, Kai paused, I also understand their side too. Without knowing if you have that safety net behind you, you're going to fight harder, smarter even. That sense of danger, lurking behind the fight, wondering if you are going to become Monster Chow, it will help you grow faster. Not just in levels, but as a fighter. In the beginning days of the humans' ascension to the myriad of worlds, they had no one guarding them. Closing his eyes, Kai thought back to the last week. My group already is at odds. Jason had created a rift of sorts in the group. He wants to be leader, or king, but everyone had enough sense to know he wants to hog all the monsters with his 2 friends. The others want to form a unified team of 10. Kai barked out a laugh. Trying to create makeshift teams that will be competing for kills between members seems like a good way for someone to get hurt or worse. I have no intention of sharing anything with Jason and his goons. Besides, the end-of-year tournament isn't a team fight, it's a single elimination format. Everyone went silent at Kai's answer. That's quite cynical, Kai, Andre finally said. Shrugging, that's just the way it is. When it comes down to it, every person will be out for themselves, especially the nobility, Kai murmured. What do you mean? Sean asked, leaning in. I think he means that the nobility desire to stay in power, and the idea that a commoner or someone from a lowly birth can rise in power and threaten them is what he is referring to. It's been this way since the beginning of this kingdom because they have resources, training, and information, all things making it easier for them to ascend. However, the nobles have expectations to protect this kingdom, so they are expected and required to train and grow in strength in order to do so, Hector supplied. Kai reached his hand out and tried to pet his Akane, only for his hand to pass through the air. Crap, I forgot. Akane wasn't allowed to come. Akane's illustrious fur had become a calming technique for Kai in the past month. Today had been extra stressful with the anticipation of the coming battles. Although Kai was used to fighting for his life, it had been so long since he had done so in the wilds without supervision he trusted. Not since that battle with the first boar he slain. His nerves and anticipation were getting to him. Only the crazy ones don't get nervous in combat, he reminded himself. Everyone was dressed in their battle equipment. They had the option of bringing their armor to the staging area and equipping it there, but most of the students decided to wear their armor before they left the academy. Kai imagined everyone else was also nervous. Hector sat dressed in a dark grey and red robe with a crest of a cross sat center on his chest of the noble family he served. The robe didn't look like it would be able to do much in the way of defense, but it was probably better than Kai's own armor. He only had a cheap hard leather chest piece and the pair of white Aerowolf boots he received from Ashley. Andre was sitting in scale mail that he was obviously uncomfortable in. His helmet bounced up and down on his lap as his leg shook lightly. Sean was like Kai. He wore simple hard leather armor on his chest, but that was where the differences stopped. He actually had a complete set of leather armor, unlike Kai. I need to go shopping before the next field trip and buy some additional armor. He had asked Andre to help him find some good armor for a decent price, but his roommate only had time after their first expedition. Thus, Kai acknowledged he would have to be careful during this trip, as his leather armor was probably closer to unenchanted cloth than actual protection. Kai watched the scenery pass for the next hour after giving up on meditating. Everyone out, we have arrived. Kai and the group shuffled out of the carriage. All the students were standing by their own carriages, waiting for instructions. Gone were the paved roads. Nothing but a worn dirt path remained. Massive, thick trees lay ahead, numerous and thick enough to block vision deeper into the woods after a little distance. Welcome, students, to the Delmash Forest. A female instructor Kai hadn't met called out with a squeaky voice, figuring she must be from one of the mage class's instructors because of her distinct wizard-like robes. In a moment, we will ask you to separate into your pre-assigned groups. Together with your instructor, you all will spend the next 6 hours in the Delmash Forest, hunting monsters. Group 2, this way please, a beefy instructor from the melee combat class called out, followed by more instructors calling for their group members. Hector and Kai walked over, joining the glaring Jason. The glare quickly turned into a self-satisfied smirk, no doubt at Kai's obvious poverty. Responding in kind, Kai gave Jason a one-over as well. His armor looked pristine, unused even. He wore steel plate armor contoured to his body. It looked light enough to allow for mobility and speed, yet sturdy enough to hold up to attacks. Kai was sure it was enchanted with at least the basics of durability that most enchanted armors possessed, except his now that he thought about it. He guessed such enchantments probably cost more than the leather he wore. A white cloak flowed behind Jason. Wow. That dud is even wearing a cloak. Now that we are all here, let's set out. Without any further words or introductions, the beefy man turned and began walking away and into the forest. Jason gave Kai one last look before turning away and following. Kai checked his belt and made sure his basic health potions were firmly attached. After confirming, he took a breath and walked into the forest. Name: Kaismo Cineri. Realm Task Level Foundation 28. Aspect Gravity. Class Vanguard. Race Human. Health 520. Stamina 250. Mana 250. Vitality 52. Strength 50. Dexterity 20. Endurance 25. Intelligence 30. Wisdom 25. Unspent attributes available 0. Active skills: Heavy Blow 10. Gravity Crush 10. Domain 10. Passive skills: Burden 10. General skills: Identify. Pain Tolerance 1. Sense Improvement 1. Soul Presence 4. Elemental Magic Resistance 4. Physical Resistance 4. Chapter 25. The First Encounter. I'm surprised there is such a thriving forest so close to the Ashbourne Mountains. Kai trekked across the fallen leaves and grass with the group, heading deeper into the unknown forest. There is no reason why this forest wouldn't be thriving, Hector answered, even though it's so cloudy near the mountains. I doubt this forest sees much sunlight. Shouldn't you know this already? The environment has adapted with magic to live and thrive under conditions with limited sun. The tree themselves are a special variant that doesn't require much water or light. They are actually one of the main exports besides ashstone. Shouldn't we discuss what everyone's class and magic element are so we can work on a strategy? Asked a short, freckled girl, looking around for confirmation. Her friend walking next to her also nodded. Why? What can you even do? You're only level 14, Jason sneered. You'll be more a liability than helpful out there. Just stay in the back and out of my way. What a classic arsehole in the making. He's not entirely wrong, though. Call him callous, but he had no inclination of sharing experience with other students except perhaps Hector. With Jason setting the tone of how the groups would work, people began splitting into smaller groups. The freckled girl joining 2 others near her level. Jason and his 2 goons were obviously a party. Seeing as how both Kai and Hector had not yet picked a group, the friend of the freckled girl approached them. Would you guys like to join our group? He asked. Human, Foundation level 21. Sorry, not interested right now. Kai turned him down. Undeterred, the students gazed, turned to Hector. Same. Looking a little crestfallen, the student turned away before shaking his head no. The others, seeing it, looked a little dejected too. Hector stood at his side, seemingly unbothered. He was at the highest level of all the students present. Right now, the others were a liability to Kai. Without knowing what they would be facing in the forest, he didn't want to commit to anything with the less experienced students. Since this was their first trip, he didn't think there would be anything too outrageous that required a 10-person team to survive. Most of the students were somewhat new to fighting monsters and using magic. He hoped the instructors planned accordingly. Hector, how about we team up together until we see what we are working with? Kai whispered to Hector. Sounds good. You will be the front lines and I'll shoot them from the back. Won't take much to coordinate, Hector replied. Kai nodded. You're a fire mage, right? Yep. Just try not to set me on fire. It doesn't feel good, Kai said, recalling the day he died. Although fire magic had been only one of his worries, he did end up getting burned during the fight. Fire magic was actually the first magic to ambush him in his house when he was with his parents. Hector seemed concerned at his last statement, but dismissed it, seeing Kai lost in thought. Everyone, take caution. The monsters in this area range between the Foundation realm and the Adept realm. The stronger monsters live deeper in the forest, closer to the mountainside, but that isn't always the case. They do tend to wander, the instructor informed everyone. Kai crept behind the instructor, his hand resting on his sword's handle, an action that didn't go unnoticed by the man in front of him. Kai had no qualms about using the instructor as a shield until he figured out what he was fighting. The man could take care of himself after all. Feeling uneasy about not having a perception or detection power, Kai strained his ears and eyes to find monsters. So far they had seen nothing during the past 5-minute walk, but there was plenty of ambient noise around them. But with all the trees, the sound was bouncing all around, making it impossible to determine the locations. Everyone except Hector already had their weapons out. To immediate Kai's right, Hector appeared unbothered. His eyes swept back and forth through the forest, but walked relaxed with his hand grabbing his wrist behind his back in a very sagely pose. Surprisingly, Jason looked on edge. His ornate sword was out in his hand. He kept flinching every time there was a sound. Somewhere in the distance, battle had already begun, small explosions and sounds of fighting echoing through the trees. "Sir, what kind of monsters are we going to fight?" one of the students asked. "You will see soon enough. We are approaching a few now." Within seconds, 2 beings came into sight. Great Deer, Foundation level 90. Great Deer, Foundation level 86. The deer looked docile enough, grazing on grass as the group approached the clearing. Their large bodies were covered with reddish-brown fur. Despite the deer standing on all 4 legs, their backs were taller than Kai's head. Kai noticed the instructor had stopped walking while Jason's group continued forward. A moment of consideration flashed between some of the members before Jason held his hand out. Two blades of air ripped through the calm atmosphere, traveling quickly until one impacted one closest deer's side, the other going wide. Blood gathered at the wound of the shallow cut. With a bleat of pain and fear, both deer took off into the thickets, vanishing from sight immediately. Everyone stared after the vanishing deer in silence, only the laughing of the instructor could be heard. What the hell was that? Kai couldn't help but ask. Jason had scared away the beasts before they could even get in position. What? Jason gave everyone a seething look. I'm not going to wait for you lot to fuck it up. No, you did that yourself, dumbass, Kai unconsciously retorted. There were a few gasps that could be heard among the students. Feeling the usual glare trained on him, Kai shifted to face Jason so he could look right back at him. Would you stop glaring at me all the damn time? It's getting annoying. I'm going to start getting the wrong ideas if you keep staring at me like that. He was fed up with Jason and his arrogant, spoiled nature. The guy already hated him. All he had to do was survive 1 year at the academy and win the tournament, and he would never have to see the pompous asshole ever again. True to his nature, Jason gave Kai a death glare of all death glares. The man was nothing but unoriginal. Thinking on it a little more, he had probably made a mortal enemy when he accepted the boots. Not the smartest thing to do, but it was too late to take back his impulsive actions and comments. If you children are done playing around, we have more monsters 40 meters out to your left, the instructor informed. He could hear the sound of a strange barking amongst the trees, the foliage masking the origin of the sound. It was infrequent enough that it took a few seconds to locate the source. Hiding among the leaves was a green lizard no bigger than his forearm. Every time the lizard opened its mouth, a sound akin to a dog would bark out. As if answering the call, multiple barks responded all around Kai, all hidden away. Tiny bright red eyes flickered onto the unwelcome intruders, another bark echoing out in the unknown of the forest, many barks echoing its call. Barking lizard, foundation level 41. Kai was beginning to feel strange. He was beginning to have mild ringing in his ears. Hector and some of the others had even covered their ears. Every bark seemed to be infused with magic, attacking anyone in the vicinity to hear it. The barking began harmonizing. One by one, the lizards would bark at the same moment, their magical barks turning louder. With every bark, pulse of sound reverberated outwards, hitting those nearby. Kai's ears were beginning to ring softly. More and more lizards started joining the chorus, all harmonizing their magic in waves. Bark! 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 Kai, go now, pleaded Hector, his voice muffled through the ringing in Kai's ears. The noticeable sound of pain was evident in his voice. His eyes were closed as he grimaced in distress, with his hands on his ears as he tried to block out the sound magic. Kai sprinted to the tree where the lizard he had identified had attached itself. Seeing the incoming predator, it tried crawling away up the tree, only for Kai's blade to flash down, slicing through its back leg. The shocked lizard fell to the ground, thrashing and rolling around. Kai tugged at the handle, but his sword had managed to become stuck firmly in the tree. A small flash of orange light flared over the lizard, causing it to bark in agony for a second before it ceased its sound. Your group has slain, barking lizard, foundation level 41. Vanguard has reached foundation level 29, 1 level. With the lizard dead, Kai placed his foot against the tree and pushed against it, while pulling at his sword. The sword slowly inched out until it popped free. You good? Questioned Hector, having watched Kai struggle to pull his sword out of the tree. His hands were already back on his ears, covering them. He still looked in pain, just less so than before. Yay, let's get more before they are all gone. Already several groups were fanning out, searching for the source of the noise. The lower-leveled students seemed to be in the most distress. It was also funny seeing students try to fight the lizards. They would have their ears covered until the moment they attacked, then immediately go back to covering them. All kinds of magic and yells flared up around the area. After a few minutes, the barking ceased entirely. Kai had slain 3 by himself, and an additional 2 with Hector's help. The more barking lizards that died, the lessen the effects their magic had on the people around, making it easier to fight as time went on for the others. The creatures' defenses were pitiful. A single sword swipe without magic was enough to slay them. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 32. Checking his health and mana, Kai noticed both were doing well. His health hadn't dropped much, only a few points. His mana was a little lower after using Heavy Blow a few times. The fight hadn't lasted too long, making him unable to use his abilities much. There was also the fact he couldn't use his domain with so many others present. He did try a gravity pillar on one of the lizards, but it didn't really seem to do much, probably because the lizard was so small and light. Grabbing a large leaf, Kai tried to clean his sword of lizard blood. It wasn't doing much good, besides spreading the blood further down the blade. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Kai turned around, seeing it was Hector. Fresh crimson blood was dripping down from his ears. "You're bleeding from your ears." Kai pointed out the obvious. Hector put his hand on his ear. Taking it away, he saw fresh blood. Pulling a thin vial of red liquid from his pocket, he knocked it back, blinking a few times. "Are you good? You were closer to those lizards than I was." Confused, Kai checked his ears, but there was no blood coming from them. He looked around his body and saw nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm good. I only lost a few health points." "How is that possible? You were closer to them, and I'm almost 50 levels above you," he observed Kai with curiosity. "Maybe you should invest more into vitality," Kai half joked. It was very unlikely that his vitality was higher than Hector's. So why was I less affected by the sound magic than he? I can't exactly ask him about his stats or abilities. One of the rudest things you could do was ask someone about their personal stats and abilities. It was tantamount to a massive offense, asking someone for their most personal secrets. Such things could only be shared with your most trusted friends or family. He didn't have any defensive abilities yet, so that ruled out that option. The only possibility was under his general skills. His physical and magical resistance was at 4, meaning he would receive a passive increase of 40% to his natural defenses and abilities once he receives a defensive ability. His Blood Champion class had not given any additional resistance, unlike his Vanguard class. It was a bit new to him being a little more robust, although he lacked the healing blood magic had given him. Around Kai, multiple people had blood coming from their ears as well. Most of the others looked worse off than Hector, their shoulders stained from the blood as it fell onto their clothing and armor. The girl with freckles, who had spoken up earlier, was on the ground, unconscious. One of her teammates was pouring a vial into her mouth. Jason looked unruffled. No blood or injuries could be seen, though one of his eyes was squinting, so maybe he wasn't as unaffected as he looked. Huffing, he walked to the instructor, ignoring the unconscious girl on the floor, not even sparing her a glance. With the 4 gained levels, Kai now had 20 unspent stat attributes. What to do? What to do? His dexterity was his lowest stat, which could possibly be a problem if he encountered agile or fast enemies. There was no guarantee he could slow or stop the enemy with his gravity magic alone. Right now, it didn't seem strong enough to do so for most monsters. As it stands, all attributes are useful for me for now. So, no min-maxing like my past life's mother taught me. What I need to do is figure out which stats are the most important for my class and build. I am a warrior, but I also have mage-like abilities. He sighed. "Mom, I wish you were still alive to help me figure this crap out. I guess I can do an even spread until I figure out more, but I have a feeling vitality and strength will be critical for me in the future. Fighting under increased gravity will make me weigh more, making it more difficult to move. I'll need a body made of steel to succeed under such hellish conditions and fight. But I can't neglect my intelligence, or my gravity won't do enough to hinder whoever I am fighting." Allocating his stats, Kai felt satisfied for now. He ended up putting 10 into Dexterity, bringing his lowest attribute to 30, and put 5 each into Endurance and Wisdom. For a split second, he felt magic flow through him before it vanished as if it hadn't existed. "Students, let's proceed to the next area. Only 5 hours are left," the instructor called out, beckoning the students over. Everyone was on their feet within moments, even the formerly unconscious freckled girl. Although she was a little wobbly, requiring assistance to stand and walk. One of her teammates turned out to be a healer and was giving her extra attention. Panting lightly, sweat dripped from the brow of the healer. He looked exhausted already. Kai knew healing took a massive amount of mana, making it so the low-leveled guy was probably out of mana already, even after healing minor injuries. 4 levels, not bad, Hector commented to Kai. Kai noticed that Hector had not gained any levels, not that he expected him to. The monsters were at a much lower level than him and hardly proved a challenge to kill. Let's get going before the others get there first. Chapter 26. Troubling Fight. The 10 students split apart back into their smaller groups as they traversed the forest. It seemed the deeper they went, the denser the foliage and trees were. Identify showed the trees varied in type, but were nothing unusual from a normal everyday tree. The forest appeared normal as far as forests go. Thick canopies blocked most of the light from passing down to the forest floor, making for an ominous adventure. The instructor stayed back, telling the students their next target was nearby. The only warning they had received was, use extreme caution. The grumpy, beefy man was definitely a hands-off instructor, not coddling his students. Kai wasn't sure if he would truly let students die. It wasn't a risk he was willing to take, so he would proceed with caution as he was still coming into his new class and magic. Kai towed carefully across the ground, attempting to avoid making as much noise as possible. His fellow students were less inclined to be stealthy, snapping sticks and stepping on fallen crunchy leaves on their trek through the forest. They had entered a tiny clearing, trees and bushes encircled the area. Hector stayed 10 feet behind Kai, following him step for step. Kai could feel it, the tense, agonizing moment before a fight. He glanced at every shadow expecting something to pop out, but nothing did. The sounds of battle in the far distance had quieted down over time as the groups moved further apart. There was an eerie quiet now, not even small animals were making noise any longer. It was the sound of death, a stillness of life. A deathly silence only possible when all the nearby creatures and animals were afraid or dead. On the ground, unmoving, lay a familiar-looking animal, a great deer. Its lifeless black eyes stared into the void. The body had been torn to shreds, looking like it had been mutilated for fun. "There!" called out one of the students, pointing to the trees. Following the finger's path, Kai could see a large black cat shrouded in shadows, only parts of its body visible, and its bright golden yellow eyes. It stood on all fours, atop a thick tree branch. Its posture could only result in one thing: an ambush. Grove Panther, forging level 35. Shit, this thing is 100 levels over me, and in the second realm. We are fucked. In one instant, the panther was on the branch. The next, he was on the ground running towards the students. Panic ensued as some students started shooting magic at the beast, while a few others began running away. The panther tanked the weak magic, barreling right through the spells without so much as flinching. Despite being the farthest away from the panther, Kai cast Gravity Pillar without a second thought, creating an invisible pressure along the panther's path to the other students. Undeterred by the unknown, the panther sped right into the pillar of gravity. Holding his breath, Kai watched as the panther ran into the small pillar of gravity and out of it as if it hadn't existed. As if in response to his failure in stopping the beast, a scream rang out from a student. The panther stood on top of that same fallen student, its long claws dug into their chest, making strips of their flesh through the robes. Blood began spilling out of his mouth. With every scream and breath taken, more blood would fly out. It wasn't until a small fireball launched across the small clearing that the panther deftly dodged, moving away as it ran off into the thick foliage. "It's too fast," yelled one of the students. They were too outmatched and uncoordinated. Even if they worked together, it would be a difficult task, and Kai had no hope of rallying the panicked students to fight. The male student lay unmoving on the ground, blood leaked from his mouth and chest, his silence speaking loudly to the state of his condition. Only the shallow rise of his chest gave thought that he was still alive, though barely. "Zachary!" screamed the freckled girl. She pressed her hands against the injured man's chest wounds, trying to stifle the bleeding. "Fred, heal him," she pleaded with the robed healer. The other robed male student in the small group stood frozen with wide eyes of panic. His jaw chattered with terror as he stared into the distance, focusing on nothing in particular. "Freddie!" Coming to his senses, Freddie blinked a few times before turning his head to the freckled girl. With wet eyes, she said, "Freddy, please heal him. He's lost a lot of blood. He's not breathing anymore." Kneeling next to the still young man, the healer Freddy placed his hand gently against the man's chest. A bright white light glowed from his palm. Sweat immediately began to pool on Fred's face, his eyes solely on his patient as he concentrated on healing the man. Distracted with the healing, another scream rang out. A student was being dragged into the thicket, the panther's mouth grabbing onto their leg as it pulled him quickly out of sight. "No, no, stop, help," were the only sounds they came from the taken man before eerie silence took over once again. The instructor remained in the same spot, his arms crossed over his chest. Not a speck of emotion could be seen. Despite the previous screams, his facial expression had not flinched or changed once. What the hell is going on? This isn't right. Inhaling and exhaling, Kai yanked his sword out. The beast had already incapacitated 2 people. Squinting, he looked all over, but there was no sign of the panther. It had vanished into thin air beyond the bush. There was no control or order in the group, everyone was doing their own thing. There was complete and utter panic. Hector's face was scrunched up in nervousness. Only Kai appeared calm, but he had also been the farthest from where the panther had been. "Help us," screamed the freckled girl, tears of fear falling down her face. "My father will hear about this," roared Jason, spinning around in circles to find the evasive beast. "You think your father will want a weakling of an heir to inherit his legacy? To lead his house?" The instructor laughed heartily, finding the prospect amusing. "Are you willing to risk my father's wrath if I die?" The panther stalked out of the bushes, fresh blood splattered around his mouth. Its tongue came out, licking around the edges of the mouth, savoring the taste. The group looked on in terror at the approaching monster. "Your father came to this academy once. He understands the risks you must take to succeed. Kill it or die." "Fuck, air slash," yelled Jason. Kai couldn't believe the idiot was yelling his abilities aloud, telegraphing them for his opponents to see and hear. Even if the beast didn't understand what he said, yelling it would only attract attention to himself. 2 small crescent spectral blades of air appeared. The panther merely crouched low, allowing the air blades to pass overhead. Its eyes were trained on Jason now. With one last look, it dashed into the thickets again, vanishing from sight. "Does anyone have anything to stop or slow it down?" Hector called out. Kai heard a rustle in the bushes behind him. Swiveling his head, he saw the panther had launched a sneak attack at the exposed mage's back. "Hector, watch out!" Pushing Hector to the side, Kai took the position in front of him, sword at the ready. Standing his ground, Kai was ready to play the game of chicken with the shadow panther. It didn't back down as it dashed swiftly towards him, its 4 powerful muscular legs working in tandem to push it forward faster than Kai thought possible for a creature of its level. Domain. Kai felt his body and sword increase in weight. The panther seemed unbothered as it entered his domain, only barely slowing down. "Air slash!" yelled the dreaded familiar voice. A whistle pierced through the air behind Kai until a stinging feeling washed over his arm. The blade of air passed right underneath his arm, nicking it on its way past. The attack landed on the panther's shoulders, flinching the beast temporarily. Grunting in pain, Kai leaped towards the panther, sword high in the air. Bringing it down, he used heavy blow, feeling the weight of his sword increase even further than under the domain spell. Doubling in speed, the blade flashed down, striking the ground as he missed his speedy target. Evading the blade, the panther dashed past Hector and Kai towards Jason's group. Kai quickly turned domain off as it ran out of range. One of Jason's goons let out a high-pitched yell, swinging his battle axe down in one epic blow, only to miss. Dust and debris scattered about, obscuring vision. The healer was still kneeling over the fallen man. "We need to pin it," Kai called out, keeping his eyes on a swivel as he searched for the missing panther once again. "I can do it," called out someone decked out in typical mage robes. She held a very ornate staff in her hand. "Then why haven't you done it already?" Kai seethed a little internally. The difference in the panther's body strength and Kai's gravity magic was too great to be of any real use here. He needed the other students to step up. But between the panic and lack of coordination, the fight was a lot more difficult than it had to be. Good, then it's up to you, Kai said, prompting the student. He hadn't planned on trying to lead the others, but at this rate they would all die unless the instructor intervened. He had screwed up. He hadn't expected the instructor to have them fight something a whole realm above the group, or else he would have prepared more. Feeling a disturbance behind him, Kai swiveled his body. Alarmed, the panther was already in mid-jump, soaring right at him. The panther crashed into him, its full weight bringing his body down onto the forest floor and causing his sword to fly from his grip. Kai pushed at its face as he tried to keep it from biting his own off. Its front claws shredded into his leather chest piece, tearing the cheap material apart as it pushed at his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Sharp point pierced his legs, the panther's back claws doing their work of tearing his flesh off through his unarmored pant trousers. "Do something!" Kai yelled at the top of his lungs. Vines filled with thorns sprouted from the ground and began wrapping around the panther. Snarling, the panther tried to push off Kai, but the vines wrapping around them prevented it from moving away from its spot over Kai's body. Effective pinned over his body, Kai let go of its face with his right hand and began wailing into the distracted panther's side with his fist. He felt the vines tightening as they pressed the panther further against Kai's body. The claws kept digging in deeper as the beast tried to push away and off of Kai. The pain was becoming more intense with every passing second. I meant to trap the beast, but not on top of me. More attacks began focusing on the immobile panther, fire and air dominating the area. Kai's body flushed with heat, small fire blasts burning into the side of the beast. The magic began taking effect. The panther seemed hurt as small cuts and minor burns coated its short black fur, but not enough to make it panic. With a hiss of annoyance, the panther's attention was taken off Kai, despite them still being connected. Searching to his left and right, Kai saw his sword just out of reach. Shit, either the panther or my group is going to kill me if this keeps up. He had felt someone's magic hit him, but he had hardly noticed with everything else going on. The panther's claws had shredded through Kai's leather chest piece. Now the tips of its claws had begun piercing into Kai's chest, just like it had done to the student before. With a yell of primal fury, he began punching the panther's side once again. This time his attacks were enhanced by the power and weight of his gravity ability, Heavy Blow. The first punch caused an immediate reaction as the panther howled in pain. Without stopping, Kai kept punching and yelling, triggering the panther to continue clawing his body in retaliation. Latching onto his shoulder with its fangs, Kai screamed in pain as his vision began to darken, his health declining rapidly. Chapter 27. News of Misfortune. Kai's vision darkened. He was aware he had lost a lot of blood. Because he was no longer a blood mage, he couldn't block the vein leaking his life away or heal. With no other choice, he punched, pulled back, and punched again with the gravitational assistance of Heavy Blow. He punched his fist into the panther harder and faster than ever. Again and again, his fist drove into its side. Even when he felt his knuckles break, he didn't stop. Yowling in pain, the beast tried to escape off his body, thrashing about, but the vines kept it trapped over him. On his next punch, he felt the bones shatter underneath his fist, sending shards deep inside the beast. With a final yowl, the panther swayed for a moment before collapsing on him. Your group has slain, Grove Panther, forging level 35. Vanguard has reached foundation level 33 while Vanguard has reached foundation level 40. Heavy Blow has advanced to 210, 8 levels. Checking his health, Kai saw it was at 44,520. It continued to trickle down by the second as his life bled out. Health potion, Kai rasped to anyone listening. In a bit of panic, Kai chose to put 30 attribute points into vitality, giving him another 300 health. Only it didn't instantly heal him, instead it provided him a longer chance to live as his health still continued to dwindle, his life leaking out through the many wounds. It was a cheat method to delay death, only temporarily slowing his demise. Kneeling over his prone form, Hector poured liquid into his mouth. Kai sputtered, barely able to breathe under the large beast that lay on his chest. Hector and another student dragged it off him a moment later. After a minute of watching his health dip below 200, the familiar sensation of the healing potion began taking effect. The health continued dropping, but began slowing over time until it eventually stopped. The next minute, it started going back up. He could feel the familiar warmth and itchiness working away at his wounds as they sealed shut. With a weak sigh of relief, Kai closed his eyes as his health reached its new halfway point of 400. Having saved the remaining 10 attribute points in case he needed more vitality, Kai chose to put them into intelligence in a weak attempt to improve the pull of his gravity, since it had seemed wholly ineffective against the panther. His heavy blow had gone up a level, the first of his skills to do so. The increase would give a small power boost to the skill, making him hit a little harder the next time he used it. Name: Kaismo Cineri. Realm level Foundation 40. Aspect Gravity. Class Vanguard. Race Human. Health 403 840. Stamina 192 250. Mana 112 300. Vitality 80 84. Strength 50. Dexterity 30. Endurance 30. Intelligence 40. Wisdom 30. Unspent attributes. Available 0. Active skills: Heavy Blow 2/10. Gravity Pillar 1/10. Domain 1/10. Passive skills: Burden 1/10. General skills: Identify. Pain tolerance 1. Sense improvement 1. Soul presence 4. Elemental magic resistance 4. Physical resistance 4. Still kneeling next to his form, Hector bent his head down and whispered, "I think Jason Grell tried to kill you when you were trapped. One of his air blades hit you in the shoulder. Actually, a lot of them came close. It's not like you were moving much under it, so I doubt it was a mistake." Kai had felt magic hit him during the ordeal. He thought that it was perhaps a misfire. The pain and agony coming from the claws shredding his skin and muscle had been so painful that it dulled most of what else had happened around him. His eyes met Hector's for a moment before giving a subtle nod. He would deal with Jason later. Sitting up, Kai grunted in pain. His body still felt raw. The injuries, despite having healed, felt like they could burst open if he moved too much or too suddenly. With a voice full of energy, the instructor asked, "Well, that certainly was a lot more exciting. Everyone ready to move on?" As it turned out, one student had died during the fight. Zachary, the first student to get mauled, had survived with the assistance and healing abilities of Fred, although barely. The other student, named Casey, had been dragged by his leg into the bushes beyond Kai's vision, only to have been killed. Kai had no doubt the instructor could have saved the young man, but chose not to. I wonder if Garen went through this, or if Dad is aware. Something told him his father would have told him if he had known. Aren't they afraid of backlash? If an important noble's kid dies, then wouldn't he complain to the king? Take vengeance. What the hell are they thinking? Leveling up by way of killing monsters was supposed to be fast and dangerous, but they were still in school, under the supervision of instructors and teachers, so they were supposed to be safe. It seemed incredulous that they would let their own students die and be completely straight with it. Kai knew his mother would destroy the school in anger if he died, or would attempt to do so. With the instructor's unwillingness to intervene, Kai had initially thought they would be using a common ploy for the first expedition, to let the students think they would die so they could judge them and how they perform under such pressures. There was also the fact that a person would gain more levels if the risks were greater, or at least if they believed them to be so. But no, the instructor had let a student die, thus destroying his theories. It seemed barbaric to let an untrained student die during an expedition. It was so entirely pointless. The more Kai thought about it, the more confused and angrier he became. "Everyone," the instructor called out, "I know some of you have been through something harrowing today, but this is the price you must pay to gain strength." He held the corpse in his hands, a cloth covering it. "There are still a few hours left. We will take a vote on whether to continue or not. All who wish to continue to raise your hand." Everyone had voted not to continue. In his heart, Kai wanted to keep going. But he knew he was woefully underprepared. He needed armor, potions, and his health and mana back to full before he could feel confident about fighting out here next time. So the group trekked back to the staging area. Along the way, he kept receiving curious and fearful glances every now and then. Every time he met their gazes, they would immediately look away, almost fearful to be caught looking. "You scare them," Hector whispered alongside him. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't do anything to them." Kai looked around at the other students, but they seemed to be purposefully dodging his gaze. Hector gave Kai an appraising look. "When you were under the beast, during that minute I felt more fearful of you than the panther. You were terrifying. Under threat of death, you unleashed wrathful savagery that chilled my bones watching." Hector shivered. He brought his hand up to his arm and began rubbing it. "Kai, that monster had over 100 levels on you, and you—" The whole incident was a blur. All Kai remembered was the instinctual desire to live. It had been just like the day he died in his past life. The same feeling of teetering on the edge of death, only to defy and fight to live. Only the last time he did die, the challenge had been too great to overcome. Looking to his side, even Jason was giving him looks of consideration. "Maybe this will get him off my back from now on." After a few minutes of travel, the group arrived at the staging area. Surprisingly, they were not the first group back. "Hector, Kai," Andre called out. His voice sounded tired. His face was smeared with dried blood. He walked toward them with an obvious limp. "Andre, what in the nine happened to your group?" Hector inquired. Not only Andre, but his entire group also looked like they had been through a long campaign of fighting, even though it had been a few hours. Each was bloody and roughed up in their own right. Andre's armor was slightly marked up, but it was not even close to being as bad as Kai's shredded one. Human, foundation level 26. He gained some levels too. Came across a swarm of needlebirds, nasty little things. Everyone needed a health potion after the fight. One of them got Chloe in the neck. He pointed to a girl whose armor was dyed red. We came back to grab some more health potions before heading back out. While Andre's group looked ragged, they were all joyful and excitedly talking amongst each other. Some imitating moves they had performed, pretending to slash their weapons around as they vanquished their imaginary foes. "How about you guys? Why are you back so soon?" The mood darkened. "Kai almost died, and another student was killed," Hector replied somberly. "What?" Andre looked wide eyes between the two, expecting someone to say, "Just kidding," but when no one did, the realization came across his face. "Is that why you look like that?" Kai nodded his head. His leather chest piece was completely trashed, just shredded strings of leather barely hanging on at this point. "The instructor did nothing to protect us. He knowingly took the students into a forging level 35 Grove Panthers territory, knowing full well we were not ready," Kai angrily spouted. His glare turned onto the instructor, who, as if sensing it, turned to Kai mid-conversation and gave his own glare back, unwilling to back down to his student. "It took out 2 students before it jumped on Kai. I don't think we could have defeated it without Kai and that vine girl," Hector added on, thumbing the girl crying gently on one of the logs, the others consoling her. "That doesn't make sense. Why would they allow students to die?" Andre's forehead was creased with worry. "That's what I want to know." Kai narrowed his eyes at the instructor, who had resumed talking to the other group's instructor. A few hours later, every group had come back. With the news of the dead student, Andre's group had agreed not to go back out for the day. As more groups came back, word had gone around very quickly about the dead student. Casey had been the only person to die throughout all the groups, it seemed. Kai had been getting a wide berth from many of the students, except for his roommates. Apparently tales of his escapades had been spread around. "Students," Sven addressed the groups with a melancholy tone. "As I'm sure most of you have heard, today a student, Casey McAdams, died during the field training." Sven paused as the whispering began. He waited until they died down once again. "You must be wondering, why? Why didn't the instructor of that group protect and save him?" Sven shook his head. "I will be completely forthright with you. Because life is filled with unpredictable factors you can't control. You can only do your best to adapt and survive. One group at random every trip will have their instructor commanded not to interfere with the expedition at all. That means he will not save you if you find yourselves in danger." Sven didn't look happy delivering this news. "This is a new policy, enacted by the headmistress, but be assured the instructors will not take you to fight anything your group can't handle." Damn it, he heard his roommate whisper. Those of you who do not want to risk your life out here will not be obligated to come on these trips again, Sven said, his voice even. Live and survive or become food. The future is up to you. Now let's return home. On the way back to the academy, the carriage was quiet. Everyone sat in contemplation, thinking about what Sven had informed them. As it turns out, their little adventures would be a lot more dangerous than they had all thought. Now that he thought about it more, it had been stupid to save Hector, as cold as it was to say. When the panther had jumped at him, he had pushed Hector to the side, blocking the way to the robed mage. He hardly knew the guy and had risked his life to save him. It had been a somewhat unconscious reaction to save Hector. Saving people was something he had done often in his old life. It had been an unstable, turbulent time when many died unnecessarily. He did what he could to help people survive despite the risks, and became a hero along the way, saving many. Ben had been a hero. But Kai couldn't be. He needed to live so he could keep his promise to his family to survive and for his quest for revenge. Because he had been born as Ben and then died and was reborn with his full memories intact, it wasn't a stretch to say he was still Ben in essence, whose memories and experiences molded him into the person he was today. Thus, Ben could be said to be the real him, wrapped in a shiny new paint, masquerading as Kai just because he had lived first. Living as Kai in his new life had undoubtedly influenced him greatly, making new memories and experiences, but his soul and the pain inside definitely belonged to his first life too. He wondered if it was the soul, the very essence of that person that made them who they were, or was it their memories and experiences, or perhaps something else entirely. The soul may have started off as solely belonging to Ben, but now with a different life, he wasn't the same man as before. After all, Ben had died almost 1,250 years ago, and in approximately 10 years, he would have lived longer as Kai than he did as Ben. Whatever the answer, Kai could feel the ever-conflicting emotions of not knowing what the future held. After all, fighting monsters was deadly, and even the idea of revenge felt so far away that it was an impossible dream. But Kai knew deep down he would keep ascending. For better or worse, he could not sit down and enjoy an easy life. The desire to fight, to explore, to enact his revenge would drive him forwards. Chapter 28, Knock Knock. Are you sure you know where you're going? Kai cautiously asked. Yes. For the last time, I know where we are going. Andre laughed off Kai's concern. It was their off day 2 weeks after the miserable field trip, and Kai and Andre had chosen to go out shopping together. Or more accurately, Andre was taking Kai to a blacksmith he knew. He was relying on Andre to navigate through the confusing labyrinth of the city streets. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to the design of this area in the city. Already he was lost, and wasn't entirely sure he could make his way back to the academy if left on his own. Hector had stayed behind in the academy to attend to his lord, and Sean had opted not to join, doing whatever it was that he did. Sean had to be the most antisocial person that Kai had ever met. He was often absent from his dorm room and the others. Walking alongside his feet, the adorable Akane stopped, picking up her head as she looked around before focusing on a random area in the distance. "Andre," Kai called out, halting his roommate. Confused, Andre turned back to him. Without warning, the ground started shaking. Kai grabbed onto the nearest column, steadying himself. The shaking was strong enough that he thought he might lose his balance. The earthquakes had been ramping up in both intensity and frequency since they had started several years ago. If that wasn't an ominous sign, Kai didn't know what was. Akane stood her ground, glaring into the distance towards the Ashbourne Mountains. Kai figured the earthquake must have originated from there. The shaking ceased a moment later. Without warning, a grey figure blurred overhead, speeding through the air faster than Kai could react. It went in the same direction as to where Akane had been looking. "Do you know who that was?" He turned to Andre, only to find him flat on his arse. "You good?" he asked, amused, putting his hand out. "Yeah, I'm okay." Andre took the extended hand and hauled himself up. "Who are you talking about?" "Never mind," shaking his head. "Are we close to the shop?" "Yay, it's just around the corner." The shop in question was a nondescript building, way off the beaten path. The building remained isolated from the others, which seemed appropriate as smithies were noisy and smelly, and potentially dangerous depending on what projects they worked on. It certainly smelled like a smithy. A distinct odor of coal and metals penetrated Kai's nose. Black soot and other material clung to the outside and roof of the building, begging the question if it had ever received a wash before. "Tell me again why we are coming here and not one of the blacksmith shops near the main street," Kai asked. Andre looked at Kai incredulously. "Are you kidding me? Those places charge a premium for their services and materials. Besides, Nock is just as good as those rip-offs," Andre insisted. "Nock? Hey, don't knock on people's names." Kai groaned, closing his eyes in mental agony. It felt like his head was being attacked without mind magic. The door to the building slammed open. A bear of a man walked through, so large he even made Sven look normal. With eyes that screamed punishment, the man stared at Andre. "You're aware I could hear you, young Belton?" The man gently patted his enormous palm with the head of a hammer larger than Kai's stomach. Kai could hear Andre gulp audibly. "Nock, Come on, kid, you can do better than that." Nock laughed loudly. Walking up to the two, he picked up Andre easily, giving him a mighty squeeze. Turning to Kai, Nock looked him up and down. "This must be your friend." "Yeah," Andre sputtered out of breath, still being squeezed. "I'm Kai." He stared at Andre, who appeared like he was turning blue. Do you think you put him down? He is turning blue." "Oh, oops," Nock said, letting go. "Sorry about that." "You almost knocked me out," Andre said, taking a deep breath. "Better." Nock had a small grin as he scratched his chin with a finger that was as large as Kai's wrist. "Why don't you three come inside?" The interior of the building was quite different from the outside. Cleaner and organized, the inside contained walls filled with all kinds of armor and weapons hanging about. Kai recognized many types of weapons, and some he hadn't ever seen before. Every single item had one thing in common throughout the shop. They were all made of metal, which was no surprise. Even with his untrained eyes, he could tell they were quality works. Interestingly enough, none of them were noticeably enchanted, all laid bare of obvious glyphs and runes. "Those are my display pieces," Nock remarked, noticing Kai's wandering eyes. "You can get an idea of what you are ordering." "They're beautiful work, better than the stuff done at my home," Kai spoke honestly. The giant man tipped his head in thanks. "So, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, young Belton and friend Kai?" "Kai here is looking for armor, but he doesn't know what kind." "I might be able to help with that." The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "A young man who wants armor but doesn't know what type he wants. Quite a challenge." "But first, rules are rules," Nock said. Andre groaned. "Shh, you. For you to commission an item from my shop, you must tell me. A knock-knock joke," he said with all seriousness. Kai burst out laughing. "Seriously?" Grinning, the man spread his arms. "Well, let's hear it." Kai froze. "A knock-knock joke? What insanity is this? Is he a child in a giant's body? Think, Kai, think. You have heard some before. What were they?" After a minute of silence, Andre nudged him. "Kai, I'll tell you one." Nock stalked over, grabbing Andre by the back of his shirt, effortlessly picking him up. "No, young Belton, this trial belongs to your friend alone." Kai sighed. He had figured out a joke. He just didn't know if he had enough courage to say it aloud. "Knock, knock," he started. Grinning, Nock said, "Who's there?" "Tank." "Tank who?" The grin got even larger. "You're welcome." Kai covered his face, completely embarrassed and cringing inside. On cue, Andre, Akane, and Nock started roaring with laughter. "This never leaves the building." Kai stared daggers at the still hanging Andre. "Whatever you say," he smirked. Dropping Andre, Nock clapped once. "All righty, now you are officially a customer of Knock'em Down Smithy." Kai sighed. "Before we begin, Andre said you did not know of what kind of armor you were looking for. To get an idea, would you tell me your class and element? Of course, it is entirely up to you. If you prefer not, we can proceed, but finding suitable armor will be a little more challenging." "It's not necessary?" Kai questioned. "No, friend Kai, it is not my place to know unless there is an absolute need to." If I may be a braggart for a moment, I am known for my discretion, and many of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, both in name and skills. Kai raised an eye at the statement. I have no issue telling, it's Gravity and Vanguard. Wonderful. Very interesting. Gravity and Vanguard, a beautiful and deadly combination. A true knock-'em-down combination if I ever heard it. Will you be able to help? Kai tentatively asked. Yes, Nock claimed. His face looked troubled, however. Even without knowing your class, based on your physique and sword hanging by your side, you are a melee fighter. I can assume that you are fighting underneath your own gravity. If I'm wrong, please tell me, Nock mused aloud. Kai motioned for him to continue. The problem is that at your level, any kind of metal armor will weigh you down significantly. Depending on which style of metal armor you wear, it will encumber your movement as well. That is not even taking gravity magic into account, which will add to your burden. Your body is simply not strong enough to handle a full plate armor at this time, even without gravity. He couldn't help but frown. It wasn't the answer he had come seeking. When will I be ready for such armor? Probably in the forging realm, the large man guessed, scratching his head with the large hammer still in his hand. Kai sighed with relief. The forging realm wasn't too far away. I find it intriguing that you also use a sword despite possessing gravity magic. While not ideal, it can still work when applied correctly. The idea of using other weapons intrigued Kai, but it wasn't something at the top of his to-do list at the moment. Due to the nature of your element, I'm afraid I need to ask two things of you. The first is a demonstration of your gravity magic. On me, I'm afraid, I need to get an idea for how much you currently increase gravity by, so I can determine which metal would be ideal. Kai wordlessly obliged by activating domain in the entire foundry. Kai stood tall against the increased weight and pull, trying to bring his body down to the ground. His body was slowly becoming more accustomed to the feeling of it as he got stronger and used his spells more often. Andre leaned forward as if he was going to fall before he caught himself with a step forward. Nock remained unmoving, not even a blink or lean, as the massive man's weight increased. Lifting his hammer up and down like a curling weight, Nock silently examined it. I see, he muttered. He placed the hammer down on a small platform of metal. Nock's eyes shifted below the hammer, something Kai couldn't see from his angle. You are increasing gravity by approximately 80% of what it already is, meaning you have almost doubled the weight for everything in your boundary. Deactivating the spell, Kai's eyes lit up. You can tell how much the weight increased? He asked excitedly. Nock bobbed his head once. When you work as long as I in this business, you get a feel for many things. The hammer I was holding is the same one I've used for 30 years. I know everything about it, including its weight, so it's simple enough to tell how much it's increased. He coughed into his hand twice. And I have a device to measure weight. He gestured to the weird object under the hammer. The hammer in question was a massive thing, with sigils and glyphs running up the side of its dark brown handle and the silver head. It looked like it weighed more than him. If he is right, and the increased gravity of my domain ability increased the hammer's weight by approximately 80% at 40 intelligence. Wouldn't that mean at 50 intelligence, the forces of gravity would essentially be doubled? Is it possible the gravitational forces of my domain and pillar will be increased by 100% for every 50 intelligence? Is it really that simple? I will easily be able to calculate that as my intelligence rises. What about other planets? I can't imagine every planet has the same gravitational pull, so will my modifier remain the same? Wait. I forgot about my passive class ability and my general skills. Negative forces of pressure and gravity are lessened by 10% for you. Magic resistance 4. Physical resistance 4. The effects of my gravity are already lowered by 10% on my body passively. And my general skills, do they apply to my own magic? They should. Even though I'm creating gravity via magic, the element itself is physical in nature. Physical resistance 4 should be improving my body by an additional 40% against it. Would my body break on me if I didn't have those two effects lessening the burden of my magic? Would I even be able to move? I'm getting a headache. I received some answers but came out with more questions. Nock, do you mind if I cast another gravity ability on you to confirm the strength of it? Amused, Nock nodded. Kai used gravity pillar over Nock. Again, the man looked unfazed. Does that weigh any differently? He asked. It's the same, Nock responded. He had been certain domain and gravity pillar both had the same modifier, but he wanted to make sure. That makes it easy. And my spells overlapping each other don't seem to combine their forces too, which I already knew. It's obvious we need to use a lightweight metal you can wear that is also sturdy enough to hold its shape and not break down to the pressure of your gravity. Unfortunately, that eliminates most materials in my shop. There are plenty of other metals around that would work, but I'm afraid they are difficult to get. Most are only available on different planets, and they are certainly expensive. Kai's shoulders sunk with each addition of bad news. Lucky for us, there is one metal in my shop that will work for this project. Nock gave a winning smile, making Kai just notice one of his teeth was missing. The massive hammer vanished into thin air, likely into a storage item, but Kai couldn't see any jewelry on the man. In its place, a block of metal appeared. It appeared dullish greyish white, but instead of reflecting the light around the room, it seemed to absorb it. The enchantments giving light to the room dimmed the instant the block was brought out. Kai was fascinated. The metal seemed almost mystical, dampening the lighting of the room. It was difficult to tell, but white wisps seemed to be swirling around the outside of the ingot, giving it an almost ethereal property. The wisps became more pronounced the longer it absorbed the light. "What is it?" he asked. "Alderlight." "Whoa, that is really rare. How the heck did you get some?" Andre asked, his voice full of awe. "A payment for a job," Nock responded vaguely. "What is it?" "I've never heard of this metal before," Kai asked. He really didn't know much about metals. In fact, the material, cold iron that made up his sword, was the first time he had ever heard of it too. "I've heard it is used in the holy city of Zanilia." "Zanilia? Isn't that the only city with a world teleporter on New Earth?" "That's the one. Alderlight has a durability stronger than steel and weighs just about the same. As you noticed, the lights darkened slightly when I took out the ingot. Its special property is that when it absorbs light, its weight lessens," Nock supplied with a grin. "Seems perfect, no?" "What about the fact that the suns are almost perpetually covered in this dreary kingdom?" Andre pointed out, darkening Kai's joyous mood with straight facts. "Well, there is that." Nock's smile quickly turned into a frown. "How much increased gravity can this take before it's compromised?" Kai asked, getting back on track. "Dunno, you're my first gravity magic customer, and I've never worked with the stuff before." "Should be exciting to find out," answered Nock, an infectious smile back on the giant man's face. "I'm interested," Kai said. It sounded like he didn't have any other options, short of some kind of hide or leather. "Great," beamed Nock. "One small problem, however," he said, holding up a single beefy finger. "I don't have enough alderlight to make you a full set of armor, which I wouldn't recommend. It would simply be too heavy for your body at this time. A breastplate and a helmet will be critical for your protection, so those are obvious choices. Shoulder pads are a must as well. I believe I should have enough raw material to make you shin guards, arm braces, and a kind of tassets for upper thigh protection. You're going to have a lot of open gaps and vulnerable spots throughout your armor, but your most critical areas will be protected. You will have to figure it out for yourself, but supplementing those areas with different armor might throw off the balance or reduce your flexibility, since it won't be one perfect set. Also, any other armor type would be increased under the weight of your gravity. I would instead suggest picking up enchanted cloth material. Something lightweight, sturdy, and thin enough that can be worn under your alderlight." Kai nodded. He was beyond happy at the moment. Nock grinned. "Right, the last item before we measure you is payment." Kai felt himself begin to sweat a little. He had forgotten about payment. A rare exotic imported metal is surely going to cost a lot. And I have no idea if I am even going to be getting a good deal. Surely it can't cost more than a full year of school. The cost of everything with the friend discount, and because I am experimenting with this metal, will come out to be about 80 gold total. Kai's face dropped. Shit, that's more than the entire school year. Kai looked to the quiet Andre, hoping to get some help. Andre shrugged. "I don't know the price of alderlight armor, but I would take the deal, Kai. You need it, and I'm sure he's giving you a massive deal. I've known Nock a long time, and I've seen him charge much more for less. Fine, he said with a nod. Deal, half today, half on pickup. Now let's get you measured. Chapter 29. Temple. 2 months. You're lucky it's only 2, could have been more. He's working with a new material imported from a different planet. Only the smiths in the holy city of Zanilia are familiar enough to properly work the metal. Nock's good, but strictly speaking, his metal of choice is either steel or ashwraith, Andre told Kai, and he has other projects going on. I get it, I just don't like it. We have another 2 expeditions coming up until my armor will be completed. If you had fought that panther, you'd be in a huff about having proper armor too. I'll take your word for it. I haven't fought anything above the Foundation realm yet, Andre said. At least Nock gave you some leather hide in the meantime. Kai gave him a side-eye look. This leather looks worse than the crap my dad left me with. It's not going to hold up to another panther or something similar. The so-called armor was basically tanned animal hide, thinner than his old armor if that was even possible. In most circumstances, his old leather armor probably would have been fine for most of his first year. If he had only fought Foundation realm monsters like he was supposed to and hadn't had some idiot's vines pulling the monster into his body, it probably would have held up fine for a few more trips. It's not meant to. You're not supposed to be jumping power realms when fighting. It will hold up fine against Foundation realm enemies. Just try and avoid anything higher for the next 2 months. Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes at the obvious statement. He had no intention of fighting something so far beyond him again. Hey, we are going to be passing by the temple in a sec. Do you mind if we make a quick detour? Andre asked Kai. Temple? Questioned Kai. Place of worship belonging to the gods? Andre looked at Kai's confused face. The Divine Nine, the beings who brought humans to the myriad of worlds. Oh, I thought you meant the other gods, Kai said. Other gods? I don't think there are any more gods other than the 9. Do people not believe in Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, or any of the other religions anymore? I remember it was a huge point of contention for many. Beings claiming to be gods took humans to a new magical world. Of course, many had their faith shaken during those days, real, tangible gods that created a miracle. The religion of the 9 had only just begun when I was a child, and had not yet gained popularity like the others. Honestly, I forgot that was a thing until now. We didn't have any churches or temples in the village either, now that I think about it. I guess I'll check it out. Sure, I'm curious to see what a temple looks like, Kai responded. Before the temple, a large empty square of paved white stone surrounded a huge water fountain. Beyond the foundation, a grand staircase led from the square to a pair of giant wooden doors. Each could easily fit Nock without issue, which was impressive. Kai had honestly expected a temple for each of the 9 gods. Instead, it was a single large opulent building. Whereas the royal palace looked like a castle, the temple appeared a white marble divine cathedral. Mosaic windows lined the outside walls, each filled with legendary-looking figures in epic stances or battles. Kai could only assume they were the gods depicted on the glass. But who knew if they were realistic images or some artist taking theatrical liberties? People were scattered all around the square. Some were talking in hushed whispers, a few sat on the fountain's edge reading. Kai even recognized a few from his classes. Apparently, they too were visiting the temple like him on their day off. An older man dressed in a dark red robe, lined with gold trimmings and a blue stole hanging around his neck, was sweeping away at the square with a broom. Kai couldn't help but think the man was being punished. At the rate he was going, it would take all day to sweep half the square. Inside is an area for each of the gods, and a separate area if you wish to pray to all at once, Andre informed him. Do the gods make appearances? Kai asked. He had never seen a god before. I've never heard of one appearing here, Andre shook his head. Heard rumors they do make an appearance sometimes, but it's mostly on other planets. There is a rumor the gods reside on Titan Prime, on a mountain so tall they can see everything. Actually, depending on the alignment of the planets, you could even see the mountain clearly from here, if only we had a cloudless sky for once. A pantheon on top of the tallest mountain. Sounds like Olympus, Kai thought aloud. Olympus? Andre turned his head in question. Ah, never mind. I'm going to go inside. Are you coming? He heard Akane's whimper. In a minute, he said to Andre. All right, I'll meet you inside. Kai watched Andre walk up the stairs into the temple, vanishing from sight. Akane whimpered again. Kai guessed she was hungry as usual. I know you are hungry. We will pick up some food on the way back. Kai kneeled down, rubbing his hand down her back in a calming motion. Though I'm the one who needs to be calmed down. Between Akane's eating tendencies and the armor, I'm going to be broke soon. Gods. He was a little conflicted. He was aware that the gods existed. His own parents in his first life even claimed to have witnessed them, but he himself had never seen them. It hadn't been important to him to worship or pray to these so-called divine mythical figures because other things had been more important at the time. Who cared about some absentee gods who dropped them onto a planet with monsters and then fucked off? A trial, they called it. What kind of trial causes 1/4 of the humans to die in the first 10 years? And what is a god in any case? Many different faiths describe their gods differently. Is a god an omnipotent transcendent being capable of creating anything, or a deity operating on a smaller scale? What kind of gods are the 9? Creating the myriad of world was certainly an act that Kai could not fathom, but the same could be said of beings capable of wiping out cities in minutes. Their unfathomable power might as well be divine to him. The 9 had claimed to have created over 1,000 planets, multiple suns, and countless moons all orbiting around a central planet, like a solar system, just on a much denser scale. If that wasn't an act of God, then what is? But if the 9 were truly gods, why would they allow so many humans who came to the myriad of worlds to die in those first 25 years? And the unknown enemy that had warranted the relocation of the willing humans, was that not something the gods could take handle? Excuse me, young one, an elderly voice spoke. To his side, the old man who had been sweeping stood looking at him, broom no longer in hand. Yes? Kai had not been paying attention. He had been petting Akane and thinking. I couldn't help but hear you speak of Olympus with these old ears. It's not every day I hear someone refer to the old gods. Kai was surprised. Despite the withered, wrinkled face, the man's purple-colored eyes were bright and clear. You know of Olympus? Are you a human who originated from Earth? I'm afraid not. Oh, I apologize. I assumed. Kai spoke truthfully. Oh, that's new. He looks so unassuming. There's not a shred of aura or power radiating from him, and yet I can't identify him. Somehow he can block his race from showing too. The man laughed. It's not a problem. I do look quite old, don't I? A few coughs racked his withered body. He pounded his chest to clear it away. It is intriguing to find someone knowledgeable about the Greek gods. They were believed to be mythological figures long before the transition to this place. Even more interesting to find one so young discussing it. Perhaps you are a human from Earth instead. The old man smiled lightly. No, Kai laughed. I'm afraid I'm only 16. Kai told a half-truth. His mother had technically been pregnant with him early on when they came to the myriad of worlds, so in a way that counted as being from Earth. 16? I apologize. I thought perhaps you were an old soul like me. Kai was inwardly shocked. That statement had hit close to home. I have an interest in history, he said. I'm Kai, and this is Akane. Ah, introductions. I'm afraid it has been a long time since I have met anyone new. Usually, I only converse with my brothers and sisters. Alex, priest of the 9, at your service, young one. He offered a bony hand, which Kai shook. Akane was somehow balancing on his shoulder now. She held out a paw, which Alex took and shook gently. A sandwich appeared, summoned from thin air into the hands of Alex. Help yourself. I could hear your stomach growling, little one. Alex spoke to Akane. Without pausing, Akane devoured the sandwich right out of Alex's hand. Whimpering a little more, Alex summoned another sandwich which was instantly eaten. She jumped off Kai's shoulder into the arms of Alex. Akane, Kai screamed, surprised at her sudden action, betrayed over food. Giving a little laugh. It's quite all right, Alex said. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Quite a pair you make. With introductions out of the way, perhaps I could interest you both a tour inside. Blinking, Kai was surprised. I would be honored. Akane yapped once in her agreement. "What do you know of the Nine?" asked Alex. "Not much," Kai answered honestly. "We didn't have any temples where I lived dedicated to the Nine or any other gods." "Oh, and why not?" Kai could only shrug in response. It wasn't something he knew or even thought about until now. There were shrines, but they were dedicated to the foxes. "But you know of the Olympians?" questioned Alex. Kai shrugged again. "Only their names and powers." "That's more than most." The two stopped right outside the large doors leading into the temple at the top of the stairs. The old man seemed to glide up the stairs without any issues. The 12 Olympians were considered the main deities of ancient Greece. Each god represented an aspect of the world or life. For example, Zeus was the god of the sky, and his daughter Artemis goddess of the hunt. Together, the Olympians ruled over many aspects of the humans, judging or bestowing them boons or curses. They would gather and discuss events and ideas on a glorious mountain named aptly Mount Olympus. In a way, this is very similar to the Nine and their seats of power on the celestial mountain. Each of the Nine represents a core foundation of reality similar to the ideological symbolism of the Olympians. Alex turned away from Kai and began treading inside. Kai followed behind at a step. The air changed the moment he stepped through the threshold, stopping him. His body began to feel lighter, like his burdens and anger were dissipating into the void. A gently calm settled over his mind, relaxing it as a warmth settled into existence in the very core of his body. He was still very aware of his surroundings. Alex had stopped and watched him with interest. Kai's eyes closed as he embraced the feeling. "This feels nice. Almost like when Mum used to hold me." His mind felt like it was floating on clouds. Everything was slower around him, but also clear and focused. His thoughts turned to Lucian. Why did you betray me? Logically, he felt that he should forgive, or rather forget. It had been over 1,200 years since the events of that day. His parents were gone. He knew he held on to the resentment and anger because it gave him purpose, something to strive for. It just makes no sense. Unconsciously, Kai's hands clenched into fists, just as a sharp sting pricked his very core. His eyes flashed open. "Wait, this isn't right." Kai's chest heaved like his stamina had dropped immensely. He felt his mind return to normal. Alex had a downright shocked expression on his face. His mouth was wide and his eyes large, eventually turning into a furrowing of his brow as he turned contemplative. "You resisted it. I don't know if that is impressive or disturbing for someone your level and age. Either your soul and will are powerful, or you harbor a deep resentment right down to your core that the magic of this building cannot help with. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. Many come here to alleviate their sorrows or fury and reflect on it for a time." "What is it?" "I've never heard of anything messing with my mind and body like that before. It forced my feelings to change. I remembered my anger, but it felt like it was at the back of my mind, separated in a way. It was as if I could look at my anger objectively, without my emotions clouding my mind for a moment at least, until I remembered why I was so angry." Akane appeared unaffected. She sat on the ground, looking at the two as she listened to their conversation. Alex looked at Kai with eyes of pity. To be so young and harbor such feelings deep in your soul, truly a scar against your very being. "This building," Alex held his hands wide, doing a quick spin, "assists many every day. Its purpose is multifaceted. It is primarily a structure dedicated to the gods, so people can pray, hold sermons, or feel closer to them. Another purpose is to give people clarity and time to think independently about events or ideas, without the mess of emotions interfering. And the last is the healing of the soul. Healing magic cannot restore the soul. It takes soul magic to do so. It always hits those who enter there first time the hardest." "So will it heal my soul if I stand inside?" Kai asked. Alex shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Some wounds are too deep or dire for the power of this building to heal. The moment you awoke from your trance, the magic immediately stopped working on you. Your body, mind, and soul now passively resist the magic of this building, for it isn't powerful enough to aid you. Are there stronger temples or places of worship that can heal me then?" Kai's eyes shone with hope. "There are many, some on this planet, numerous on others. Perhaps a stronger temple could help you. But Kai, I suspect it is not physical damage to your soul that hurts you, but an injury to your spirit. These temples will not magically make the scars in your heart or spirit vanish forever. Only temporarily, until you leave the building or the magic fades inside. It is up to you to forgive or forget. Fades inside? The magic is designed to reduce its effectiveness over time. In a matter of half an hour, it would be gone, no longer affecting you. In a day or so, the magic will be capable of affecting you once again. But beware, as many have done before, come too often in a short period of time, and the magic's effects will lessen the moment you enter until it eventually affects you no more. You must either seek out a stronger place of worship or wait a long time. In any case, once you leave the confines of this building, your mind returns to what it once was. So would I remember stuff I thought up in here once I leave? Kai: Of course, your mind is your own. It will be up to the individual to choose what to do with the knowledge or enlightenment they gain inside if their time spent has been fruitful, Alex answered. His voice portrayed a tone of stating the obvious. Now, I believe we have some gods to meet, shall we? Chapter 30. The Nine. Kai followed Alex into the building. To the right, Kai could see a large room beyond the doorway straight ahead, but Alex was taking him through a corridor to the right side. The elderly man's sandals left no noise on the marbled tiled floor, while Kai winced at every step of his as he proceeded through what was the once a silent hallway. Following along the two was Akane, who similarly made no noise when walking. The building has 3 floors and a basement, although the first floor is the one used most often. I'm sure you wondered about that massive room we skipped. No need to worry, as we will return there. I wanted to show you these rooms. They are most often used for reflection and contemplation. As I explained, the magic helps the mind separate emotions and events, so these rooms are used for that purpose. People are able to think there without being bothered. Anyone can come inside and use them if they so wish during their time here. Coming out of one of the rooms ahead, a man dressed similarly to Alex began walking, passing the 3, paying no attention as he rushed down towards where they had just come from. Yep. You know, you never told me how you know about the Olympians, Kai remarked. Books, discussions. I've found the subject of deities outside the myriad of worlds to be quite fascinating. I've often found myself contemplating if they were real, or just mythological figures created because people feared the unknown. There is no evidence to suggest that the Olympians ever truly existed outside the minds in which they were believed to be real. Alex's tone was one of thoughtfulness. Is that not blasphemy for a priest of the 9 to be so interested in other gods? Some may see it that way, he said. What do you believe? Were gods outside of the 9 real? Did they truly ever exist? Do gods have to be physically present to truly exist? Kai asked. Alex halted. Explain, he said with a toothy grin. Does it matter if their gods don't physically exist? If they are believed to be real, then who are we to say otherwise? Kai sighed. I don't know if the other gods genuinely existed outside of this place. He lifted his arms and did a slow circle. But if the 9 are real, then why can't the others also exist? Then where were they in the humans' time of need? With a surprising tone of vexation, Kai could only remain silent at that. Wait, time of need? Does he mean the reason why the 9 brought humans to the myriad of worlds? Perhaps there was never a need for them to show, or maybe the 9 made up the story about the great enemy, Kai said thoughtlessly. Suddenly he was on all fours, throwing up the next instant. His vision had changed. They had been standing in the long temple hallway. The next second, they were in a black void with nothing else around. There was only darkness. Even under his feet, there was no indication there was any floor. It was as if he was standing on pitch black. He couldn't tell where the room ended. The measure of distance didn't seem to exist. Although there was no light, all 3 of their figures were perfectly visible in the darkness. Akane was on the floor of darkness, growling at Alex, her back arched, ready to fight. Alex's silver eyes shone brightly as he glared down at Kai. The next second, the void vanished, replaced by the familiar hallway. You speak of matter you do not know, young Kai. I would not have you insult the gods who have sacrificed so much for the resident of these worlds. The tone of authority was undeniable. It was clear that he would not accept any further questions of the Nine's motives. Gasping for breath, he said, "I'm sorry." His body felt weak. He felt liquid running down his cheeks. Tears. He touched his face, pulling away his hand. It was covered in red. Blood. Health, 352-840. The reality of the situation set in. Alex looked horrified. "I apologize. It's been a long time since I've talked to others who challenged. I forgot we were having a theoretical discussion. Here, please drink this." A vial appeared in Alex's hand. Kai identified the object. Greater health potion. He had never seen one higher than the standard version before. This was wasted on him, for it was meant to heal someone far stronger, but he would accept it regardless. Reaching out, he hesitantly took the vial from Alex. Still kneeling on the floor, Akane looked at him with eyes of concern, a little whimpering breaking the silence. She looked fine, but it was difficult to tell through his blurry vision. With shaky hands, he attempted to uncork the vial, only to fail, lacking strength in his trembling hands. Putting the vial up to his mouth, he grasped the cork with his teeth before he pulled them apart. Spitting out the cork, he chugged the potion. The effects immediately began working. His body felt better. Seeing his health tick up rapidly, Kai looked up at Alex. The old man looked remorseful, his eyes watching Kai with concern. "You almost killed me," Kai accused. Alex bowed his head. "An accident, I assure you. I can only give you my word that I didn't attack you directly." Kai gave the man a glare before he turned to Akane. "Is Akane okay?" Kai asked. He ran his hand down her back. Whatever magic Alex had used didn't seem to affect her. "She is fine. It hardly affected her at all," he said. "I am terribly sorry. I almost committed a grave sin." Alex's silver eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "No, it was a grave sin." I should go," Kai said. His health had already gone back to full, but he still felt shaky. "I understand." Alex bowed his head. "Before you leave, I ask you please forgive this one." "I won't hold it against you if we can finish that tour," Kai said, surprisingly Alex and even himself. "Truly?" Alex asked, his eyes wide. Kai nodded. He found himself liking Alex, and unless Alex was a superb actor, he had seemed genuinely sorry for what happened. Besides, Kai's heart was full enough of anger and revenge. He didn't need to add to his burdens. "You are blessed to have such a guardian." Despite knowing it was a battle she could not win, Akane was willing to fight me had I not stopped my magic. It is truly commendable to see a bond of love between a fox and her pup. Kai looked to Akane, who appeared bashful. She wasn't making eye contact with him, in fact, she was staring at a wall, causing Kai to chuckle. After another 20 seconds of walking, they approached the end. There was a pair of double doors to his left already opened. Beyond the doorframe was that massive room he had glimpsed from earlier. Instead of entering through the back of the room, they had now come in from the side but closer to the front. Walking inside, Kai was in awe. 9 massive statues were strategically placed at the front in a half circle. Many pews lined the room, all facing the statues. An altar and chairs had been placed in between the statues and the pews. The room was nearly empty, except for the occasional person sitting down in the pews. There are smaller statues nearby, where we entered the building for people who want to make a quick prayer, but I thought you would appreciate these. This room is commonly used for marriages or sermons. In fact, the Ash Monarch was married to his second wife in this room, some 250 years ago. Alex tilted his head questioningly. The room looked like it could seat 5,000 without issue. "Must have been a lot of guests," Kai dryly remarked. "I imagine so. This lowly one is just a caretaker of sorts. I had not been invited." They approached the furthest marble statue to the right. It was immense. Not only was the statue 10 times larger than Kai, but the aura radiating from it was palpable enough to feel physically. Noxol, the Guide of Death. The figure was mysterious. Draped in a robe and hood, a shadow was cast over the face, making the details difficult to figure out. Kai coughed into his hand once. Pulling it away, he noticed red specks. Checking his health, Kai noticed it was dropping by the second. Even though it's a statue, the death magic emitted is no joke. Let's move on. Kai let out a sigh of relief as the feeling of death stopped a few meters away. The next statue was the second tallest and the brawniest. He wore nothing but pants, with his arms crossed over his bare chest. The being looked downright demeaning, as if everything was beneath his consideration. Tusks jutted out of the mouth upwards, giving him a more feral look. Verdict, judge of the soul. His law is unquestionable. He is the most active of the gods among the mortals. He commonly resides on a few planets, but primarily in the orc homeworld of Tabaskian. Omni, the engineer of magic. Omni appeared half the size of the others. A massive bushy beard ran down from his face to his belt. Two straps came up over his shoulders in what looked like overalls. A hammer with a handle larger than Kai's body was in his hand, looking very similar to the one used by Nock, just larger, much larger. Again, an aura radiated from the statue, but there was nothing detrimental about it. Dwarf? Questioned Kai. Yea. The first female goddess was next. The next statue had a lithe figure compared to the others. She wore a simple toga down to her feet. The hair was in a single interweaving braid going down her back. The ears looked pointed, which, if his guess was correct, appeared like elves according to the lore his first mother told him. Adara, the keeper of time, Alex informed him. Be careful standing near this statue for too long. Time passes a little differently near it. He could feel it. His hand was moving quicker than he was intending. It reminded him of Lucian and his time magic. Considered the most beautiful of the gods, she closely resembles an elf, and is their favorite to worship. Is there any importance to the order they are in? Kai asked. Not particularly. It depends on which race's place of worship you end up visiting. In the human kingdoms, they tend to have the more human-looking ones in the middle. Alex shrugged. It's just the way it is. Go to the Orcs' temple and Verdict would be smack in the middle. Also, sometimes it depends on their symbolism, I guess, too. Noxol isn't too popular being the god of death. He empathized the last part. Now the middle, Ecos, creator of the elements. The statue depicted a handsome young human man, a sharp, angular face under a very pointy wizard hat. Even with the marble covering up much of the details, he could still tell it was an extremely opulent robe, tied with a rope at the waist. In his hand was an orbed staff. The man was holding it out in the air, like he was casting a spell. Kai felt the air cool on one side of his body, while the other side got hotter. It started to become uncomfortable after a few seconds, forcing him to move on. Alex had a knowing smirk. Dahlia, the Warden of Life, the favorite of many humans and other species alike. Called the mother of all life, she is a gentle being who cares greatly for the life of all kinds. The aura around the statue radiated life magic. The health Kai had lost began to gradually restore. Wait, she looks human too. But why? The gods predate humanity. Did she create us? But I thought humans evolved from primates. Why is she human? Kai asked. Alex burst out laughing. Excellent. He bent down and slapped his knee. I was wondering if you would catch on to that. Take a guess. I can think of two. Either she created humans, which from what I've learned of human origins is probably not the right answer, or she can change her appearance. Kai's eyes went wide. They all can. Alex nodded at Kai with a proud smile. Right. From ancient texts, Dahlia used to appear as a dryad before the humans arrived. Some 300 years ago, she began appearing as a human for reasons unknown, Alex said. It is a great honor for the god appearance to take after one of the races, and believe me, they don't change often. Many are upset with the humans for having two gods take shape as them. The new favorite children, they call the humans. Kai's eyes caught on the next statue. Is that a dragon? Kai questioned. Of sorts, answered Alex. Salvandan, the Counselor of Order, appears as a dragonkin, one of the strongest of the sentient races. Kai could feel a pressure descending on him. It felt domineering. The sheer power that radiated from it suppressed his breathing. Kai felt so small compared to the being, his mind going blank, unable to think or move. Let's move on. Alex grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him away. Xander, custodian of space, he said. The statue was the most confusing to look at. One second the statue appeared far away, as if on the edge of his vision. The next it was so close that he could reach his hand out and touch it. It seemed like it kept shifting about, moving through space. Taking a step back out of the range of the aura, the statue lay dormant, not moving or looking as if it had moved. No longer in the aura range, he got a good look at it. The figure was clothed in a cloak and hood, but the face was undeniably some kind of animal. His face looked similar to a cat, like the Grove Panther he had fought, but with more human features mixed in. He might be the shyest of the lot, seeing as how he has made the least number of appearances to date. I think it was 4 confirmed sightings last time I checked. But he has given much to the mortals of this world. He is the one who held the portals stable when mortals were transferred to the myriad of worlds from their original planets. He also designed the world teleporters to bring sentient beings between worlds here in the myriad of worlds. And his other notable but least known gift is the natural causeways between worlds. Natural causeways? Kai questioned. He of course knew of the teleporters between worlds and cities. Most worlds had a few world teleporters capable of transportation between worlds, while most kingdoms or countries had local teleporters that only worked between those on the same planet. The local teleporter in the Ashbourne Kingdom has been offline ever since the war began. Those were common knowledge, but Kai had never heard of natural causeways before. They are gateways between worlds. They exist randomly, scattered across the worlds, allowing for monsters to roam between planets. Alex must have noticed Kai's face. Not to worry, most monsters do not use them. They are dangerous even for them. From what I've heard, powerful monsters make their homes outside the causeways, so unsuspecting prey may come to them through it. Walking towards the next statue, Kai felt nothing. No aura could be felt, which was odd considering everyone before had some kind of presence. The face looked human, but 2 massive horns extended out of the head, slicked towards the back of the skull. The last of the 9 is Lafin, the artist of chaos, appearing as a demon lord of the demon race. Not a shred of aura radiated from the statue. He felt nothing unlike the others. Kai felt a hand on his shoulder. Alex grasped him and pulled him away from the statue. Don't get near that one until you're stronger. He's a bit of a prankster. Thankfully, no one has ever died, but we have had people require a healer occasionally. Kai blinked. The statue, which had a neutral face, now appeared to have a frown. He took an extra step back, just in case, prompting a laugh from Alex. "Hey, Kai," he heard from behind. Turning, he saw Andre walking towards him. "Andre, finished your business?" "Yay, over 2 hours ago. Where in the 9 have you been?" Kai's body went cold. 2 hours. How it hasn't even been 30 minutes since we split up. 2 hours? You're not joking? No. Andre looked concerned. Kai turned to where Alex had been standing, but the spot was empty. Frowning, he searched around and couldn't see the old man. Akane patted him on the head with her paw. "What the? Let's get back to the academy. Dinner will be over soon if we don't hurry." Chapter 31, Conundrum. "Stop! Stop!" yelled Sven. Jason glowered. "What? I said to get that shit out of here. If I see another fancy-ass spin, I'll fucking demote you back to Group A," Sven said with a tone that would take no nonsense. Kai snickered off to the side. He was sitting on the ground watching Sven and the newly moved-up Jason spar. There was some satisfaction seeing the noble brat getting his ass handed to him. Nicholas likewise had a small smile, sitting next to Kai, watching the fight. A short 2 months had passed since his visit to the church and blacksmith. Kai had received word his armor would be ready within the week. During these 2 months, he had grown very little. There had been 2 more expeditions for the field training class, during which he gained a whole whopping 6 levels. 3 from the first trip, 2 from the second, and 1 additional level out of the blue. It had become something of competition amongst his group to secure kills. He had put 10 stat points into strength and intelligence each. With his intelligence now being 50 total, his gravity magic should theoretically be able to increase the gravity of an area by 100%, if what Nock told him was true. This would essentially make the weight of his opponents double. He split his 10 remaining points into endurance and wisdom, giving him a minor boost. The second and third field expeditions had been uninspiring. Nothing much had happened besides slaying a few weak monsters. His group did come across something in the forging stage again, and though it had been weaker than the Grove Panther, the instructor ended up assisting the group in killing, since there was still no teamwork or unity in Group 2. After the first expedition, there had been a lot of backlash from parents who heard about the incident regarding the student dying. It had even reached the level of the king who had ruled the policy was inane and detrimental to the growing leaders of the country. The headmistress had been silently punished, but had been allowed to keep her position. The instructor had not been punished since he had been following the commands of his superior. The academy, which had a mostly shining reputation, had suffered at the hands of one bad decision. Both should have been fired in Kai's mind, but the headmistress likely had connections and influence. Looking at Nicholas, the large young man had grown even more than him in the past few months. Human Forging Level 19. Their group appeared to be having quite a lot of success finding monsters during the trips. "I've heard you guys are having trouble in your group," Nicholas spoke to Kai, his eyes not moving off the fight. "Yay," Kai said deponently. "Why not just go deeper into the forest?" Kai sighed. "There is absolutely no coordination between the people in my group, so challenging stronger monsters isn't an option. We won't get any levels if the instructor has to intervene in every fight because of the lack of teamwork." "I guess that's true," Nicholas said. "Listen, Kai, there is something I'd like to discuss with you." "Shoot." "Shoot." Nicholas tilted his head in confusion. "Oh, it means to go on. Like proceed with what you were going to ask," Kai said. "That must be a saying from my past life that didn't keep." Kai squeezed his eyes, annoyed at his blunder. Nicholas took in a deep breath. "Right. Do you fancy Ashley?" His tone was hesitant. Nicholas seemed downright uncomfortable asking. His mouth was a thin line as he clenched his jaw. "Wait, fancy?" Kai couldn't help it. He started laughing, drawing attention from the people around him, including the still dueling Jason, who got smacked good for his distraction. Nicholas looked downright embarrassed. "No," Kai chuckled. "I'm not interested in Ashley. Why do you ask?" No reason. Just wondering," Nicholas said, lying badly. "Could it be you like Ashley?" Kai covered his grin as he spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Feels like my adolescent years all over again." "Wait, crap, I am an adolescent." Kai pinched the bridge of his nose for a second, freezing slightly at what he heard next. "No," Nicholas squeaked in a high pitch. "I mean no, she's great, but I don't like her like that." Nicholas was covering his face with his hands. Kai thought it strange. Nicholas's voice sounded slightly fearful when he answered, but it could have been nervousness to admit he liked her. "Why did you ask me then?" Kai questioned. Nicholas remained silent for a minute. "She wanted to know what you thought of her." Kai shrugged. "It's not like I know her well. She's pretty and has been kind to me, but I feel like she has an agenda. I simply can't trust her. And she's too young." "She's technically not a noble," Nicholas said. Kai whipped his head, looking at the prince in question. "I told you. Ashley and her father have a special status in the Ashbourne Kingdom. That status is an authority granted by my father the king to her family, which to my knowledge is only her and her grandfather. Her grandfather, the sole emperor, is an old friend of my father's. He brought his newborn granddaughter Ashley to live here. For whatever reason, my father gave them special status. They don't have to answer to no one in the kingdom except my father," Nicholas explained. "Sole emperor." "That's quite a title," Kai remarked. "He is supposedly the strongest soul mage amongst humans. Ashley wouldn't tell me what stage he is in, only that he was stronger than my father." "Okay," Kai dragged out. "What does that have to do with me? Why would she be asking if I like her?" "I don't know, man. You're a good-looking enough guy." He gave a pointed look at Kai, as if telling him not to let it get to his head. "But you are nothing special as you are right now. There are plenty of other good-looking guys across the kingdom with actual status and power." "Like you?" Kai asked. "My father, with what little life he has left, would love for Ashley and me to marry in order to physically tie her and her grandfather to the Ashbourne Kingdom, but she doesn't like me like that. I'm more of a toy for her to play with." Nicholas shivered slightly. "When she received her soul magic, she would poke and prod my soul, teasing me." Ah, did you have your magic yet? Kai asked. No, I was still considered a mortal, not yet 16. She's a month older than me. I thought it was illegal to attack mortals if you had magic. It is, but who's going to tell the Soul Princess what she can and can't do? Poor guy. I would have told my father had I not already known that he would tell me to suck it up, Nicholas lamented. He looked on the verge of tears, remembering the pain that Ashley had tormented him with. It's not like she was doing permanent damage to my soul, or so she claimed. Kai's eyes were wide with concern. I'm not a foremost expert on the soul, but I don't think damage to the soul is a good thing. He spoke with growing distress. She wasn't being malicious. I think, in any case, I'm fine. Her grandfather would always check up on me and confirmed everything was good. If you say so, Kai gave a pat on the back to the glum-looking prince. The 4 roommates and Akane were having dinner in the cafeteria. Akane's tail swished in the air happily as she devoured her dessert. No one bothered to compete with the fox anymore in an eating contest, though she still received the odd glance from the other students. Heard you've been getting pretty chummy with the prince, remarked Andre. Grunting, Kai kept his focus on his food. At least his majesty still deigns to eat with us lowly peasants, teased Hector. Ha ha, Kai laughed dryly. I apologize, your majesty. One of us should have tested your food for poison beforehand. If looks could kill, his majesty would have us hung in the gallows, joked the quiet Sean. True to his word, Kai gave them each a glare that promised retribution. Kai, I heard from Nock everything will be ready tomorrow. Do you want me to come with you? Andre said, changing the subject. Kai's whipped his head up to make sure Andre wasn't messing with him. There was no indication on Andre's face that he was joking. Kai mentally fist-pumped. I'll be fine. I think I can manage to find my way there, Kai said, smiling. Akane yapped once, drawing the attention of the students around them. Although it was less than usual, most of the students had gotten used to her antics. Akane had become very popular amongst the ladies in the academy who always asked to hold her. She enjoyed basking in the attention. Seeing her plate empty, Kai went to go fill it up. On his way back, he heard his roommates discussing what to do for the rest of the evening. I'm free of obligations for my lord tonight. It's rare the 5 of us are available for once. Hector spoke to the group, giving Akane credit when he noticed her scowl at him. What can we do? Sean asked. Well, there is the common area, where many students hang out, and the training areas are still open for a few more hours, Kai answered. Leaning in, Guys, let's go out and pick up girls, Andre whispered excitedly. Awkward looks were exchanged between the group. I actually have a girlfriend already, Hector spoke up. Andre looked at the traitor, disbelief written across his face. He looked to the other 2, a small smidgen of hope in his eyes. Not interested, Kai denied flatly. He had no interest in becoming distracted by girls at this time. Ashley flirting with him all the time was enough of a hassle. Never talk to a girl, Sean said, looking down at the table. Defeated, Andre's head fell onto the table's surface. Silent sobs whacked his body. How about we spar a little, Kai said. With magic, he added. Boo, Andre jeered. He's always training, Hector said. Come on, we are at an academy to learn magic and how to fight. Shouldn't we be taking advantage of that? Yes, Kai, but not everyone is in such a rush like you, Andre pointed out. Maybe he has a point. Leaning in, Hector whispered, I've heard rumors of a possible civil war in the near future. What? Andre yelled. Shh, Hector quieted him. A few people were staring at their group, but most had gone back to their own business. How do you know this? Sean leaned in, interested. My lord told me. There have been rumors of discontent among the nobility about the first prince inheriting the throne upon the king's death. The first prince is something of a buffoon, and not even close to the power of his father. But the third is rumored to be near the king's power and is popular among the nobility. The nobility desires a strong leader, especially since we are in an ongoing war. And that's not even politics, that's just inheritance. Sounds like a pain, though. I'll have to ask Nicholas his opinion. About the war, why doesn't one side just hire powerful mercenaries to fight on their behalf? Kai asked. It was something he thought about. Beyond the Ashbourne kingdom, there were bound to be plenty of very powerful individuals that could end the war in days if they choose to. Why didn't the king just hire a few of them to fight? Sean quietly observed the conversation with interest. There are actually more issues with that idea than you would think. I mean, just imagine you invite a foreign entity to your kingdom. Who could control such an individual? There is also the issue of payment. I can't even imagine the amount of platinum or items it would cost to hire someone of that caliber. And once one side hires someone like that, so will the other. Then no one wins, Hector said softly. Wait, what about the Soul Emperor? He has been in the kingdom for a while now, Andre asked. As far as I know, he hasn't made any move to join the war. There is no reason to think he will now, Hector said. The next few minutes were spent between Andre and Hector, discussing how a civil war would impact the kingdom. After a while, Kai got tired of the conversation. Guys, we have lost sight of the original question. What are we doing to do tonight? All he received is silent shrugs. Chapter 32. Trouble. The buildings were beginning to look familiar as he closed in on Nock's smithy. He had only gotten lost twice on his way, but he was certain he was almost there. Akane, the lazy, gluttonous fiend, was sleeping curled around his sweaty neck. Kai was used to her behavior, but he wished she could have at least helped him find Nock's place. At this point, after spending so much time with her, he knew she understood everything he was saying. The adorable little fox was intelligent enough to not only comprehend what he said, but respond. She was truly a strange being. Almost every monster Kai had fought to date didn't possess a modicum of sentient, comprehensive intelligence. They were all driven by instinct instead. He had no idea why she joined him here in the capital. Perhaps it was at his grandfather's request, or she was motivated by seeking out new exciting foods outside of the village. Both seemed probable. Even after 16 years of knowing her, he was still learning new things about her, like her distaste for super spicy food. Kai couldn't deny he found amusement at her antics when she had tried some super spicy ramen the other day, but for as great as her companionship was, she drew a lot of attention. At last, Kai yelled. He had been searching for the last hour, even though it should have taken him only 20 minutes to walk there. Akane growled lightly, possibly warning Kai to keep quiet and not disturb her nap on his shoulders. He walked up to the massive steel door and rapped his knuckles against it. No answer. Knocking once more, he finally heard someone call out, "What's the password?" Password? Oh, that crap again. I'm not doing it. Knock, open up, please. A moment of silence passed. Password, came his gruff voice through the metal door once again. Knock, knock. Kai felt a small piece of him die inside. He was glad no one was around to see this. Who's there? Kai banged his head against the metal door. No more, please. After a few seconds, the metal door swung open effortlessly. The giant Knock stood in the doorframe looking down at him with pity in his eyes. Kid, you need to lighten up. Being so serious all the time can't be enjoyable. I'll take it under advisement, Kai said dryly. Akane vanished from his shoulders, teleporting onto the ground before she began walking through Knock's legs into his smithy. Without missing a beat, Knock smiled. Come on, the armor is ready. 9 pristine, plainly designed, dull white armor pieces appeared on the table, causing an instant reaction in the room as the lights dimmed significantly. Bright ethereal wisps formed as they danced across the armor in a random pattern. Kai's breath was taken away as the beauty of it. Turns out Alderlight is quite adept at absorbing heat as well as light, making it difficult to smelt down. I had to acquire a different method of smelting the ingot. It is one of the most beautiful metals I've ever worked with. They look amazing, Kai spoke honestly. Glad you like them, Knock chuckled. Kai picked up the helmet, examining it. The non-reflective white metal looked clean and smooth as he turned it over. He noticed there were 2 small wings on the helmet, one on each side near the top. Sensing what he was looking at, Knock said, I had a little bit of extra metal, so I added a little flourish. Kai nodded. It looked impressive. A true warrior's helmet. Turning it around, the inside was layered in red material. It felt cool and fuzzy to the touch. Giant fire salamander leather, resistant to heat, and should give your noggin a little cushion if you get hit too. Ah, but don't actually get hit in the head if you can avoid it. I have no idea how this armor will do in battle. How do they hold up against attacks? Knock yourself out, Nock said with a grin. Kai groaned a little, but proceeded to drag his sword out of his scabbard. Akane sat on the table 5 feet away, watching the two quietly observing. Taking a stance, he raised his cold iron sword above his head, aiming at the breastplate. It was the largest piece. Activating his heavy blow ability, he simultaneously slashed downwards. The sword clashed into the chest piece, bouncing off. Examining it closely, there was a tiny mark where the sword connected. Not even deep enough to be called a scratch. No actual damage could be seen. Nock whistled. Wow. Nice blade, cold iron, right? And that attack was much stronger than I would have guessed a Foundation Realm kid would have. Made my heart race for a second. He said that last part with a smirk. Kais looked at his sword, finding it likewise undamaged. Kai, if you don't mind me asking, is the sword the only weapon you use? Nodding, he answered, it's the weapon I grew up learning. Have you not considered using other weapons? Just imagine the damage you could do with a warhammer or mace. I did think about it. I know bludgeon weapons would work well with my magic too. But I can't carry that many weapons on me. The more weight I add, the more burdensome it will become in battle, and I already don't move fast, especially with my new armor. I understand you. He scratched the side of his face with his smithing hammer. Can you not simply buy an item of storage? I'll be honest, I have no idea how much one costs. Well, I'm not too up to date on the prices, but a cube just large enough to fit a sword would cost around 2 platinum coins, and they rise in price as the area inside goes up. Kai shook his head, disappointed. For a moment his hopes had risen, but between school, the new armor, and feeding Akane, he only had about 1 platinum coin equivalent left. Shame. Maybe when you save up and buy a ring, you can try out other weapons with your magic. Teleporting onto the table, Akane strolled up to the armor and began inspecting it herself. Nodding sagely, she placed her right paw on it, causing more wisps to appear. They kept appearing until the once non-reflective armor was beginning to shine strangely. Kai swore he almost saw the armor move, only barely off the table. Withdrawing her paw, she looked up at Kai and nodded once, apparently giving her approval. Nock's smile became even larger. Now that we have your guardian's approval, we can move on to money. Kai happily paid the man. Nock spent the next few minutes showing Kai how to properly put the armor on. All in all, Kai now owned an alderlight chest piece, helmet, braces for the front of his shins and forearms, 2 shoulder pads with interlocking plates leading down the shoulder, and a tacit cover for the waist. All of his vitals were covered, but he still had plenty of exposed areas. You going to wear it back to school? Nock asked him. I don't think I should. I'm likely to get ambushed with armor this flashy on the way back. Is there any ways you can have this delivered there for me? I unfortunately don't have a storage ring yet, and I doubt it's a good idea for me to be walking around outside with this beautiful armor at my level without supervision. You got a point. Even if this is the capital, it still has its issues. Sure, for 1 silver I can have it brought to your academy's post station. Kai agreed and pulled out a silver coin. He didn't bring all his coins with him, but he knew he was starting to hurt for coins if he kept spending them at this rate. When living in a self-sustaining village, Kai never had money to spend. So he wasn't sure if 80 gold coins was a lot or something that could be earned in a year by the average worker. Something told him it was the former, considering a meal cost a few coppers. Thanks, Nock. It looks incredible. He held out his hand. Nock reached out, completely covering Kai's hand as they shook. Good luck, kid. Stepping out of the smithy, Kai had a wide grin on his face. He started horribly whistling a tune as he made his way back to the academy. He couldn't tell what time it was because of the enchantments, but he guessed it was a few hours until dinner. It wasn't long until he was lost again, souring his mood. I thought that last left would get me back on track, Kai mumbled to himself. He grabbed Akane underneath the arms, holding her out in front of him. Time to pay your rent. Lead me back to the academy. The only response he got was a yawn before she promptly fell back to sleep in his hands, her head lulled to the side. He had some choice words for her like freeloading and lazy. "Akane, we can get some food at the cafeteria if you help me find the way." She sniffed into the air a few times before going back to sleep. Apparently, that wasn't incentive enough anymore. But he didn't want to bribe her with restaurant food for just leading him back to the academy. Kai gathered the lazy fox into his arms and picked a random direction. He'd ask the next person he saw for directions. Unfortunately, he was on an off-street at the moment, and he had to find his way back to the main road. Strolling through the streets, Kai was lost in thought, admiring the buildings. They weren't simple wooden houses like his back in the Kitsune village, but small homes made of stones and bricks. There was a uniformity that made them all look similar, making it easier for him to get lost. Whoever designed this city and buildings sucks. I can't find my way if everything looks the same. After a minute, he finally found someone and asked them how to get back to the academy. The woman didn't know the direct way since the academy was in the noble sector, but he got a general idea. A few minutes later, Kai was passing a rather large inn when he heard sounds of a struggle nearby. "Let me go," came an annoyed female voice. A few passers-by were looking into an alley before walking away. One, in particular, hurried down the street away from the commotion. Kai peered into the alley, seeing 3 male individuals crowded around a young female. The alley was fairly well lit because of the enchantments overhead, making it so the light shined straight down at different angles. "Hold on, sweetheart. Henry has taken an interest in you. You should hear him out." One of the men spoke, his voice deep and heavy. The man who Kai assumed was Henry was decked in a blue silk-collared tunic with short orange hair like a carrot. He had a leer on his face that instantly made Kai want to punch him. The guy blatantly ogled the girl, who appeared even younger than Kai, which meant she probably didn't even have any magic yet. "Human?" Kai made a face of disgust. How cringy. The comment didn't go unnoticed as the noble turned around. Who said that? His eyes focused on Kai. Kai now had the attention of all 4 individuals in the alleyway. The 3 men were glaring at him while the young girl was silently pleading with her eyes. Small tears fell as her wrist was being held by the large men to the side. Kai looked to his sides to see if anyone was going to help. But no, everyone who had been looking down the alley had backed off, leaving him alone and the complete focus of the group. Akane remained sleeping in his arms, unbothered by the tension. "Leave. This doesn't concern you," commanded the smallest of the group, still only a few inches shorter than Kai. The 2 minions had swords attached to their belts, while the leader possessed no weapons, but had a ring, which probably had a weapon inside. Kai was beginning to learn that items of storage weren't as rare as in his village, at least for the average nobility or wealthy individual. The 2 minions looked like bodyguards, but didn't address the man as lord, so it was likely he wasn't a noble. Kai tensed when the small man started moving towards him. He didn't know what to do. He just hoped the person who ran off earlier was getting the guards. This was one of the moments he knew he should mind his business, but his feet remained firm on the ground. "Human? Shit. Even the bodyguard is beyond my identification range." Kai squeezed his fists hard, nearly drawing blood as he turned away and began walking down the street once again. There was nothing he could do. The 3 men laughed as Kai began walking away. Kai's eyes darkened. His expression grew more turbulent by the second. He was angry at himself for being so weak, angry at those assholes for preying on a young girl. His mind was spinning, trying to figure out what to do. The sad new truth of being reborn was that he was powerless now. He couldn't even protect himself if anything happened. "Not my business. I'm no longer a hero." He spoke to himself quietly, trying to convince himself, "Not my problem. There were plenty of other people there. Someone will do something." He heard a scream. The next thing he knew, he was back at the entrance to the alley. The young girl was on her knees, arm being held above her head by the goon who still held it. Her eyes were squeezed in pain. "Hey," he yelled. "She said to let her go." Kai's voice demanded authority. The reaction he received was not one he was expecting. They all started laughing, except the girl who looked up with renewed hope in her eyes. Kai grimaced at the blatant disregard. "Look, a white knight has appeared." Henry slapped his leg, obviously finding it funny that Kai would interrupt. "The guards are on their way. Leave her be," Kai lied. He had no idea if anyone was coming to help, but he had to try something. Another round of laughter rang out. Kai narrowed his eyes as the small man started approaching him once again. Akan mewled as he set her down gently to the ground. Her eyes remained closed, ignoring all around her. He silently dragged his cold iron sword out of its scabbard. The small man looked back to his boss, who nodded once. A cruel smile graced the small man's face as he drew a wicked-looking blade out with teeth meant for sawing, not slicing. Somehow during the distraction, the girl had pulled her wrist out of the large man's hand before she bolted away without looking back. Kai sighed with relief, but it was gone a moment later. Henry's eyes simmered with undisguised anger. "Take his hand," he ordered to the small man. Kai's eyes went wide. He widened his stance as he prepared for an attack. His magic was prepped, ready to be activated at any moment. Chapter 33, Ash Warden. "Hold," came a commanding voice from above. Peering up, Kai saw a man floating in the air. No, not exactly floating. Coils of ash extended out of the man's back, propping him up into the air like spider legs, perched off buildings. He wore armor similar to the guards he had seen around, only his was a little more intricate. Hexagonal plates made up the armor, covering him from neck to feet. They were the same grey as the city's walls. The man lowered himself, tendrils of ash maneuvering him down the alley until he was standing on the ground blocking Kai in. "Lord Warden," Henry bowed from the waist. Kai noticed that even the two henchmen were kneeling with heads bent down in respect. The small man's sword was out of sight. Kai, a little slow on the uptake, put his sword away. A move that didn't go unnoticed by the Lord Warden as his gaze fixed on Kai for a moment before refocusing on the noble. "Explain," the Lord Warden demanded. Despite that they were all on even ground, Kai could tell the man was looking down on everyone, even the rich-looking Henry. "Yes, sir. My name is Henry Tabitath, merchant and auctioneer of the Strauss House on the main road inn." "Tabitath? I thought Ronaldo Tabitath was the owner of the Strauss House," interrupted the mysterious warden, giving the merchant an even more critical gaze. "He was, sir. He died in combat on the front lines, not 3 weeks ago, delivering goods and weapons to the soldiers. As his oldest, the title fell to me." Henry took on a gloomy, crestfallen face. Kai's cynical thoughts believed the man was playing it up. "I see. I'm sorry for your loss, Henry Tabitath. Your father was a good and generous man from what I hear." The warden expressed his condolences. "Thank you, Warden. Now explain the situation." "I have business at the palace shortly," the warden said. "I am currently visiting the capital, looking to hire new staff for my estate. After eating, we were traveling when someone bumped into my friend here." He pointed to the short man, who now stood. Kai had a sinking feeling in his gut. It was the same feeling when he was about to fight a tough monster. His instincts were telling him to get the hell out of there. Unfortunately, he was trapped. The warden was blocking the alley exit, while the other 3 were obstructing the other way out. To my friend's surprise, his coin pouch went missing. We followed and confronted the thief. He pointed at Kai. And when we asked for it back, he immediately drew his sword out, threatening our lives. The noble lied smoothly. Kai was stunned, speechless. What a piece of lying crap. The pressure of the warden's gaze rooted him firmly in place. There was no possible way he could escape this man. "I'll take him to a guard station before I proceed with my business," the warden responded. Quicker than Kai could blink, the warden was upon him, grabbing his arm tightly. Kai yelped in pain. His tunic was pulled up, revealing his hidden coin pouch, before it was deftly grabbed and thrown over to the small man, who was grinning as he caught it. "Hey, that's mine," Kai called out. He was pissed. His face was turning red with anger. He had left most of his remaining money home, but he still had about 10 extra gold coins in there. "Stop resisting, or you're going to end up hurt." The warden's voice was laced with authority. "Are you even going to listen to my side of the story?" Kai turned his head to look at the warden behind him. Now that he was getting a closer look, the warden's face was littered with scars, the most prominent one going across his nose and right eye. "I just heard it. You 3 need to report to a guard station later to fill out a report." The warden started pulling Kai away towards the street. Unable to resist, his heels dragged across the cobbled ground. He looked to Akane, who was on her back napping, a smirk on her face. "That little rascal. Your meal ticket is being arrested." Kai shot her a scowl. He was growing desperate as he was finally brought to the street. Who had been ignoring the situation beforehand was now solely focused on it. Kai felt the gazes on him, some filled with pity, others just didn't seem to care, only watching for the entertainment. "Wait, those three were assaulting a young girl," Kai called out in a desperate last bid to clear his name. The warden paused before turning to the three who were walking away to the other exit of the alley. He gave a questioning look to the group of three. The two minions started withering under his glare, but Henry held strong. "There was a young girl. We were discussing the possibility of her joining my staff. There was absolutely no assault. She left after we began chasing him, or she would collaborate my story." He lied blatantly. Kai sent the man his death glare. If looks could kill, Lord Tabitath would have exploded on the spot. Should have just minded my business. Last time I get involved with this shit again. Kai's head flopped down as he lost hope. He was too weak and lacked the influence to stop anything. The only shining light was that the girl had escaped, although he wished she had stuck around so she could tell this mysterious warden the truth about the situation. He was going to be arrested and robbed, and there was nothing he could do about it. "I've seen enough of this travesty," came a new voice from out of sight. Kai recognized that sweet voice. He did not know whether to groan or cheer out. Lifting his head, Ashley stood before him in a light blue sundress. A large floppy hat covered her head, keeping the artificial light out of her eyes. She was smirking, clearly finding the situation funny. The audience's attention had shifted from Kai to Ashley, who stood out among everyone with her strange attire. "Release him," she demanded. With no other words, she moved her hand into an arc, and a badge with illustrations appeared. Kai couldn't see what was on the badge before it was tossed over to the warden, who quickly snatched it out of the air with his free hand. Frowning as he looked at it, his eyes went wide. Immediately Kai felt his arm released. The warden kneeled on one knee, head down, similar to a man about to be knighted in those fables he was read as a child. Only the warden looked more subservient. "Whatever that badge is, I want one." "My lady," the warden spoke with reverence, "before you mar this city's reputation even further, I suggest you conduct an actual investigation and interviews into the events before arresting an innocent individual." She spoke with an icy tone. The displeasure was obvious, as her sweet and usually inviting eyes turned cold when she looked down upon the warden. Kai had only seen this side of her with Jason. "Yes." The warden squeezed his eyes closed. "Lucky for the both of you, since you deigned an investigation below yourself. I happened to witness the situation," Ashley said. "With the authority granted to me by the Ash Monarch, Emilio Gilmanash, King of the Ashbourne Kingdom, I, Ashley Mori, authorize the arrest of Henry Tabitath for assault on a mortal, intimidation, lying to an official officer of the kingdom, and being a lecherous scumbag." "Yes, my lady," the warden shouted loudly. Returning the badge gently to Ashley, the warden moved in a flash. Kai could barely see it as he vanished down the alleyway towards the retreating trio. Stepping in front of him, Ashley blocked his vision. She looked into his face, her cold stare turning warm. She reached out, grabbing his hands with hers. "Hey, you!" Kai allowed her to grab his hands. "Hey, thanks for this," he spoke sincerely. Her hands were warm in his. He tried peeking around her head to see what was happening, but she moved her head to the side, blocking his vision. "You're welcome. Truth be told, I would have stepped in to stop it sooner, but when I saw you come back to the alley demanding they let go of the girl," she reached up and fanned herself with her hand. "It made my heart go a-flutter." She smiled deviously. Kai heard terrified screams coming down the alley. Ashley let go of his hands and reached down, picking up Akan, who was now sitting and watching the events unfold. The fox lifted her front legs, making it easier to be picked up, causing Kai to laugh once aloud. "Might be the softest thing ever," Ashley whispered, her eyes glazed over. Holding Akani had some kind of drug-like effect on people. She snuggled Akani into her chest and sighed happily. The warden returned, dragging the three figures behind him. They were all unconscious, bruises all over their face. "I believe this is yours." The warden dropped Kai's coin pouch into his hand in addition to a second. Kai looked up to question the man, but the warden was already bowing to Ashley before walking away, the unconscious trio being dragged along the cobbled ground as Kai had only a few minutes earlier. He hadn't apologized, but Kai didn't care enough to pursue it. He was just happy enough not to be arrested. "What are you doing now?" Ashley mumbled, her face burrowed into Akani's fur. "We were on our way back to the academy for dinner." How about we go out to dinner instead? I know this amazing restaurant. Best food in the city." Akani perked up, staring daggers at Kai. Noticing Kai's hesitation, Ashley spoke up. "You would turn down a date with such a beautiful young lady. Why is she so interested in me? I'm no one important. Perhaps I can find out more if I go out with her." His stomach decided at that moment to growl loudly at the idea of food, making Ashley smile. "Fine, dinner, but this is not a date," he relented. She gave him a knowing smile. "This way." She turned around and began leading him down the street, still carrying Akane. Kai was very conscientious. Almost everyone they passed by was staring at them or giving them looks. He was getting looks of envy, while Ashley was receiving looks of lust. Her outfit had an appeal to it, which was definitely meant to attract attention. It made him wonder where she was the entire time during that situation. Someone who stood out as much as she should have been easily spotted. "Should you be walking around without a bodyguard?" Kai whispered. He twisted his head, looking around for such a figure. "You're basically royalty and—" Kai cleared his throat. "Very pretty too." Ashley's cheeks reddened. "Or, worried about me?" "That's sweet." She paused for a moment, giving him a flirty look. "You'll protect me, won't you?" She winked at him. Kai gave her a deadpan reaction, drawing laughter from her. "I have a bodyguard. He wouldn't be doing a good job if he was easily spotted, though. I don't even think the warden noticed him," she surmised. Kai looked around but didn't see anyone. Not that he expected to. His sensory abilities were basically non-existent at this time. He missed the days when he could feel the blood around him. Almost no one could hide from him then unless they were out of range of his ability. "Who was that man?" Kai questioned. He had to be someone important for even a baron to show respect to him. "The warden?" She looked to see Kai nod. "The man is an ash warden, one of an unknown number of elite soldiers who traverse the land and mountains in the Ashbourne Kingdom. They are equivalent to the royal guards, except they handle tasks outside of the palace and report only to the king or their commander," Ashley said. The warden reminded Kai of himself in his past life, an elite soldier exploring the lands, fighting monsters, and saving people in the process. They walked in silence for a few minutes before Ashley spoke up. "Here we are." Chapter 34. A date that's not a date. Food Vibes. What a strange name. The restaurant was nearly as large as an inn. It stood out around its neighbors with its blue-colored bricks. And unlike all its neighboring buildings, it also had a small line leading from the entrance. Ashley bypassed the small line outside, heading inside, straight to the podium, where she received odd looks from the people in line. Some were filled with envy, others lust, mostly from the guys. One gentleman even got hit in the arm for looking too long from his partner. Kai chuckled to himself silently while following behind Ashley and Akani. "Greetings." "Ah, Lady Ashley, a pleasure to see you again." A well-dressed man in black plants and a white button-up stepped out from behind the podium, performing an impeccable bow. "Hey, Marty, good to see you." She flashed a smile to the young man. His cheeks colored red for a moment before he turned back to the podium and rang a silent bell. A moment later, another individual similarly dressed arrived, prompting them to follow. Kai followed them through the restaurant where he received looks of jealousy. The three were seated in a private room with menus placed in front of them. Kai watched the staff give a curt bow before leaving the room and closing the sliding doors. A small hum began once the doors closed, making the sound outside of the room noticeably softer. Ashley smiled. "We can talk privately now." Akani leaned over the table's edge, scanning the menu. She was downright salivating, a little drool leaking out before she wiped it away with her front leg. Seeing Akani's look, Kai had a premonition that his coin pouch would endure a tribulation soon. Ashley and Kai kept silent as they looked on in wonder. The fox finished reading the menu shortly after. Looking up, she noticed the two had been staring at her. Instead of looking embarrassed, Akan patted her paw against her closed menu, signaled the two to look at theirs. "I didn't know she could read." Ashley appeared at a loss. Kai did the only thing he could think of, shrugged. He had no idea either if he was being honest. They shared a look of bemusement before they opened their own menus. Menu opened. Kai's eyes bulged out. What caught his eye first was the prices. Kai could feed himself for a month for the prices of one of these meals, maybe even multiple months, with some food items being obscenely expensive. He sneakily glanced at Akane, who was still drooling with her eyes closed, likely imagining all the delicious food she was about to eat. There were quite a few exotic dishes that he had never heard of, including slime cores and flying snake. He didn't know what slime cores were, but it sounded disgusting. A waiter appeared shortly taking their order. The woman didn't even blink when Akane began pointing to different items across the menu. She would repeat them aloud, looking for confirmation from Akane that it was the food item she wanted. Kai's heart sank with every additional item added. Ashley looked amused more than anything. They hadn't discussed how they would pay, but Kai would pay for all three of them, although this was not a date. The warden had given him one of the coin pouches belonged to the men he arrested. He hadn't checked the contents yet, but was positive he would be able to afford this meal, he hoped. Kai remained quiet, waiting for Ashley to speak first. He was a little uncomfortable with the situation, but was doing his best to remain in control. Ashley stared at the young man before her. He was an enigma she couldn't quite put her finger on. Most of the time he was broody, observant, and quiet, while at other times he could be expressive or cheery when he was with what few friends he had. Unfortunately, his guard was up as he quietly observed her now. Her usual tricks didn't work on the young man. She knew she looked breathtaking. If the number of guys and girls turning their heads as she walked by was any way to gauge it, she was looking quite eye-catching today. Her sundress showed a bit of skin, just enough to give rise to the imagination of those hopeful, lusty few. Her counterpart looked quite different from her. His tunic was plain and looked cheaply made. Very out of place for a restaurant like this, but he wore it without a care, seemingly ignoring all the stares he received walking in. It made her curious how he could afford the school's tuition. It was expensive for sure, but not so much that nobility throughout the kingdom couldn't afford it. She hadn't found out anything about his family, despite her digging. A mysterious father who vanished as quickly as he appeared. His transcripts stated he was from a kitsune village, a place no one had any clue about the location. The only certainty she could dig up was that his brother had attended the academy 8 years prior and had performed exceptionally well for a commoner with little to no background, catching the attention of many nobilities throughout the kingdom. The family was filled with secrets for sure. Strangely, she had come to like Kai, perhaps even more than she thought. It was odd to meet someone who didn't lust after her or try to get closer to her because of her grandfather's power. Now the question was, what did he think of her? She sent him a disarming smile. Nothing. His striking blue eyes didn't even blink. "How are the boots doing?" she questioned, trying to get him to open up or even smile. "Good," he responded without changing his expression. Ashley pouted. "You're not a fun date." "This is not a date," he repeated with a hint of amusement. "You know most people would kill to be in your position," she said, pointing a finger at him. "I'm sure we passed a few dozen that thought about it." "A joke that's a good sign." "You choose me," he said suddenly. His were eyes playful, but his words held other meanings. It was an accusation. Ashley stretched her arms in front of her, the sundress shifting with her movement. "Hey, meeting you today was purely coincidental." "That's not what I meant, and you know it," he accused. His eyes dipped low for a split second before returning to her eyes. Her eyes bored into his. "Ah, Kai. I caught you there." His cheeks pinked for a few seconds, knowing he had been caught. "Maybe you're not as resistant to my charm as I thought," she winked at him. He scowled. "Why'd you do it?" "Do what?" She kept playing the game of cat and mouse with him. He sighed. "Would it kill you to be upfront with me? I want to know why you singled me out at the beginning of the year. Would you believe me if I said it was because you're different than the others?" Something passed through his eyes. She wasn't sure if she liked it or not. Deciding she wouldn't tell him the truth, she couldn't. But maybe he would accept a different answer. As you know, I'm Soul Mage. She waited for him to nod. One of the abilities I received when I got my magic is called Soul Vision. It is exactly as it sounds. I can see people's souls. Makes for finding monsters or people easy. Although there are ways to hide or disguise it from what I've been told. In any case, while playing around in melee tactics, to my astonishment, your soul was different than all the other students. Kai was frozen, wide eyes staring at her. There was even a little bit of fear in his eyes. Does she mean soul presence? Can she tell my soul doesn't match someone in the Foundation realm? It wasn't something he had often thought about, but Soul Presence 4 had been the only skill to transfer over from his old life. After half a minute, he finally spoke. Different how? Ashley shook her head. Nope, I already shared one secret, now it's your turn. A secret, he mumbled. He looked thoughtful. His eyes turned to Akane ever so slightly before looking up. A hint of anger passed through his eyes before it vanished. Fine. I have a life and death enmity with someone, he said simply. Ashley's eyes widened. What? She half yelled. She covered her mouth and looked around, but then remembered the enchantments were in place to block the sound going outside of the room. A knock on the enchanted doors halted further questions. A second later they opened, revealing a few waiters bringing trays of food in, placing them on the table. Both Ashley and Kai each had one plate placed in front of them, while Akane had 8. There were stars in her eyes. A small puddle of drool had fallen onto the floor below as she stared blatant like a ravenous beast that hasn't eaten in weeks. Only Ashley was pretty sure the little monster ate this morning, as she caused a commotion as she always does at the cafeteria. Students had begun betting on how much the little fox would eat during a single meal. Ashley stealthily activated her soul vision, making her eyes glow lightly. She peered at the unusual fox, examining her soul. In the center of the fox's chest, a small white vaporous orb sat there. Ordinary would be the way to describe it. All souls were different in size, shape, and color, but the most commonly seen were white orbs. The only true difference in souls was their strength or presence, which was dependent on their magical realm. Basically, Akane's soul looked like the generic version of a Foundation realm individual. Pausing in her eating for a moment, Akane looked into her eyes. The fox gave her a toothy smile before she resumed her gluttonous feast. It was the knowing smirk that set Ashley's chest cold. She put it out of her mind for the moment as she peeked at Kai, who had settled down, eating as he sent occasionally horrified glances at the fox. Breaking the silence now that the staff had left, "Who is it you have a life and death grudge with?" She was too curious not to ask. He looked at her oddly. "I won't tell you." "I promise I won't tell," she said sweetly, giving her best puppy dog look that always worked on her grandfather. She really wanted to know. He just shook his head, determined. She sighed, giving up. Stubborn was the first thought that came to her mind. Not that she blamed him. Giving up secrets about yourself was no easy task, even with someone you trust or loved, let alone a stranger. Despite her attempts to grow closer, Kai remained vigilant of her. No, more like he's just determined and obstinate. Maybe I came on too strong when we first met. "Are you sure you're not a noble? Sometimes you are so dreadfully dull like them." Kai gave her a deadpanned stare. "I'm not always like this. When I'm around my family or friends, I'm able to relax more. When I'm around you, I feel my guard come up. Perhaps it's because you want something." He was giving her a chance to spill the beans. Ashley coughed lightly, choking a little on her food. "Well, it's not like I was subtle, I suppose." "You know I'm not technically a noble either," she said, changing the subject. "I'm aware of your status," he said. His eyes flicked with amusement, obviously not missing the fact that she changed the subject. "Well, just like the nobility of this kingdom, my status is only good here in the Ashbourne Kingdom. Outside, in a different kingdom, empire, state, whatever, it means nothing. As other places don't do this backwards feudal system, the only thing that remains the same is that I have a powerful, influential grandfather. You know it works like that for most nobles. Their raised status doesn't mean jack elsewhere." Ashley wilted. "That's not what I meant," she muttered. "I get it. Are you trying to say that we aren't so different? He said flatly. Yes, she said excitedly. He gets it after all. No, we're quite different, Ashley, he refuted. Gosh, why is it so hard talking to him? She squeezed her eyes, a small headache forming. What I was trying to say, she emphasized, is that I will be leaving the Ashbourne Kingdom for good shortly. Why? When? He asked, his eyes widened in surprise. Tomorrow. She looked down to her plate. My grandfather has finally concluded his business here. I'll no longer be enjoying special privileges anymore. She pointed her fork at him, so I won't be there to save you either. Honestly, that is unexpected news. He appeared contemplative, maybe even concerned. Does he actually care about me? Or is this all just faux sentiments? Tell me about it. I was only informed a few days ago, she mumbled grumpily. Where will you be going? He asked. Titan Prime. I don't know the specifics yet, but I'll be going to one of the Prime Academies there. Kai perked up at that. Congratulations, he said. You don't look happy about it, though, he pointed out. Ashley couldn't help it. It was such a sudden decision, and her grandfather wouldn't change his mind. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears. She had many friends in this kingdom, people she had known her entire life. Perhaps I will see you on Titan Prime then, Kai said, making her head shoot up. What do you mean? He looked uncomfortable. Don't go spreading this around. I haven't told anyone else yet. But if I'm able to win first place in the end-of-year tournament, my father will help me attend school at the Prime Academies. Ashley gave him a critical looked over. Human, Foundation level 46. He was nearly 80 levels below Nicholas and 60-70 levels below other top students. The fact that they had their birthdays earlier and thus had access to magic and were likely handheld or fed their levels until school started was a severe advantage for those students. The power of additional stats, levels, and skills could not be discounted even with the rumor of Kai's tenacity in battle. Underneath his composure, there was a level of competitiveness even she admired. Her contacts told her that the enigmatic Kai could be seen training well into most evenings and with unending determination. Now that he admitted he had a life-and-death grudge, it made sense why he would train so much. She wondered how Kai's father would even be able to afford school there, but that just added to his mystery. Ashley smiled. I hope to see you on Titan Prime then. He toasted her, taking a sip of his water. As if on cue, the little fox decided to unleash a belch of epic proportion that only a combination of so many different foods could create. Ashley could swear the ground and table vibrated a little. Water flew across the table, spit out like a cannon, as Kai could no longer contain his himself as he roared with laughter. Ashley as well nearly rolled out of her seat, laughing at the pair. The situation calmed down shortly after, the two having a dessert, while Akane opted out of eating any to Kai's visible relief. When it came time to pay, Ashley was prepared to pay it all since she was the one who invited the two out. To her disbelief and Kai's complete shock, Akane made coins appear in front of her, the exact amount with tip for the staff. Snatching the fox, Kai began shaking her like a piggy bank. Where are you keeping these coins? You know how much money I've spent on your food. Chapter 35. The Fourth Expedition. The students began converging into their respective groups outside the forest they had visited on their first field expedition. Dark, ominous mountains stood tall in the background nearby. The air held a tinge of sulfur as Kai inhaled deeply. Everyone was looking at him, or more specifically his new armor. Ethereal wisps began moving around the dull white Alder-light armor. Gradually the somewhat heavy armor lightened as it began absorbing what little sunlight made its way through the dark clouds overhead. Its ethereal wisps were dim, as the light it took in was not enough to make a significant difference. This would be his first time using the armor. He didn't have time to test its resilience and durability in an environment outside Nock's smithy. Under his dull white armor, he wore a black long-sleeved shirt and pants made of lightweight fabric that was also tear-resistant. The contrast with the black clothing under the white armor looked quite catching in his opinion. Maybe too eye-catching, as he received many stares. His thoughts went back to his not-a-date dinner yesterday with Ashley. True to her word, she did not show up at the academy today or the field expedition, causing a wave of rumors spreading already, some accurate, others less so. He had surprisingly enjoyed his evening with her, finding her intelligence and boldness refreshing, if not a little troubling at times. Perhaps he could have seen himself becoming friends if they had more time and she wasn't hiding something from him. Not that finding out what it was might change their relationship. He wasn't sure if he could ever truly trust anyone outside his family ever again. The betrayal of Lucian was still fresh in his mind and heart, even after 16 years in this life. The end of the date had been anticlimactic. After dinner, Ashley claimed to have to report to the palace to conclude some final business before she left for good. Attempting to be a gentleman, Kai offered to walk her to the palace, but she declined, claiming her mysterious bodyguard was capable of escorting her there. At Ashley's behest, they did share a quick hug, to which Kai was given a stern warning when an aura was projected at him by what he assumed was her secret bodyguard. When he had returned home, he checked his coins. To his utter confusion, all of his coins were accounted for, begging the question of where Akan had found the coins and where had she been storing it. Approaching the group, he received different kinds of stares, all filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Then there was the odd emotion of anger he sensed from Jason. Clearly, the Marquess heir did not appreciate Kai flaunting his new armor. Uncaring, Kai focused on the instructor who stood impatiently waiting for all the students to gather. We will be heading deeper into the forest today. The area this group is planning to visit is about a 20-minute walk into the forest, the instructor informed the group. The group proceeded to walk through the woods. He marched next to Hector, his most reliable companion in this dysfunctional group. Even on their fourth trip, Group 2 had not formed cohesive teamwork. Instead, the 9 individuals were split into 3 different groups. His only saving grace was the policy of allowing one group to be without protection had been squashed. But it didn't mean he was going to let his guard down and rely on the instructor. The man in Kai's eyes had proven himself unreliable. 4 of the students with the lowest levels had chosen to stay together. They had the most varied group, with the only healer, a tank of sorts, and 2 other mages. Kai couldn't see himself fighting with these novices. They still hadn't proven to him they were worth relying on, especially after that Vine incident. The second group was composed of Kai's current arch-nemesis, Jason, and his 2 goons. While more competent than the first group, Kai simply couldn't trust them to have his back. Jason had shown his true colors early on. The man was not above petty revenge and wouldn't hesitate to hurt Kai if the opportunity came to him. Then there was Kai's group, or more accurately, Kai and Hector. Hector had remained a good, reliable companion throughout all of their expeditions. The man engaged their enemies from afar, while Kai took the Vanguard position. Jason's group had attempted to recruit Hector, the second highest level person of Group 2, as of present, but he had refused them, to Kai's undeniable glee. Perhaps I'm being petty, but fuck Jason. The Marquess heir hadn't really bothered him much since after the first expedition, but it was easy enough to tell that the guy still hated him for whatever reason he justified in his mind. It had become a competition between the groups to secure the most kills. Jason's group aggressively pushed their way every time. During the last few trips, they had undoubtedly grown the most out of the rest of the people present. Jason even went as far as to have one of his goons physically block Kai twice, and without range damage, he simply couldn't do anything. Beasts ahead, the instructor called out helpfully. Rushing ahead, Jason and his 2 goons charged through the brush out of vision where fighting began. Still hungry for levels. After the first expedition, a spark had been lit under the noble's ass, prompting him to rush for levels. He had gained an impressive amount since. Kai suspected he had been taking additional trips under the supervision of his family to gain levels so that he could have a better showing at the final tournament. Jason had reached the forging realm only a week ago, bringing about a wave of incessant bragging. Kai couldn't deny at times he wanted to venture out alone one day and gain levels or hire a higher-leveled person to watch over him while he fought out here. But both answers were dangerous. On one hand, he would be without protection or a safety net if he met something beyond his capabilities if he was alone. On the other, he couldn't trust strangers with no vested interest besides gold to watch over him. Here at the academy, despite that bullshit from the first expedition, it was in their best interest to keep the students alive. Kai had heard of backlash from the first expedition, but no changed results had come from it yet. He could find and ask his brother, assuming he was still in the capital, but he had not heard from him since the first day he arrived in Verdia. He wasn't even sure where to begin looking, assuming his brother would even help him to power level in the first place, which he highly doubted the more he thought about it. Kai let out a depressing sigh. Walking through the thicket, the sounds of battle had ended. Slaughtered indiscriminately, a few tiny horned four-legged beasts lay separated in pieces on the bloody grass. Jason stood above one, a wicked smile on his face as he cleaned his sword with a cloth from his spatial ring. Hector and Kai shared a look. Not caring to hide his voice, Jason spoke up. "It's a pity, you know, armor-like that is wasted on commoner trash like you. And here he goes. I thought I might actually have a pleasant day. I'm older. I need to be the bigger person. Just ignore him." Seeing Kai unresponsive to the taunting, Jason continued, "Perhaps it was your sister this time that opened her legs." "Okay, fuck that. Actually, it was your mother. Payment for services rendered," he shot back. A collective gasp went through the group. Ever the wise person, Hector took a step back away from Kai. Shit. Why am I so impulsive sometimes? It was too late to take it back, and he knew an apology wouldn't mean shit. Not that Jason deserved it when he started this scene. A shadow passed over Jason's face. His eyes of contempt turned dark with promise. He slowly marched towards Kai, his sword trembling. Body tense, Kai bent his knees slightly, ready to react to the seething noble. A massive object struck the earth between the two, flinging dirt and dust everywhere. "Enough," roared the instructor. He wheeled onto Jason. "If you can't take it, then don't star." Shaking the likes that Kai had never experienced before, flung him to the ground. A symphony of cracks echoed throughout the forest as some trees began collapsing one after another. Everyone except the instructor was on their knees, having been taken to the ground by the powerful shaking. Another crack set off near Kai's head. Leaves and branches started falling. As if in slow motion, one of the trees started falling towards the group, a few people in its path of destruction. Standing between the students, the burly instructor reached up towards the falling tree. With heroic might, he caught the tree on its descent, his feet digging into the ground as he held its weight up alone. "Move," he breathlessly exhaled out. His face was turning redder with each passing moment. His arms were trembling, or perhaps it was the ground shaking him. With difficulty, Kai and the others were able to crawl out of the way before the instructor dropped the tree to his side. Falling to his hands and knees, he looked nearly broken. Ragged gasps of air filled the instructor, his chest moving up and down rapidly. To the relief of everyone, the earthquake tempered off until it finally stopped completely a minute later. A single thunderous roar echoed through the forest, making Kai and others cover their ears. It wasn't sound magic, it was simply so loud that it was physically painful to hear. "Report, is everyone okay?" Kai looked around and could see every student standing now. The shaking had dissipated. Everyone looked shaken but unharmed. "We're all good," one of the girls answered. The instructor nodded. Groaning, he stood to his feet. "We need to leave immediately. Let's head back to the staging area." Everyone began walking back, cautiously looking around. What was that? An earthquake. But it was so powerful. We must be closer to its source. What about that roar? It was terrifying. Kai could hear students whispering between each other in conversation as they followed the instructor back to where they began their trip. In the next few moments, something strange happened. 1 second, he could hear the usual sounds of forest life, the next nothing. All sounds ceasing, Kai froze as a cold shiver ran down his spine. A premonition. Something had changed, the atmosphere had become unsettling. The instructor had noticed something too. Freezing in his tracks, he concentrated on something unseen in the distance behind them. Kai was beginning to feel something now, a vibration in the ground, barely noticeable but still there. Not an earthquake but sporadic. Like running. "Run!" the instructor screamed with panic. All kinds of sounds rang out around the forest. Beyond his vision, something roared fiercely, growing louder and louder with every passing second as it drew closer. As if the spell had been broken, the silent forest had come alive. Something had stirred all the beasts and animals. Chaos ensued. All the students began screaming as they ran in the direction that they had been walking a moment ago, but it was too late. A tree trunk came flying from outside his vision, crashing into one student in front of him. Turning to the source, he saw a brown-furred, four-legged monster with overly huge paws come crashing into the midst of the students. Spikes and rocks seemed molded across its entire body in patches. Easily 3 times the size of the burly instructor, its presence brought everyone to a shocking halt. Even Jason sat flat on his arse, trembling as he stared at the large creature towering overhead, his lips quivering in fear. Kai felt his hands shake. He knew this monster was obscenely powerful. The monster's mouth unhinged in a roar, 2 large fangs hanging down. First, to react, the instructor launched towards the monster, blue crystal angular armor encasing his body. The monster showed no mercy. Its giant paw batted into the instructor, smacking him through the air until he crashed into one of the fallen trees and ricocheted into the air beyond the branches. Kai could see sharp spiked crystals sticking out of the monster's paw, but it was uncaring. Spiked earth bear. Within seconds, the instructor was back. Blue crystal platforms materializing in mid-air as he jumped to each one, going faster and faster as new ones spawned. Pushing off the last one, he rocketed towards the monster. In his hand was a jagged edge blue crystal sword. He slammed straight into the beast's back, a roar accompanying the terrific explosion of dirt and debris. Finally regaining his senses, Kai had seen enough as he started running. He dashed to the side. The fighting between the instructor and the monster had blocked the route back. Behind him, he heard one of the female students scream before being abruptly silenced. More sounds rang out until the sound of his instructor screaming pulled his attention. Twisting his head back, he saw the instructor pinned underneath the giant paw of the monster. Dozens of crystal pillars shot out of the ground at angles, all colliding with the beast. The rocks across its back seemed to spread out over its once brown fur, causing the crystals to shatter against the beast's armor. Unable to move, the instructor's face turned to terror as the creature brought its unhinging mouth closer. Panicking, the instructor struggled to no avail. His arms were pinned. Kai pitied the man. His screams of agony and fear resounded throughout the forest. Still running, Kai watched, nearly dazed, as the monster bit down on the head of his once group instructor and protector. A cruel silence overtook the once loud battle. The silence was again replaced by the sound of one of the students screaming in anguish and terror from nearby. He didn't stop or turn around as he kept running for his life. Chapter 36. Bees and Shadows. Kai could no longer hear the screams of his classmates. In fact, he could no longer hear any human cries. Instead, the unnerving sound of monsters paraded all around him. In his panic, he had run as fast as he could for minutes, uncaring where, as long as it was away from that thing. Now he was lost. Stopping, he twirled around, looking for where to go next. The problem was that the entire forest looked similar. There weren't any distinguishing details to help guide his way. That thing shouldn't exist in this forest. His path to his current location hadn't been a straight path, as he tried avoiding any sounds he heard, ultimately leading to him losing his sense of direction. He wasn't even sure he could find his way back to where the monster had been if he tried, not that he would. His heartbeat was returning to normal, but he stayed alert. I need to get out of this damn forest. A new sound entered his ears, closer than all the other noises in the lively forest. Crouching, he hid in the thick grass nearby. Right now, Kai hated his armor. He stuck out like a sore thumb. The white was like a lamp against the brown and green backdrop. Silently, he pulled his sword out as the sound grew louder. There is it. With eyes of black ink and a green and yellow body lined with dark hair, the creature flew its way out from the shadows. Kai gawked at the massive stinger pulsing out of the back end of the insectoid, its length near his own forearm. Transparent wings moved at speeds Kai could not see as they vibrated rapidly through the air, slowly carrying the insect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 28. 28 massive insects. All their bodies were larger than Akane. Green secretions dripped from their stingers, which occasionally dropped across leaves and tree branches. He heard a dreaded sizzle sound as he watched the leaves dissolve into nothing and the bark melt away. Behemoth B, Foundation Level 75. Behemoth B, Foundation Level 72. He recognized them. They were a local monster that had been discussed in his monster subjugation class. They were literally monster-sized bees that weighed as much as the average 10-year-old child. I have too many exposed areas not protected by my armor. I can't risk getting stung or having that drip on me. Think, damn it. What did they say in class? Heavy? Yes. Acid? Check. The easiest way to deal with them is to make them slower or keep them at a distance since they possess no ranged attacks. His gravity could definitely do that. Remaining frozen, Kai was ready at a moment's notice to activate his magic. They flitted around the area randomly. He saw a branch dip lightly as one bee landed on top of it. The buzzing was getting annoying. The entire area was filled with noise, making it difficult to hear anything else. Above him, he heard the dreaded sound of buzzing coming closer. Moving his eyes, he watched the bee pass him by overhead and then land on the ground 2 meters in front of him. He observed the curious bee dig into the ground and then move to another spot before digging once again. It jumped back into the air and hovered in place, looking around with its back to Kai. It's looking for something. Distracted, he felt something heavy land on his armored back. He hadn't realized a bee had come from behind him. There was too much noise in the area to properly hear it. He should have been paying attention. It was a new flaw of his that he realized now he had been too reliant on his blood presence ability in his first life. His observational skills were lacking. Through the back of his chest piece, Kai felt something scrap across his armor. With it came the noise of a knife on a whetstone, only more metallic in nature. The stinger, he realized with wide eyes. The bee was shooting its stinger out, grinding against his armor, then dragging it back as it retracted it. For a moment he wondered if the bee was simply just sitting on him, and the scrapping was a mere coincidence. Turning around, he saw the bee in front of him. All the black eyes were locked on him. Pushing off, he felt the bee slide off his back by his unexpected movement. Kai lunged at the hovering bee in front of him, quickly sliding his sword through the underside of its body. It effortlessly passed through, until the tip of the blade popped out of the top. Immediately, he heard a ding, signaling the quick death of the bee. Grunting, the weight of the bee fell on his sword and hand, its body entirely pinned lifelessly on the blade. He spun around, twirling his blade in a horizontal slash, triggering heavy blow towards the bee that had once been resting on him. Either stunned or reacting too slow, his blade quickly arced into it, but instead of cutting it, his sword had turned into a club. The massive dead weight of the bee on his sword crashed into its once friend and caused it to go soaring into the air until it splattered against a tree. A ding came a moment later. The skewered bee slid down his blade and off, its momentum arcing it through the air out of sight as it tumbled into the grass. Whipping the blade downwards, the pale yellow blood fluid splattered against the grass. Exposed where he stood, the other 26 bees all began flying towards him from all directions. Free of the bee's encumbering weight, Kai activated Domain. The weight of all surrounding monsters and objects alike increased 100%, including himself. With the burden of Kai's ability, the bees began falling like rocks to the ground, a thump encompassing each one's impact. Grinning viciously, Kai watched the slow bees struggle to move. Their wings feebly fluttered as they remained firmly on the ground. They couldn't even walk away. Their legs were too weak to lift them under their newfound weight. The forest shifted under the pressure but remained firm. His gravity only dragged a few leaves off the trees. Cautiously, Kai inched his way forward towards the downed bees. They were very much still alive, just unable to move under their massive weight thanks to his gravity magic. He approached the first, staying away from the stinger in case it was baiting him in, as unlikely as that was. Stabbing down, Kai struck the immobile bee right in the center of its head. The ding resounded once more. Satisfied, he moved on. A minute later they all lay dead, yellow slime trickling out of their stab wounds. You have slain Behemoth B, Foundation Level 63. You have slain Behemoth B, Foundation Level 75. You have slain Behemoth B, Foundation Level 71. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 47. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 59. 13 levels. Kai beamed. Finally, some proper levels. I need to find more of those. The only problem was diminishing returns. Kill too many of the same enemy, and your experience began to slow down. The same goes if you kill enemies too weak to pose a challenge. His experience would be like pebbles trying to fill a large pit. It would probably take thousands to get to the Forging Realm if he kept killing Behemoth Bees, considering how easy they turned out to kill. His gravity magic was uniquely suited for countering this particular type of monster. Health, 840, 840. Stamina, 327, 350. Mana, 1d92, 350. Checking his status, he saw that only his mana had suffered so far. Domain was a very mana-exhaustive spell, draining it quickly the longer he kept it going. Thankfully, his primary active skill, Heavy Blow, was the least mana-intensive out of all of his available skills. Unspent attributes available, 65. And there it is. His grin would be infectious if anyone had been around to see it. Now it was time to quickly decide where to place his attributes. The obvious choice was more mana. He was running low, and it would take a few hours to recover it too fully. Only the gods knew how long he would be stuck in this dreadful forest. With 65 attributes available, he put nearly half into his wisdom, bringing it up to 65. It was obvious where he was going to place the rest of his attributes. Vitality, strength, and intelligence seemed to be the staple of his class at the current time, and right now they would benefit him more than endurance and dexterity. Although I need to keep my speed and reaction up or I'll be in trouble. With a thought, he finished placing his attributes. Vitality, 90, 94. Strength, 70. Dexterity, 35. Endurance, 35. Intelligence, 60. Wisdom, 65. Health, 940, 940. Stamina, 350, C 350. Mana, 650, 650. Not a bad start, he nodded to himself. His build was beginning to take shape. Now to get out of this forest. Suppressing a groan, he looked around once again. He had forgotten that everything looked the same. He wasn't a scout, capable of finding clues or tracks out of the forest. Everywhere around appeared like more of the same. Rays of dim light came through the thick canopy in patches, giving light to some areas of the forest, while most of it remained dim and shadowed. Perhaps it was his eyes playing tricks on him, but he could have sworn he saw a shadow move in the distance. It was unsettling enough to give him the chills. Stepping away, he avoided the bodies of the bees as he moved on in the opposite direction of the weird shadows. After about 15 meters, he heard a sound he shouldn't have. A familiar bark. Akane. Sprinting back, an odd sight greeted him. Instead of a single gluttonous fox, a skulk of foxes cluttered the area where he had been a few moments ago. Instead of the common red and orange coats he was used to seeing, they were shades of black. Some ravenously tore apart the bees' corpses, while others lapped up at the yellow ooze. Realization dawned on Kai. They had smelled the sweet scent and had been lured to the bodies. Hiding behind one of the trees, he peeked his head out at the scene. There were even more foxes than there had been bees. How many more was difficult to say. It was somewhere between 30 to 40, but it was difficult to discern. The foxes vanished into the shadows and reappeared randomly throughout the area from another shadow, assuming it was the same fox. There were even a few juvenile foxes taking cues from the older ones who were teaching their young. Shadow Fox, Foundation Level 81. Kai was a little awed. That one was a higher level than Akane, who to his knowledge was the highest leveled fox in Kitsune Village. Kai continued to watch. They were cute, but definitely wilder than the foxes he grew up with. A pang of homesickness hit him as he looked on. The situation was not too different than dinner at Kitsune Village. Looking over all the foxes, they averaged a higher level than the ones in his village. Perhaps that was because the ones in the village were domesticated and lazy, while these were obviously wild foxes that fought, killed, and scavenged for survival, unlike the pampered, spoiled, lazy little gluttonous creatures that he lived with. Yap! Twisting his head to the source of the noise, sitting on the ground behind him, a fox regarded him. Orange eyes illuminated in the darkness, the left half of its body sheathed in shadows, almost vanishing entirely out of sight. The fox stared at him inquisitively, tilting its head as it stared into his eyes. Crouching, Kai's hand reached out of its own accord towards the sitting fox. Flinching ever so slightly, the fox looked ready to run at a moment's notice. Keeping his hand steady and slow, he kept eye contact with the fox. "Good ye, boy." Kai looked down, seeing the telltale sign of its anatomy. "You're so adorable." His voice went up an octave, trying not to scare the cute fox. He didn't know why he was trying to pet a wild fox, but he felt that if he ran, it might attract their attention in a bad way. Perhaps he could make friends with the fox, or even just show that he wasn't an enemy, or better yet, food. Now that the fox was closer, he closely examined it. Unlike Akane, whose exquisite coat ranged in color depending on where you looked at her body, the one before him was entirely black in color. It wasn't hard to guess the dark coat helped camouflage it against predators, and likewise helped it ambush prey throughout the creepy forest. Kai could perceive curiosity in its eyes, but not the telltale sign of intelligence he saw in his village's foxes. His hand hovered until it was a finger's length from the fox's face, ready to react if it tried to bite him. By holding out his hand, the fox would hopefully smell him and take in his scent, and then see that he was neither food nor enemy. Taking the bait, the fox leaned forwards until it began sniffing his hand. The reaction was so violent that Kai almost attacked because he was startled. Reeling back, the fox backpedaled its little body until its butt hit another tree, unable to go back any further. Even under the cover of darkness in the shadows, Kai could perceive the shaking of the shadows. Something had startled the little fox to the point where its fight or flight survival instincts stopped working. Kai watched shocked, unsure of what to do next. Peeking back at the others, the fox's reaction had not gone unnoticed. They now surrounded him in a loose circle. Kai felt his back drip nervously with sweat. Keeping his back to the tree, he tried to look for an obvious weakness in their circle. He watched as they studied him. A few had their teeth bared. "Please don't. I don't want to fight you guys," he said. His body was tense and ready to run at a moment's notice. There was absolutely no way he could fight so many monsters at once, unless his gravity worked on them like it did the bees, which he doubted. "I like foxes, even the lazy ones." They closed in, tightening the circle until they stopped a few meters away. A yap came from behind him, the same sound as from before. It drew the attention of the others. A series of yaps followed. Kai couldn't even guess what was happening or being said. This behavior was totally unlike anything he was used to. Suddenly all the foxes turned and ran off into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind the half-eaten bodies of the behemoth bees. They disappeared quickly until he couldn't tell them apart from the shadows in the distance. What the fuck was that? I'm so done with this place. Chapter 37, Slimes. Shit, I'm lost. His first clue should have been the increasing humidity and temperature. It was expected as morning turned to midday, but he was certain that wasn't the case in this situation. The more Kai trekked, the darker the already dim forest became. Above him, little patches and holes in the forest canopy showed that the overcast sky had become gloomier. The dismal weather led him to the conclusion that he was either heading in the wrong way direction toward the volcanic Ashbourne Mountains, or a storm was coming. Neither boded well for him. His second clue came after walking for half an hour. He was still stuck in the blasted forest. The scenery of bark, shrubs, and grass was unending. No matter how long he walked, he couldn't escape the woods. Either the entire forest looked the same, or he was trapped in an illusion. He was aware that he possessed an orientation problem, but this was getting out of hand. Directionally challenged is what his mother called him. At least in the past, as Ben, he could fly and find his way. Now he was stuck and lost, like one of those beginners he used to look down upon. His only solace was that the forest had calmed down. Either that, or he had walked far enough away from where the action was happening. The sound of flowing water broke him out of his musing. Marching right up to the source of the sound, he found a stream no wider than his height across, flowing gently down to wherever water goes. Tearing off his helmet, Kai's slick hair stuck to his head. The humidity was doing him no favors as he was drenched with sweat. He dropped the helmet with a dull thud before falling to his knees next to the stream. Cupping his hands together, he gathered water into them before bringing it up to his mouth and taking a sip. The water had a slight tinge of acidity, but seemed drinkable. After getting his fill, he splashed his face and head with the water. He wanted to wash his sweaty body and underclothes, but he wasn't about to remove his armor to wash up. The water helped, but Kai still found himself tired. Physically, he was fine. Looking at his resources, his mana and stamina were almost back to full. The toll of being on guard the entire time was wearing him down mentally. His goal was to get out of this forest before sundown. Without any sensory skills, he would be completely at the mercy of any monsters he encountered. Just thinking about being stuck in the forest during the night was causing his anxiety to rise. With the thick canopy and overcast sky, he couldn't even determine in which direction he was heading. He was lost, and though he would never admit it aloud, he was scared. Thinking his choices over, he considered his few options. He could follow the water upstream or downstream, praying it led out of the forest. The other, probably smarter option would be to climb one of the massive trees and look for the general direction of civilization. Looking up, branch after branch loomed over him as it stretched out, creating a multi-layered canopy. With no other recourse, he set his sword back in his sheath and started the climb. The task of climbing had not been as easy as he had anticipated. His armor's weight made it a grueling task even with his enhanced strength. Gone was the special trait of his armor, the thick branches overhead and dreary overcast sky, making sure no sunlight ever touched it. Peering down from near the top, Kai's stomach somersaulted a little. A fall from this height would spell his end. That was only if he was lucky. If he was unlucky, he would end up breaking a lot of bones crashing from branch to branch on his way down, which would result in him either bleeding out or dying of thirst if he couldn't move. Although he had one weak health potion on him, the weak version didn't heal broken bones very well, and certainly wouldn't be able to handle many broken bones at once. That was assuming the vial didn't break on the way down. After reaching nearly 30 meters high, he balanced himself as he peeked his head above the final canopy. Overhead, turbulent clouds hung, swirling visibly as he watched them. To his front, he could see the ever-imposing Ashbourne Mountains, closer than ever. He was still kilometers away, but the daunting mountains towered in the distance, rising into the thick grey clouds and out of sight. Smoke bellowed from beyond the ridge, traveling up into the clouds to where Kai assumed smoke met clouds. Well, that's obviously not the right way, Kai sarcastically thought. The other direction was green until it appeared to taper off, hopefully leading to the edge of this forsaken forest. To his left and right, all he saw was more green. With an idea of where to go now, he could see he had been walking towards the mountains this entire time. Ha! I really screwed up. At this point, he didn't even care about finding the staging area from where they started the expedition. His priority was to get out of this forest. He just wasn't at a level where he could traverse the area safely without help. He had been lucky so far, but that could change at any moment. Back on the ground, Kai noticed the direction of the stream, which flowed towards where he had seen the edge of the forest. A coincidence? Maybe. But it wasn't one he was going to question. He began walking alongside the stream for 5 minutes, enjoying the sound of the gentle running water. It was then he noticed something peculiar about the forest floor. It looked like the grass had been trimmed down to practically nothing. What was most odd was the patterns that the trimmed grass appeared. It was as if someone had trimmed multiple half-meter-wide trails straight through the forest, with some intersecting pathways. Crawling forwards at a slower pace, Kai finally found the culprit. Slime, Foundation Level 71. Slime, Foundation Level 62. Slime, Foundation Level 66. Kai couldn't correctly estimate the number of slimes. The group of them meandered all around. Keeping his distance, Kai watched the transparent gelatinous balls of fluid move around, slowly consuming the things around them. At their center, he could see a pure black core, not a perfect sphere, but round in nature. Strangely enough, it didn't seem to possess eyes, ears, or a mouth. The restaurant at which he had been with Ashley had slime cores on their menu, so he assumed they were some kind of exotic delicacy. So this is a slime. The restaurant had been the first time he had heard of such creatures. They didn't look appetizing if he was being honest. He watched on with fascination as grass entered the underside of the slime, only for the strands to then be spun around, much like a whirlpool inside of the transparent body. Slowly the grass was dissolved until nothing was left, leading the slime to move to the next patch of grass. It was completely silent as it moved on from one section of grass to the next. After 10 minutes of watching the scene of slimes eating grass, he decided they would be his next target. The slimes either lacked awareness and hadn't noticed him, or simply didn't care, as they continued their unending feeding. They were basically free experience, seeing how slow and vulnerable they appeared. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Better the weird slimes than the cute shadow foxes he had seen earlier. There was simply no point in planning how he would attack. With his limited knowledge about the slimes, he had no clue what offensive and defensive abilities they possessed. The slimes were too spread out for his domain skill. He decided it would be the perfect time to use his gravity pillar skill. It had seemed tailor-made for such slow-moving creatures. Quietly walking up to the nearest one, it continued eating grass, oblivious of his presence behind it. Activating gravity pillar, the gelatinous ball squished down a little under the increased gravity, still rounded but more oval in shape. Unaffected by the increased gravity, the slime started shuffling its way towards Kai, faster than he had seen them move before. Within a second, it had quickly exited his gravity pillar, proving the technique insignificant against the slime. Nearly face-palming, Kai realized that the slimes were malleable. They didn't seem to roll, but slid and inched forwards, so his gravity was having no significant effect on them. While his gravity had been super effective against the behemoth soldier bees, it had no apparent effect against this enemy. Taking a step, Kai slashed down at the incoming slime using heavy blow. The blade sped up under its newfound weight. He felt slight resistance as his sword entered the gelatinous body, its momentum rapidly dying out. Close to the core, the entire top half of his blade had stopped inside the body of the slime. He pushed his blade down, but it went no further. The power of his blade should have been enough to cause severe injury to any beast in the Foundation realm as long as he was able to land a clean hit. Somehow the body of the slime had negated his attack. He couldn't even tell if the thing was injured. The body of the slime began filling the void where he had slashed through, sealing his sword inside its body. Gripping the handle, Kai lifted his blade up, trying to pull it out of the slime. Instead of his blade being pulled out of the slime's body, the slime came with the sword, as if they had fused together. He whipped his sword back and forth, but the slime persisted on the blade. It didn't slide off like he had thought it would. His eyes went wide as saw the runes and glyphs on his blade flickering. The gentle light would dim before restoring itself, only to dim again. Is this thing eating away at my enchantments? What kind of budget enchantments did you make me, Lydia? Growling, Kai stalked up to the nearest tree and swung his sword horizontally into the massive trunk. His face dropped when he felt his sword rebound. Instead of smashing the slime into a gooey pulp or pushing his blade deeper towards the core, instead it bounced off the tree, the force nearly ripping the sword right out of his hands. Activating his heavy blow, he swung his sword against the tree again. Instead of splattering the tenacious slime, his sword rebounded with an even greater force. After smashing the slime sword into the tree multiple times, he was beginning to grow annoyed. Kai felt his anger rising. The enchantments were barely illuminated inside the slime's body. He watched helplessly as they were clearly being drained and dissolved. Distracted by the growing headache attached to his sword, Kai's left hand began tingling. Looking down, his eyes went wide. His hand was inside another slime that had soundlessly approached him and somehow enveloped his hand up to the bracer without him knowing. Swinging his arm around, the slime remained firmly attached, much like the one on his blade. Its core was about a hand length away from his own, but try as he might, his hand was stuck in the slime's viscous liquid body. The tingling began transforming into something more irritating. With every passing second, his hand progressed from tingling to itchy, to an uncomfortable warmth. Urgency hit Kai as he realized he needed to remove his hand from the slime quickly, or his hand would be eaten away like his enchantments. Dropping his blade, he placed his hand against the side of the slime and pushed against it, hoping to pull out his other hand. Instead of pulling his left hand out, his right hand sunk into the slime's body. Now both his hands were stuck inside the single slime. "Fuck!" he yelled at the top of his lungs, his frustration getting to him. He looked around and saw none of the other slimes nearby were heading his way at the moment. The warmth quickly turned into the feeling of hot coals rubbing against his skin. This little shit is eating away at my skin. With both hands trapped and the pain and his anxiety increasing with every passing second, Kai flailed and pulled his arms away, trying to separate them. His strength was quickly draining from him as he pulled and pulled to no avail. The slime's body had a firm grip on his hands. "Fine, if I can't take my hand out, I'll just push them in deeper." Sprinting over to the nearest tree, he pressed the slime against it and kept pressing. The slime's body turned more oval in shape as he pushed harder against the tree. His muscles trembled as his hand began sliding further into the transparent viscous fluid. Within moments, he could feel his fingertip touch the core. The slime trembled with either fear or gluttonous glee as it continued dissolving his hands. After 30 seconds, his hand grasped the slime's core. It was nearly a perfect fit in the palm of his hand. He hoped crushing it would kill the slime, assuming he could crush it. Squeezing his hand against the hard, cold core, the slime vibrated heavily. Ripples ran across the outside of the slime exterior like waves. He felt the hold on his hands and arms loosen, but he didn't stop squeezing. A crunch reverberated out as his hand closed into a fist, the core crushed into small fragments. "You have slain slime, foundation level 72. Immediately the slime dissolved into a watery liquid as its body fell off his hand into a puddle on the ground. With his hands free, he stared at them. Both were red and blotchy, his left more so than the right. They still felt like they were on fire, the gentle wind stinging against his dissolved skin. His bracer remained unblemished. Its dull white coating was still perfect. His chest thumped with excitement and pain. "If I did not have magic resistance +4, I feel like some of my bones might be visible right now." The other slimes were further away from Kai than before, eating their way through the forest. On the ground nearby, the slime was still confined to the top half of his sword. Gone were the enchantments, no longer illuminated in the dim forest. Anger clouded his mind as he stuck his right hand into the slime attached to his sword. He walked the creature over to the same tree where its comrade had dissolved. He placed the slime against the tree and repeated what he had done before. The sword dropped to the ground as he destroyed the core. Agony ran through his hand as he picked up the sword, his nerve endings exploding due to the contact of the handle on semi-dissolved muscle. The rest of the slimes were a problem. He couldn't risk putting his hand through any more of the dissolving balls of evil incarnate. He still possessed his sword, which, like his bracers, remained unblemished, except for the enchantments that were obviously gone. Thinking on it, he didn't understand why his sword couldn't cut through the slime. Perhaps he simply lacked the strength and momentum to get through their thick, viscous bodies. They had proven harder to deal with than any creature he had fought in this life. If chopping at them doesn't work, then how about stabbing? With the point of impact not as spread out, I should feasibly be able to pierce far enough into the body, reaching its core. It was worth a try. Worst case, the slime gets stuck on his sword again, and he just squishes it against the tree until he reaches in and crushes the core. Stomping over to the nearest slime, Kai stood over the gelatinous ball. Raising his sword above him in both hands, he could swear he saw the slime tremble. His sword came down hard and fast as he used heavy blow, piercing right through the slime's body and into its core. Instantly the creature died, a ding going off inside Kai's mind to reassure the fact. Kai giggled with unrestrained delight. Kai would never speak to anyone about the next few minutes. He went on a massacre, going from slime to slime, stabbing into their cores with a vicious smile on his face the entire time. His hands burned, but it didn't stop him from enjoying his much-deserved revenge. Chapter 38. The Goblin. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 67, only 8 levels. That was so not worth dissolving. The adrenaline and shock were beginning to wear off. The pain in his partially dissolved hands was intensifying. Even with pain tolerance 1, the injuries were near debilitating. He was having enough trouble keeping himself from wincing every time a breeze went by. Staring down at the exposed muscles of his hands, he doubted he would be in any condition to fight once the adrenaline fully wore off. Health, 638, 940. Holding his sword up to his face, Kai carefully examined it. After slaying over 30 slimes, his sword was surprisingly still sharp and not dissolved like his hands. Maybe slimes can't dissolve metal that well. Even though his bracer had been partially inside the slime, still looked relatively new. Grunting, he sheathed his sword. With his hands free, he gingerly took out his weak health potion. Just holding it was causing his nerve endings to feel as if they were on fire. He was in luck that the slimes hadn't reached the point where they were dissolving his bones. The weak version of health potions couldn't heal bones well, but it did fine with repairing muscle and skin. Putting the cork between his teeth, he pulled it off and spit it away. He chugged the vial in one gulp. Well, now I just need... Heavy, he moaned so softly he could barely hear himself. He couldn't find his voice or the energy to speak. Why do my eyelids feel so heavy? He was having trouble moving his arms. Everything just felt so heavy, like his body didn't want to respond to him. His blurry vision began turning black once again. Wake up! Kai's eyes shot open as he heard a voice in his mind yell at him. What? I'm moving. That made no sense to Kai. He wasn't walking, so why was he moving? Through his blurry vision, he could see green and brown shapes go by. Blinking rapidly, the blurriness started vanishing. With his vision restored, he discovered that he was moving across the ground. Someone or something was holding onto his ankle as they dragged him across the ground. Memories were coming back to him now. Something had hit him in the back of his head right after he took his health potion, knocking him out. It must have jarred him hard, even with the armor on. Health, 767, 940. His health was actually still slowly going up. It hadn't been that long since he took the health potion. In fact, he had probably lucked out because he had just taken the health potion right before being knocked out, meaning it was also healing his head, assuming he didn't have a fractured skull. All he felt at the moment was a headache near the back where he had been hit. He looked around without moving his head, realizing he was being dragged on his side. The side of his head would knock against the rough, uneven forest floor, occasionally bumping against rocks or tree roots. He continued to lay limp, as he didn't want whatever was dragging him to know that he was awake. He was lucky. He gave Nock a small prayer of thanks, knowing full well he could have died from being bludgeoned in the head. Kai needed to find out what he was up against so he could determine his next course of action. Closing his eyes, he tilted his head down, tucking his chin towards the base of his neck. With his head in place to look down his body, he opened his eyes ever so slightly so that he was able to see but would look as if he was still unconscious. The creature was small like a child, but its skin was a pale, sickly green with brown circular spots across its naked back. When it turned its face side to side, he could see a large hooked nose and sunken black eyes. In one hand, it held a sizable, jagged wooden club half the size of its own body. In the other, it grasped his ankle tightly. Goblin Foundation Level 99. A goblin! What is it doing in the Ashbourne Kingdom? Concentrating, he could hear the goblin mumbling. Sparkar find prize. Now Sparkar join warrior tribe, the goblin muttered softly. He was clearly talking to himself, and from his tone was upset about something. Sparkar hungry. Through Kai's slitted eyes, he could see the goblin taking peeks at him. His eyes looked like Akane's right before a big meal. Fucker wants to eat me. Just one bite? No one in tribe notice. Sparkar tell them he was like that when Sparkar found him. Kai really didn't like that look in his eyes. Just a nibble, the carnivorous goblin added as he wiped away a thread of drool coming out of his mouth. Time to fight. Checking his status, he noticed his health had crossed over 800 and he had 40 attribute points available. Right. I leveled up. Between being knocked out, waking up disoriented, and finding himself being dragged to become dinner, he had forgotten he had attribute points available. Can't waste time thinking. 20 into strength and intelligence each. Vitality, 90, 94. Strength, 90. Dexterity, 35. Endurance, 35. Intelligence, 80. Wisdom, 65. Health, 803, 940. Stamina 303,43350. Mana 478,650. Good enough for now. All right, when its head turns away, I'll pull my sword out and strike. Kai waited a few moments as his head passed more rocks on the ground. Apparently, the goblin was tenderizing him, using the ground as he pulled him. Now! Kai's eyes flashed open as he activated Gravity Pillar on top of the goblin. At the same time, he pulled his sword out of his sheath. He slashed at the goblin's arm holding him, but it never connected. Eek! The goblin screamed. Unpredictably, the goblin had one-handedly thrown him into the air. He soared for a few seconds before crashing into a tree. Groaning, Kai pushed off the ground. The back of his chest piece had taken the brunt of the attack when he crashed into the tree. Still, he had the wind knocked out of him. Even under the mild effects of Kai's gravity increase, the goblin had thrown him over 10 meters. The sunken eyes were wide and overly large now as they stared at Kai like an impossibility. "Stay still, food," Sparkar spoke. He raised his club in the air and then ran at Kai. Stopping the goblin was his priority, especially since he had apparently lost his sword somewhere in flight. He kept activating his gravity pillars, replacing the old one with a new one every time Sparkar stepped out of one. Under the effects of his gravity, which was close to 3 normal gravity, the goblin trudged towards him. With every step, his tiny foot sunk into the ground slightly. Undeterred, he kept coming as if he possessed a one-track mind. Metal gleamed beyond the goblin, catching his eye. His sword was flat on the ground, near where he had been thrown. "Stop, make heavy," Sparkar furiously yelled. Under the effects of his gravity, the goblin began glowing red. He raised the club towards the sky, then brought down his arm in a flash and released the club like a javelin. Kai's eyes widened. He was too close and had no time to dodge. The club-turned javelin smashed into his shoulder, throwing him back. He landed on his back with an oomph, staring up at the canopy. "I hate this forest," he said to no one in particular. He activated his domain on reflex, in case the goblin was still coming at him. His shoulder wasn't broken or wrenched, but it definitely hurt. He groaned and stood up as quickly as he could. Between the increased gravity and his battered body, he was having a tough time. He only had a second before the goblin upon him. The goblin stretched its green hands out to grab him. Weaponless, Kai grappled the goblin's hands. Using his superior height and weight, he pushed at the goblin under the effects of his gravity. Grappling was not his forte, but even 30 levels under, Kai thought he would win. But that's not what happened. In the contest of power, Kai quickly realized he was being pushed back. The small goblin was much stronger than him. 2 indented lines formed in the ground from where his boots were pushed back through the topsoil and grass. "This has to stop." Kai started squeezing the goblin hands, hoping to get him to let go. In response, the goblin squeezed back, immediately causing Kai's legs to buckle under the pain. His fingers felt like they were going to break as the freakishly strong goblin caused him to kneel. "Fucking strength build," he screamed in his mind. "Food, stay dead," Sparkar screamed even though Kai was 1 meter away. "I'm in trouble if this keeps up." "Wait. Sparkar, let's talk." How you know Sparkar's name?" The goblin tilted his head inquisitively. His grip loosened slightly. "Everyone knows Sparkar's name. He's the greatest, the strongest." Kai nodded his head, reassuring the goblin everything he was saying was true. "Sparkar knows this. Sparkar, great warrior. Other goblins don't see, but they will when Sparkar brings them food." "Ah, to hell with this." Kai jumped and immediately kicked out with both his feet against the goblin's face. Stretching his legs, he pushed and pushed against the goblin's face, while his arms were taut. Horizontal against Sparkar's face, the goblin kept his grip on Kai's hand. "Take this." Kai bent one knee back and then shot his leg forwards, kicking the goblin in the face. Again, he kicked at the goblin's bare face, but he only growled. "Let go." He used heavy blow with his leg attack, kicking at the goblin's face stronger and faster than ever. He felt the crunch of bones under his boot. The next second, Sparkar twirled around with Kai, who was still horizontal. He spun quickly, letting go of Kai's hand as he launched him once more through the air. Landing on the ground, he scrambled to his feet and cancelled his domain. His mana was running low, barely a third of what he had when he started. His health decreased and was lower than when he had ended the fight with the slimes. The older light armor was still mostly unblemished, but it didn't do much to dissipate the force behind the blows, causing him to feel wrecked underneath it. There would probably be a lot of bruises forming underneath the armor. Back near his sword, he hobbled over and grabbed it, while the goblin likewise picked up his club. Even though the goblin didn't look it, under that sickly skin was compact muscle backed by attributes in strength much higher than his. Kai also seemed to be more affected by his gravity than the small hulking simpleton. His stats were definitely more spread out than his green nemesis. Strong as the goblin was, he lacked the necessary dexterity that would make him truly fearsome. As long as Kai wasn't caught off guard and avoided the slow and steady goblin, he would win. The two beings stared at each other. While Kai was measuring and inspecting his opponent, the goblin had a bead of drool fall once again from his mouth. Between all the chaos, he hadn't really seen what the goblin's face looked like. Now he could see its jaw was dislocated and had shifted completely off the center. The goblin still opened and closed his mouth, despite the misalignment, completely uncaring or unnoticed. A bruise in the shape of a shoe print had begun forming on Sparkar's face, where Kai had continuously bashed him, causing one of the goblin's eyes to swell shut. Kai also noted the area had grown a little darker since the fight began a few minutes ago. He had been out in the forest for a while now. The sun was starting to set. Going to have to end this quickly and find my way back. Kai shot across the ground, running fast as he quickly approached Sparkar, who also ran toward him. Glowing red, Sparkar swung down from overhead, but Kai dodged the club as he jumped to the left. Clumps of dirt and grass sprayed against his side from the massive blow to the ground. Responded in kind, he activated Gravity Pillar over the goblin in an effort to throw him off balance since his weapon arm was down. At the same time, his sword slashed at the creature under the usual effects of heavy blow. It flashed across Sparkar's upper chest, causing a mist of blood to spray out. The sword nearly ripped itself out of his hands from the swing, but he held on. Twisting his body the other way and taking a step, he swung again with his heavy blow combination. There was a chopping sound as his sword cut deep into the club. The goblin's eyes were wide and alarmed. Kai kicked against the goblin's hand, pulling his sword out. He didn't pause as he made sure to keep the pressure on before Sparkar could get another attack in or move out of his pillar. He struck again, this time without holding back to account for the momentum. The top half of the club flew up as Kai's sword strike passed through the rest of the club until it stopped halfway through the neck of the goblin. Dropping his half club to the ground in shock, the goblin reached out toward Kai with a slow-moving hand, grasping at the air. Ripping his sword out, blood arced and fell across the grass. Sparkar hung. The goblin's green, sickly skin turned even more pale as he swayed on his feet for a moment before collapsing. You have slain, Goblin, Foundation Level 99. Kneeling in exhaustion, Kai took a deep breath. I did it. Chapter 39, Company. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 68. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 78. Kai turned his head around, making sure he wouldn't get ambushed again. As long as he didn't die, this entire disaster of a trip would turn out to be very beneficial for him. He had gained 32 levels just in one day. Even in his first life, he hadn't gained this much in 1 month. It made sense since he was fighting for his life alone and against many enemies. The Foundation realm was also the fastest level through which to advance. Nowadays, people who went from unlocking their magic to entering the Forging realm in less than a year were considered passable. But just because someone entered a realm faster than others didn't mean that they were better or stronger. Everything was dependent on circumstances and opportunities. And this was his. With 55 attributes available, the question was once again where to place them. During his last fight, his gravity had burdened his own body more than the enemy. While he could still move and run, it wasn't easy for him even under his own domain. The goblin had also outclassed him in strength. Thinking it over, the choice was obvious. Vitality and strength would be the most beneficial for him under the increased gravity. But he also needed more variance. He was lacking speed too in terms of movement and reflexes. He was also low on mana at the moment. Adding more wisdom and giving himself more mana available was better than not having it. Placing his attributes, he felt pleased with his choices. Vitality, 100, 105. Strength, 110. Dexterity, 45. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 80. Wisdom, 75. Health, 711 Rs 1050. Stamina, 222, 350. Mana, 201 Tausi, 750. He noticed his health was down nearly a third. He had certainly taken a beating during the fight with Sparkar, but his armor had protected him, although not completely. Being thrown around and taking the blunt attacks had caused superficial damage underneath the armor. It was also possible at least one rib was cracked or very bruised. His entire body felt tender and sore. The health potion had worn off mid-fight with the brute of a goblin. His head had healed, but the other newer injuries wouldn't heal until he managed to find himself another health potion or waited for them to heal naturally, which would take days, if not weeks. With the forest getting darker, he needed to find his way out and fast. He easily found the tracks back to where he had been. There was a long line through the grass and dirt from where he had been unwillingly dragged. Just as he was about to leave, he had an idea. Approaching the corpse of Sparkar, Kai grabbed at the ears and cut them off. He could only hope they were distinct enough for the guards to believe his tale of goblins hiding inside the forest. From the stories Kai had been told about goblins, he knew they could get out of hand very quickly if left unchecked. The question is how they got into this forest. After a few moments, he decided he didn't care as long as they didn't impede his way again. If the kingdom believed him, they would send in their own investigators to check his story. His only job right now was to survive. Following the trail back was easy enough. Apparently, the wingtip on his helmet had dragged into the ground deep enough to make a literal line through the dirt back. After a few minutes, he found the slime corpses. To his surprise, there were a few different creatures eating the remains of the slimes. It seems the cores, even broken, were a delicacy for monsters, animals, and humans alike. Horned rabbit, foundation level 39. Rabbit, foundation level 5. Rabbit, foundation level 4. It was odd. There were a few dozen rabbits, some with horns but most without, all gnawing down on the broke slime cores. They perked up for a moment as Kai approached, but quickly went back to eating away. It reminded him of when he had seen the shadow foxes eating the bee corpses. The circle of life, indeed. Kai decided he wouldn't try to fight them. Perhaps he would have if his mana was full, but it was barely back to a third of its maximum. Not like I'd managed to get a level from them anyways. Skirting the field of slime corpses and rabbits, he found himself back on track to leaving the forsaken forest. For 5 minutes he walked, hoping he was going in the right direction. He walked carefully even though it was nearly dark. It wouldn't do him any good to get ambushed if he tried to rush out of the forest carelessly. During his journey, he had to cross the shallow stream. His boots kept his feet dry, even though the water went up to his ankles. Groaning slightly, he climbed up a small embankment. When his head peeked over the embankment, he saw something he hadn't expected to see. A human-looking corpse was on the ground, dressed in a familiar grey and red robe. Is that? He felt a pang of sadness come over him. On top of the corpse, there were 5 hairy rodents, each ripping off parts of the body and chewing on them. Looking around, he didn't see any rat corpses or any other corpses at all, though he did notice there were some broken trees, burnt grass, and blackened tree trunks. Diseased fang rat, foundation level 57. Diseased fang rat, foundation level 58. Whatever had killed Hector must have left, leaving the scavengers to come to pick apart his body. There is no way Hector would lose to a bunch of rats 20 levels lower than him and not leave a single corpse. Running up near the body, Kai could see the ripped and tattered robe sleeve. Underneath was the recognizable sleeve of tattoos he had seen every day for the last 3 months. Off! He yelled at the rodents when they neither stopped nor moved at his presence. Instead of scurrying away, they turned and hissed at him, protecting their claim. Sword out, Kai decided to clear out the vermin before checking the corpse in detail to be absolutely sure it was who he thought it was. Taking a few steps forward, all the rats attacked simultaneously. They moved quickly, darting at him at speeds faster than his own. Too fast and numerous for his gravity pillar, Kai activated Domain, even though he knew it would drain his already low mana quickly. Immediately, the rats' speed halved, but still were quick enough to be a nuisance. The worst part was they had split up on each side of him, dividing his attention. This was the pain of gravity magic. Short of crushing his opponents to death, or stopping them entirely, which his magic obviously wasn't strong enough to do, he had no ranged attacks to stop enemies before they reached him. Sometimes Kai wished he could just chuck a fireball or some blood magic at his opponents. He kept swiveling his head as the rats encircled him. Behind him, one of them jumped at him, but Kai was ready. He swung his sword single-handedly while twisting his body towards the rat, trying his best to keep his eye on the others. Instead of splitting the rat in half, he narrowly missed his target. The rat ended up on top of the flat of his blade as it continued running towards him down the length of his sword. Another rat jumped at him from his left. Acting on reflex, his arm swung back, bashing the rat against his bracer, tossing it back. He felt a sharp pinch on his right thigh. Disregarding the other two rats that were somewhere behind him, he thrust his left hand out with the help of heavy blow. He felt his ligaments and muscles scream as his arm shot down the top of his blade, snatching the rat just as it was jumping towards his face. Ignoring the pain and strain in his arm, he squeezed the rat's body hard. Its mouth opened, screeching in pain. Hanging on its snake-like fangs were bloody strips of flesh and robes from the corpse. Seeing it enraged Kai further, his fist tightening around the rat as hard as he could. Trapped in his hand, the rat's eyes bulged, but that didn't stop him. He had no mercy for the animal that would eat his friend. A moment further passed until he heard a pop and subsequent quiet, the rat no longer squeaking, coupled with the resounding ding inside his head. Dropping the corpse, he reached down towards his thigh and grabbed at the other one who was still gnawing away at him. He found purchase on the small body and squeezed with everything he had. He felt the rat let go of his thigh. Pulling the beast up, Kai could see the look of panic on its face, but that pity was disregarded when he saw blood and flesh in its mouth. His own blood and flesh. Disgusted, he threw the rat towards a tree with his heavy blow. Although he had thrown the rat with his offhand, it still made contact with the tree. A resounded crunch timed perfectly with the ding. You have slain Diseased Fang Rat, Foundation Level 58. You have slain Diseased Fang Rat, Foundation Level 57. Vanguard has reached Foundation Level 79. What happened to the other 3 rats? Turning around, Kai's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. A fox who looked just like Akane was sitting there, just watching him. In front of her were the other 3 rats, all dead. Kai sputtered, "How? What the... Akane?" Kai was rendered speechless. Was it some doppelganger, or another fox who had the very same styled fur as her? It couldn't be another fox. Even in Kitsune Village, among the 200 other foxes, Akane's coloring positions had always been unique. So that must mean somehow Akane, who had not joined him for the expedition, was here right now. Wait, maybe it's an illusion. He rubbed his eyes. Nope, she was still sitting there, her eyes so full of mischievous joy. Forest Fox, Foundation Level 60. It's her. How in the 9 she did find me. More importantly, how did she get here? Kai tentatively reached his hand out. He was still half convinced she was an illusion he was suffering from. Maybe even mind magic. Running his hand down her head and back, Kai felt the familiar sensation of fur worth its weight in platinum. He quickly picked up the fox and hugged her to his chest plate. Akane, I have so many questions. But they are going to have to wait. Thank you for finding me and helping. But we need to leave. She gave him one of her signature yaps in response. Placing her back on the ground, Kai limped over to the body and kneeled. He felt grief as he recognized the body. It was Hector, or rather it looked like Hector. It was difficult to discern at first. The corpse had all the physical characteristics of Hector, the same hair, eye color, and tattoos. But underneath the battered, half-eaten, bloody body, it was not the corpse of the young 16-year-old Kai had grown to know. Instead, it was the corpse of an old man that looked like Hector. The face and remaining hand were wrinkled, with liver spots scattered across the face and body. The body reminded Kai of Mr. Davenport, his history teacher, the man on the cusp of dying from old age. Somehow in the half-day that had passed, Hector had somehow aged 80 years and died. It was unfathomable. Kai suspected powerful time magic might be able to do such a thing, but someone powerful enough to turn Hector into a husk of a man he once was would have just killed him outright. Upon closer inspection, he noticed torn holes in the robe, with even more wounds underneath. It looked like some of the test dummies at the academy when a spear had punctured their chests. The flimsy robe fabric had not stopped whatever he had fought. Placing his hand over his friend's face, he closed Hector's eyes, hoping to give the man peace in death. A thought occurred to him. Was this how I looked when I died? Did I appear so pitiful and mutilated? Kai wondered what Lucien and the others had done with his corpse after he died. Had he been buried? No, it was more likely his corpse had been burned to a crisp or strung up at the gate of the destroyed city of New Hope as an example. "I'm sorry, Hector. I can't bury or destroy your body, nor do I have time," Kai said softly. He knew once he left, more scavenger animals or beasts would find the body and finish the job the rats had started. Akane had waited quietly by the side, giving him the time to examine his friend. "Let's get out of this forest, Akane," he said. Pushing off the ground, Kai stumbled. His injured leg gave way, causing him to fall on top of Hector. He tried to stand again, but his leg wouldn't support his weight. Alarmed, he looked down at his leg. Through the small hole in his thigh, where the rat had chewed through his black underclothes, the flesh had turned black. He had expected to see blood and a small depression in the meat of his thigh, but instead, the wound was bloodless, and it reeked of death. Chapter 40. Outmatched. Necrosis. He felt nothing in his thigh. The flesh and muscle art the site had died. He ripped away more of his underclothes near the wound, making the hole bigger. The necrotic rot had already spread to the size of the bottom of a beer glass. Visible to his eyes, he saw the black skin slowly push out, making it larger by the second. His health was dipping too. Already it was below half. Fuck. 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 He had been careless, or more like he lacked the ability to focus on multiple opponents as once. He knew it was wishful thinking that the rat would merely take a chunk out of his thigh. Instead, it had infected his body with necrosis. If he didn't take care of it soon, it would spread deeper into his leg until eventually that leg wouldn't be able to move. Kai looked around for anything useful. There were plenty of plants and herbs around, but he knew nothing about herbology. He could just as easily consume a plant that would make him die faster, or one that did absolutely nothing. Squeezing his eyes shut, he cursed himself. Wait, just maybe. Now that Kai's life was on the line, he disregarded the decency and respect that was due to a corpse. He patted around Hector's body, praying that he had something useful on him. The man had always been prepared. Under the robe, he found 2 pouches. One was filled with bronze and silver coins. Why even bring coins to an excursion? Inside the other pouch, to Kai's dwindling delight, were travel rations. Something he hadn't thought to bring. Not that it would matter in a few hours if he couldn't find a solution to his necrosis problem. He started patting down his once friend near the hips on the opposite side. It only took a moment before he found what he was looking for. Underneath the robe were 3 vials. One was broken, with shattered glass and remnants of red liquid inside. The other 2 were still whole and corked. Shattered vial. Weak health potion. Standard health potion. His eyes lit up with happiness after identifying the 2 potions. He had been right. Hector did bring his own supply of potions, not simply relying on the instructor to provide them. He had been better prepared than Kai. The weak health potion could heal bruises, minor cuts, and other topical ailments. Kai didn't think it would be strong enough to handle something more dangerous, like necrosis. Meanwhile, the standard health potion was a gem of a find. He didn't know how it would interact with his necrosis, but it could mend broken bones and other stronger injuries. For the price of a single gold coin, it had better heal his current injuries. There was no need to think further. He didn't want to be wasteful by using 2 health potions in case the weak health potion didn't fully heal him the first time. He popped off the cork of the standard health potion and down the red liquid. A strong itching sensation spread out across his body, eventually settling on his shoulder, ribs, and thigh. Kai stared at his thigh unblinking. The health potion was doing its magic as the dead black skin began to recede to a smaller circle until it vanished completely. Kai fell back onto his arse, sighing in relief. He watched his health go up faster than ever, the standard potion outstripping the weak in terms of performance without question. "Take my money. I'm buying a dozen of them when I get back to the city." After Kai's health was back to full, he knew it was time to move. He couldn't wait here to recover his mana. The body would attract more monsters, and perhaps even bring ones he couldn't handle. Akane had sat at his side, patiently waiting for him to heal. With the necrosis gone, he was able to stand unimpeded. Fresh, smooth pink skin, covered where the once black death had been. Time to go. Kai had hoped he was nearing the forest edge after finding Hector. He gave one last look to his friend before turning his back and leaving. Akane trotted by his side. She had a contemplative look on her face. Kai could tell because of the way her eyes were looking at the ground instead of looking in front of her. The trees were beginning to thin as he neared the forest edge. Less ambient noise could be heard around him. All he had to do was find a road and pick the right direction to the capital. He had a 50-50 chance. Kai's eyes widened with confusion, immediately followed by fear and panic. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of some kind of beast. Through the shadows, he could tell it was taller than him, even on all four legs. Something about the creature set off alarm bells in his head. Identify wasn't working since he wasn't able to make out any details about the beast. It might work if he went closer, but he didn't want to alert it. Something that large was likely a higher level than him. Even with Akane beside him, assuming she would help, he didn't think they should fight it. Beside him, Akane growled lightly, her body arched in an aggressive stance. Kai's eyes went wide in fright, but the creature didn't appear to take notice of the noise. Relieved, Kai motioned for Akane to retreat backward. They would find a way around the beast and out of the forest. Taking a tentative step back, he kept his eyes trained on the beast. No reaction. He took another step, and then another. He walked back until a dreaded familiar sound of rumbling. Akane's stomach was protesting loudly. Akane at least had the decency to look apologetic. Returning his eyes to the silhouette, he saw its head raise. Under the shadows of darkness, he saw bright orange eyes lock onto him. The beast roared at him. Kai blanched, hearing the familiar sound. "Run!" he yelled. Instead of running backward deeper into the forest, he cut to the side, hoping to still get out of the forest. He glided across the forest ground as fast as his low dexterity could carry him. Akane effortlessly stayed to his side. His eyes were wide in terror as he looked back. Running on all fours, the beast was chasing after him. Not only that, but it was also gaining ground quickly. No longer wreathed in shadows, he could see the beast in all its terrifying glory. Reflected in the moonlight, he could see it was the same type of beast that killed the instructor, only smaller. Its entire arm, the left side of its body, and part of its face were charred black. Red blood saturated the hardened spikes on its right arm. Between the burns and the blood, Kai only knew of one person who could have fought this monster, and his body was rotting away somewhere deeper in the forest. Within a minute of running, the beast was almost upon him. Abruptly stopping, Akane quickly turned, doing a 180 to face the monster. Kai also stopped running. For as much of a pain as Akane was, he wouldn't leave her behind. Just as he was ripping his sword out of the sheath, the forest lit up suddenly with light, causing him to shield his eyes. Fire streamed out of Akane's mouth, shooting across the ground until it engulfed the monster. The beast roared in pain as the flames enveloped its entire body. Through the fire, Kai could see the beast was still coming closer, undeterred by the flames. Adding his own gravity pillar to the mix, he hoped to pin it down inside the flames even longer. Akane's fire lowered slightly as his gravity took effect. Kai could see the beast's bloodthirsty eyes above the flames. Spiked earth bear, forging level 41. Kai grimaced, even though it wasn't the same one as earlier. It was still much stronger than him. Any monster capable of killing his instructor almost immediately was definitely above the fourth realm. Kai could only be thankful he had found a young bear, or he probably would have been killed already. Right now, he was really missing his blood magic range attacks. Unless he could outright crush or break his opponents, his gravity magic lacked the offensive power to hurt his enemies. Kai watched Akane keep up her flames for 10 seconds, unrelenting in her attack. The monster inched closer regardless. Unleashing a bellowing roar, a wall of earth and dirt rushed out, pushing against the flames until it hit both Kai and Akane. Putting his arms in front of his face, Kai blocked the attack. He felt rocks and dirt crash against his armor, which forced him a few steps back. The attack passed through Kai and Akane, but it had stopped her flames abruptly. After the wall of earth had passed over both Kai and Akane, there was a moment of peace between the three. And in that moment of peace, it was primarily the bear deciding which one he was going to kill first. Patches of fire clung to the bear's fur, illuminating his wild eyes which shifted between Kai and the fox until they settled on Akane, finding her to be the bigger threat so far. With unexpected speed, it pushed off the ground and swung a giant clawed paw toward the small fox. Taking advantage of its disregard, Kai dashed to its side. Heavy blow activated as he stabbed his sword straight into the bear's side. Maybe this won't be so hard after all. Immediately upon contact, he felt a great deal of resistance against the bear's hide, but the sword sunk near its ribs. From the corner of his eye, he saw the gigantic paw meant for Akane now coming at him. Barely getting his arm up in time, he held it up as the bear's paw smashed into him. Something audibly snapped inside his arm as he went flying through the air. Health, 536, 1050. Pain erupted in Kai's arm as he tried to push himself off the ground. For the first time all day, he tasted iron inside his own mouth. Even though he had blocked the blow with his left arm, the force of it had shaken him to his core. He was confident the attack had snapped a bone in his arm, a critical injury in the midst of battle. Akane was shooting concentrated streams of fire at the bear, playing a game of cat and mouse. As she attacked with fire, she ran back using her superior speed, then shot fire again. Still stuck halfway inside the bear's ribs was his sword. By now most of the bear's fur was charred black, but the rocks scattered about its outside remained normal. Kai shot another gravity pillar at the bear, slowing it down as it chased after Akane once more. He saw Akane give him a glance before returning to her fire breath attacks. Trees and bushes were now engulfed all over the battlefield, giving the area light as the fight continued. Kai was at a loss for what to do. Akane would be running out of mana shortly. The rate of her attacks was fast for the little Foundation Realm fox. He also noticed she wasn't teleporting, which meant either she couldn't do it in the heat of battle or didn't want to waste her mana. Kai knew he had to do something soon. Once she ran out of mana, she would be useless, and he would be swordless. Running behind the bear, he tried to approach it while it was distracted by the fire. The bear looked more pissed off than injured, despite looking like an overcooked piece of meat. It hadn't slowed down yet. Ignoring the flames concentrated on the bear's face and front, Kai ran in from behind and grabbed onto his sword, pulling it back with both hands. The bear tensed, causing its muscles and body to tighten its hold on the sword. The pain in his left arm was excruciating as the sword slid out slowly. Finally free, he prepared to stab into its side again, but the bear didn't give him a chance. It took a swipe at him again, forcing him to jump back. He could tell the bear was getting annoyed with this game of tag. Kai didn't get a chance to attack again. The bear had shifted focus from Akane to him. He tried to slow down the bear as he retreated backward, but his gravity pillars didn't seem to matter much to the physically powerful specimen. The bear ran at him faster than he could move backward. He could see Akane preparing to breathe fire somewhere behind the bear, but she looked ragged, her body heaved as she took deep breaths. To his surprise, she looked like she was enjoying herself, with an odd smile on her face. Swiping its paw into the ground, it launched dirt and rocks at him. Too many to dodge, he covered his face with his arm. He felt the impact of rocks smashing against his armor and unprotected areas. Each hit felt like he was being bludgeoned with solid steel. Face still covered, he felt something powerful grasp his leg. Before he could see what it was, he felt himself being ripped into the air as he was swung from side to side like a rag doll. Squeezing his fist closed tightly, he tried to keep his grip on his sword. The intense stabbing pain in his leg threatened to knock him out as his vision blurred and unblurred. Through the shaking, he saw his left leg was partially inside the bear's mouth. Its razor teeth crunched down, tearing the muscle and skin on the back of his shin. His Alderlight shin guards were protecting the front of his shin, but his calf was getting shredded and torn. The teeth had reached his bones. Agonizing pain flared as teeth grated on bone. "Ah!" he yelled. Somewhere in his left leg, he felt the bone snap under the massive pressure from the beast's jaw. Through pain-induced tears, Kai saw Akane still trying her hardest to attack the bear, but the small fox was woefully underpowered for the fight. Still, in the jaws of the bear, it swung him around until he felt a small impact against his armor. He heard a small squeak as Akane's flame suddenly stopped. No longer hearing Akane, Kai prayed she was still alive. Still hanging out of the bear's mouth, Kai pulled his upper body towards the bear's face as he slashed at it. Heavy blow flashed across the unsuspecting bear's face, and a spray of blood shot out. They both roared in pain as Kai was dropped onto the ground. He tried to scramble backward, but between his broken arm and leg, he struggled to move. The pain overwhelmed him. Looking at the face of the bear, it had a slash mark across its face and right eye. Fresh blood was flowing over the charred black fur of its face. Its one eye trained fiercely on Kai. His arm shook as he pointed his sword at the approaching bear. It took one step, then another towards the human that had caused it such agony. Chapter 41. Recovery. This is it. This is where I die. Part of him wanted to close his eyes, pretend it wasn't about to happen. The other part of him desired to live, to keep fighting, to resist until the very end. Living one out, pushing his one functional leg out, he dug his heel into the ground and pushed himself back. Dread filled him as the bear's head grew larger in his vision as it came closer. He swung his sword side to side, hoping to deter the beast. But it had passed that stage. The bear wouldn't give him up for anything now. Kai realized how much trouble Hector must have had fighting the beast. Fire seemed to hurt it, but not to the point where it impeded the bear. Kai could only assume it had an innate fire resistance and a hardy body to back it up. Akane had done her best, but she was too weak and ineffective against the beast. Unable to stand, he shifted around to kneel, putting all the weight on his one good leg. Kai kept the sword close to his body. The beast nearly loomed him. Its eye was still trained on him. From his left, flames lit up the forest once more as a stream of fire smashed into the side of the bear's face. Kai could feel the heat. Even though it didn't touch him, he was uncomfortable. Growling, the bear turned its head towards the fire. At that moment, Kai knew it was his only chance. Pushing off his one leg, Kai shot next to the bear's face. His sword low, he thrust up, heavy blow assisting as it pierced into the bear's neck. He felt almost no resistance as it tore through. Only a small rasp could be heard before shifted and then collapsed. A ding told Kai what he already knew. The fire died out a moment later. Akane and Kai shared a look for a moment in the light of the burning forest before the fox lightly smiled and then collapsed. "Akane," Kai yelled. He hopped across to the fox with his one good leg. Even movement caused him agony. Kneeling next to her, he couldn't tell if Akane was injured. The outside of her body lacked any injuries, but she had gotten batted aside, so it's possible the injuries were internal. "Akane, Akane," Kai shook the fox gently. In usual fashion, the only response he received was her stomach growling loudly. Relieved, Kai smiled. He knew she would be okay now. Liquid dripped down his face. Wondering if maybe he was bleeding somewhere on his face, he patted it. But no blood came from his fingers. Tears? Was he crying because he had lived, or because Akane was going to be safe? Either way, Kai felt relief. The absurd battle had been close. He knew in his current state he would have never beaten the bear without Akane. Cracking open his last weak health potion, he downed it quickly. Although it wouldn't do anything for his broken bones, it would at least heal the puncture wounds from the bear in his leg. Health, 243, 1050. Stamina, 89,400. Mana, 73,800. You have slain Spiked Earth Bear, Forging level 41. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 80. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 90. Gravity Pillar has advanced to 210. Burden has advanced to 210. He was ragged. Another fight and he would die with certainty. Lucky for him, he saw the forest's edge. Grabbing a stick, he propped himself up and left with a cane curled around his neck. He'd wait to put his new stats in, unless he came across another monster. Free of the dreadful forest, Kai limped his way across the grass. Around his neck, Akane slept, still unconscious from the fight. He wasn't a healer, so he just hoped she had passed out from hunger or some nonsense, and not internal wounds he couldn't see. His left arm hung limply at his side. Every step, every jolt caused him agony as pain traveled across it. Head hanging down, he took shallow breaths. While he wasn't in immediate danger of dying, he was hurting. The minor health potion hadn't done much for him. He barely had the energy to lift his head to see where he was walking as he trudged onwards. All he could think about was how he shouldn't have won that fight. If Hector hadn't injured that beast, then he might have lost and died. And without Akane, he certainly would have died. He shuffled along the grass, nearly tripping a few times when his foot got caught on a rock or loose dirt. Both his body and mind were dead tired. The entire day had been a blur of excitement. He had done it all. Running, sneaking, fighting. All he wanted to do now was rest. The first sun had long set, and because of the way the other sun rotated, it would be hidden behind Titan Prime for a few more weeks yet. His eyes were half closed. He walked on automatic without thinking or looking. He didn't know if it had been minutes or hours since he started walking. The only thing that registered in his head was when he took a step and instead of grass or dirt, he had stepped onto smooth stone. Straining his neck, he saw the glorious sight of a road. Unfortunately, no one was in sight. To his left, the road continued on out of sight, with trees on each side. To his right, he saw the same, but behind the trees was the silhouette of mountains, visible even in the darkness. The capital was very close to where the Ashbourne Mountains began. He began his trek down the road towards the mountains, silently praying to the Nine that he was going the right way. His eyes kept drooping as he walked. The only thing keeping him awake was the pain from his broken limbs that surged with every step. After an undetermined amount of time, he heard sounds coming from behind him. Someone yelled, "Stop the carriage," but that was all he heard as his eyes closed with a small smile on his face. The first thing he noticed was light shining into his eyes. He stretched his arms like he always did after waking up. But when no pain came to him, he blinked his blurry vision clear. Looking around, he had no idea where he was. He was laying in an unfamiliar bed with cream-colored sheets. His armor had been removed, and he was wearing a cotton short-sleeved shirt. Looking outside the window where the primary light source was, he saw the same enchanted lights in the sky, alerting him that he was back in the capital. Below on the windowsill was his armor, laid out across every piece accounted for. The pristine, dull white was now dirty, as if he had been rolling around on the ground and tossed in mud. His sheathed sword was leaning against the wall nearby. Encircling his bed, a white curtain was drawn around it, giving him privacy. Akane slept on her back with her tongue hanging out of her mouth. A bit of drool leaked off the tongue onto the bed. Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Tears welled up in his eyes. The trip through the forest had been the second worst day of his life, right after being betrayed and dying. Even though it had only been one short day, he thought he was going to die quite a few times. But thankfully, he had come out alive and stronger in the process. "Akane," Kai whispered. With a big yawn, the little fox's eyes popped open. She locked eyes with Kai, letting out a happy yap. Turning over, she jumped into Kai's arm before stretching up and licking his cheek. Her rough tongue tickled him. Moving her head away, Kai could see a string of saliva stretching from his cheek to her mouth. Yuck! He wiped away the wetness with his sleeve. "I'm glad you're all right," he said warmly to his companion. She barked back at him, Kai's interpretation of it being, "I'm glad you're okay too." Or that's what he would like to believe. She could have easily just been informing him she was hungry. Now that he gave it some thought, it was probably the more likely option. Kai's face changed to something more serious. "Akane, that was stupid and brave. You almost died. We both almost died," he said that last part softly. Recalling the events of what he assumed was last night, he realized he had been lucky. The general rule of thumb was not to fight monsters or sentient beings that were an entire realm above you without assistance. Of course, there were exceptions to this guideline, but last night wasn't one of them. What had been most strange was that Akane had found him. She had found him in the middle of a dark forest, many kilometers outside the capital where he had left her. Just how did she find him? How did she get to the forest? There were layers of intrigue and mystery revolving around Akane, including the fact that she possessed an uncanny intelligence that wasn't often found in lower realm monsters. Still holding Akane in his hands, he examined her, trying to see anything out of the ordinary. But the only thing out of the ordinary was the eye roll she gave him. Seeing her reaction, Kai sighed. The only one with the answers he sought was probably his grandfather Roy, the chief of Kitsune village, but it wasn't as if he could go home until the end of the academic year. Maybe I am overthinking it, he thought as he watched Akane begin grooming one of her front legs. He swore she kept peeking back up at him ever so subtly, or maybe it was a play of the lights on her eyes. Whatever her uniqueness, she was family. Kai would trust her because she also had risked her life to save him. The only thing likely to come between them was food. On second thought, she might betray me if someone offered her a buffet, he jokingly thought. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a robed man with the signature health symbol on his chest. Oddly, he wore eyeglasses, something Kai had not seen since he had died. "Good, you're both awake," the man spoke with a clear and pleasant tone. He approached, quickly grabbing Kai's wrist. Placing 2 fingers against the underside of Kai's wrist, the man smiled. "Good. Good. Back to full health. The swelling to your head has vanished too." "Excuse me, sir. What happened?" If you're asking what happened to you being brought here, then I have no clue. I was assigned to you as my patient upon your arrival. You had significant trauma to the head, arm, body, and leg. Took 3 sessions to fully heal you. The next step, yes?" He turned to someone beyond Kai's vision. There was a little bit of whispering. Kai couldn't pick it up. The healer nodded once before turning back to Kai. "I have another patient that is in critical condition. Someone will be here to debrief you. Stay out of trouble." Before Kai could get a word in, the man had vanished from sight. Kai and Akane shared a look. "I guess we are waiting," he shrugged. On cue, Akane's stomach growled loudly. "Hopefully not too long," he added. During the wait, Kai checked his status. Unspent attributes. Stats available, 50. He placed his stats, giving more attention to dexterity and endurance. If possible, I should try and save my stats going forwards, until I see what I gain when I enter the forging realm. Perhaps the new skills and abilities will give me more insight for my build. Vitality, 110, 115. Strength, 110. Dexterity, 60. Endurance, 50. Intelligence, 90. Wisdom, 90. About 10 minutes later, a woman peeked around the curtain. "I was informed you were awake." She gave him a once-over and brought out a book and a writing instrument. "I am Linda Farrer, from the Ashbourne Academy's Enforcement and Investigation Division. You are currently admitted to Ashbourne's First Mercy Hospital. The people who brought you to this building told us you were walking on the road next to the Delmash Forest. Would you please state your name for the record?" Her tone was curt and demanding. "Enforcement Division." Kai hadn't been at the academy too long, but he had heard rumors that whenever the Enforcement Division got involved with something, it was bad news. "Kaismo Cineri, first year at the Ashbourne Academy," Kai stated. She jotted it down in her book. "I've heard the details of what happened from others in your group, but I would like you to hear your explanation of everything that happened 2 days ago." "What? Did you say 2 days ago?" "Yes, the expedition began 2 days ago," she repeated with a tone of annoyance. "I've made regular visits, but you kept sleeping." "Sorry," Kai said, annoyed himself. "Not like I can control when I wake up after being beat to the edge of death." He started explaining the events that had transpired from beginning to end, including the goblin and possibility of more goblins nearby. The enforcement agent perked up when he mentioned the goblin. He didn't mention Akane's strange appearance, just noting to the agent that they had fought the smaller spiked earth bear and barely won. She closed her book with a resounding snap. It vanished out of sight a moment later. "What you mentioned matches a lot of what was found. We will investigate why the bears were in the forest and not in their own territory in the mountains," she said. We did find the body of your groupmate Hector yesterday. His corpse was returned to his ward Franklin Cross. With you confirming your own identity, we now have an accounting of all of the persons lost or dead from the expedition. The forest purge can officially begin. Your hospital bill has been paid in full by the Academy. You are free to leave and return to the Academy at any time. Thank you. She began swiftly turning away as Kai called out, "Wait, what is it?" She sighed loudly, not even hiding her impatience. "Purged? What do you mean purged?" 13 students died, 5 of whom were from your own group, and 2 instructors, which again one was your group's instructor. For such a catastrophe to occur, we must rectify the situation. Since they died inside the forest, all creatures inside will be purged. After all, many children belonging to the nobility died unnecessarily, their parents and families are up in arms, and we mustn't have those on the front lines becoming distracted after all. You need not worry about the other goblins in the forest. They will be found and slain in short order. Purged. Even those cute shadow foxes? Kai pulled Akane to his chest, hugging her tightly. While thinking, the lady had left without another word. It was only when Akane's stomach growled again that he knew it was time to leave the hospital for a cafeteria or restaurant before she started munching on a patient's toe, thinking it was a chicken tender or stealing a patient's food. Kai stood and walked over to his stuff. Everything was there, including the pouch of Hector's coin, surprisingly. His black underclothes were shredded, with no possible way of repair in his opinion. He started strapping his armor to his body, figuring it would be better than awkwardly carrying it, and left to return to the Academy. Chapter 42. Closure. After getting their fill at a restaurant, Kai and Akane walked back to the Academy. He felt a little scummy about using the coins from Hector's pouch to pay for food, but it wasn't quite dinner time yet, nor did he think Akane could wait. She was, after all, spoiled. His remaining coins had been left inside a lockbox, provided for all the students in his dorm building. Walking through the streets, Kai noticed damage to many of the buildings. The earthquake had been powerful enough to cause cracks in the sides of some of the stores and houses. It was a lucky thing that none of them had collapsed completely. It was a foreboding sign of things to come if the shaking kept ramping up in intensity and frequency. Kai hadn't heard of what was causing the earthquake. There was no way to tell when the quakes would stop or how much worse they would get. There was no fanfare when he walked through the Academy's gate. The guards barely acknowledged his presence as he entered except for one who went wide-eyed. It was strangely quiet on campus. The last class of the day should have been over by now, so Kai expected to see the usual lively and noisy campus to which he was accustomed. Instead, it was quiet and gloomy. He did receive some odd looks from a couple of the students who were around. He decided to ignore them as he proceeded to his dorm. Upon entering his room, the first thing he heard was, "Kai." Andre ambushed him at the door, wrapping him tightly in a hug. "You're alive," he stated obviously. "I know I am," Kai answered sarcastically. He stood there awkwardly, his hands at his side as he was still embraced in the hug. Padding into the room, Akane gave him a roll of her eyes before she teleported onto the bed and began her much-needed nap. Especially after a big meal, he felt his body become free. Looking into Andre's eyes, he saw tiny tears falling. "You were reported missing, and Hector is gone," he added solemnly. Kai sighed frustratedly. "Yes, I know. I found his body." Andre looked like he wanted to say something, but thought better of it. Kai noticed that Hector's stuff had already been cleared from the room. All that remained was an empty mattress, devoid of all sheets, and a clear dresser. Some people came in and cleared away his clothing and other items only 30 minutes ago, Andre said, noticing what Kai was staring at. It was a sad reminder that such a promising young man had lost his life in the chaos that existed in the myriad of worlds, and then could be treated as if he hadn't existed the next minute. Such was the way in the myriad of worlds where death was a common thing. At least it used to be. Kai wasn't so sure about the present time. He was still getting his bearings on life outside his secret little village. "What happened to you?" Andre asked impatiently. "It's a long Frantic knocking at the door interrupted the two. Opening the door, Kai was once again ambushed. "You're alive," Nicholas yelled as he hugged him. "Why is everyone surprised?" he muttered. "I didn't know I was on a hugging basis with both Andre and Nicholas." Compared to the past, Kai felt he was more reserved around others. He wasn't opposed to making friends or getting along with others, but he tended to keep them at arm's length. He didn't know if he would ever become completely relaxed around others again. Being hugged by his only two friends at the academy had surprised him. Prince Nicola," Andre stuttered. "Nicky, please let go." He tried to project a pleading tone. He'd rather have the beautiful librarian hugging him, not two guys if he was being honest. Releasing him, Nicholas looked him up and down. "What in the gods happened? Level 90. Nicholas gasped. He rubbed his eyes and then pointedly stared at him again, likely using Identify once more to make sure it was correct. "What are you doing here, Nicholas? How did you know I was back?" "Oh," pink colored the white-haired man's cheeks. "A guard notified me when you walked through the gate. You had us worried." An awkward moment of silence passed until Nicholas nudged Andre in the side. "Ah, yay, worried," Andre finished. "Right," Kai drawled. "Did Sean make it back too?" "Yeah, he's fine. Not that we'd notice if he was missing or dead anyways. He literally only comes here to sleep." "I don't quite know where he is now," Andre supplied. True to his usual form, their fourth, or rather their third roommate now, was missing in action. Knowing what was coming, Kai proposed, "I'm guessing you both want to hear what happened." When he received two eager nods in response, he began telling the tale. He started from the beginning of the expedition to the end where he collapsed on the road. Both Nicholas and Andre told their side of the trip as well. Neither had suffered, but Nicholas's group did encounter another spiked earth bear. But unlike his instructor, Group 1's instructor soundly defeated the beast without any causalities. The bears varied in levels dramatically from what Nicholas explained. They ranged anywhere from the Forging realm to the Arbiter realm. "So what happens now?" Andre asked. "I guess we continue as normal," Kai answered despondently. In the early days of the humans in the myriad of worlds, many people died daily. Sadly, Kai was a bit desensitized to it. Life and progress couldn't stop for those who survived and moved on. Stagnation would have been the death of humanity if they stopped exploring, stopped expanding, and stopped fighting because they were scared. Outside the dorms, a bell rang 5 times, signaling an hour till dinner would begin. "What are your plans for the night?" Andre asked him. "There is someone I need to talk to." "And who is that?" Nicholas asked. "Franklin Cross." Nicholas's eyes lit up with understanding. "Would you like me to bring you to him?" "If you don't mind. I haven't been to the other dorm." Just as Nicholas and Kai were about to leave, he turned to Andre. "Before I forget, did you see Akane when you came back from your trip?" "Yay, she was here sleeping on your bed." Andre looked confused for a second before his eyes lit up. "Wait a minute. You said she was fighting with you that night." "The same night I returned and saw her on your bed." Under scrutiny from the 3 humans, Akane stood up and walked to the head of the bed before crawling underneath the covers, completely hiding her body from sight. She barked something and stopped moving. When she did nothing further, Kai just shook his head and proceeded outside of the dorm with Nicholas. "Kai, your fox is—" "Nicholas, it's best not to think about it. Akane is an enigma wrapped in a cute and cuddly exterior." Kai followed Nicholas to an adjacent building that was much larger than the male shared dorm building. Walking inside, the difference was like night and day compared to his dorm. Where his lobby area had been small and Spartan, the noble's lobby was lavish and large. Splendid couches, chairs, and tables occupied most of the large room. Beyond the furniture, there was a desk with an attendant behind it, with a guard to his right. Immediately inside were 2 guards who both bowed to the prince upon his entering. "Have to sign you in. Even a prince can't escape the rules." They walked over to the counter, where Nicholas began writing on a sheet placed on the desk. "Is Lord Cross in?" he asked the attendant. "He is. I'm not sure he is entertaining visitors at this time," the attendant said. "Perhaps I can take a message and deliver it to him later if it's not too urgent." While Nicholas was talking to the attendant, Kai was receiving odd looks from the guards and other students hanging out in the lobby. It had gone silent from the students the moment Kai and Nicholas had entered together. They were watching the two with a vested interest. Kai recognized some of them from his class, but hadn't spoken to any of them. "We can head over," Nicholas whispered. Even the hallway was decorated with paintings and the odd statue. After less than a minute of walking, Nicholas knocked on a door. A moment later, there was a hiss and a click, and the door swung open. Kai saw Franklin Cross's bloodshot eyes light up at the sight of the Nicholas. "Prince Nicholas," Lord Cross said, bowing as the guard had done. "No need for formalities. I am here on behalf of a friend." The future Duke nodded. "It's Kai, right? Please come inside, both of you." Human, forging level 9. They had been so far apart when Kai had first seen the noble, but now he had closed the gap significantly. Without actually fighting, there was no telling who would win if they fought as is, right now. The biggest problem was the difference between realms, which was significant. With extra attributes, skills, and enhancements via general skills, it would be difficult just to match the higher realm human. There were other factors too, such as class, element effectiveness, and personal skills as well. He would have to do some intelligence gathering as the end of the year came closer, so he could find out the classes and elements of his main opposition. Inside the room, Kai was blown away. He instantly regretted not splurging for the perks of a solo room. Not that he minded staying with his current roommates, but there is a certain freedom one experiences alone compared to when they are constantly surrounded. The room was decorated with beautiful wooden furniture and furnishings. A large bay window lit up the area. Through an open door, he saw a kitchen inside that looked half the size of his own room. 2 closed doors, he could only assume were the bedroom and a private bathroom. Now I see why it was an extra 20 gold. Private bathroom, security, and expensive-looking suite. The extra gold might have been worth it, to not have to hear Andre snore throughout the night. No magic could apparently solve that issue, or the communal toilets shared for the entire floor in his dorm. Franklin walked over to 2 couches with a table between them, and motioned for Kai and Nicholas to be seated. Taking a seat across from the future Duke, Kai took a really good look at him. Dark circles hung under the tired, blue-eyed noble. His usually styled blonde hair was messy and unkempt, as if he hadn't bothered brushing it today. Kai felt for him. He had plenty of friends die over the years. There was no way to know how close Hector and Franklin were, but judging from his state of distress, they must have been very close. "What's this about?" Franklin croaked. Kai and Nicholas shared a look, the latter giving him a nod to go on. "I would like to begin by expressing my condolences for Hector. He was a reliable friend and a good companion." Franklin merely nodded, motioning for him to continue. "While trying to find my way out of the Delmash forest, I found Hector's body, and later, the monster who killed him." Franklin's eyes darkened. What killed him? His voice was full of promised vengeance, something Kai was very familiar with. "I believe it was a spiked earth bear." "Believe?" Franklin frowned. "I can only make an educated guess it was the bear. Hector had wounds consistent with being impaled and clawed, and part of the bear had burns across half its body when I encountered it. Not far from Hector," Kai surmised. "I didn't find any other bodies around Hector. Also, the body was aged. If it wasn't for those tattoos, I wouldn't have guessed that it was Hector. His body was withered and old." Kai could see Franklin's interlaced fingers turning white. The man was doing his best to remain composed. That was definitely Hector then. He looked up contemplatively. Without making eye contact, he said, "The tattoos are a kind of specialized enchantments that trade your life force for empowering your magic. Their biggest flaw is that once used, you can't gain back the life force lost. The user will age the more they use it, ultimately shorting their lifespan. The enchantments can only be used in absolute defense of one's life or in defense of their master's life." Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It made sense when he had first met Hector. The man had been reluctant to discuss his tattoos, stating they were a family tradition. What must it have felt like to age so visibly in the span of one battle? "What happened to the beast?" Franklin asked. "I killed it," Kai stated without adding further details. "I see. Good. Good." He still looked upset. Unshed tears threatened to spill from the man's eyes. Another awkward moment of silence passed. Kai looked around the room, examining the furniture as an excuse to break from the conversation. This was not the first time he had to report bad news to someone. It wasn't something he liked doing or even wanted to, but he felt it should come from him since he had found the corpse. "Is there something you would like as a reward?" "No, but you just reminded me." He pulled out the coin pouch he had taken from Hector's body. While he had used some of the money, he had ended up replacing it when he got to his dorm. This belonged to Hector. Taking the pouch, he bounced it up and down in his palm a few times before it vanished out of sight completely. "I didn't come to tell you for a reward. I just thought, if it was me, I'd like to know what happened. Sometimes we aren't giving that benefit." It wasn't strange for people to sometimes disappear when venturing out of civilization. Many friends he had made before he died had gone missing. "You speak as a man who has also experienced loss." Kai stood. "This is the myriad of worlds. We all experience loss." Just as Kai was about to leave, Franklin's hand extended. Grasping the hand, he heard, "Thank you, Kai. I understand you didn't have to bring me this information. Despite being my servant, Hector was something of a brother to me. It's good to have closure." He said that last part softly. "I am in your debt, Kai." Walking outside, Kai was reminded he never had closure for his first life's parents. He had immediately been thrust into battle after they died. He fought until he finally fell. Upon awakening in his new life and body, he had been an infant, and while he thought about them often during that time, he never had a chance to mourn them and say goodbye properly. The next time Kai visited home, he would construct a small grave or some kind of markings there as an altar dedicated to his parents. Chapter 43. Discussion. The next day, Kai set off to see Trika. Andre had opted to join him and Akani for the outing. Even a few days later, things were still getting back to normal for everyone after the devastation of the earthquake. Stores and houses with missing windows or broken glass could be seen as he entered the more run-down part of the city. There hadn't been any broken windows at the academy, proving the higher quality material had survived the natural disaster. Rubble and glass littered the ground. He imagined thieves were having a field day with the open access into some of these stores. Not that a pane of glass would deter determined thieves when magic was involved. It went without saying that the city officials were probably less in a hurry to clean up this area compared to the wealthier sections. Overall, the people seemed in good spirits. As normal, Kai got lost in the poorly designed city layout. His sense of direction wasn't the greatest, but he had also only visited the Kamalash Inn and Tavern once, and had come from a different direction. Andre wasn't much help since this was a part of the city he hadn't yet visited. "Why are we heading to this inn again?" Andre asked Kai. "I want to send a message to my family. I haven't sent them anything in months." He had received 2 letters from his family that had mysteriously been delivered to his room. Inside the letters, his mother had written that the family missed him, that they were thinking of him every day, and asked how he was doing. Though they had been about ordinary home events, they had warmed his heart to read. Now he felt like a horrible son because he had been so caught up in everything going on for the last few months that he had forgotten to reply. He gulped thinking about his mother. He was honestly surprised she hadn't tried visiting him yet because he hadn't sent any mail back home. His mother could be a little overbearing at times. Andre appeared confused. "I'm still at a loss. Why aren't you using a normal courier service?" He was beginning to regret bringing Andre with him today. He had always been discreet and mysterious about his home and origins for obvious reasons. But as far as he understood, Trika didn't know about his home either. He wasn't really sure how she would get a letter home for him, but he was just doing what his father had instructed him to do. After 20 seconds, Kai realized he had yet to answer Andre. "I don't know. It's an obscure, out-of-the-way village. I don't think it's a place the couriers deliver." Andre looked more puzzled than before. 2 minutes later, they found the inn and tavern. It looked so old and rickety from the outside, just as he remembered, but even more so now with all its windows broken. Andre tugged on his sleeve. "Kai, are you sure this is the place?" "Yay, this is it. Why?" "I just have a feeling I'm more likely to get stabbed and robbed than make it back home unmolested all of a sudden." "You'll be fine. Probably, I told you to wear your worst clothes." What are you talking about? These are my worst clothes. Kai rolled his eyes. Andre's worst clothes were still many times better than his best. Not that he minded. The difference between normal hemp material and illustrious or exotic material had no difference in his mind. A shirt was a shirt. The functions were the same no matter what type you wore. Whereas armor was different, because armor had different functions and levels of protection depending on its material. Walking into the inn and tavern, Kai was assaulted by the stench of beer. It was an hour or two until lunch would begin in full. The bar and eating area had a few occupants here and there, some already nursing drinks so early in the morning. Andre received the odd looks that were making him uncomfortable. At the counter was a young boy with auburn hair that Kai recognized as the boy who took their bovines into the stables when he had first visited nearly 5 months ago. The boy's eyes screamed with boredom. "How can I help you?" he mumbled. "I am here to see Treka." "Treka," he yelled suddenly. "You have debt collectors here." "What?" came a cry from the back room. A curtain dividing the two rooms parted. Treka's head popped out, her eyes scanning back and forth until they landed on Kai. She came into view completely, wiping flour off her hands against her apron. The self-satisfied smirk the boy was sporting vanished as Treka smacked him in the back of the head. Powdery flour caused his hair to turn white. "That's for messing with me," she said to the now white-haired boy. Kai watched on amused, now that someone else was on the receiving end of Treka's mischief and pranks. Jerking her head back, she said, "Go clean yourself up. You look pale." The white-haired boy slumped his shoulders and disappeared behind the curtain, muttering something Kai heard as child labor. "Excuse him, my great-nephew. He suffers from a deplorable case of boredom. Unfortunately, I have the joy of babysitting him when his parents are working," she said. Her face told Kai it looked like anything but a joy. "So the prodigal son returns." She shook her head. 5 months, Kai. 5 bloody months." "Sorry, I've been busy," he said lamely. "Don't apologize to me. It's your mother that has been worried." Gosh, even Garen had the foresight to send a letter once a month placating her. He grimaced. His mother had an overprotective side and constantly worried about her children. No doubt Kai had made her worry even more by not sending any mail back. "I'll do better. I have a letter for the family here." He pulled out a sealed envelope from his pocket. Swiping the envelope from his hands, she said, "Good. Hopefully it's not too late. Do you two want to stay for lunch? It's on me." Teleporting onto the counter, Akane looked excited at the prospect of a free lunch. Flinching back, Andre yelped. He had never seen Akane teleport before. Something akin to fear passed through Treka's eyes. "Never mind. I can't afford to feed you 2 and 1 of those damned foxes." After their visit to Treka's and lunch elsewhere, Kai and Andre split up. While Andre headed over to shop, Kai opted to return to the academy. His history professor, Mr. Davenport, was sitting on one of the campus benches along the path. He seemed engaged in reading an old, tattered book until he peered above the pages and took note of Kai. Nodding to the man, Kai remained silent as he passed. "Kai, do you have a moment to chat?" The old croaky voice called out to him. "Sure, Professor. Sorry to take some time out of your day, especially on this wondrous, rare, sunny day." Mr. Davenport's lips twitched with humor. Kai arched a brow at the bad joke. "Yes, you don't see light like this very often," he deadpanned. There was a sigh in his heart as he stared up at the enchanted lights. Sometimes he wished there was a weather setting for the enchantments above. It was boring to have sunny weather every day. "Please take a seat." He gently patted his closed book against the bench seat next to him. Sitting, Kai's mind began spinning. He had no idea what this was about. In fact, he wasn't even aware that the professor knew his name. "You're not in any trouble, Mr. Kai. In fact, it's the opposite," he said, seeing Kai's obvious tension. "I owe you an apology for what happened to you on your expedition a few days ago," Mr. Davenport solemnly stated. "You see, it's my fault you ended up in Group 2 and by extension suffered so much during your trips." Attention fully on the withered old man. Kai remained silent from shock while he digested the information the professor had just relayed. "I happened to witness your little interaction with Jason on the first day of classes. Call it being nosy, but I intervened by manipulating the roster of the expedition groups. I ended up placing you, Jason, and his two friends all in the same group. You were never supposed to be in Group 2, but in Group 1 with Lady Ashley and Prince Nicholas." Kai gawked at the news. His mind spun as his emotions passed from annoyance, then anger at all the unnecessary trouble he had gone through. Even though everything had worked out for him in the end, the danger he had faced was too much to ask someone in the Foundation realm to handle. If he had been in Group 1, he would have never had to fight the Grove Panther with that troubled group, or have his group ambushed by the bear. "Why?" he asked, bewildered. "If you can believe it, it's because I wanted Jason to start to learn and respect those he considers beneath him. An old friend asked me to look after him and help guide him. What better way to teach him some humility than to become rivals with a so-called commoner with potential? You should have been safe, at least in the first trip." Mr. Davenport cast his eyes down into his lap. "Believe it or not, it's still in debate among the nobility if the decision of the headmistress was the correct one or not. Her reasons, or so she claimed, were for the greater good, that coddling the students would only impede the development of the kingdom and its future leaders. Only real danger could make the students grow and want to train harder. I'm sure she thought she was doing the right thing because of the delicate situation with the kingdom participating in war," he spat. "If I had known she would make such a decision right before the first expedition, I would have done everything in my power to stop it." "Then why not just take the students on more expeditions?" Kai asked. It seemed like a simple idea. If it was levels or dangers that were lacking, simply taking the students on more expeditions would fix that. "It's not that simple. There is a delicate balance around these parts. Only a few areas have monsters that new students would be capable of fighting, and those monsters have suffered from overhunting in these last few decades. Other possible expedition sites are much farther away, making trips take days instead of hours. Now, with the purge of the forest complete, we have one less place to bring students." "I understand now," Kai said. Assuming Mr. Davenport was telling the truth, the wizened man had no ill intentions towards Kai. He was just a piece of a board that the man maneuvered to suit his needs. Kai had just been unlucky to be in a group where such bad encounters took place. Wait, how did the bears make it into the forest undetected? How did the bears enter the forest? I thought all expedition sites were scouted out beforehand. They are days before. An ash warden has been dispatched to investigate why a group of earth spike bears would suddenly move out of the mountains and into the forest. I'm sure this has already been considered, but is it possible someone lured them there to kill a specific student? If you are referring to Prince Nicholas or another student, then anything is possible. It's doubtful that someone would try to kill the prince, as there would be nothing to gain by doing so. There was a minute of silence as students passed by the two on the bench. During that time, Kai looked at the spine of the book in his professor's hands. It wasn't one he recognized, which was no surprise since he didn't read a lot. During the silence, Kai realized this was his best opportunity to ask a question that had been haunting him for 16 years. A question that only a man who had lived nearly 1,300 years could answer. "I have a question, if you wouldn't mind, sir. I think after everything that has happened, you have the right to ask quite a few questions." Breaking eye contact, he asked, "I was wondering," he inhaled a deep breath of humid air, "if you knew of a human named Lucian Bishop." Kai felt restless as he waited for the professor to answer. Each millisecond that passed felt like an eternity as he watched the professor's mouth finally open. How nostalgic. Mr. Davenport's eyes were unfocused. "That's a name I haven't heard in nearly 100 years. What do you want to know?" he asked. Kai's body went cold. 100 years. That meant Lucian might be alive. He shoved his hands into his pockets as he felt them start shaking. "What do you know about him? Where is he? How strong is he?" Kai belted out quickly. "Calm down, Kai. You need to get a grip." Mr. Davenport gave him a serious look of consideration. He looked like he wanted to say something but thought better of it. His fingers tapped along the spine of the book. "Lucian Bishop is a legend of the human race. Hero, savior, and leader, he helped humanity advance further than almost anyone else. I don't know exactly what you are looking for. After all, the man has lived as long as me and has accomplished much during that time. We could sit here and spend days discussing his accomplishments. Then he still lives to this day? He stuttered. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest. Mr. Davenport merely shrugged. I don't know. He seems to have fallen from the limelight in the last few hundred years. I haven't heard any news about the man in a long time. Whether he is alive or is dead, I'm afraid I can't tell you. Lucian, a hero? What kind of hero kills his best friend for no good reason? His chest beat hard as his mind spun with questions and thoughts of the past. He heard a muffled, Kai. Kai. Blinking, he turned to his professor, who had moved closer to him and had a look of concern on his face. I'm sorry, Professor, I have to go. Abruptly standing, he started walking away. His heart rate started returning to normal, but his mind still spun. Lucian, if you are still out there, then one day I'll find you and force you to tell me why you betrayed me. Chapter 44. Day of Remembrance. Kai waited impatiently for his family to arrive. It had been a month since he sent the letter and 2 weeks since he received a reply back, letting him know they were coming to visit. Akane slept on the front counter of Trika's inn, obviously more relaxed than Kai. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, letting the time pass until he heard the front door open. Kai, yelled a familiar voice that was full of energy. Like a speedster, a small bundle of energy crashed into him with such force he had to take a step back. Oomph, he let out. Arms circled around his chest, and a pair of golden eyes filled with life and vibrancy stared into his. You miss me that much, Squirt? Yay, Ariel sniffled. The number of chores I have to do have increased since you left. She gave him a small smile. Well, someone has to curb your energy somehow. He gave her a smile. Kai watched the rest of his family come into the inn. Everyone had shown up except his older brother, reunited after what felt like 5 long months. Not even letting him finish his hug with his sister, he felt a second pair of arms wrap around him. My son, his mother said softly. Kai felt at peace. It was easy to forget all his troubles when he was with his family. Peeling himself off the two, he noticed his father and younger brother Jacob stood off to the side patiently. Jacob merely nodded at Kai, too embarrassed to greet his brother. Lydia appeared last, looking tired, not bothering to get through the mess of humans in the entryway. She just waved to him. Human mortal. Human mortal. Human foundation level 67. Ariel and Jacob were both in the mortal realm since they had yet to turn 16. I'm at a higher level than Lydia now. I guess she doesn't do much hunting as an enchanter. And Jacob still has 2 more years. Kai wondered if Jacob had slain any monsters in the forest yet. To his knowledge, at the time he left for the academy, his brother hadn't yet killed any monsters. His father's boots made the wooden floor creak as he walked over. Placing a hand on Kai's shoulder, he gave him a once-over and nodded. Not too bad. You're advancing quicker than I thought you would. Kai frowned, recalling the recent traumatic forest events. A month had passed since that day, and although it had been very beneficial, it wasn't something he wanted to experience again so soon. From nearby, he heard his mother greet Akane. There had been no surprise laced in her voice. Either she knew Akane had joined him, or they had deduced Akane joined him after so long. You didn't say how long you were staying in your letter, he asked his father. Not too long, a few days at most. We're here for the Festival of Remembrance, and because a certain someone made his mother worry, he said the last part amused, then leaned in and whispered, but it's mostly because of you. Kai had the decency to look guilty. Although having his family visit was the best unexpected outcome for not sending letters home until last month. Behind him he heard, Trika, look at you, you have wrinkles now. And you haven't aged a day, you freak of nature. Kai saw a smile peeking out from Trika's aged face. The 2 ladies hugged and started whispering so quietly that Kai couldn't hear what they were saying. Kai, Ariel tugged on his sleeve, grabbing his attention. I want to see your school. Later, I'm not even sure if you're allowed inside. How about we all have some lunch? Trika. His mother cast the inn owner a glance. Fine. I was just preparing it now, she said. Suddenly she froze. Wait, how many foxes did you bring? I might not have enough food prepared. Her eyes looked haunted as if she was remembering something. Her body began subtle trembling. His mother laughed. Only Sigma, and of course Akane, who is staying with Kai. Next to Akane was the larger fox, Sigma, who had remained quiet during all the introductions. Whereas his counterpart, Akane, had her stomach growling for the last hour, and it had only been 4 hours since she last ate. Her stomach was a great mystery, absolutely unfathomable. Good, good. I might have enough to serve the rest of the patrons after all, Trika muttered to herself as she vanished behind the curtains. All of a sudden, Trika came running back, grabbing onto his mother's shirt. Wait, no, not Sigma. You did this on purpose. Her eyes were downright fearful. Please, Rachel, I don't want the guards camping at my door for months again. Tears began forming in Trika's eyes as she shook her head fiercely. The guards wouldn't leave until you moved out, she cried. My gods. Sigma made an old woman cry, and Kai was certain this wasn't the first time. Grabbing Trika's hands, his mother held them in hers. It's going to be all right. Sigma promised he wouldn't raid the royal pantry again, or all of the other stuff they alleged but had no proof of. His mother's eyes shifted away guiltily, giving Kai an idea that most of the accusations were in fact true. Akane stared in amazement at Sigma, who sat with his chest puffed out and had the proudest damned look on his fox face. Kai's back chilled when he saw Akane's eyes shift to him for a moment. Don't you dare, Akane, he warned, knowing she was getting ideas. He knew it was a losing battle when Akane licked around her mouth. The seed had been planted. Fine, Trika hiccuped. You better pay. I can't afford to stay open and feed your damned foxes. As she went behind the curtain again, thank gods I prepared for this. Sitting down, Kai enjoyed the relaxing meal, though the other patrons learned the true terror of multiple foxes competing for food. Everyone watched as Akane and Sigma devoured food meant for the 20 patrons, and then casually signaled for seconds. As the competition fiercely raged, Akane proved victorious when Sigma collapsed into a food coma after 2 hours of constant eating. A bedtime story was born that day of the foxes of gluttony who would eat little children who misbehaved. How did it turn out like this? Kai muttered to himself. In front of him, his sister, Lydia, and the 12th prince of the Ashbourne kingdom, Nicholas, were shamelessly flirting. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since they had met up with his family. When Nicholas found out Kai was going out to the festival, he brazenly invited himself. After introductions were given, in which Kai noticed Nicholas pointedly avoided introducing himself as a prince, his parents left unexpectedly, only telling their children to have fun at the festival as they were going to have a date alone, leaving Kai, Lydia, and Nicholas to babysit the other 2 children along with Akane, who stayed with them. But now, Kai had most of the responsibility for babysitting, while the 2 in front of him flirted and paid no heed to those behind them. You enchanted that yourself? Nicholas leaned in towards Lydia. He was holding her wrist as they walked down the street, examining a green band with silver lettering inscribed around it. That's amazing. The inscriptions look like a work of art. There was a faint blush on his sister's face. Thank you, she said softly. Kai rolled his eyes. This was not how he foresaw today happening. On his side, Jacob pointedly ignored the 2, keeping his eyes trained on all of the stalls and decorations around. While Ariel was staring at the 2, her face made up in disgust. Akane whined softly in the arms of Ariel, although Kai wasn't sure if it was because of the flirting, the way she was being dangled from Ariel's arms, or all the food around them, so close and yet so far. Turning onto the main road, the group was heading towards the central plaza. What should we do first? Akane wants food, Ariel said. She always wants food. Besides, Akane just had a late breakfast 2 hours ago. The crowd was dense on the main road. Throughout the crowd, Kai saw numerous guards spread out among the citizens. The general air of the crowd was very cheery and joyous, the opposite of what he expected from a nation at war. Remembrance Day was a holiday for the celebration and remembrance of humans' origins. Kai wasn't sure how he felt about the holiday. Earth always had more importance in his first life, but now it seemed like a myth or legend that parents told their children until they passed down the Earth tales for generation and generation. The group slowly approached the central plaza. A huge crowd had circled an empty podium set in the middle of the square. It looked to be made of ash stone. It was as if one solid rectangular block had been constructed in the square. How do they dismantle something that looks fused together? "Kai, how is the academy going?" Jacob asked as they waited with the crowd. It seemed like there would be a speech happening shortly. How to answer that? It's had its ups and downs. I've had moments where I really struggled and others where I thrived. I'm sure it's different for everyone, Kai said, keeping his eyes on Ariel, who couldn't seem to stand still. I see. You didn't say much of anything in your letter, Jacob pointed out. Well, you know how Mom is. I didn't want to worry her, Kai said. Are you still planning on attending the academy? I'm not sure anymore, Jacob said oddly. Growing up, Jacob had always emulated Kai and their older brother Garen, training with the sword and the way they acted. He seemed like an impressionable younger brother who wanted to follow in his older brother's footsteps. Now he seemed to be branching away from that path. As an older brother, Kai was happy to hear that. Why is that? He asked. It's complicated, Jacob blushed. Could it be? A few minutes later, one person began pointing toward the sky, and then another, until many were all looking at the sky. Above him, Kai could see nothing at first, except the enchanted fake lights covering the entire city. A few seconds later, a silhouette appeared, followed by another. They quickly descended into the middle of the crowd, landing on the podium. Welcome, everyone. Today we celebrate the anniversary of humans' arrival on the myriad of worlds. It's been 1,267 years since the fateful day that brought millions of humans to New Earth. Throughout all of the hardships and dangers, we humans have come far in that time. But today is not the day to celebrate all we have gained and achieved, but to remember and honor our origins and those that sacrificed their lives for us, so we can enjoy the opportunities we have today. Holding up an ale glass to the crowd, he yelled, "To Earthlings!" "To Earthlings!" everyone yelled, each holding up a fist or glass. Kai smiled lightly. He felt pride as the people around him unknowingly honored him. His smile turned to a frown as he remembered that he was villainized, and none of these people were probably celebrating his accomplishments and sacrifices. The mood was jubilant as everyone was rowdy and loud. Jacob and Ariel looked as if they were struggling a bit. They were not used to densely packed crowds and noises this loud. It was a very different experience from the quiet village they had grown up in all their lives. Recognizing a person who had been behind the group for some time, Kai moved up between the two lovebirds and put his arm around their shoulders. "Nicholas, we have a man that has been following us for some time," he whispered very quietly. "I know. It's one of the royal guards. Otherwise, they wouldn't let me walk around out here today," he whispered back. "Royal guard? Are you royalty?" Lydia's eyes shined brightly. "Lydia, keep your voice down." Kai kicked the back of her shoe. "Hey, don't kick me," she growled. She tried to kick him back, but he deftly dodged and walked back to his younger siblings. Grabbing Ariel's hand, Kai signaled to the others to follow as he pulled her past some people who had crowded them into the square after they had arrived. "What now?" Lydia asked. A small whimper came from Akane, still trapped in Ariel's arms. "Food?" questioned Ariel. Lydia looked to Kai and the others, who just shrugged or nodded affirmation. "Okay, let's get some food." They walked down to the food vendor section. There were plenty of restaurants open, but none of the group wanted to sit down and wait inside. They moved around checking out the abundance of options, but no one could agree on anything. Getting frustrated at their lack of choice, Akane barked out a few times. "Akane says she's tired of waiting, so she is going to pick," Ariel interpreted. Promptly jumping out of her hands, Akane began guiding the group through the crowd with a destination in mind. Nicholas leaned towards Kai. Can she really understand the fox? Kai shrugged. Akane isn't difficult to understand. She is motivated by a love of food, sleep, and more food. Her vocabulary is probably limited to those subjects, Kai joked. Akane finally narrowed in on one stall with a small line. Above the wooden stall was a sign reading, "Fried chicken." Kai knew what chicken was. The animal had been brought over by some individuals when they arrived in the myriad of worlds. But to his knowledge, he never had it fried before. It soon became their turn as the line moved quickly. Two men manned the stall. one at the front, the other at the back. They both wore a headband around their foreheads with their sleeves rolled up. The person behind was cooking as he dunked breaded lumps of chicken into the oil. Right after dumping, his hand was flared up with fire, aimed underneath the metal containers holding the oil. It bubbled until he ladled the now browned chicken out of the oil. "Good day, ladies and gents. What can I interest you in?" The menu below the window only had 3 choices. The options were fried chicken wings, fried chicken sandwich with pickles, or fried chicken and waffles. Kai had no idea what any of those tasted like, but if he was going purely off the smell, he had found himself in the divine realm of food gods. "Can I get 4 of each item?" Ariel told the front man. "Oh, and 1 more chicken and waffles." "Coming right up," the man excitedly said. His eyes gleamed at the prospect of a big customer order. Turning to the rest of the group, "Okay, I ordered for Akani and me. What are you guys getting?" Lydia sighed, whereas Kai just chuckled. After everyone ordered, there was a small debate about who would pay, with Nicholas insisting since. Kai assumed he was trying to get on his sister's good side by offering, but he was firmly rejected when instead Akan jumped onto the counter and paid for everyone. Coins began appearing magically from thin air in front of her. It had given the man at the front a small scare, but his eyes lit up when he saw the miraculous appearance of a currency-producing fox. Everyone nearby seemed to take note of Akani's miraculous ability to produce coins without a visible item. When everyone received their food, they sat down at a bench nearby that had been set up for the event. An explosion of flavors hit Kai's mouth on the first bite. The crispy, crunchy texture, combined with the juicy, tender chicken, literally rocked his world. The fried chicken had turned out to be one of the best-tasting meals he had ever had. He was almost tempted to get in line again, but it had grown substantially since they had been eating. After eating, the group wandered around enjoying the sights to pass the time. They came across something called a circus. During the circus, they had what looked like tamed monsters performing tricks and making cool magical effects. Kai thought it was a bit lackluster, but his younger siblings seemed to enjoy the show. "What should we do now?" Nicholas asked the group. "I don't know. There is something called a fireworks show tonight, but that won't happen until the light enchantments turn off," Lydia said, reading a pamphlet. "Why don't we head over to the academy and see the fireworks?" Nicholas purposed. "Why the academy?" Kai asked. "Fireworks are best enjoyed from dark, quiet places. There is too much going on here to really enjoy them." With Nicholas's influence, the group entered the quiet academy grounds easily. With nobody around to bother them, Nicholas led the group to an empty small hill on the far side of the training grounds. Kai sat with his 2 younger siblings, while Lydia and Nicholas cozied up to each other. The fireworks turned out to be fire magic being shot into the sky. Shapes and animals were formed by the fire and would move around, telling a tale, as if in a play. It had been a memorable day that had let Kai forget his troubles just for one day. Chapter 45, Family Time. "Feels like forever since we've last sparred." Cracking his neck, Octavian pulled a sphere of metal from his storage ring. It hovered in mid-air above him for a second before it began melting into a liquid metal substance and taking shape of a sword. Around them was a poorly built stone wall surrounding the small field they were about to fight in, behind the Kamlash Inn and Tavern. Not giving him time to form his weapon, Kai dashed toward his father. He held nothing back as he jabbed at his defenseless father. The cold iron sword missed, hitting the air as his opponent vanished from sight. Kai frowned, noticing the forming sword overhead had likewise vanished. A polite cough rang out behind him. His feet shifted in a half-circle, leading from one strike to the next, but they all missed under the superior speed of Octavian. Knowing it was futile, he activated a gravity pillar over his father, who looked completely unperturbed inside of it as a smile came to his annoying face. His father's formed sword was still missing, but Kai didn't have time to think about it as his father went on the offensive. Instead of attacking with his signature metal, he attacked with his bare hands. Each strike against his sword shook his arms and hands. After a couple of exchanges, his arms felt heavy and sore. Each strike seemed to push him to his limit quickly, as they were fast and unforgiving. Feeling his body would break soon, he started switching in, heavy blow between alternating attacks when he was able to manage one. Each blow resounded with a loud clang as they connected, sword against hand. Retreating backward, Octavian followed Kai, leaving his gravity pillar. Knowing it would put him at a disadvantage, Kai activated his domain as the fight continued. His sword fighting became less finessed under the increased gravity and more brutish in nature. He grunted as the heavy blade swung and struck his father's impossibly hard fists. The cold iron sword seemed to vibrate and shake, something that had never happened in any fights he had been in. It was as if his father's hands and skin were made of flesh-colored metal. Feeling the cold, cool feel of metal against his neck, Kai stopped his overhead swing. Sheathing his sword, he held his hands up. "I give." He wanted to punch his father's amused face if he was being honest. Knowing he had been played and toyed with the entire fight aggravated him, but that was to be expected when there was such a difference in levels, stats, skill total, and experience. The cold metal moved away from his neck. "I don't know if I should be hurt or proud," his father said. "You really tried to kill me there." Kai gave him a look of annoyance. "I fully believed in your capabilities to best your Foundation realm son." That earned him a smirk in response. "Did you figure out what I was doing during the fight?" "If I had to guess, you kept your formed sword floating in mid-air in my blind spots or above me, just out of sight while I kept my eyes focused on you as I defended and attacked," he pointed out solemnly. "I wonder what Mom would say if I told her that you were taunting and teasing me during sparring," he half joked. "You little brat," his father grinned. "Well, you are not wrong. Kind of takes the fun out of the little guessing game." His father's smirk turned sulky. The sword moved around until it hovered behind his father and started shifting into a chair. His father did the same for him, summoning another ball of metal and turning it into a chair opposite his. Sitting down, Kai waited for his father to start. "You must have gone through a lot to have nearly advanced to the forging realm so soon." He gave Kai a look of compassion and understanding. "I would like to hear about it if you would tell me." Kai began telling him everything, from Akane's sudden appearance to his first expedition and finally to the last expedition and his narrow survival without holding back any details. He spent over an hour retelling everything. "I'm sorry you went through something so harrowing so early, Kai, and I'm sorry about you losing your friend. You will find that a common occurrence in these cursed worlds." There was a slight venom to his father's words. From the tone of his voice, Kai could tell his father wasn't unfamiliar with losing people either. "I'm sorry for who you lost as well, Dad." He received a sad nod in response. "I think we need to break down our fight," his father said, his eyes looking up at the enchanted lights. "You have improved quite a lot in this past half-year. I can see you've begun to find your own style of fighting in combination with your magic. But you have some glaring weaknesses still. They're not entirely your fault, but they are something to look out for." "I already know. I lack the capabilities to handle multiple opponents and detect objects or people outside of my vision," Kai said. It was a little disparaging to point out your own flaws. His mood was sober as he thought of possible solutions. The only answer he could come up with was more skills that would cover those weaknesses. Hopefully those would come as he advanced. His gravity magic was in a sense a control type of magic until it had enough force to outright crush his opponents. But if it didn't stop his opponents, he would become overwhelmed in fights against multiple foes. It was different than his blood magic, where he could easily fight many foes at once. "The force of your gravity is coming around. I noticed you used your domain at the end, and from what you've told me, it sounds like you've had to fight under it quite often. If what you say is true about how your intelligence determines the amount of gravitational force, then I think you've invested into too much intelligence at this current time." "What do you mean? I could still fight under my domain." "Yes, you could, but you were slow and your moves were telegraphed because of how much slower your body was moving. Just imagine if you kept the same gravitational force you have now, but with a faster, stronger body. I wouldn't keep your intelligence paired with your vitality and strength until you get more abilities to mitigate the gravitational forces acting on your body. That's when the game really changes." "It makes sense. I've been kind of brute-forcing my fights most of the time." His father gave him a "you think" look. Hey, it's not like my abilities give me a lot of variety as it is right now. I'm sure it will get better when you advance to the forging realm. I noticed your new armor is quite synergistic with your abilities. You made a good choice there. If only we didn't live in such a dreary kingdom, his father moped on his behalf. But it's quite fortuitous that the enchantments in the city empower the metal. It's going to be very helpful in the tournament. Kai decided to broach the subject he had wanted to discuss since his father arrived. I hope you won't be offended, but I plan to use other weapons than the sword in the coming future. His father appeared confused. Why would I take offense? I don't know. I thought your entire family uses the sword, and I know you are proud and happy that your sons followed in your footsteps. You're right. It is a proud moment for any father to have his children follow in his footsteps. But at the end of the day, you are your own person. I will still respect and be proud of you, even if you want to use something thuggish as a mace. There was definitely a dig in there. Well, I figure gravity magic would work with all kinds of weapons, he gave his opinion. You'd probably be right, his father said, so why haven't you done so yet? How am I supposed to carry them? He shook his head. I don't have a ring of storage, and too many weapons equipped would encumber and weigh me down even further with my gravity. You make a fine point, his father said, as he played with one of two rings on his fingers that Kai knew to be a ring of storage. His father was not so subtly rubbing it in his face. Akane is literally eating away at my coin. His eyes briefly shifted to the fox in question, who was napping on her back so conveniently. How much do you have left? His dad asked. His body shook with silent laughter. About 1 platinum and 55 gold coins, Kai said pitifully, though 30 of the gold coins are from that rich bastard's coin pouch the Ash Warden gave me. Octavian started laughing. That's still pretty good. The academy started charging me extra specifically. Every month I have to pay an extra 2 gold for food purely because Akane eats 10 times the amount of a normal human. Not counting the times we eat outside of the academy's cafeteria. Kai's eyes beamed into the fox. While he hadn't spent that much on Akane's food so far, as time passed, it would slowly add up to an exorbitant amount. He was as much to blame for his poor money management skills as was Akane's gluttony. Octavian stopped laughing. Akane, he said in a serious tone. Instead of punishing the small fox, Octavian turned back to Kai. I'm sorry, I had no idea she was going to join you, or I would have given you more. Wait, she wasn't supposed to come? Not to my knowledge. Your grandfather had apparently found a note from Akane telling the family she would be watching over you. I feel like there are so many things wrong with what you just said. Well, you better make the money last. It was supposed to last you all 3 years at the academy. So no getting more. His father sighed. Sorry, son. If you need coin, you could always get a job, Octavian suggested unhelpfully. I know it's not your fault. Akane is a force all on her own. She will always get what she wants. But I'm sure to some extent she has been holding herself back for you. She eats 10 times a normal human in any given meal. How in the hell is that holding herself back? Shifting his attention back to Akane, he fiercely glared at her. She was now awake and ignored them as she seemed to be stalking something. Lizard, Foundation Level 2. A normal lizard. Was she really so bored to go after a lizard? Or maybe she was going to eat it? He had seen her ignore mice, birds, and other animals before, but it was strange she was actively hunting a lizard, if it could even be called a hunt. Watching the show, Akane pounced faster than the lizard could move. Holding its body under her paw, it squirmed about as it tried to escape. Lifting her paw, the lizard darted out and ran as fast as it could. Not letting it escape, she opened her mouth and fire spewed out, completely fire engulfing the lizard. When the flames stopped, only its charred black remains were left. Kai nearly choked when Akane swatted away the burnt husk of the lizard. It crashed into a barrel with a tiny thump and shattered and vanished into the wind. He sauntered back to her resting spot. Before going back to her nap, she made eye contact with Kai. He felt a chill wash over him as her intelligent eyes bored into his. Wow. That was cruel even for Akane. This was a side of Akane he had never seen before. He thought about asking his dad about it, but the man merely shook his head. Deciding to change the subject, he asked, Dad, how long will you be here for? We plan on leaving for home tomorrow morning, he said. Why do you ask? Kai suspected his father already knew his question, but he didn't make the assumption vocal. I was hoping you could watch over me while I get the last few levels and advance to the forging realm. His eyes were full of determination. He was only technically 11 levels away from hitting the forging realm. Theoretically, level 101 of the Foundation realm would become forging level 1. With that, he would unlock more skills and other goodies. His father sat quietly for a few minutes, with his eyes closed deep in thought. It's a difficult choice for me. Of course, I want to help you achieve the next realm, but on the other hand, I truly believe it is something you need to achieve on your own. There must be a risk, or you won't grow or learn at the rate you are supposed to. Kai hung his head. Fine. Not like I can tell him I've already advanced to the forging realm once before. Dad, Kai, Jacob yelled, coming through the back door. Big news, the fortress city of Tresh fell. Kai was surprised. The war between the Heart Empire and the Ashbourne Kingdom had been raging for the last 10 months without much change. The war had primarily been focused on the pass between the Ashbourne Mountains and his home, the illusionary Misty region. The Ashbourne Kingdom had been fighting a defensive war. Rumor was the Heart Empire was spread thin, attacking 2 other countries at the same time as they attacked the Ashbourne Kingdom. Even so, they had finally made some progress in the war, with today marking the first big change with the fall of the kingdom's primary bastion against the Western nation. His father didn't look surprised or concerned. Strangely, he appeared amused, as if he predicted this outcome. The fortress city had only been occupied by soldiers since the war began in full, and was one of the closest cities to their territory of the illusionary Misty region. Dad, should we be worried? Kai asked. No, there are plenty of more obstacles for the Heart Empire to get through till they are out of the pass. That's good to know, but I meant about our home. Has no one tried to come through our territory? Some tried, his father said mysteriously. Behind him, he heard the door open again. The rest of his family had come through into the yard. Seeing his sister, he felt like getting some payback for being forced to babysit all day during the festival while she flirted with Nicholas, and for the budget enchantments she had put on his sword. Dad, did you know Lydia was flirting with a prince of the kingdom yesterday? Kai tried to sound aghast. I dare say we might be related to royalty in the near future. His father chuckled, obviously aware of what he was doing. You don't say. I was afraid she was going to live like a monk her entire life. Her mother has been trying to set her up with some nice men in the village. Dad, she yelled, her face was flaming red. I'm afraid a simple village man won't suit her. She desires a prince. Kai snickered. Who would have thought she would aim so high? He felt himself falling back as his sister yanked the back of his chair towards the ground. She could hear her trudging away before slamming the back door she had just come through. Is it too late to ask her to enchant my armor and sword? Kai said, looking up into the light enchantments. I'll talk to her. His mother shook her head, standing over him. Gee, Kai, why do you have to upset her? I have to sit next to her during the trip back, Jacob pointed out. It's part of my charm, he joked. Chapter 46, Expedition. Trap them in. Earth walls. 3 walls rose from the ground, trapping the monsters inside, with the only exit being their group. Press them down, Kai. Answering the call, Kai used 2 gravity pillars concurrently inside the ambush area. Most of the monsters were now pressed down, unable to move, and the few outside his gravity pillars were trapped inside the raised earthen walls. Assault team, attack! She yelled to the 5 others standing at the ready. A mess of magic bombarded the area. Spells flew and collided with the monsters inside, each screaming in pain. Stop your attacks, called out the same voice from before. Your group has slain Ashclaws, Foundation level 57. Your group has slain Ashclaws, Foundation level 54. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 98. Unspent attributes stats available, 40. Finally, it had taken the entire expedition just to go from level 97 to 98. The group hadn't encountered anything truly dangerous during the entire trip. Every monster or beast they met had been lackluster in strength and challenge. His saved attributes reached 40. It had been annoying and difficult to save them, but he had hoped that once he reached the forging realm, he would have the best idea of where to put them all, when he saw the direction his magic and class were taking him. The problem was the end-of-year tournament was very soon, and he might need to spend his stats for it before reaching the forging realm. When the dust cleared, all that remained were remnants of tiny grey-skinned creatures and half-destroyed claws. It was overkill. All the scouting and preparation for 11 creatures at a lower level than the group's lowest level member. It was no wonder Kai had progressed so slowly over the last 5 months. Tactics were good, safe even, but it was painful to progress so slowly. It had been 5 months since his parents left. 5 months since he had joined Group 4, replacing one of the students they had lost during the botched expedition with the bears. While he had been accepted into the group, the issue was that they already had an established way of doing things. Melissa Corcano was the self-proclaimed leader of the group among the 8 other students. Kai could appreciate her desire to plan and strategize. She was careful and methodical as she led the group from one fight to the next. She picked their targets with care, making sure nothing would ever be truly dangerous for them. Kai understood her way of doing things, but to him it felt too damn slow. As the newcomer to the group, he didn't have much input into the way they did things, despite the fact that he was at the highest level among the Group 4 members. Even if he wanted to comment, what was he supposed to say? Stop being safe so we can level faster? They were right, and he was impatient. Over the 5 months, he had only one fight where he actually was able to use his sword in combat. Mostly, he was relegated to using his gravity pillar from the background, while the mages of the group used their long or mid-range spells and abilities to deal with the enemies. Everyone had a part, no matter how small, but between the lack of monsters and the lack of higher-leveled monsters, he had been leveling slowly. In his first 5 months of the academy, he had gained close to 70 levels, but in the last 5 months, he had gained 8. Frustration boiled in Kai's mind. Today had been the last expedition for the first-year students. Ever since the students and instructors died in the 4th expedition, the academy had been coddling everyone. It was a complete turnaround from their first expedition. The academy brought them to lower-level areas that did not allow for any real challenge. "Good work, everyone," Melissa said. She flicked back her blonde behind her head. "You too, Kai." She gave him a pleasant smile that felt more mocking to his bitter mind. His mood was still sour with the lack of progression. He wished he had ventured out on his own or hired someone to supervise him, but the risks of that were still too high unless you could find trustworthy people. If he ventured out on his own, he was more likely to get killed or robbed than gain a level. In his letters, he pleaded with his father to come and visit for a few days to help him gain more levels. But all he received was a reply of "too busy, good luck," which was actually in line with what he expected, but it hadn't helped his mood. His father was determined to make Kai earn it all on his own. Nicholas had been away from the academy for the last month, sparking rumors to fly around. If Kai hadn't been told by him about his extended training trip under the protection of the Royal Guards, he might have believed some of the rumors. He had asked to go with him, but was unfortunately turned down. According to Nicholas, the decision hadn't been up to him. The prince was due to return any day now, with the end-of-year tournament starting the day after tomorrow. Kai had confidence that no one in the Foundation realm should beat him. There had been a few dozen students who had, like Nicholas, taken time off from school to go level in private. Many coming back had entered the forging realm. Between the war and the incident on the trip, many students were incentivized to level up quicker, and they had the means to do so. All the other students in the group were conversing with each other, leaving Kai out as the lone wolf. He didn't know if it was because he was unapproachable due to his sour mood, or just because he wasn't the most social person. But the silence suited him just fine, or it did until he heard, "Kai, hold up a second." Stopping, he turned to the person in question. "You need something, Melissa?" There was a bit of ice in his tone. "Whoa, don't bite my head off. I just had a question," she said as they continued walking at the back of the group. They received a few looks as some of the other members turned their heads, but they quickly turned away when Kai made eye contact. He rolled his neck to ease the tension in his body. "Sorry, what do you want to talk about?" he tried asking in a gentler voice that didn't sound any better than before. She gave him a look. "It's about next year's groups. Since we are able to pick our own groups, I was going to ask if you wanted to join mine." She looked mildly embarrassed as she asked, You're a competent fighter, and your gravity spells are great at controlling the enemy. I think you would mesh well with the group I am building. There have been already a few people who already promised to join, she said when Kai didn't respond right away. She just wants me to join for my gravity spells. If I join, I'll never get to swing a sword. I can't give you an answer at this time, Kai responded. Why not? She asked, stopping. I don't know if I will be joining the academy next year. Besides, Akane has made it her mission to eat me into poverty, he thought jokingly. It was next to impossible to control her and her gluttonous impulses. He had almost been arrested 2 months ago when she teleported onto a vendor's stall and started eating all the food without warning. It was only when Kai had paid the man for everything did the situation finally calm down. It was no wonder his village had invested so heavily into agriculture and animal production. Akane herself ate more than 10 people on any given day. The real reason he couldn't give her an answer was that he hadn't told anyone besides Ashley of his plans to win the tournament and go to Titan Prime. If the worst happened and he didn't win, Kai wasn't sure if he wanted to come back next year. He truly didn't feel like this academy had much more to offer him. His plan was literally an all-or-nothing gamble at this point. Well, if you figure it out, I'll keep one spot open if you like, she offered kindly. He shook his head. Don't hold a spot just for me. I really doubt I'm coming back next year. Either I go to Titan Prime, return home, or start working or hunting monsters. I'll know my answer by the end of the tournament. Melissa's eyes were full of confusion. I see. Best of luck then, she said, and walked faster, catching up to the others. Figures. She left quickly when she realized I wouldn't be of any more use to her. Foundation level 98. He was annoyed by his own level. It felt like he was being taunted, being so close to the edge. Without reaching the forging realm, he didn't think he could win the tournament. His progress had been decent, good even for about 10 months since he had unlocked his magic. But now it was too late. Nicholas, welcome back, Kai greeted his friend. Thanks, made it just in time. The prince shifted in his seat, getting comfortable. He took a wet towel out from his ring and patted his face, wiping away the dirt and blood that had been stuck to it. Human, forging level 36. Kai whistled. Not bad, he complimented. Nicholas gave him a smile of appreciation, which turned into a confused frown. Wait, you only gained 1 level since I've been gone. Don't remind him, Andre spoke up from the other side of Kai. Too late, he simmered internally. All the first-year students were sitting in the large auditorium where his introduction to magic class took place. Conversation flowed excitedly between the students until they began to quiet down as professors and instructors made their way into the room. Magically, power radiated throughout the room. There was no sound until the clinking of heels echoed throughout the auditorium. There was a collective gasp from the students as a grey-haired woman walked across to the center of the front of the room. Kai could tell at a glance this woman was powerful. It wasn't her projection of power and authority that alerted him. It was the subtle way the instructors bowed their heads unconsciously when she walked past them. Even Sven, who was one of the strongest people in the academy, dipped his head lightly. The only one who didn't budge an inch was Professor Dravenport, who looked like a stubborn statue, except for his old squinted eyes, which followed the mysterious woman. Halting in front of the middle of the lined-up instructors, the woman faced the students. Her aged face seemed scrunched up in a dissatisfied frown. There was dead silence in the room, which made Kai glad he didn't bring Akane, or she would manage some way to bring attention to herself and, by association, him. Students, she began with a clear voice that Kai found he didn't like. It was as if her voice projected her narcissism and downright loathing of the students before her. This is the first time meeting for most of you. I usually only have the pleasure, she emphasized the word pleasure as if it was anything but, of meeting students when they have committed acts that make us consider expulsion or worse. So, congratulations to those of you who are still here. For those who don't have the sense to guess correctly, I am Lynn Harnpool, headmistress of the Ashbourne Academy. So this is the woman who came up with that stupid idea for the first expedition. To his side, Nicholas had a stoic face, but judging from the way he was squeezing the armrest, he was not a fan of her. Tomorrow begins the single elimination tournament. It will last over the next 4 days. We have purposefully kept the details and arrangements of the tournament from you to keep it as even as possible for all students. Don't disgrace the school. Without even a goodbye, she walked back out. Only the sound of her heels could be heard until the door closed behind her. Taking a step forward out of the line of adults, Sven sighed. Right, we have prepared a bracket tournament, a single elimination format consisting of 128 slots. We are aware there are just shy of 100 students among the first years now, so some will have byes in their first round. Regardless, in order to win, you must proceed through 7 rounds, undefeated, in order to claim the coveted title of best in your year. Kai shifted in his seat. 7 rounds? That didn't sound too bad. There was also a chance he could get a bye in the first round too. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any levels by simply defeating his opponents, so even winning his matches wouldn't put him over the edge to forging. And killing would obviously be forbidden in the tournament. Naturally, there will be prizes afforded to those who do well. The best rewards will be given to those who win first place, with lesser rewards given to those who place below all the way until 8th place. The promise of rewards sparked debate between some of the students. Andre looked the happiest at the prospect of rewards, while Kai could see Sean's reaction was full of fear. All right, quiet down, quiet down. We have some rules to go over. Breaking the rules can result in disqualification, expulsion, or worse. So pay attention, Sven called out to the now quiet room. The most important rule is absolutely no killing. Breaking this will result in the worst possible consequences. I know it seems unfair, but you will have to do your best to disable or incapacitate your opponent. A winner will be determined when one contestant gives up, is disabled, or is unconscious. The adjudicator of the tournament is fully in his or her right to determine the match's outcome at any time. A group of healers will be on standby in case of emergencies, but that doesn't mean you can go wild. The tournament will last approximately 5 days. The last day of the tournament will be dedicated to the finals. After your name is called, you have 2 minutes to enter the arena. Failure to do so will result in your immediate forfeit. Matches will go either until one party is defeated or 10 minutes have passed. Be prepared, you may have to fight multiple matches in a single day beginning on day 3. Meet at the arena first thing tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Matches begin at 10:30. There will be a special section for all students to wait in. Act appropriately. You are representing your kingdom. He looked across and down at all the students sitting. I wish you all the best. Chapter 47. The tournament begins. Good morning to His Majesty and the lovely citizens of the Ashbourne Kingdom, yelled a man dressed in a silver vest with slicked black dark hair. Standing in the center of the arena, he did a twirl to the audience before finally facing the king's booth. His voice projected all over, clear and loud. Kai suspected it was some kind of sound magic, but it wasn't harmful at all. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to the annual Ashbourne Academy tournament, the announcer roared. I am your host, Kenny Valentine. Kai, like all the other students of the Ashbourne Academy, were waiting in the basement area of the arena. It was not underground, but located at ground level. The entire basement encircled the circular arena. Windows allowed the students to see directly into the field of battle. The area was large enough for the students to be spread out underneath and not bump into others. Above the basement, the audience sat in stadium seating, leading up for hundreds of feet. Above the basement, the king sat comfortably in an ornate high-backed chair. He looked like a man well past his prime, appearing slightly younger than Professor Dravenport. True to his nickname, the Ash Monarch, he was outfitted in a grey robe, complementing his grey hair and eyes. Beautiful silver inscriptions highlighted the robe that seemed to pulse with life with every breath the monarch took. His eyes scanned all over and eventually settled on Nicholas, who was standing at the window next to Kai. So that's Nicholas's father. If the rumors were true and the king was one of those original humans from Earth, then that would make him about 1,300 years old. To his left and right were middle-aged humans with similar features. Could they be Nicholas's older brothers? It was difficult to tell who the children and parents in some families were when a parent could easily outlive his children and even appear younger if he had attained a higher realm than his offspring. The entire arena was filled to capacity. Kai couldn't even begin to guess how many people were sitting, but it certainly was daunting to think about performing and fighting under the scrutiny of so many people. Instead of sitting at the window and waiting for the tournament to start, Nicholas went off to meditate in the back of the room. He didn't care to watch the spectacle in front of them. Kai figured this wasn't his first time attending an event like this, but he guessed it would be his first time participating in it. As always, we've kept the brackets and who is facing who a secret, so no one student has the advantage in their matches. The matches called will be randomized, so you will never know who your next opponent is until the finals. Now onto the boring stuff, but it must be said for liability purposes. The announcer began repeating the rules aloud for the entire stadium to hear. Nothing was different from what Sven had said. If you don't hear your name called today or tomorrow, then you have a tournament bye for round 1. To start the day, we will begin with the first-year students. When you hear your name called, please enter the arena. Jesse Clinetro and Maverick Douglas. Many of the first years began turning their heads to watch 2 students proceed out of the doors and into the arena. Human Foundation Level 76. Human Foundation Level 55. Most would guess that the higher-leveled person would win, but Kai wasn't so sure. Jessie appeared calm and collected as she walked ahead of Maverick. Meanwhile, Maverick was sweating bullets. He looked visibly sick as gripped the handle of his sword fiercely in his sheath. The poor kid looked pale. Fighting in general was one thing, but fighting in front of an audience of 10,000 or more was another, especially when your family and everyone you knew would be there, watching. If you lost to someone lower level than yourself, you would bring shame to yourself and your family. Knocking an arrow on her bow, Jessie stared indifferently at her opponent from the center of the arena. Her bow was aimed down near her feet in a relaxed manner. The entire audience waited for the announcer's next words. "Begin," he roared. Pulling her bow up, she let a green arrow fly before her opponent could even make it a quarter of the way to her. Maverick's shield came up, blocking the arrow. Instead of the arrow ricocheting and bouncing away, it stuck to the shield. Vines and roots sprouted from the tiny arrowhead, instantly covering the shield. The vines crawled around the edge of the shield and began whipping at Maverick, who flinched as they bashed against his armor. The vines seemed to stop growing after a meter length. Maverick slashed at the vines, chopping part of them off, only for the vines to regrow back to the same length. Distracted, another arrow flew and attached to Maverick's leg. The arrow broke apart again, splitting into multiple vines that wrapped around Maverick's leg. Instead of attacking him, the ends shot into the ground and tightened. Screaming in pain, Maverick slashed down, cutting apart the vines connecting to the ground. Just as he was finally going to move, another arrow connected to his other leg, with the vines doing the same as before. It was obvious the swordsman was growing frustrated and tired. Whereas Jessie was calmly standing in the same place, with an arrow in her bow at the ready. But instead of firing it, she simply watched Maverick struggle to escape the vines. A small smile came to her face as the vines kept growing from the source and trapping the poor swordsman. No matter how many times he cut at the vines, they kept coming back. After 2 minutes of watching the fiasco, Jessie pulled her bow up and quickly shot it. This time the arrow connected to Maverick's forehead. But it didn't pierce through, it simply stuck on. Immediately following its connection, it spouted vines that wrapped around his head. Dropping his sword and shield, he tugged at the vines and arrow, but they remained firmly attached. Kai could tell panic had overtaken the swordsman as he was probably struggling to breathe underneath the vines. "Winner Jessie." The announcer called the round when nothing changed except more flailing by Maverick. Upon the announcement, the vines slinked back and withdrew into the green arrows. Once the vines were gone, the arrows popped off Maverick's body. Whatever had kept them attached was gone. Face free of obstructions, Maverick looked distraught. He hadn't been able to show anything during the fight and had been the first to be eliminated. As far as the audience was concerned, Maverick had failed epically. Now a new pressure had descended upon all the students to at least look good, or look better than Maverick even if they ended up losing. Maverick returned with his head hung. He appeared completely unharmed, a testament to Jessie's control and magic that seemed perfect for the competition. It looked as if she had effortlessly controlled the entire battle and her opponent, even toying with him. What an exciting fight. Congratulations to the cool and calm Jessie. An effortless win for the first match of the tournament, Kenny announced. Will Lewis Febrel and Daniel Singer join us in the arena? Human Foundation Level 34. Human Foundation Level 68. Kai was a bit surprised that someone would be so low-leveled even after a full year at the academy. It was impossible to tell what each fighter was feeling as they entered the arena. Both were wearing armor and helmets, making it impossible to see their faces. Kai didn't know of Lewis, but he knew Danielle briefly. The young fighter was known in the melee class for being punishing to his opponents. No one liked to spar with him unless they were certain they would win. Daniel would take it too far and hurt his opponents. He had a mean streak that everyone would probably get to see in this fight. He had never had the opportunity to fight against Daniel, as the man never moved out of Group B in melee training. Begin! Daniel dashed across the field. Even 30 levels lower than Kai, he was unquestionably faster. His opponent Louis stood still, only his hands moved in circular patterns as water was conjured between them. Water continued to gather as Daniel got closer. When they were only meters apart, the giant ball of water that had reached a meter across shot out of Lewis's hands. People in the audience stood at what happened next. Deftly dodging the ball of water, Daniel came face to face with the unarmed Louis. The spiked club in Daniel's hand swung across and bashed the slow-reacting Louis in the side of the head. Instantly he collapsed, but that didn't stop Daniel, who swung again, fight into the fallen mage's side. Winner Daniel Singer. Either not caring or not hearing the announcer, Daniel swung again into the unconscious mage. It was only when an adjudicator teleported onto the field and grabbed Daniel's arm that he stopped. There was a momentary pause where the adjudicator was saying something to Daniel, while healers had simultaneously found themselves onto the field treating Louis. After letting go of Daniel's arm, the adjudicator vanished, and Daniel walked back to where the students were located. Entering through the door to Kai's right, everyone gave him wide berth as he returned and sat down on one of the benches. Kai watched on as 2 minutes later, Louis stood up. The side of his metal helmet was dented partially. One of the healers helped Louis across the field into the staff area of the basement, where he was likely to receive more treatment. The next couple of matches were lackluster. The quickest fight had been between one person in the Forging realm and someone level 50 in the Foundation realm. He had no chance, as the Foundation realm kid was knocked out before he could even activate his magic. A few students were announced with byes, automatically winning their first round just to fill the tournament bracket. On the first day, only 2 people in the Forging realm ended up fighting among the first years. Both fights were quick and uneventful and did not provide Kai with any insights. Kai's name was never called as the second-year students began their fighting 4 hours into the day. Kai never heard his name called for a bye or a fight. He figured he would find out tomorrow or the next day if he was fighting or not. Either way, he was ready. A warrior was ready to battle at any time. The second-year fights weren't much different than the first. There was still a mix between Foundation and Forging realm students, but the fights tended to be more even or longer in most cases. The truly interesting fights were when the third-year students began. Kai watched with rapt attention. Would Christopher Reed and Alistair Silver please join us on the field? There was a sudden buzz and excitement in the air that couldn't compare to the previous matches. To the side, Kai heard, Alistair has almost reached the 3rd realm. He is incredible. No wonder he won the tournament both years prior. No one else in his year can compare. Human Forging Level 56. Human Forging Level 97. Kai recognized the higher-level student. Although he didn't remember if he ever got the person's name, he recognized the face. It was the student he had almost decapitated when his sword went flying during training so many months ago. The Earth Mage had been a companion of sorts on the training field. They had never really interacted after the first encounter, merely giving each other nods or waves as they kept to themselves in their training. Who knew the student was the former champion for both first and second-year students? Part of Kai wondered if it was his higher level or his skill at fighting that enabled him to win. Either way, people around him were hyped up for the upcoming fight. The audience had gone silent moments before the battle began. It was strange compared to the previous hours of fighting. Respect seemed to be given to these fighters, or maybe to Alistair. The first move was made by Christopher as a torrent of flames travelled out of his hand towards Alistair. Rocks ripped out of the ground, some were launched at Christopher, while one large flat rock made itself a shield in front of Alistair. The flames crashed into the shield rock, which began spinning round and round, causing the flames to shoot off to the side of the rock. Stopping his flame attack, Christopher took to the sky as he dodged the incoming rock projectiles. He seemed to run on the air as fire spread out in a small circular disc, formed under every step he took. Arcing through the sky, he deftly dodged the rocks being thrown at him. Meanwhile, he responded in kind with his own blasts of fire. Kai was impressed. The fighter was doing well, multitasking, dodging, and throwing spells, something none of the first years had shown. The fight was settled a few minutes later when a rock slammed into Christopher. Falling from the sky, a hand made of rock grew out of the ground, catching the fire mage. Grasped in rock hand, Christopher announced, "I surrender," aloud. Cheers rang out as he was instantly released from his constraint. The two fighters shook hands and even walked back to the third-year waiting area together, animatedly discussing something. After the fight, Kai realized that, like Jesse, Alistair had never even moved from his spot. In fact, the Earth Mage had never even taken his hands from his pockets. Chapter 48. The First Round. It was day 2 of the Ashbourne Academy end-of-year tournament. Kai felt restless as he sat on the bench inside the waiting area. There was little point to watching the current fight that was going on. Most of the first years had been uninspiring, boring even. He felt himself struggle to stay interested in most the fights going on. Only the Forging Realm students would be worth taking note of, but most of them would have buys during the first round. He checked his status screen while he waited. Name: Kaismo Cineri. Realm: Level: Foundation 98. Aspect: Gravity. Class: Vanguard. Race: Human. Health: 1150, 1150. Stamina: 500, 500. Mana: 900, 900. Vitality: 110, 115. Strength: 110. Dexterity: 60. Endurance: 50. Intelligence: 90. Wisdom: 90. Unspent attributes available: 40. Active skills: Heavy Blow, 2 out of 10. Gravity Pillar, 2 out of 10. Domain, 1 backward 10. Passive skills: Burden, 2 out of 10. General skills: Identify. Pain Tolerance: 1. Sense Improvement, 1. Soul Presence. 4. Elemental Magic Resistance. 4. Physical Resistance. 4. The differences in magical classes were astounding. Some of the students fighting possessed an array of different active abilities, while others only had one. It was a curious thing to awaken to magic and yet possess 3 passive abilities off the start. It was rare, but it did happen on occasion. On the opposite spectrum, some students at this time only had active abilities. Even if 2 students both awakened to the fire element and mage class, there was no guarantee they would unlock the same skills. Gravity itself was a rare magic type. As far as Kai was aware, he was the only student with it in the academy, perhaps the entire city. And the Vanguard class was even rarer. He had scoured the library looking for the Vanguard class, but never found it listed under known basic or advanced classes. An advanced class was available to those who upgraded their first class when they reached the Profound Realm. It was possible Vanguard was a specialized class, which was an even rarer version of a basic class. Specialized classes weren't just offered like basic classes. There were unique requirements to getting offered them, which were always kept secret by families or clans that had knowledge of how to gain them. Only issue was, Kai had no idea what criteria he had hit to receive such a class. Sadly, there were no extra abilities or attribute stats that came with the Vanguard class. The only benefits that he assumed came from it were the general skills and class benefits. Kai was certain that no other Foundation Realm students from the Ashbourne Academy could match his innate physical and magical resistances that were given to him by the Vanguard class. It was a strange thing to muse about before a battle. Kai's mind wandered, thinking about the possible upgrades that would come when he advanced to the Forging Realm. Kai. He heard his name, but it sounded slightly muted. Kai. Again his name was called, but this time it was louder. He felt someone shake his shoulder. Looking up, Nicholas was standing in front of him. Kai, it's your turn. They called your name. He nodded. Thanks. Standing, he smoothed his hair down. It had grown quite a bit, and he hadn't bothered to get cut it, though it wasn't quite in his eyes yet. Nervous? Questioned Nicholas. Kai shook his head. He felt calm right now. The fight wasn't for his life, but for the direction of his life. Perhaps he should have felt nervous, but he wasn't. He believed he had prepared his best for this moment, short of venturing into the wilds and fighting monsters alone. Most of his free time had been spent training, and his level was nothing to scoff at with his lack of resources and connections after less than a year. The question was, would it be enough? Walking through the doors to the arena, the crowd roared. It was louder and clearer than when he was inside the waiting area. It felt warm as he walked out onto the dirt cover ground. Putting his helmet on, he felt the telltale signs of his armor absorbing the light from the enchantments above. Wispy patterns began forming all over his armor, causing it to lighten. After a mere few seconds, the armor's weight had been cut in half. There was a small commotion from the audience, as he was sure they were gawking at his unusual armor. His eyes found his opponent. She was quite pretty with her black hair and sharp cheekbones. With only so many people among the first-year students, he had seen her in his melee tactics course. But he wasn't familiar with her magic or skills. Since he had never talked to her before, there had been no point in learning or remembering her name. And now, because he hadn't been paying attention when the announcer called their names, he still didn't know it. Not that it mattered. She was an opponent to defeat, name or no name. Human, foundation level 68. His opponent was 30 levels below his. There was a great chance he would win the fight without having to resort to spending his saved attribute points. The young woman before him was outfitted in a thin metal plate armor concurred to her body. Like his, it covered all her vital points. Equipped in her hand was a rapier with a fancy handguard. His eyes couldn't pick up any signs about her magic element or class. Though Kai was certain she was a melee fighter, without knowing his opponent's abilities and magic, it was futile to formulate a plan of action. It was entirely possible that his opponent knew of his abilities since they were so unique among the academy students. But that was only a guess. Even if she was aware of his skills, there was nothing she could do to stop it. Gravity was inevitable. Begin! Immediately his opponent ran towards him. A warrior scream bellowed from her as she quickly crossed the field of battle. The wind seemed to gather around her, giving her a boost in speed. Amused, Kai let her come closer. When she was only a few meters away, he activated Domain. Immediately, his opponent stumbled under the newfound weight of an additional 180% gravity that tried to pull her down to the ground. Robbed of her speed, her eyes widened with surprise and fear. To Kai's eyes, she appeared to be struggling to move. Trembling, she strained her body fighting the gravity. Her arm shook as she tried to lift her rapier. Kai walked up to her slowly. With every step he took, he made an imprint on the packed dirt. 2 meters from her, he was still unarmed. His sword was still sheathed, but he kept a hand on the handle, ready at a moment's notice. "Surrender," he called out, offering her an out. He eyed his mana, which was still sitting at 95% after 20 seconds of his domain. He waited as she contemplated his question. Any one reasonable person would surrender, especially when that person couldn't even move. Only his opponent was apparently anything but reasonable as she shook her head. Then came something he hadn't expected. "Fight me without your gravity," she yelled. Her face dripped with sweat and her breathing labored as if just yelling had been a task for her. Kai had been too shocked, or else he would have laughed. He blinked. "Wait, you're serious?" "Yes," she groaned. Her legs were beginning to buckle as they bent slightly. "Why should I?" he asked. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, and she wasn't going anywhere. "My parents are watching," she gritted out. Recalling the first round of the tournament, Kai felt for the girl. It would suck to have to end the year with nothing to show for it. Kai mulled it over. "I can just reactivate my domain if it's going bad, and I won't have to fight again until tomorrow at the earliest," which would give him plenty of time to recover resources. His opponent had to be pretty worn down already, coupled with the fact that his passive ability, Burden, was draining her of her stamina even as she struggled to stand there. Kai still felt fine. He was used to this pressure. Although his body was heavy under it, he had trained quite often under such conditions often for the last 5 months. His body had gotten much stronger physically, not counting the attributes and gravity mitigation he had helping him. If she wanted to have a spar with blades, he would oblige her. He was confident he would win. Kai sighed. Fine. But first, what is your name? He asked sheepishly. Her reaction mirrored Jason's when he often stared at Kai. Emily, she grunted, obviously unhappy. All right, Emily, let's see what you got. Immediately his gravity ceased. Predictably, she launched across the remaining 2 meters to him, her rapier aimed at his chest. Whipping out his cold iron sword, he parried the rapier, knocking it and her arm up and across her body. He didn't counter despite the easy opening, since he wanted this fight to last longer. He felt the winds change when her arm quickly returned to position. Her element of wind seemed to help her maneuver her body. I guess we never discussed her not using magic. He swung with a short, compact swing, gauging her speed and response. Deftly dodging, she rapidly jabbed back at him. Each strike was fast and swift in its attempt to break his defense. Every time his sword came up to block her strike, she withdrew her arm, then struck again in a different spot. She knew she was no match for his power. They played a game of cat and mouse. Emily's sword strikes were too quick, but he managed to evade most of them. After half a minute of defending, he felt her score on his armor. Besides the sound of metal against metal, he didn't even feel her strike. A small smile came to his face. There was a certain enjoyment to be had just when sparring in a somewhat even exchange. Staying focused, Kai went on the offensive. Emily flitted back, assisted by the winds as she evaded his strike. Like a hound after a bone, Kai chased after her. She began to solely evade each strike, not even attempting to strike back at him. After a solid minute of dodging, he stopped on the field. Without his gravity to slow or stop her, he could do nothing about her superior speed. He wasn't going to waste his stamina playing games with her. She paused 5 meters away. A slight smirk was on her face as she stared at him. He felt a sense of foreboding at her smirk. Something was wrong. She isn't trying to attack. How is this showing what she learned to her parents? Whatever she was doing, Kai felt it was wrong to give her time to breathe. He charged her once again, this time putting all his energy into speed. She was late to react as he reached her. His sword slashed down into the armor of her upper arm, connecting. Emily fell to the side by the force of his regular blow. Someone from the crowd called out, "Emily!" Her armor had blocked the strike, but a small dent had formed. Even without his heavy blow ability, his strikes were a force to be reckoned with at this stage of fighting. He walked over to her prone form, his sword arm stretched out, waiting for the words. Surrender, he stated more forcefully than before. He felt light-headed and out of breath, perhaps from all the chasing. Emily looked into his eyes, searching for something. It was when he brought his free hand to his head that she smirked widely. Whipping her rapier across, she struck at his sword as she tried to bat it away, which gave her enough time to get up and run away before Kai could strike back. She sure is a fast one, he thought. Taking a step after her, he felt the arena spin for a second. Dizziness enveloped his mind. Kai realized then he had been played. While he had been fighting and chasing her, Emily had subtly been reducing the oxygen he had been taking in. Anger flooded Kai. He tried to be kind. He even sympathized that going home in the first round would be devastating. So he thought to be kind-hearted and allow Emily to show her skills. But she had deceived him. Likely she had planned this from the moment he had her cornered, or maybe even before the battle began. Kai decided then that there would be no more games or niceties throughout the tournament. He would only be brutal and punishing to his opponents. Gravity Pillar activated over the unsuspecting Emily as she stood almost 15 meters away. Instantly, she collapsed to the ground on all fours. Inhaling deeply, Kai felt the spell broken as his lungs filled with oxygenated air. His mind became more alert. Walking to her, he watched as she struggled not to attach herself to the dirt ground, but failed as miserably. He gave a brief look to the adjudicator, who appeared to be contemplating his decision. "If you're not going to call the match now, then don't complain to me later." Stepping onto the blade of her rapier, he looked down at her once more. He offered no more surrenders. If she hadn't given up by now, then she wouldn't until he forced her. Shifting his blade in hand, he spun it around until the blunt side was facing downwards. Lifting his sword arm, he felt the resistance of his arm being inside the gravity pillar, but it was only a minor inconvenience. His arm was steady raised above her. Still, no one called the match. So be it. He swung down hard, assisted by the gravity pillar. The blunt side of his blade smashed into Emily's armored backside. Instantly, her body collapsed. Blood splashed out of her mouth. Deactivating his gravity pillar, he turned and began walking away. "Winner, Kaismo Cineri," the announcer called finally. Chapter 49, Fox Trolling King. "Good work, Kai," Nicholas called out to him. The remaining students were eyeing him as he approached his old seat. "It was nothing," he said evenly. He was frustrated with himself for showing compassion. Perhaps his family had softened him, or it had been too long since he felt any real danger from people directly. What Emily had done to him had lit a spark in him. He felt that burning anger inside. Needless to say, he wouldn't show mercy again. Both Nicholas and Andre were seated next to Kai on a bench in the back of the waiting area. Only the students who hadn't yet had their names called for the first round were present, and a few others similar to Kai who decided to stay and support their friends. Andre's first fight would be coming up soon. It was easy to tell at a glance that Nicholas was bored. The young man sat restlessly on the bench, trying to get comfortable. On the opposite side of Kai, Andre's leg bounced up and down. If he was any stronger, he might have caused the arena to shake. Their other roommate, Sean, had chosen not to fight in the tournament. It was a mystery as to why Sean had even bothered to come to the academy. He was absent most of the time and hardly trained. Letting out a sigh, he closed his eyes. The three sat there in silence, except for Andre's foot tapping the ground. Sitting and doing nothing wasn't his thing, but he wanted to show support for Andre, who had helped him quite a bit over the last year. His thoughts drifted to his family. His father's letter a few weeks ago stated he wasn't sure if he would be able to show up. Apparently the Empire was planning a huge move and incursion into the Ashbourne Kingdom in a month. How his father had received that information, Kai had no clue. As far as he remembered, his father had gone to see Garen's tournaments, but there had been no active war at that time. "And for the final match of our first years today, would Andre Belton and John Frame please join us in the arena?" the announcer called finally. "Human, Foundation Level 53. "Good luck, Andre," Kai patted his gulping friend's back. "I think I need to pee," Andre nervously said as he stood. "You just went twice in the last hour. Now get out there. You have 2 minutes before they disqualify you." Kai stood up and lightly pushed Andre to the door. The shield mage stumbled out of the door with nerves of jelly. A few steps behind Andre were his opponent, decked out in brown leather armor. It covered the essential areas. Most Foundation Realm students didn't own or wear full-body armor. In John's hands was a crossbow, while 2 identical daggers hung on his sides. A rogue archetype? John was only 5 levels above Andre. Should be a close match. Andre held a mace and a rounded shield in each hand. As far as Kai knew, Andre had never used a mace before. It was possible he bought it for the tournament to cover for his lacking offense. It was something to inquire about after the fight. "Begin." A bolt was sent at Andre as soon as the match began. Whether intentional or not, Andre appeared to flinch, causing his shield to raise slightly, blocking the bolt as it ricocheted off. Bringing his shield down, it was obvious he had lost track of his opponent as his eyes darted all around. John was silently moving closer to Andre's left side as he stayed in the shield's blind spot. Andre looked panicked for a second while he looked for his opponent. Another bolt was shot from the rogue. Kai's eyes squeezed shut when he heard Andre's cry of pain. The bolt embedded into Andre's unprotected thigh. The match wasn't off to a good start for his roommate. John darted forward to the distracted Andre. Just when Kai thought the match would end quickly, a large rectangle of transparent barrier materialized, causing the rogue to smash into it hard. The barrier seemed to shift from a transparent silver to a transparent light blue immediately after contact. Recovering quickly, John slashed at the barrier. Almost like a membrane, the barriers parted for the dagger but started healing the damage only a moment later. On the opposite side of the barrier, Andre lunged forward, his mace overhead, smashing towards the rogue. "Look at that!" Nicholas yelled. Andre's mace had gone through the barrier on the other side, as if there was no resistance. Unprepared, the rogue only barely managed to dodge out of the way. Pulling his mace back through the barrier, it shifted colors again back to silver. Black shadows of smoke began to come off the rogue's body and daggers, almost as if they were on fire. The vicinity near him turned darker as the haze of smoke filled the area. Striking back, his daggers slashed at the barrier, blocking the way. Each strike seemed to tear at the wall of energy. Dense black wisps of smoke clung to the barrier as it slowly recovered. Turning light blue again, Andre struck from the other side, but this time his ploy was easily seen through as the rogue tried to back off immediately. Only a silver barrier came up right behind the retreating rogue, stopping him as he stepped back into it. Kai was certain Andre had him until the rogue erupted into smoke. A trail of smoke moved to the side, quickly forming into the shape of a humanoid on the other side of Andre. There was a flurry of movement as Andre knocked away dagger strike after dagger strike right before they could find purchase. Although Andre was well prepared in his metal armor, there were still vulnerabilities all over that the rogue aimed for. The next few minutes became a battle of attrition. As Andre tried to defend himself from the quickly moving rogue that shifted around him, looking for weaknesses. Andre could do nothing to trap the evasive rogue. Every opportunity to trap him failed as the rogue just dispersed away. 8 minutes into the match, Andre surprised everyone by surrendering. Having to form so many barriers and repairing them must have taken its toll on the shield mage, causing him to run out of mana. The audience clapped and cheered as the two combatants made their way back to the waiting area. People appreciated the back and forth between the contestants, which made for a nail-biting fight in the last match of the first round. Walking into the room, Andre looked crestfallen. He said nothing as he slumped into the seat from earlier. The rapid rise and fall of his chest gave away his exhaustion in the intense match, despite his lack of movement. Though Andre had shown his capabilities, his opponent had simply turned out to be a bad matchup for him. "Your Majesty," a finely dressed servant called out, grabbing the attention of what was arguably the most powerful individual in the Ashbourne Kingdom. His collared shirt was impeccably neat. He wore a black tie, the symbol of servants of the nobility from the olden days. "What is it, Philip?" the king asked wearily. It was apparently too much to wish for to enjoy the tournament his son was participating in without interruption. "It's happened again. Captain Nikita just reported the palace pantry was cleared out once again." The king gave a sigh. At his age, every issue or problem that kept popping up felt like it would take him to an early grave. While this might have been perhaps the most harmless issue he has had to deal with since the war began, it was without a doubt the most mysterious. "What about the hidden pantry?" the king raised. They had stored most of the food in a second hidden pantry. Philip, his faithful servant, shook his head. "Can someone please tell me how someone is stealing food from the palace's pantry once a month, for 5 months straight now?" The question was asked clearly to all of his subjects inside the arena's royal booth. There was nothing, only silence, as no one responded after 10 seconds. The king snorted. He hadn't expected a response. For 5 months, the palace had been plagued by a thief who stole not riches or gold, but instead food. Over 25 years ago, something similar happened. A lot of food-related problems had cropped up, with all indications pointing to a woman and a fox, though no substantial proof had ever been found. And the woman was not one to trifle with. Without said proof, he could not justify sending his best soldiers after a citizen of the kingdom. Not that he expected them to be capable of apprehending her or even killing her. There were both cries of sorrow and joy when the woman and her fox left the capital. Joy for those who had been plagued by their antics, and sorrow for losing such loyal customers. When that same woman returned only 5 months ago, immediately the palace had gone into a frenzy. Royal guards had been tasked with secretly surveilling her and the family with whom she came. The palace had been on the edge of a cliff, waiting for something to occur. Thankfully, nothing happened during the few days she stayed in the capital. A report came back that the woman had a child who surprisingly turned out to be a friend of his youngest son. After the connection had been found, an investigation had been warranted into the student Kaismo. The report came back describing the young man as a talented warrior using a rare type of magic. Nothing too unusual. His brother happened to be a former champion of the same tournament when he attended the academy but possessed no fox during his stay. Kaismo's fox, Akane, was notorious around the academy and food venues nearby for her obscene gluttony and being a loyal customer. Nothing of note had happened that would be a cause of concern during their time in the capital to keep the two under the radar. When the investigators tried to trace their origins to a Kitsune village, as written down during his application when joining the academy, nothing could be found. It was as if such a village didn't exist. And yet they had used the truth-telling orb during their application to the academy. A boy of a meager Foundation realm could not fool an extremely powerful and rare object like that. The first time the food went missing, it had only been 1 week since that woman had left the capital, and yet it had been just like 25 years ago. With the woman and the fox missing from the capital, the prime suspects were Kaismo and Akane purely by association. They were placed under secret surveillance following the incident. Of course, an investigation had taken place, an investigation that had proved futile. It was as if the food had never existed. No traitor or internal thief had been identified. The second time the incident occurred, it was again investigated. Nothing was found. The person surveilling Kaismo and the fox reported they had both never left his sight at all on the day of the theft. Strangely, there was a post-note on the report claiming that sometime after the theft of the food had occurred, the surveilling person noted that the fox had looked towards the area where he was hiding and had a cheeky grin. The advisors clamored to bring Kaismo in for interrogation, but that notion was dismissed outright when the king remembered whose child he was. As a result of the theft, guards were posted outside the room, around the clock. Security enchantments were placed around the room. They would prevent teleportation and alert them to anyone who entered. But again, a month later, the replaced food vanished. It was baffling. The surveilling team reported that during the time of the third theft, Kaismo and Akane were out on the training field, with the former training his sword skills. Approximately 15 minutes after the theft had occurred, the fox had oddly let out a belch so loud that everyone within 300 meters heard it. The king personally hired a famous enchanter from off-world to strengthen the palace's enchantments and more specifically the pantry. It was a chilling thought when the king realized the pantry was as well protected as his own bedroom, but still the food went missing, almost like clockwork. And now, during the tournament, the food had gone missing again, even though they switched rooms to hide it. The king's head hung tiredly for a moment before he returned it to proper posture. Although he was sure no one would fault him for having bad posture at his age, his last solution was to buy storage ring for his cooking staff so they could hold the food products on their person. Somehow, he still felt that whatever deity was stealing their food would still manage to find a way. But that wasn't even the worst issue plaguing him at this time. Not even the war was giving him as much grief as his children. Specifically, his 2 children sitting next to him. To his right, his oldest, the first prince and heir to the Ashbourne kingdom, sat, slouching like the lazy shit he was. Charismatic and refined, Ezekiel could talk to anyone, but when it came to personal power, the boy had to be carried to his realm of power. And now he was on the other side, aging visibly just like him. He had long doubted his choice in making Ezekiel his heir, but the decision had been made so long ago in simpler times. On the opposite side was his third oldest, Samuel, the third prince of the Ashbourne kingdom. A man of action, despite having strength that nearly rivaled his own, Samuel had never shown any disobedience until recently. When growing up, Samuel had shown the most promise of any of his children, except perhaps Nicholas. But Nicholas had been born too late. Any chance he had of inheriting the throne was gone with that. Still, Samuel wasn't charismatic. He was too blunt and honest for his own good sometimes. A fine warrior he was, but a great king was not in his future. But now signs began pointing to a civil war breaking out when he passed on. It would be his greatest failing as a parent and a king if the country he created was destroyed because of a civil war between his 2 sons. He was aware he had held onto the throne and power for too long, afraid of what might happen. Another weary sigh escaped his lips. "Nicholas made a great showing, father," Samuel pointed out. The king perked up, only now noticing his son, Nicholas, was walking back to the waiting arena after defeating his opponent. The match must have been quick because he hadn't noticed it as he thought about his troubles. Yes, he coughed, Nicholas will make a fine warrior. Of course he will. He takes after his majesty, Ezekiel said. What a suck-up. Perhaps I should send Nicholas to Titan Prime. Get him away from all this nonsense. Kaismo Sinersis and Jesse Clinetro, please join us in the arena, the announcer called out. The king's eyes followed the young warrior. He wanted to see the true strength of what a child from that woman was capable of. Chapter 50. The second and third round. The students in the waiting room were reduced by nearly half by the third day of the tournament. They had been told beforehand the tournament would begin to pick up its pace after the conclusion of the first round. There were only 64 students left in the second round. With a total of 32 matches in the second round, there was a chance they would have to fight again today, depending on how quickly the matches went. Nicholas and Kai sat side by side. With Andre out of the running, Nicholas was his only companion in the irritating game of waiting. The fifth fight of the second round had just concluded. It was no surprise that the Forging Realm student had triumphed over his Foundation Realm opponent. All the Forging Realm students who had been given buys before were going to have to fight today. Most likely by the end of the day, about 75% of the students left would be in the Forging Realm. Forging or Foundation Realm, either way, they were obstacles to be defeated and cleared. Kaismo Sinersis and Jesse Clinetro, please join us in the arena. Kai felt fresh and rested. From his seat, his eyes found his opponent. It was the Vine Archer from the first round. She had looked calm and collected then, but when she made eye contact with him, he could tell it was false bravado. Her eyes turned away quickly as she marched through the doors, bow in hand. A single gravity pillar should allow him to win the match. Kai didn't think her body was as strong as his first opponent. Assuming she was successful inside the gravity pillar, Kai doubted she would have enough strength to lift her bow, let alone her body off the ground. Either way, he grabbed the knife his grandfather had gifted him in case he had to escape some vines. On the way out to the middle of the arena, he pulled his sword out. No longer would he underestimate the young warriors in this tournament. Standing across from his opponent, she was ready and waiting for the words with an arrow nocked. After a minute, the audience began buzzing and talking loudly when the match hadn't begun. It felt awkward standing there, just waiting. When a good number of the audience had their heads turned behind Kai, he joined them in looking. One of the adjudicators was discussing something with the announcer. A few moments later, there was a nod. Sorry for the interruption, everyone. The judges have made a decision. The winner of the round will go to Kaismo. There was a large outcry from the audience. Not once in this year's tournament had this happened. Even when there had been an 80-level difference, they still had to fight. Kai was shocked, but he had a guess as to the reason. Why? Screamed out Jesse. This isn't fair. Members from the audience likewise complained on her behalf. Some called the fight rigged, or that the judges were showing favoritism. Now, an explanation will be given. Jessie has proven to be a valiant fighter, but out of concern for her safety, we must impose that she concedes the match. The simple fact is, we can't be sure Kaismo's gravity magic won't instantly kill his opponent. In his match yesterday, someone who possessed a stronger body struggled fiercely against said magic. We can't allow a student to accidentally die because their body is currently too weak, the announcer said. His voice was full of empathy as he tried to project their desire to protect the students of the academy. But that's... Jesse looked crestfallen. This was good news for Kai since he didn't have to waste any resources in this match. He would still be fresh in case he had to fight again later. Miss Clinetro, you are welcome to fight despite the adjudicator's decision. Just know Kaismo, and the tournament committee will not be held liable should you die to his gravity. The announcer offered a solution that would be acceptable all around, but her answer was obvious by the dejection on her face. No, that's... all right, I... forfeit, Jesse said, completely dejected. Not once had Kai ever had something die instantly to his gravity. Usually his enemies suffered under the pressure until something else put them down. It was possible her organs might rupture because of his gravity. But he wasn't so sure it would happen the very second he turned his gravity on. He didn't think it was that powerful yet. Returning to the waiting area, the other students gave him looks of envy as he passed the second round without using any mana or stamina. If he did end up having to fight again today, he would be fresh. Unlike his next opponent, Kai watched the next few matches in boredom. He wasn't a fan of sitting and waiting, but it was prudent to know what kind of fighter his next opponent would be. Just knowing that might give him enough of an edge. And without knowing if he was going to fight again today, he couldn't leave the arena. The next fight was between Nicholas and a student fresh in the forging realm. It wasn't much of a fight as Nicholas handedly demolished his opponent. His ash magic was a powerful tool he used for both offense and defense. Despite being in the same realm with only a 30-level difference, the training and skill at using said magic proved the difference in the fight. During the next hour, Kai watched each student fight. Any one of them might be his next opponent. Most of the students were unimaginative in their fighting styles. They would just launch spells and hope the magic would hit or break their opponent's defense. Even some of the students in the forging realm were simplistic in their fighting styles. I guess I am the same, since I can only increase someone's weight and hack and slash at them. Max Davis and Kaismo Cineri, it's your time to shine. Come on down to the arena. The announcer announced his next fight, followed by a roar from the audience. Right as Kai stood up, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He a favorite to make it to the semi-finals, Nicholas said, looking past him. Looking at his opponent, he recognized the name and his appearance. The man wore no armor except a tight shirt that accentuated his chest muscles. The first-year student had already been dubbed the Stone Giant, a fighter with massive defensive capabilities as he turned flesh to stone. None of the opponents he had come across had been able to harm him or break his rock exterior. Max had no qualms about brutally beating his opponents down with his stone fists. "I need it," Kai said to Nicholas. Nicholas silently nodded as he turned his hands upside down. A mace of a light silver coloring materialized in his hands. Grabbing the mace, Kai hefted it with a sigh. He hadn't really had time to practice using a mace, but all he had to do was smash it into his opponent. So how much practice did he really need? With his mace in his dominant hand and sword in the other, he followed his large opponent out onto the field. A few possibilities passed through Kai's mind about how the fight would go, but only time would tell. Human, forging level 8. Max gave a savage grin as he stared down at Kai, with Kai returning his own unaffected blank stare back at him. He had seen his previous fight. Max had won without taking any significant damage, but he had used large amounts of mana as he fought. Kai had also saved 40 attribute points in any emergency. If he needed more mana during the fight, he would put them in his wisdom. If he needed more speed than dexterity, it was. Begin. Kai bolted at the large man whose skin was already turning different shades of brown and grey as it turned to rock. Gravity pillar formed right above him with a noticeable effect as the now stone giant hunched a little. Still, it wasn't enough to bring him down. Already next to him, with the speed granted to him by light-weighing armor, Kai swung his mace using heavy blow at the giant, who reacted slowly because of the increased gravity. As he smashed into Max's arm, there was a satisfying clap as fragments and shards of rock sprayed all over. Despite likely weighing twice as much as Kai, Max shot across the ground, crashing and tumbling as his body stopped on the field close by. Turning off his gravity pillar, he activated a new one right over the determined warrior as he began standing, but Kai was already moving. Already the rocks were reforming over the shoulder, but underneath he saw blood and mangled flesh. Just as Kai was striking at the stone giant again, he had to dodge suddenly. A stalagmite of rock shot out of the ground from where he had been running to. Again, another appeared, forcing him to dodge backward. Every time the ground shook a little, he would dodge as more and more rock spikes shot out of the ground, forcing him to keep his distance from his opponent. Apparently, the stone giant was already weary of letting Kai get too close. For a whole minute, Kai evaded each stone spike until a nearly perfect ring had formed around Max. His gravity pillar was still pressing down on the stone man, but with less effect than he wanted. Still, Max hadn't moved from where he had crashed. With a circle of spikes surrounding Max, Kai had difficulty approaching him. Most likely, Max was aware of his lack of range attacks. Assuming he could indefinitely stand up to his gravity, Max would keep attacking him from a distance until Kai messed up or one of them ran out of mana. Kai's eyes darted all around, looking for solutions. Short of risking the match and running into the minefield of spikes, he had one idea. His mace smashed against the top half of the rock spike. It blew apart under the force of his heavy blow, causing shattered fragments and smaller rocks to slam into Max, who lowered his head and crossed his arms to defend himself. Grinning, Kai saw chips and cracks all over his rock exterior. Again and again, he smashed into the dozens of spikes, slowly chipping away as Max constantly refreshed his stone skin. When there was about a quarter of the original spikes left, Kai did the unexpected and dashed to Max while his head was still behind his arms. Even with his head down, he felt the vibrations underneath him. Jumping in the air, he swung down with his mace and sword, feeling the tremble of gravity assisting his strike. As he was coming down, something happened that he didn't expect. A spike of stone emerged underneath Max, angled at Kai's incoming form. As the spike grew quickly, Max was pushed back out of the way, while Kai's mace struck the tip of the spike in front of him, causing rocks to crash into his body and everywhere else. Only through his many battles did his eyes stay open as fragments bounced off his armor and helmet. Through his peripheral vision, he saw two more blunted spikes coming at him from both his left and right. Spinning, Kai's sword slashed through the middle of one, slowing its growth. While still in mid-spin, he flung his mace at Max using heavy blow. The mace rocketed quickly as Kai's muscles protested under the force of throwing it. Before he could see the impact, the rock spike crashed into his side, hurling him away. The sound of screaming in pain brought a small smile to his face, accompanied by a shower of rocks. Still, the match hadn't been called. Landing on his feet, his eyes found Max. The man was missing a third of his rock cover. Embedded in his torso was the silver mace, with blood leaking all around it. Kai ran at the vacant-eyed student, his gravity pillar already in place and his fists tight around his sword. Right as he was about to swing, an adult appeared in front of him, catching his blade above them in his hands effortlessly. Beyond the instructor, Max dropped to his knees as if submitting to his gravity. The stone skin began falling off of him as if he was shedding. A medic was already next to him, her hands alight with a white glow. Winner, Kaismo Cineris. The audience cheered, going wild for the incredible fight they had witnessed. Although it had only lasted 4 minutes, it had been intensive. Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He had done it. The match had been a back and forth between the two taking control until Kai had achieved victory with an unexpected move. Although his health had been so high, he felt the match had been a lot closer than how it had ended. If his armor wasn't lightened by the effects of the enchantments, he might not have been able to dodge those stone spikes, resulting in his loss. Health 1061-1, 1150. Stamina 6411-900. Mana 439-900. Walking back into the student waiting area, someone started clapping, followed by another, until most of the students were clapping. He didn't know what to do, so he mumbled his thanks shyly. "You did it." Nicholas ran up to him when the clapping stopped and slapped his shoulder with a resounding ping. "Yay, I managed somehow," Kai said in a low voice. Everyone was still staring at him, and he wasn't a fan of the attention. "Managed? You controlled him. I've never seen Max afraid to go toe-to-toe with someone before. He had to change his fighting style completely, putting him on the back foot. And he was an entire realm above you. It was unbelievable. Thank you. Now can I get a minor health potion, please?" Kai asked Nicholas, trying to change the subject. He had given Nicholas a few potions to hold on to and his mace during the tournament. Since Kai didn't have a ring of storage, that didn't mean he wasn't above using his friends. Downing the minor health potion, he felt the small cuts healing where the rock fragments had sliced into him as they flew by. The announcer kept calling names to continue the fights. Kai breathed a sigh of relief since he had made it into the top 16. Without warning, someone started clapping behind him. "Bravo!" He heard a familiar voice that sent chills down his spine. Turning to the source, his expectations turned into reality. Garen, his reclusive older brother, was standing there giving him a slow clap with a wicked grin. "It's been a while, little brother." Chapter 51, The Next Realm. Garen, what are you doing here? Kai was nearly speechless by the sudden appearance of his oldest brother. He blinked his eyes deliberately. Yep, his brother was still there, decked out in light-looking metal armor. Let's go, Garen said without adding any further details. The other students were all looking at Garen with expressions of admiration. Kai recalled his brother was the winner of the very tournament in which he was participating. Fine. Together they exited the arena with Kai following Garen's quick pace. They walked in silence, not even bothering to look at each other. It was awkward. Growing up, Garen was the one person in the family that Kai hadn't gotten along with. For whatever the reasons, there seemed to be a wall between them throughout Kai's entire second life. Now his brother had mysteriously shown up after a year and was taking him somewhere. Drink this. Garen held a glowing blue vial of liquid to Kai as they walked onto the main road. Taking the vial, he asked, "What is it?" "Liquid mana. It will refill the mana you've used." Liquid mana potion, standard. Kai's eyes shined with wonder. He had never heard of such a potion. Still, he didn't drink it. "Tell me why I need to drink this." Garen turned his head to him, giving him a look as if he was stupid. "Why do you have to ask so many questions and make this so difficult? Just drink it." "I'm the difficult one?" Kai mocked. "You show up after an entire year without visiting me once or giving me a warning, and you expect me to listen to your every command." He shook his head. "I'm not drinking whatever you give me without you telling me what is going on." "Listen, you brat. Do you know how expensive that vial is?" "No, and I don't care right now. Tell me what is going on." Garen grabbed at his hair and squeezed his fist as if he was going to pull it out, but seemed to think better of it. "Kai, I'm here to help." Garen tried to sound sincere, but the mashing of his teeth seemed to have the opposite effect. "So you say. Why are you really here?" "I was watching the tournament." Garen looked like he was in a pissed-off mood. His pace increased as Kai followed behind. "You won't win unless you reach the Forging Realm. I'm taking you to get those last few levels." Kai stopped. "You're lying," he said in disbelief. Garen stopped and turned. "No, I'm not." "Why, though? Did father pay you?" Garen scoffed. "No, little brother. This was all my idea. And as to why, just be grateful and accept my help." Kai examined his brother's face, but could discern nothing. Garen had long mastered his stoic face. Even if they didn't get along, Garen had never been intentionally cruel to Kai, just indifferent. "Okay," Kai said. If his brother said he was going to help him, then he would trust his word. He took the vial and drank it. The effects were immediate. There was pressure on his body, but unlike his gravity, which pushed him down to the ground, the pressure was inside of him, wanting to burst out. Normally, it would take about 5 hours for his mana to refill, based on the mana destiny in the area, but with the vial, it had only taken a few minutes. Kai would have to inquire how Garen had found such a miraculous potion. He was quite sure that there had never been one in the alchemy shops he had visited. Never drink more than one in a day, or it will have dangerous effects. The two walked until they were outside of the capital. A few hundred meters from the walls, Garen stopped. "The place I have in mind is 2 hours away by carriage. I'm going to carry you so we can make it there quickly." Before Kai could respond, Garen had already picked him up in a princess carry and began running down the road. The wind blasted into his face as their pace was easily 4 times quicker than Kai could run even without armor. Over the course of 30 minutes, Garen showed no fatigue despite carrying Kai, who was still in his armor. Stopping on an incline, Kai caught himself as Garen dropped him without warning. During the run, his brother kept changing his direction, dodging imaginary obstacles until they had reached halfway up the first mountains. The area was filled with trees and tall grass and brush waist height. Oddly, there were strange chirping sounds all around them, but Kai wasn't able to see any animals or monsters. Despite being a part of a volcanic mountain chain, the area was quite green. Looking up the mountain, the ground gradually increased in steepness until it tapered off at a crest at the top of the first mountain. Behind the crest, another mountain loomed even higher until it too tapered off. "Where are they at?" Kai asked, as his brother was holding a sword entirely made of ash. Mimicking him, Kai brought out his own. There had been no chit-chat on the way here. Kai had no idea what kind of monsters his brother would take him to fight, or at what level they would be. All he knew was that the mountain was a place where even Adept Realm fighters weren't supposed to visit without a group. "There are 3 of them, and they are already hunting us," Garen said in a tone of concentration. His eyes flicked back and forth between 3 locations. Following his eyes, Kai noticed the brush was moving ever so slightly in 3 different spots. Whatever was hunting them was already heading straight for them and was short enough to stay hidden below the brush. "When they come into range, use your large area gravity spell." Kai nodded, but his brother couldn't see. The monsters were only 10 meters away and gaining quickly. As his domain encompassed the area, Garen was already on the move. A grey blur descended on the unseen monsters. He couldn't keep track of brother's blade as he sliced and moved to his next victim. He was like a reaper of death when 3 pings sounded in his head before he even saw the blade stop. "Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept Level 13. Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept Level 2. Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept Level 5. There was no level up, even after assisting in slaying 3 monsters in the 3rd realm of power. Apparently his magic didn't contribute that much. A thought came to Kai. His brother had slain 3 creatures in the Adept realm quickly and efficiently, making him wonder what realm or level he was currently in. His guess was the Profound realm, but all his identify gave him was question marks. Kai walked up to the creature. Its body was about the same dimensions as a medium-sized dog. Instead of fur, red scales covered its entire body. The most unique thing about the lurker wasn't its yellow beak dyed red in blood. No, it was its tail. A tail that was covered all around with the same red scales, but its length was nearly 1.5 times its body and head. Kai watched its eyes for a moment, checking for signs of life, but its dark red eyes stared vacantly into the sky. His brother looked him over. "Chi, not even a level, let's go." He quickly set off before Kai could even see what the monsters looked like. Without increasing his participation and contribution in fighting these monsters, it would take quite a lot more to level him up. Monsters in the Adept realm were probably only irritated by his gravity. A few minutes later, his brother held a fist up, giving the sigh to stop. Kai froze and peered around. He was having trouble finding the monsters. The wind had begun to pick up, causing all of the brush to move and flow in the breeze. "Shit, Kai, 7 of them are coming. We are surrounded. Use your gravity now." Before Kai could even activate his domain, Garen was like a wraith of vengeance and blood. He darted forward with great speed, his ashen blade already exploding in blood and gore. The familiar feel of domain activated as the brush dipped a little, but not enough to see his targets. Eyes shifting all around, he heard an inhuman screech call out nearby. Twisting his body, he looked for signs of an incoming attack. The wind whipped across his face and hair, delivering an odd smell to him. Spinning, he saw the visage of a monster, all right jumping at him out of the brush. His sword slashed across, combined with heavy blow. It felt like he hit a massive, unyielding boulder as the sword connected. The force of his blow was enough to smash the creature into the ground. Grimacing, he noticed immediately that the wound wasn't very deep. Movement rang all around him. He had to trust his brother to take care of the other creatures, as the monster he had knocked down was already up and coming at him. There was absolutely no way he could hold off 2 of these creatures by himself. There was no time to smile, but he did find some joy when he heard a 3rd ding sound off in his head. Moving fast, his sword stabbed out with another heavy blow, but the creature reacted too fast, easily evading it. As Kai desperately tried to bring his sword to a guarding position, the lurker flashed overhead as it crashed into his chest. It felt like a hammer struck him as he was sent flying backward. Smashing into the ground, he felt a large weight straining his chest armor. Like a king of the mountain, the creature stepped and walked on him until its ugly face and beak were right in front of his. Trying to bring his sword up to stab the lurker, its tail slapped into his hand, knocking his weapon away. Kai felt cold as there was nothing he could do to stop the beast now. Before it could puncture a hole in his head, a ding sounded out, and the lurker's head crashed onto the ground beside him while the body dropped onto his own. His brother was standing in front of him, a sword of ash hovering above the corpse of the mountain lurker, crushing his body. Turning off his domain, the corpse lightened. Not bad, he heard. Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept level 23. Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept level 1. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 99. Vanguard has reached Foundation level 100. Kai took a deep sigh of relief. That was about one of the most nerve-wracking experiences he ever had. Anyone with common sense knew better than to fight a monster an entire realm above yours by yourself, let alone 2 realms. Thankfully, it seemed like everything had worked out. He had been able to give the creature a small wound, which helped him to level up twice. Pushing the corpse off Kai's body with his foot, Garen held his hand out to him. Grabbing it, he hoisted himself up. There had been a few seconds between the second-to-last lurker's death and the one that had been on top of him. Kai had a feeling that Garen had been waiting until the last moment to help. He downed one of the minor health potions he always kept on hand. Sitting on the lurker corpses, Kai and Garen rested while their mana and stamina recovered. His brother stared out into the brush, pointedly ignoring Kai's eyes on him. One more level to go. A warm, humid breeze blew past them. I want you to solo the next one we come across. Not like you're going to give me a choice, Kai mumbled. All he received was a grin in response. You ever going to tell me why you are really doing this? Kai asked. The overcast sky was still somewhat bright, so they still had plenty of time to talk. Regardless, he didn't let himself become distracted as he tried to make conversation. His eyes and ears were alert and constantly listening and roaming for any sneak attacks. A few minutes passed where he received no answer. Kai, Garen stood. We have incoming. They must have smelled the blood. What convenient timing. Right as you decide to answer, Kai thought. Again, the brush was moving in multiple lines that were coming to them. Kai's domain was activated before they came into range. Right now, he wished he had brought his mace, but sadly, it had been left with Nicholas. Garen was already on the move, slashing and striking down unseen targets beneath the brush. Kai's eyes followed one line of moving brush that was almost upon him until it stopped a few feet from him. An unsettling calm settled over the brush in front of him. Just as he was about to move, something wrapped around his leg, throwing him into the air. Kai crashed hard and rolled into the brush, flattening a section of it with his body. Hopping back on his feet, he sidestepped the lurker's long tail as it slammed where he previously landed. His sword arced into the tail as it tried to curl around his leg. An inhuman screech sounded as his sword cut partway into the meaty tail. Lifting his sword to get another swing in, the tail whipped into the side of his body, flinging him away. Only through sheer will did he keep his grip on his sword. Kai swore he heard a laugh as he flew through the air. He was certain without his alderite armor, he would have died by now. Still, his ribs were probably bruised or cracked, judging from the pain flaring up. Scrambling onto his feet, the lurker blood-red eyes focused on him. Garen, a little help, Kai voiced aloud. He had no idea where his brother was. His eyes were solely on the lurker. Minus the half-hanging tail, the lurker was completely undamaged. There were no obvious weak spots on the beaked-scaled lizard dog. You got this, his brother called out unhelpfully from out of sight. Deciding he needed to take the initiative in this fight, Kai lunged forward. He performed a series of rapid strikes as he and the lurker felt each other out. The lurker was probably afraid of his sword as it evaded each strike. Meanwhile, Kai made sure not to use his heavy blow, or else he might overextend and lose the fight. 30 seconds felt like several minutes. The lurker was beginning to become bolder the longer they fought, likely finding out Kai wasn't as scary as it might have first thought. Like a scorpion, the tail attacked at the same time as its claws, despite the damage, keeping Kai's focus split on the main body and that merciless appendage. Even when the lurker's claws barely nicked his shin guards, the sound haunted him as he considered what it would do to his body if it connected. The red-scaled tail whipped straight at his head, causing him to lean back. He wanted to yell to Garen for help, but there was no chance as the lurker was pushing him to his physical and mental limits as it didn't give him a moment to breathe. Choosing to be bold, he quickly stepped into the range of the lurker's claws and kicked his foot out. He felt like his foot would break as it connected below the head of the lurker. Stunned, he planted that same foot down to where his shin was practically touching its beak and drove his sword down into its center mass under the pressure of heavy blow. The sword sunk through its body and into the ground. Just as he thought victory was at hand, the tail lashed into his helmet, causing everything to go black. "I'm sorry," was the first thing Kai heard when he roused to consciousness. Eyes still closed, he checked his health. Health 1150, 1150. It was full. His brother must have fed him a health potion while he was out. "Asshole. Why didn't you help?" "I'm sorry," his brother's voice cracked slightly. "You were doing so well. I didn't dare interrupt. And just when I thought you killed it, I relaxed for just a moment." Opening his eyes, everything was a little blurry. Or so he thought. Instead, it was just the cloudy, overcast sky. Still laying on his back, he slipped his helmet off and turned it over. The left side where it had been smashed was slightly dented. "You can check your gains on the way. We need to get out of here now. More are coming." Without waiting for an answer, he picked Kai up and flew down the mountainside. "Your group has slain Mountain Lurker, Adept level 14. Vanguard has reached Forging level 1. Vanguard has reached Forging level 8. Abilities gained. Active Gravity. Well, create a dense sphere of gravity that will exert pull on all objects or beings within its range. Passive Lightfoot. Gravity passively increases acceleration, deacceleration, and momentum while moving. While under increased gravitational effects, your feet will remain light and nimble. General skills gained. Pain tolerance, +1. Soul presence, +1. Elemental magic resistance, +1. Physical resistance, +1. Nothing besides the normal appeared in his realm ascension. The general skills were something he had expected. Nothing was out of the ordinary there. Part of him wished he would have gained more, but there wouldn't be a big difference until his class evolution. Lightfoot was something he wanted, something he needed. A movement-type skill that read like it would synergize well with his gravity. The gravity well was an anomaly. He had absolutely no idea what it would be like. It sounded like his domain, but he could place it away from him and direct gravity there. "Garen, let's find a place to stop. I want to test my new abilities." 15 minutes later, they stopped on flat ground, only a few kilometers away from the capital. The area was mostly sparse and open. They were just close enough to the capital to where they had cleared out the environment to see incoming enemies. From the position of the main sun overhead, it was closing in on dinner time, and he was starving. Walking away from his brother, there was an oddity in his movement that hadn't been there before. He felt like his walking speed had increased, but not only that. It was as if he had been wearing boots made of metal before, and now his feet felt free and light. But that wasn't the case. He was still wearing the same boots he had received from Ashley before. He dashed straight. His feet seemed to glide across the ground. Each step was effortless and light. He ran faster and faster until he achieved a new max speed in half the time than before. Even though his dexterity had remained the same, Lightfoot had helped him achieve a new speed. The wind whipping into his face was a minor annoyance to his joyful mood. The ability also helped him deaccelerate as he stopped abruptly. Normally, stopping at that speed would strain the body, but it felt much easier than before. Taking it a step further, he ran to max speed and quickly changed directions to his right. His body strained as he sharply turned until he was back to his max speed within seconds. For the next few minutes, Kai kept dodging and evading imaginary projectiles as he got a feel for his new passive ability. Lightfoot seemed to help with his state of changing motion. It was a reliable ability to move around the battlefield quickly. Now the main question was how it would perform under increased gravity. Calling upon his domain, he felt the same pressure pushing him down as always. However, instead of his feet sinking a few inches into the dirt or ground like normal, it was as if he hadn't even activated his gravity. It was as if his body wasn't pushing down further on the ground he stood, even with his weight tripling. He walked around getting a feel for it, but it was just like walking around before his weight changed, minus his body feeling heavier. Starting with a sprint, he felt each step slam into the ground, but instead of sinking, his boots just bounced off into the next step. Light and nimble indeed. The application of this ability was fantastic. At higher realms, his gravity would become so powerful that the very ground would collapse under each of his steps. With this ability, that wouldn't happen. Judging by the cough in the near distance, his brother was getting impatient. Kai decided it was time to test his last new ability. The range of his gravity well was 15 meters at the moment. He picked a spot 20 meters away and activated. He felt a huge chunk of his mana drain away that very second, and everything went hectic. Exactly where he had placed the gravity well, Kai didn't see any obvious sign of a spell. What he did see was the area had turned blurry, as if an intense heat had affected just that one spot, distorting the area. Instinctively, he knew the spell was a sphere of some sort, but the distorted image made it difficult to make out as it constantly seemed to pulse and fluctuate. The mountainside was visible on the other side of the blurry sphere, but the image seemed to flow and move back and forth as if sitting on the waves of an ocean. Loose dirt was carried through the air as if the winds pick it up and delivered it to the gravity well. Every second, his mana slowly ticked down as the spell continued. More and more dirt traveled to the well, covering it, until the outline of a sphere the size of his body was easily seen. Seconds turned into minutes as the ground lost more and more soil. The gravity kept pulling on each clump of dirt, loosening it until it flew to the well. Stepping into the range of his spell, Kai's body felt strange, as if the world was now wrong. Normally, even under his enhanced gravity, his orientation felt normal. Now, it was like his sense had gone astray. Down was now in front of him, or at least that was what the pull of gravity was telling his body. Still, he felt the normal gravity pulling him down to the ground, but his gravity well's influence was much stronger. He stood there awkwardly, attuning his senses to this new experience. Cancelling his gravity well, the sphere of dirt fell comically a second later. He had one more thing to try before he left. Summoning another gravity well, this one appeared only 1 meter away. The pull of gravity was only slightly stronger now that he was much closer than before. His body resisted the tug and held firm. Taking one step closer, he stuck his hand out slowly. Ready to cancel the spell at a moment's notice, he took the final step and touched his palm to the outer edge. The sensation was beyond abnormal. In his eyes, the space was empty, short of the distortion and dirt already forming around it. But to his hand, the sphere was tangible. The sensation could only be described as if he was touching solidified air. Heavy, dense air seemed to weigh down space and draw all nearby objects to it. He marveled at it until finally his mana ran out and it vanished. Turning around, he proceeded back to his brother, his blood boiled with excitement as victory loomed even closer. Name, Kaismo Cineri. Realm, Level Forging. 8. Aspect, Gravity. Class, Vanguard. Race, Human. Health, 1470. Stamina, 504, 600. Mana, 32, 1100. Vitality, 140, 147. Strength, 120. Dexterity, 60. Endurance, 60. Intelligence, 100. Wisdom, 110. Unspent attributes available, 0. Active skills, Heavy Blow, 210. Gravity Pillar, 2/10. Domain, 2/10. Gravity Well, 10. Passive skills, Burden, 2/10. Lightfoot, 1/10. General skills, Identify. Pain Tolerance. Dois, Sense Improvement. 2. Soul Presence. 5. Elemental Magic Resistance. 5. Physical Resistance, 5. Chapter 52, Sand and Wind. The next morning, Kai walked into the waiting area like a conquering hero. Some of his fellow classmates' eyes fell on him, going wide, while others blinked and rubbed their eyes, likely identifying him once more to make sure they were reading it correctly. In only one night, he had gained 10 levels and advanced to the Forging Realm. Yesterday, he would have been the only Foundation Realm fighter among the first years still left. But now he was on par with the other 15 remaining students. Shit, Cineri is in the Forging Realm, he heard someone whisper to another. Quickly, everyone who was there became aware. Judging by the way Jason was wringing his hands, he was either nervous or unhappy about Kai's ascension to the same realm. Not that it mattered to Kai, they had both been ignoring each other since that botched trip 5 months ago. But if Kai was being honest with himself, he still hoped to fight Jason today or tomorrow so he could crush him. There was definitely some unresolved resentment still lingering there. Only a good beating would make him feel better. Not seeing Nicholas around, Kai just took a random seat since there were plenty available. All students who won today would have to fight once more. Since there was no chance of getting a free win, he planned on putting his opponent down as quickly as possible to save on resources, while he wasn't concerned about health since a potion could easily solve that. Mana and stamina would take a lot longer to recover. Kai's eyes closed as he fell into meditation. Clearing his mind before battle always relaxed and helped him focus. Sitting there, he closed off most of his senses. Eventually, he felt a hum in the air. His ears heard nothing, but there was a sensation of something at the edge of his mind, humming in tempo like a pulse, as if it was alive. Is that gravity? He recalled his gravity well yesterday. The gravity well appeared to pulsate its distorted view. Did that mean gravity wasn't a constant force, but similar to waves from the sea? He tried to focus and examine the sensation, but his concentration was broken as a hand fell on his shoulder. Congratulations are in order. Holy 9, 10 levels overnight. Where the hell did your brother take you? The humming had vanished. He felt disappointed at the loss of the sensation. Turning to Nicholas, he told him the tale of his adventures from yesterday, though he made sure not to mention his forging realm abilities, since a few others were listening in on his story. Your brother is mad, Nicholas replied. The mountains are more dangerous than ever. There has been a lot more activity lately. It's been making the Ash Wardens nervous. From the sounds above, the tournament was about to begin for the day. Kai ignored the usual announcer banter as he got the crowd riled up. A few minutes later, he heard his name through the noise of the crowd. Lucky for him, he would be fighting in today's first match. Also getting up was one of the students he had been following throughout the tournament, Human Forging Level 4. Sasha was a known sand mage in the academy, not one of a kind like him, but still rare magic for this area. Her magic and ability to create and manipulate sand were quite powerful as she bent it to her will. Her favorite ability was creating sand golems and sending them to her opponents. Giving the sandy blonde-haired student a once-over, her nervous expression told him she wasn't happy to be fighting him. We are in for a treat today, folks, Kenny the announcer screamed with energy. The only student to make it to the top 16 that was in the Foundation realm has now ascended to the Forging realm overnight. Gaining a whopping 10 levels, the underdog turned new favorite to win. On the field of battle, Kai couldn't help but grin a little. He knew the announcer was just revving up the audience some more, but the man was right. Yesterday he had been the underdog, but now no longer. He felt the loss of his sword in his hand, but had chosen to leave it with Nicholas, opting to only bring his mace into this battle. Holding his mace up, he pointed the round, spiky end at Sasha. Surrender, he commanded. If he could get away without fighting and exposing his new abilities, the better shape he would be in for the next fight today. She looked as if she was actually considering it. Pivoting her head, she stared out into the audience for a few seconds before shaking it with refusal. Kai could only shrug at her response. It wasn't like he expected anything different. Any student who made it this far wouldn't just give up. Then she did something he wasn't expecting. She placed her staff down and began unstrapping her armor, all of it. In a surprising move, Sasha is taking off her armor. Will her gambit work or utterly fail? The audience clamored at her unexpected move. Picking up the armor, she walked it over to the edge of the arena and placed it down before returning to position. The only item she had kept was the staff, though Kai wasn't sure if that was meant to amplify her magic or a melee weapon of some sort. After all, he had never seen her in his melee tactics course. It was a clever move. Taking off her armor would reduce her weight, not only allowing her to move quicker, but also reducing the pressure and stress on her body when his gravity inevitably pulled on her. Sand was an odd element to control. It had the potential to be very powerful. Some of the most annoying people he had ever fought in his past life were sand mages, often absorbing the blood he created with his magic. Also, the fact that each grain of sand was a tiny projectile made it quite annoying to defend against. But that wasn't even the worst part. No, the most annoying aspect about sand was that it got everywhere. All right, we've waited long enough. The audience wants to see some blood. Begin. Summoning a gravity pillar over Sasha, he started running to her, not wanting to give her time to make her sand creations as he tried to immobilize her. Predicting his tactic, a cloud of sand formed in his way, blocking his vision. Covering his eyes with his arm, he ran through. Emerging, he noticed Sasha was still in the same place as before, but 3 piles of sand were already beginning to take shape between them. Kai continued running. Ignoring the forming humanoid sand golems, he passed right by before they fully formed. Sasha didn't appear worried as he closed in on her. His mace swung at her legs as she stood there unmoving. Instantaneously, sand enveloped her entire being, making her appear like one of her creations behind him. Just when he expected to see blood and bone as his mace crashed into her legs, sand exploded as his mace passed through near effortlessly. Kai realized he had been duped. Sasha had switched places with one of her sand golem creations. All that remained behind was her staff and sand. Interesting. Lifting the mace high, he slammed it into the head of the golem as it reached out to him, causing sand to fly in all directions. Turning around, the 2 golems were moving towards him as they slid across the ground, their legs unmoving. Behind them, another was taking shape. Sasha stood behind the 3rd with wide eyes, knowing that if she had missed her timing, her legs would have been obliterated. With some fully formed bodyguards, Kai didn't recklessly charge in. His eyes shifted, looking for a clear path. The only safe way was to go around the golems and hope they couldn't keep up. Bolting to the right, the golems shifted quicker than he had expected, moving around until they blocked him from getting to Sasha again. Having seen enough, he summoned his new ability, Gravity Well, placing a meter behind Sasha, making sure the golems were in the range of its effects. The results were immediate. Sand began draining away from the golems. At first, it was a small amount, barely visible as it flew through the air right past a stunned Sasha, who herself was struggling to stay upright as she leaned forward as if she was climbing up a mountain slope. Quickly, more sand began shifting away as if the wind was destroying her creations. "Move!" Sasha yelled, anxiety in her voice. The golems were coming at him, but at a slower pace than before. More and more sand began falling off the golem as it started visibly collecting onto the sphere of dense gravity. The golems seemed to vibrate, losing their forms as they struggled to retain their shape. Some of the sand hovered in the air, shaking as it pitifully tried to fight the gravity. Sasha's face was turning flushed as she struggled to keep control of her sand. Each grain was being pulled away by the inevitability of a fundamental force. It was pointless. There was too much sand to control and manipulate individually. The golems were breaking apart, section by section. But still, Kai remained cautious. It only took half a minute for the first golem to collapse completely. Breaking apart, the sand moved like a cloud and collected on the well. The other 2 were barely holding on. Half of their sand was already missing. Their backsides were completely gone. Sasha's body shook a little as she tried to retain control of her sand. But as long as Kai fed mana to his gravity well, it would do its autonomous work of pulling on everywhere nearby. Deciding it was time to end the fight, Kai walked into the gravity well's range. He traveled fast across the ground, ready to react at a moment's notice to any sand. Passing between the golems, they each stretched out an arm to grab him, but all that happened was their arms and hands disintegrating as the well took away their sand. A few moments later, he assumed she gave up control of the remaining golems, when large amounts of sand quickly flew past him. Free of keeping the golems from falling apart, she began constructing a dozen spears of sand above her head. Only his gravity well was already tearing them apart just as fast as she could create them. Kai could see it in her eyes when she realized. Tens of thousands of grains of sand, all individually fighting against the unending pull of gravity. Changing tactics, she let go of her half-destroyed sand spears and focused on one which rapidly took shape and launched it at him. The projectile flew much slower than he had seen in her other matches. Sidestepping it, he easily evaded the spear. Kai noticed Sasha's eyes welling up with tears that also were carried away by gravity. She neither moved nor avoided him as he approached. Once he was 2 meters from her, she lowered her arm and stared at the ground near his feet. She might not have said it yet, but her mind and body had already surrendered the fight. Kai didn't care to wait for her to surrender. Planting his foot against her chest, he pushed. Sasha flew back until she crashed into the pile of sand surrounding his gravity well, where she appeared stuck as her feet were floating off the ground, her body attached to the well. Apparently the adjudicators had seen enough because the match was called the very next second. With an overwhelming victory, Kai has moved into the top 8. Kai released his gravity well, causing Sasha to fall to the ground. She looked so pitiful as she stared down at the ground. Approaching her, she flinched back. It was a bad matchup, he claimed as he held out his hand. His mana was still at 3/4 and his health hadn't been touched. Truthfully, the match had been a lot easier than his last. Tentatively reaching up, she grabbed onto his hand and hoisted herself up. "You better win it all," she grinned with watery eyes before she fled the arena. Kai's foot tapped nervously as he watched the current match from the window. He was nervous because tomorrow he would finally know if he would be attending Prime Academy or not. The second and third years were finishing their first matches for the day. This was done to give some time to the first years so that they could recover their mana. Likely only the super wealthy students had mana potions hidden away in their rings. With all the excitement from yesterday, Kai had forgotten to find out where those mana potions could be found. And now his brother was once again in the wind. After dropping Kai off at the academy gates, he left with a short goodbye and a vague message that he would be in touch. He hadn't even wished him good luck. Kai shook his head, having no idea what to think of their relationship. 2 short hours later, the first years were back on rotation. A smile came to his face as he heard who he would be fighting against. Turning to the man in question, Jason was staring right back at him. His face was devoid of the usual arrogance and sneering. Human, forging level 19. Changing his mace for the sword, he calmly walked to the arena, leaving his back exposed as a subtle taunt at Jason. Just like Kai, Jason's weapon of choice was a short sword. They had spared a few times in their melee tactics class, where Kai had power and strength and Jason used speed and feints. Kai assumed Jason had more passive abilities than him, some that subtly helped him out in those non-magic spars. When it came down to those non-magic fights, though, Kai had begun winning most of them towards the end of the year when he became more accustomed to Jason's tricks and feints. A pattern was beginning to form as Jason followed him onto the field without his armor. Clearly, everyone had decided that his gravity was enough of a nuisance that they needed to lighten themselves against him. He was certain it would benefit Jason more than it had Sasha, since Jason's air magic helped him move around. Kai gave Jason a taunting smile. His response was the usual glare that lacked the arrogance it typically held. The match began under the roar of the crowd. Testing the waters, he placed a gravity pillar over Jason. He frowned when Jason moved out of it almost instantly. Cancelling it, Kai placed another one on top of him, trying to slow the bastard down. Only for him to escape that one too. The problem was they were too small to effectively keep him in it before Kai could make up the distance and get to him. Instead of approaching Kai, Jason dashed to the side, keeping close to the arena's edge. Distortions in the air formed above him as he moved, followed by a noise like the wind howling that became louder as crescent blades made of concentrated air shot at Kai. Striking down the first, his blade sliced through the fast-moving crescent air attack, dissipating it. Before he could strike down the next, it crashed into his shoulder, forcing him to take a step back. He felt a sting of air on his bicep where he lacked armor. Blood seeped out of a new cut on his arm. Ignoring the pain, he returned to chasing Jason. Jason was putting his speed to the test as he kept his distance from Kai. Apparently, his plan was to incapacitate Kai from a distance. The large arena was allowing the dexterous Wind Warrior to kite Kai around. Luckily for Kai, Domain was no longer his only wide-area gravity effect ability. His mana took a dip when a gravity well formed to the side of both fighters. Caught in the pull, the air attacks shifted off target as they passed by Kai. His well had pulled on them just enough to make them miss. Now that they were both under the influence of his gravity, they both moved slower. Though Kai's speed was less reduced than Jason's. Growling, Jason stopped firing and focused on running right out of his gravity well. Not giving him a break, Kai cancelled his gravity well and spawned another to their side once again, closer than the last. Proving his intelligence, Jason began firing crescent airblade after crescent airblade at him, intentionally aiming at the opposite side of Kai from the gravity well, so his well pulled them into the direction of Kai's body. Doing what he could, Kai tried to dodge the air attacks, but they were too numerous and fast. Placing his arms in an X pattern, he felt the impact of the blades hitting his armor. Each hit sounded like a solid object had bashed against his armor. A warm breeze blew against his exposed arms and legs that stung new cuts that had formed. Peeking at his mana, he had already used 2/3 of it. This made him regret not having any true ranged attacks right now. Again, Jason had escaped his well, though the distance had shrunk more. The very second he cancelled his gravity well, Jason turned and sprinted at Kai, surprising him. Before Jason had even made it to him, the wind had begun to pick up as if an unsettling storm was coming. Their swords met in a clash of steel and iron. Drawing back, Kai struck, keeping his swing short and compact as he made sure not to overextend. Domain activated over the two right as Kai's sword slammed down onto Jason's, causing Jason's to nearly drop out of his hands because of the sudden power behind the blow. Recovering quickly, Jason struck back, forcing Kai to dodge. Despite being new to fighting under increased gravity, Jason was able to react and keep up with Kai. His face was the picture of concentration as they exchanged blows. It was almost a dance as they circled around one another, trading strikes. Despite his misgivings about Jason, Kai had to admit the young warrior was putting up the best fight he experienced during the tournament yet. Their blades slid against each other. Taking a step forward, Kai pushed at the weaker warrior. Shifting his grip, Jason slid the blade down and moved his arms up and pushed up, causing Kai's blade to move out of the way. Kai's felt his body turn cold for a second as Jason's sword scraped against the side of his chest piece. Taking one hand off his handle, he slapped the sword away with his forearm guard. Irritated, Kai gave Jason no mercy as he struck his sword down again and again. Jason held his blade defensively across his body, waiting to block the next strike until Kai swung down with heavy blow, shattering his defense. "Ah!" Jason screamed as the tip of Kai's blade ran over down his chest. Blood slowly leaked out of the shallow wound. Taking advantage of Kai's overextended sword that was touching the ground, Jason spun, elbowing Kai in the side of his helmet. Barely phased, Kai grabbed onto his arm and pulled him in closer, headbutting him. Dazed, Jason stumbled back. Right as Kai was about to finish him, Jason pushed his hand out, creating a giant gust that pushed him away a few meters. Kai barely budged as the wind stung his wounds. Jason looked ragged as he got back into a stance. Giving him a grin, Kai said, "You should know my gravity helps drain your stamina much faster, and that's not including the added energy you've been using to move in increased gravity." A look of understanding passed by Jason's face. The match had already been going on for a while now, and he must have realized his stamina was draining quicker than it was supposed to. Kai's body was used to performing in this gravity. Time to end the match. Before Jason could even think of gaining distance again, Kai formed another gravity well right in his path. Reacting to the sudden appearance of the gravity well, Jason pushed his hand out as powerful winds helped blast him away from the dense sphere of gravity, only to find himself next to Kai, who had predicted his movement. Slamming his sword down, Jason barely evaded the blow. Kai attacked with the ferocity of a hungry wolf, giving Jason no time to breathe, let alone counter his unrelenting strikes. Low to the ground, Jason placed his palm out to push himself away again, only for Kai to grab the front of his shirt. The shirt tore as the wind howled at Kai's face. The sound of Jason's ragged breath brought a smile to Kai's face. The bastard had been evading him most of the match, but his passive burden had drained his stamina before he even ran out of mana. Lacking the energy to escape, Jason feebly held his blade up to block as Kai struck. Jason's sword crashed into the ground away from the fighters. Stretching his hand out, he caught Jason by the throat and lifted him up, so his feet dangled off the ground. He made sure not to squeeze too hard. Jason appeared like he had been mugged on the streets. Bleeding, with torn clothes and dim eyes, he had given up. An impulse of anger flashed over Kai as he remembered when they first met. "Know your place." Dropping his own sword, Kai punched Jason in his stomach with heavy blow before the officials could call the match. Letting go of Jason at the same time, the Wind Warrior soared through the air and crashed a few meters away. Jason struggled for breath as he switched between gasping for air and throwing up, curled up on the ground. Turning away, he walked back to the waiting room, leaving Jason on the ground where he belonged. Winner Kaismo. Chapter 53. The Unexpected. Kai watched Nicholas's match with rapt attention. After all, there was a chance he might have to fight against him if he made it through the next round. Nicholas's style of sword fighting was similar to his own. He relied on his power to pressure and crush his opponents. Even with the great sword in his hands, he was agile and dexterous. A scream rang out as Nicholas literally chopped off his opponent's arm. The healers would be able to fix that in a matter of minutes, but it still left psychological scars on those who couldn't handle the pain and trauma. Kai wasn't proud of this, but the first time he lost a limb, he ended up hiding in a city for a month. Despite his limb being restored, not even a day later, he wasn't willing to go out until Lucian dragged him out of the city and back into a fight. In any unsurprising victory, Nicholas was announced as the winner and the first among all the students to make it into the finals. Kai was up on his feet the moment he heard his name. He gave a side glance to his opponent, Michael Wilson, a student whom he had often sparred against in his melee tactics class. If he was being honest, he probably lost more times than he won against Michael. The man was a prodigal sword user, and while Kai had put in an incredible amount of effort training this year, Michael trained often, despite his tremendous natural skill. Michael was well known among the first years for being the strongest fire magic user. It was an impressive title, considering fire was one of the most popular and common element types among humans in the Ashbone Kingdom. If Nicholas hadn't attended the academy, Michael would have been the favorite to win the tournament. Human, forging level 21. With dirty blonde hair, Michael stood a head taller than Kai. He possessed a roguishly handsome face that had been rumored to help him bed a quarter of the female students. Despite his rumored activities, Kai found himself liking Michael. The man was down to earth and lacked the arrogance typically seen in those who stood at the top of their year. Michael was one of the students he had honestly hoped not to fight. If Nicholas or Michael could have knocked each other out of the running, his run in the tournament would have been a lot easier. He had long acknowledged Michael as one of his greatest obstacles to winning the tournament. The man gave him a feeling similar to Alistair of the third-year students. They both had great focus and drive. As the son of a mere knight, Michael had ascended to his current level without any family aid. Imitating Kai's previous opponents, Michael began unequipping his armor, knowing it would do nothing but slow him down in the fight against Kai. It was a calculated risk and a smart one. Kai would have nothing to damage him at a distance, and all Michael had to do was be the better swordsman as they fought. If Kai couldn't best Michael with his sword, even under his own gravity, then he would have no chance of winning. Unfortunately, his gravity wasn't strong enough to completely debilitate Michael. Heading out to the arena, he left his mace with Nicholas. There was a time and place for such a brutish weapon, but this wasn't it. Michael and he had both spared together with swords in their class, and so their match would be concluded with swords. Besides, Kai was under no illusion that he was adept at using the mace yet. It would hinder him more than help in this match, where the sword would bring victory or defeat. Out on the field, Michael gave him a grin. "I can see from your smile that you are looking forward to this," Michael said. Kai didn't even know he was smiling. "I could say the same about you," Kai chuckled, looking at the wide grin coming from Michael. He looked at Michael's bare torso. The man had even removed his shirt. Thankfully, he had kept his pants on. "Are you sure you don't want to wear armor? Aren't you cold?" Kai teased. Shaking his head, Michael readied his longsword. "I'm sure my fire will warm us both up." Without waiting for the announcer to officially start the match, Michael ran to Kai, longsword at the ready. Gravity pillar fell into place onto Michael, his speed visibly slowing. Still, he ran out of it quickly. Halfway to Kai, Michael let go of his sword with one hand and put out a palm facing Kai. A fireball shot out of his hand across the field quickly. There was no way Kai was bold or confident enough to take a fireball head-on, even if he thought he would survive it. He jumped to the side as Lightfoot came into play. Still, he felt the heat scorch his right side as it passed by. For a moment he felt his step become even lighter before it returned to normal. Right as Michael came into his domain range, he activated it. Instantly, Michael's eyes darkened as he stepped into the gravity field. Holding his hand over the bottom of his blade, he swept it up to the top, causing fire to sprout and surround his blade. Walking up to each other, they held their blades in guard positions as they circled one another. Since Michael had the longer blade and arms, Kai decided to strike first and not let him dictate control of the match. Their swords clashed as fire licked Kai's blade. Heat emanated from Michael as his skin began turning red. In response, Kai's armor glowed even more brightly, the wisps more pronounced as it absorbed the heat from his opponent and lightened its weight. Kai's initiative didn't last long as he felt himself backing up slowly. Michael had begun pressuring him. Avoiding a stab to his stomach, Kai sidestepped and struck back at Michael's arm, only to be repelled. Swinging wide, Michael's sword swung at his side. Turning his body, Kai blocked the blow by jumping back to dissipate the force. Kai's arms strained as he blocked another strike from Michael. The man was showing that even encumbered slightly, he could perform his sword abilities. Using his favorite overhead strike, he knocked Michael's sword out of the way as the gravity increased the power of his strike down as it pulled on both sword and arms. Before he could capitalize on Michael's broken defense, his boot kicked away Kai's sword in a surprising move. The battle quickly turned into a dance. Both matched each other as they gracefully fought. Even the slightest mistake could mean losing or death. The roar of the audience had dimmed. Kai's focus was purely on the individual in front of him. Each shift and movement gave away Michael's next move. The stalemate was broken when Michael's blade pushed past him, bashing on his shoulder guard. The powerful blow wrenched his body down for a moment. Kai was immediately thankful Nock had created such wonderful armor. The tournament would have ended there if he hadn't been wearing it. Smashing his blade against Michael's, heat licked Kai's face as their blades held strong against each other. The flames on the sword were obstructing his view. Pulling his sword back, he broke the stalemate. As the flames shifted on the sword, Michael was grinning as an orange glow appeared to emulate from below his chest. Looking down, he realized his mistake as Michael launched a stream of fire into his own chest, point blank. Kai's eyes flashed white as he was temporarily blinded as fire flashed over his body and face. Stumbling back, he felt his armor lighten immediately. For a moment, his armor lightened as it turned uncomfortably warm. Everything had become blurry. Blinking didn't help, his vision remained blurred. He felt the heat before it hit him. The next second, fire once again washed over his face. There was a searing pain as his skin bubbled and burned. Inhaling was a mistake. The heat and smoke burned his lungs after one deep breath. His only saving grace was that he had managed to close his eyes before the flames reached his face. Shuffling back, his domain still active as he tried to buy time for his eyesight to return. Through his fuzzy vision, he saw a pale and black silhouette approaching him quickly. Acting on pure instinct, he guarded his body by placing his forearm in front of his body, just as Michael's sword slammed into the armor, wrenching it down. He muffled his cry as he jumped back. Pain flared up as he grabbed his sword's handle with both hands. Might be broken, he thought. Vision clearing, he suddenly created a gravity well behind Michael. With the changing orientation of gravity, Kai charged in the split second of Michael's confusion and adjustment. Between the gravity well pulling on him and Lightfoot, he reached Michael faster than the man had guessed. Kai could see it. Michael's blade was still pulled back to strike at Kai, not expecting him to already be in front of him, nor had he accounted for the pull on his sword and arm, slowing him down slightly. Not wanting to accidentally kill Michael, he lowered his shoulder and bulldozed into the unarmored man. Instead of falling, Michael jumped back with the blow, landing on his feet as he slid a few meters. Recovering, they slammed their swords into each other. Ragged breaths escaped both of their mouths. Their blades pushed against each other in an attempt to gain the upper hand. The only problem was Kai started losing the pushing contest as the pain in his arm crippled some of his strength. Sliding his hand down the blunt side of the blade, he placed the palm of his hand at the tip end of his blade and pushed with renewed strength. Using the extra leverage, he dug his toes into the ground as he pushed even harder. His muscles strained as Michael began losing ground, moving back step by step. Their blades held strong despite the strain on them. He had to trust his blade wouldn't break against a mere forging realm human. Drawing back suddenly with a hand on each side of the blade, Kai used heavy blow and crashed his sword into Michael's. The unexpected force caused Michael's blade to fly out of his hands. Letting go of the top of the blade, he whipped his sword at the neck of a frozen Michael, stopping as it touched flesh. Michael's mouth opened, but no words came out. As his eyes found Kai's, he finally said, "I surrender." "Winner Kaismo!" screamed the announcer. A group of healers appeared the next moment, healing his and Michael's injuries the next second. Returning to the waiting arena, he was greeted by the only remaining first year left, Nicholas. Giving him a smile, Nicholas held out a blue vial that looked oddly familiar. "Here." Taking it, he gripped it tightly. "Why?" Kai asked. His mana was very low. It was likely that he and Nicholas would fight before Kai's mana even returned to half, thus giving the prince the advantage. "Why?" Nicholas laughed. "If I'm going to fight my best friend, then I want a match to be as even as possible." It was a small gesture, but the sides of Kai's mouth curled up a little. Downing the potion, his mana began returning to him. To this day, he still hadn't told Nicholas of his intentions to go to Titan Prime. He briefly thought of telling him, but he quickly dismissed it. He felt bad, but he didn't want Nicholas to hold back when they fought. Only through winning the tournament legitimately would he earn the right to attend Prime Academy. Anyone who watched the two for the next hour could tell Nicholas and Kai were good friends. The entire time the other years were concluding their semi-finals, they talked. Not about the upcoming match, but about anything else. If Kai was honest with himself, it helped ground his nerves. It wasn't much surprise when Alistair made it into the finals. He was without a doubt the favourite to win after having won the past 2 years. Now, the fight you have all been waiting for, Nicholas Gilmanash, the 12th Prince of the Ashbourne Kingdom, Ash Juggernaut, versus Kaismo Cineri, Gravity Vanguard. Please come to the arena. Sitting next to Nicholas, he smirked at Kai. "You ready?" Nicholas asked, handing him his mace. "Yeah," he said, standing. "Are you going to get in trouble when you lose?" Kai asked jokingly. "A month or 2 in the dungeons. Not to worry, the rats will keep me company." They both ended up laughing as they walked out of the arena side by side. Separating, they each went to their respective side and turned to face the other. Closing his eyes for a moment, he inhaled a deep breath of the warm, humid air. The plan, as always, was to get next to his opponent and beat him down. Just this time, it was one of his close friends. If he couldn't go all out against Nicholas, he felt like he would have no chance if he ever confronted Lucian in the future. His eyes shot open when suddenly there was the dreaded and familiar heaving of the earth. Within a few seconds, the intensity had already ramped up to the previous quake and then surpassed it. Sounds of crumbling rock, screaming and cries rang out all around. Kai watched in horror as part of the audience's seating collapsed, falling into the empty space of the waiting area below. Some people had taken flight as they escaped the shaking of the ground. Falling to his knees, he waited it out. Less than a minute later, the shaking subsided. Guards were running around trying to help others. The royal booth was a flurry of activity, people leaving and coming at a rapid pace, exchanging looks with Nicholas. They both knew the finals would be put on hold. Then it happened again. Shaking, it wasn't even close to as bad as before. The ground shook for a second, then stopped. An aftershock? A few seconds later, there were heavy tremors again, only this time they were a little more intense. It wasn't enough to knock down buildings or anything, but it could be felt. Appearing as a prelude to a disaster, Akane teleported next to Kai. Not even sparing him a glance, she growled, facing the location of the unseen Ashbourne Mountains. The enchantments blocked the sight of the ever-imposing mountains. The shaking and heaving of the ground intensified as it continued. It wasn't like any earthquake he had ever felt. It was too rhythmic. Despite the injured and trapped people below, the arena began quieting down. It was the calm before the storm. The only thing ruining the silent moment was the increased shuddering and shaking every few seconds. Then a sound the likes he had never heard before started reverberating throughout the city, loud and high-pitched. Over the sound of the audience clamoring, he was able to make out what the sirens were for. Monster incoming. Chapter 54. City under attack. Monster incoming. Spoken words that under normal circumstances shouldn't have been a cause for alarm in such a prominent large city surrounded by massive 50-meter-tall walls. The guards moved as if a literal fire was lit under their asses. What could possibly raise such concern from them? The answer came to him a moment later in the form of the ground shaking for a mere second, followed by more shaking. A monster was coming, a beast so large and heavy it literally shook the ground as it traveled. Faint compared to the earthquake, but Kai could easily feel the increasing intensity as it drew closer. Everyone, begin evacuating the city. Anyone who can fly, begin by bringing others outside the city walls on the southwest side. All others, head for the southern gate immediately. Up in the royal booth, the king and many others took flight and quickly vanished from sight as they went east where the Ashbourne Mountains stood, opposite of the direction given to the evacuees. The arena was tucked away in the northeast side of the city, which happened to be on the same side of the Ashbourne Mountains, where all the knights, nobles, and royalty began flying toward. Hundreds of people began flying away, carrying someone, most likely a family. Meanwhile, there were still tens of thousands just inside the arena. If they are evacuating everyone, does this mean they have no hope of stopping the monster from getting into the city? The thought chilled Kai's body. Even in his past life, when everything was half-assed and rushed, monsters barely made it through city or town walls. And that was with wood and regular stone. Ash stone was without a doubt better than regular stone, especially since they had used it to build a wall next to an infamous monster-infested mountain range. The next second, Nicholas yelled something as a man wearing a royal guard's armor teleported next to him. Nicholas's arm extended towards Kai in a hopeless gesture as he was forcibly flown away and out of sight a few moments later. Looking around awkwardly, Kai wasn't sure if anyone was coming for him. If his brother was going to help him leave the city, then he should have come to him by now. No one was even paying attention to him anymore. It was every person for themselves, practically. He would have to rely on himself to find a safe way out. Already half the stands had emptied as people piled in and rushed through the exits. Sheathing his sword, Kai kept the mace in hand since he didn't have a place to store it. Running through the waiting area, his armor returned to normal weight. Akane followed closely. She didn't display any of her usual signs of goofiness and gluttony, which he appreciated. Exiting the arena, the area outside was a madhouse. People were streaming from the auditorium seating sections. Most were collecting onto the one main road that led to the central square and out of the southern exit. Others were taking side roads, and while Kai thought of following them to escape the crowd, there was no guarantee they were heading straight out of the city. Kai wasn't confident enough in his navigational skills to make it through the side roads. Above him, the lights were gone. Sometime between when he entered the waiting area and left the arena, the enchantments giving artificial light had been turned off. The sky that had been blocked was now visible. Dark, angry clouds covered the city, an ominous sign of the coming apocalypse. In the distance, the Ashbourne Mountains were unusually dark. Smoke was billowing into the sky, merging with the dark clouds above. It looked absolutely sinister. Kai felt a terrible foreboding. "Let's get out of here, Akane," Kai called out. Picking the fox up so she didn't get stepped on, he waded into the crowd. No one dallied as they all ran south. The thumping intensified. People were growing more frenzied as they started pushing others to get by. It was absolute anarchy as tens of thousands of people were hurdled onto one street, all trying to escape. Then everyone stopped. Kai's hands flew to his ears, trying to block the horrifying roar, louder than anything he had ever heard. For a moment he thought he turned deaf as he removed his hands. It had turned silent. Looking at his hands, they were shaking uncontrollably. It wasn't the volume of the roar that had terrified him. No, there was something instinctual laced into it that frightened him. He wasn't the only one. As if the sound had only just returned, people began panicking as they screamed loudly. Children cried as they took their hands off their ears, only to find them soaked in blood. The situation had turned even more chaotic as everyone struggled to escape with renewed fervor. A woman's frightened scream rang out, followed by the sound of a collapsing building nearby. Emerging from the rubble, an ashen-winged man shot into the sky back to the east. Kai could have sworn it looked like the king, or one of his sons. Kai watched the top of the eastern walls for any signs of fighting. Even though it was far away, his enhanced senses allowed him to see it clearly. The pounding of the earth had paused only for a few extra moments before it continued once again. Monstrous sounds arose from the unseen side of the wall. A battle of epic proportions was taking place, the likes of which he had never seen or experienced before. He didn't know what he expected to see as its visage began appearing over the southeast walls. Scales as black as the darkest nights were his first sight, followed by the rest of its head. Golden eyes stared down its elongated snout as it peered over the city walls. Crodillion. Kai hadn't been expecting to see its level, but judging by the fact he could identify it from here meant it was absolutely massive if that wasn't obvious by the fact it was already towering over the walls. The monster continued to rise high and higher until a mane of gold that almost seemed to be made out of living lava was in sight. Following, unusually long crocodilian arms came into view as it pressed down against the top of the walls, its claws gripping the edge as if for balance. Why? Why is it coming to the city? Something of this size, of this power attacking the city had to be intentional. Something or someone must have baited it. Wait, could someone even bait a creature of such immense strength? This monster probably lived in the mountains among the lava and flames. Even if the volcano had erupted because of the earthquakes, it probably wouldn't have been bothered by it. More screaming echoed around him as the massive walls came crashing down. Once, though impenetrable, they hadn't even lasted half a minute since the creature had appeared next to the wall. Its bipedal body shuffled through, making the hole in the wall larger. Magic exploded all over its body. Hundreds of humans were fighting it, but their attacks were ineffective, as if they were throwing pebbles at a boulder. Still, some attacks actually looked like they managed to hurt the bipedal crocodile lion monster. Arms swinging so fast that to Kai's eyes they were a blur, impacted and turned the defenders into paste. Even without its magic, the Crodillion's physical prowess was a sight to behold. Knights and royal guards that were probably the pinnacle among the soldiers in this kingdom were turned into fodder before the great monster. People who had spent 20, 50, and 100 years leveling were killed in a matter of seconds. All their gains and effort for naught against a seemingly impossible foe. Akane snorted, watching the monster rampage through the city. The only thing that could impress her was food, apparently. But Kai was plenty impressed. Terrified, actually. From below in the city, magic splashed against the monster. It was difficult to tell if the magic being shot at it was doing any damage to those dark scales or just merely scratching an itch. Responding to the attacks, the creature's mouth opened incredibly wide, an orange glow emerging inside of it, followed by lava. A volcano all on its own, it blanketed multiple city blocks in lava. Kai imagined the houses and cobbled ground had turned into a molten wasteland. All those who hadn't been able to escape the area were gone without a doubt. It was mesmerizing and horrifying to watch the battle unfold. There was no holding back against the colossal beast. Crowds of what it probably considered insects swarmed around the IT. Running down its back, a swordsman had pierced the scales as he dragged his sword across its body. But what was a 1-meter-deep wound to a creature larger than the palace? The air surrounding the creature was blurred, as if the air itself was burning. Without even being directly attacked, dozens of people fell out of the sky, crashing out of sight, all most likely dead. Fire countered, streaming from multiple sources as it washed across the monster's scales. A deep, guttural laugh resounded from the Crodillion before it snapped its jaws extremely fast, catching someone who had been flying too close. The battle had gotten close enough for Kai to hear, "Fire is completely ineffective. Get back, Griffin. Watch out, it's spraying lava again." "Your Majesty, please escape," screamed a soldier nearby desperately. In the air in front of the monster, Kai spied the king, bloody and bruised in a ripped robe, floating with demonic-looking ashen wings. His dexterous hands flowed so fast and gracefully as spears created of ash and magic pierced into the Crodillion one after another. It wasn't until one pierced its eye that the creature became angry. Claws slashed through the air, barely missing the king as he dodged. More and more strikes followed. The power behind each strike was enough to destroy the houses below, just from the wind coming off it. Between the monster and the dozens of fighters remaining, the city was on its way to quickly being destroyed. And if he didn't escape, it would be his turn. The southern exit was no longer an option. The Crodillion was too close, and it was growing closer. Every step it took crossed half a block. The western exit. It's my only hope. Running down a side path, he hoped he could navigate himself to the western exit. The problem was that it was the furthest exit from his current location. Even running at a quick pace, it would take an estimated 20 minutes to get there, assuming he didn't get lost on the way. Just make it to the wall and follow it down, he thought, hopeful of escaping this nightmare situation. Lightfoot was coming in clutch as he sprinted down street after street. Many others were doing the same, apparently all having the same idea as him. Kai kept moving for the exit of the city. The sounds of the great battle loomed behind him. Even at his peak, he would have been fodder in this battle. Thump! Thump! The footsteps grew closer, faster than he could escape them. The most inhuman, menacing voice echoed through the capital. Too long has this city been encroaching on my home. You cause the shaking. You cause the noise. I will kill you all. Letting out a high-pitched yell, Kai watched horrified as the Crodillion's mouth opened once more. Instead of a specific target, massive chunks of lava splattered into the air, arcing deeper into the city. Kai ducked. It was stupid and pointless, but it was his first instinct to make himself smaller. Blankets of lava soared over his head as it crashed down nearby. He watched as the lava engulfed people. Screams were suddenly cut short as their bodies literally vanished. Houses disappeared. The city was turning into a molten pool of lava. The area's temperature had turned unbearably oppressive. He was having trouble breathing. His armor was thriving as it absorbed all the heat, lightening itself. Around him, his path had been blocked off by lava. His only path was to retreat back to the monster and find a way around the lava, and fast. If he didn't escape, he would suffocate. Akane was still curled around his neck protectively. She remained oddly silent as the ensuing chaos happened all around them. It took a few minutes to find a makeshift path past the lava. In the meantime, the remaining fighters hadn't given up. Just when Kai thought he was in the home stretch to the western gate, a human collided with the cobbled road, sending stone everywhere. Having recognized him, Kai ran to the old man. Professor Davenport. Sitting up, Professor Davenport screamed in a panicked voice, "No, stay back, Kai." Stopping, Kai's eyes widened. His wizened-looking professor was missing his arm and part of his skull. The man's brain was literally exposed to the outside air, yet the Davenport looked unbothered, as if he wasn't yet aware of the fact that his brain was unprotected. Kai realized at that moment two things. One, the old man before him wasn't marred by fire or burns, and two, he had fallen from the opposite direction of where the Crodillion was currently. From above, he heard someone call out, "A student? Oh, I recognize you. You're that shit commoner who managed to climb his way to the finals. I was thoroughly impressed by you, considering this shithole of a kingdom is so full of trash." In the sky, floating in the air, was the Academy's headmistress's, Lin. His instincts screamed enemy, as if that wasn't obvious by a glance. Drawing his sword, he knew it was a futile gesture against people of their power. "Professor, your head," Kai whispered when Davenport stood. "I know," he said, patting the exposed area. "She snuck up on me." Ash covered the man, taking the shape of a knight's armor. On each arm were 4 whips of ash, floating out into the air before him. "Listen, Kai." His voice was deeper under the ash. "She has been hiding everything. She's an illusion and void master. Everything is her fault. The monster, the earthquakes, the bears. She must be working for the Heart Empire." A historical laugh rang out. "Well, you are almost right. I guess you can say that I am doing this on behalf of the Heart Empire, but that's not who I am working for." She seemed happy as her nasally voice grated on Kai's ears. She wasn't even looking at them, though. His eyes were focused on the Crodillion in the near distance. From the increasing reverberations in the ground, it was coming towards him again. Who knew if anyone remained to stand against it? "Who are you working for?" Davenport yelled questioningly. Cocking her head, her mouth widened in a disgusting grin. What does it matter? Dead man tells no tales. You need to find people and tell them. We can't let her get away with this. Run as fast as you can. I'll buy you as much time as possible. The professor turned ashen night, vanished from the ground, and instantly appeared next to the traitor. Kai didn't even spare them a glance. He shot off, across the ground, turning on the next street. His optimism soared when he saw the western gate in the distance. He ran full speed down the straight, empty road until he crashed full force into air. Shaking his head, he placed his hand in front of him. He felt something solid, as if the very air had turned into a wall. Magically appearing against his hand was a house in his path. Not just in his path, but his entire surroundings had changed. He had been caught in an illusion. He had thought he was home free, but in actuality he was being played by the headmistress, if her maniacal laughing from above was anything to gauge from. Oh, that was too easy. You low-realm trash are too stupid to know any better, she gloated. Crashing onto the ground next to Kai was a body belonging to Professor Dravenport. The elderly man was dead. A massive gaping hole was now where his chest and stomach used to be. 30 seconds hadn't even passed. If she was able to kill someone who had been alive almost 1,300 years so quickly, what did that mean for her power? The 7th realm? The 8th? Or maybe even higher? He stood absolutely no chance. Well, you weren't really my target, but you know sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I can't exactly have you telling everyone it was me. Not that they would believe you, but you're just sitting right there. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep talking. Sometimes it's so much fun to narrate as I kill others. She gave Kai a wicked smile. Lifting her palm up, an orb of void magic spawned in it. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. Probably. Kai couldn't help the whimper that escaped from his mouth. There was nothing he could do or say to fix the situation. He had heard and seen too much, and killing him would be as easy as swatting a slow-moving fly. He was about to die again. There was no way to know if he would get another chance at life. His thoughts turned to his parents, his siblings, and even Akane, who remained warmly curled around his neck. He hadn't been able to spend much time with them, but he didn't regret it for a minute. They had brought joy to his bleak and fractured heart. Well, I guess I have no choice but to help, came a smooth feminine voice from inside his mind. Chapter 55. The Guardian. Bewildered, Kai looked around, searching for the owner of the mysterious feminine voice. It was then he felt a warm breeze against his neck. Putting his hand to his neck, he found it devoid of his usual living fox scarf. He quickly found Akane standing between Kai and the headmistress, like a guardian from the village stories. Just as he was about to call out to her, the sight of her eyes caused his voice to catch. Her intelligent eyes had shifted from the normally perfect gold coloring to a bright red that seemed to glow and dance in the light coming off the molten lava. Then the impossible happened. Akane's body started growing, larger and larger, until she was the size of a house. One tail after another sprouted from the original, until a total of 9 majestic tails flowed behind her. The normally illustrious crimson fur had turned even more vibrant and beautiful than before. It shined and pulsed as if magic was infused and woven into every strand of fur. The very air around them rippled with power and magic. Kai had felt nothing like this before. Stone, dead bodies, and other objects began floating, as if invisible threads were pulling them into the sky. The mana in the area kept climbing. His body teetered on edge as the pressure quickly became too much for him to handle. Then the pressure stopped as everything came crashing back down to the ground. 9-tailed kitsune. 4 question marks? The once small and adorable, now turned massive and terrifying fox growled, causing the very air to vibrate so hard, houses half a block away collapsed. The stone below cracked and shattered, yet somehow Kai remained unharmed. Kai wondered if he was under an illusion again, or perhaps worse, dead. He was having trouble believing what he was seeing. The possibility that the gluttonous fox that often slept around his neck, stole his food, and made his life generally harder, was a house-sized creature of unfathomable power and magic. It was just too insane. Kai's mind spun as he tried to comprehend the situation. Had Akane always been hiding her true form from him? Did his parents know? There were just too many questions. But then it all made sense. Everything clicked. The amount of food she consumed, the legend from the village, her random appearances. His eyes widened even further at the realization that all the other foxes in the village might be the same. The headmistress, the person who had killed one of the oldest and most powerful people in the kingdom, shivered uncontrollably. Her face was fraught with horror, as if the mere sight of Akane terrified her down to her very being. "Faux question marks," he heard her whisper. "Here, impossible." Perhaps because it was still Akane, just in a larger form, Kai didn't feel any fear from the monster before him. You... The headmistress gulped and cleared her voice. "Mighty and majestic Kitsune, why have you appeared here?" She tried to mask it, but the fear was evident in her voice. "Oh, you know what I am." The same feminine voice entered their minds that Kai assumed was Akane. "Of course, I am not bound in ignorance like those who never set their aims high, your magnificence." "Magnificence," Akane purred slightly. "You flatter me at the precipice of your life." The subtle threat caused the headmistress's face to turn ghastly white. "You have set your sights on my food provider." The last two words were emphasized as if it was an inside joke that clearly the headmistress didn't get as her face went a shade paler. "Why would I not appear when you disrespect me so?" Even though the words were projected into Kai's mind, he could feel the intent and loathing laced into them, directed at the one other recipient. With no more words uttered, the headmistress vanished from sight. There was no doubt she was running for her life. "You think to use illusions against me? There is no one in this myriad of worlds more proficient in them than I." Akane likewise vanished from sight, startling Kai. Then nothing. A minute passed where Kai heard nothing besides the Crodillion somewhere behind him, still stomping away. Completely out of his depth, he stood nervously waiting. Akane appeared the next moment as if walking right through space. She looked completely unharmed. Falling onto the ground in front of Kai was the headmistress laid flat on her back. Both her arms and legs were gone, burned away into stubs. She lay completely nude before them, exposed and vulnerable. "You hid well with your void and illusion magic. But before you are nothing but a child wielding magic you barely comprehend." "Impossible. You burned away the void," the headmistress screeched. She was still full of energy, despite her new stubby form. The fox chuckled, causing the air to vibrate visibly. "Kai," Akane's voice entered his mind. "Take your sword and stab her through the heart," she commanded him. Jerking his head to the side, his mouth hung open. He was stunned for a moment, but then his reason returned to him. "Wow, who knew you could be grateful?" he quipped before covering his mouth with his hand. His impulsivity had gotten to him again. Crimson eyes found his as Akane's tongue came out and licked the side of her mouth, hopefully teasing him. Tears began spilling down the headmistress's fear-ridden face. Knowing now that she had been the main cause of much of his trouble throughout the academy brought him no small satisfaction seeing her like this. Her designs and intentions on the kingdom had directly and indirectly killed many, including his roommate Hector. Karma was being repaid. Accepting Akane's gift, Kai's sword hovered over the woman's heart. Thrusting down with heavy blow, he stabbed right where her heart should be. His arms jerked as if his sword had hit a stone he could not cut. Only it was the woman's skin. Even with all of his strength, the blade didn't penetrate her flesh. "Try again," Akane calmly sent him. "Don't do this. My master will kill you both," she cried out. Kai turned his head to look at the fox standing right above him. "No one will know of your death. I set up illusions in the area before you even found us. You have been trapped in my domain this entire time, and you never knew. None shall ever know of your death." Akane's voice was the visage of confidence. Pushing down with renewed strength, he still couldn't make any progress. "Keep trying," came Akane's voice again. A large clawed toe moved in front of Kai's face a moment later and pressed down on the pommel of his sword. The woman screamed holy murder as the sword sunk in. Even with a sword, though the heart she didn't seem to be dying. Organs were less useful the higher you ascended, meaning even without a heart, the headmistress might be able to live on. Crimson's flames engulfed the headmistress a moment later. Kai felt no heat from the fire as the woman screeched in pain only to vanish into ashes a moment later. Your group has slain Human Overlord level 37. Vanguard has reached Forging level 9. Vanguard has reached Forging level 14, only 5 levels. Obviously, his contributions didn't amount to much. With the traitor gone, Akane turned her full attention onto Kai. Behind them, the stomping of the Credillion hadn't stopped. He was surprised the Credillion hadn't noticed the massive fox, but then he remembered Akane had said she set the area up in an illusion. The two stared at each other. During that time, Kai realized Akane had not taken a single breath. Is that all I am to you? A food provider? Kai started off with a joke, which fell lamely on his ears. If the mythical, legendary monster said he was a food provider, who was he to say anything differently? The massive fox lowered her head until she was at ground level with Kai. Her crimson eyes sparkled with humor as she stared right at him. Strangely, he didn't feel afraid in front of this monster. Perhaps because of everything they had been, though, he trusted her. After all, she had just saved him and helped him to level up. And most importantly, he had fed her often. I'm not tasty, he added. That seemed to get a reaction as the sides of her mouth curled up. Her eyes lifted to view something above his head and beyond. Matching her gaze, he saw the Crodelian was now staring intently at Akane. The illusions must have vanished. Follow. Akane walked past Kai in the direction of the Crodelian. Stepping onto the lava, it receded from Akane as if her mere touch was poison to it. Every step cleared a new spot of lava until a pathway had formed. Oddly, the lava did not flow back after Akane had walked past. Shaking his head at the sight, he followed in a sprint, or else he wouldn't be able to catch up. Stopping half a block away, the Crodelian towered over Akane's new form. It made no move to do anything, as if it was weary of her. All it did was stare unnervingly at her. No visible humans remained fighting the monster. Either they had all given up or died. The Crodelian looked relatively unharmed, despite having fought hundreds of warriors and mages through the city. Kai's fate was now in Akane's paws. Rather, it always seemed to be. He just hadn't known it until now. Closer to the Crodelian than ever, an oppressive stench of rotten eggs permeated the air. It was one thing to face monsters on or near your level, but standing before something so much more powerful. He had to actively fight his instincts to run. It was what he imagined standing before a dragon, a creature of supreme power that's very presence messed with his instincts. Only Akane's confident presences kept him from pissing himself and running. It didn't even seem to acknowledge him below at the fox's feet. If they fought, he would definitely die as mere collateral, as would most everyone else remaining in the city. Use your gravity on it, Akane spoke to his mind, breaking his turbulent thoughts. Would his gravity even have any effect on such a thing? Sure, it was enormous with a lot of mass, but it was also incredibly powerful. The theory of experience states that experience from defeating a monster is split proportionally to the damage proportionally dealt to it. In Kai's current situation, most of the people that had damaged the Crodelian had died, so there would be less of a split. But still, his gravity would probably be too weak to cause any harm to that monster. Domain was out. He could only use it within 15 meters of his person. That left Gravity Pillar and Gravity Well. An unexpected air-vibrating growl brought him out of his stupor. Right, just use the abilities already. Gravity Well and Gravity Pillar were placed next and over the Crodelian. The only reason he knew the monster felt it was because the next second its eyes shifted to him before it dismissed him as inconsequential and turned back to the real threat. Roaring its challenge, the Crodelian's eyes never left Akane's body again. There was no change in Akane's body language. She appeared casual, as if entire situation wasn't a concern. If she was communicating with the monster, Kai wasn't aware. Lava began flowing around the Crodelian's entire body. In between every scale, lava emerged, giving the black scales a highlighted effect. At the same time, the temperature in the area spiked. The entire area below the Crodelian's feet had turned to bubbling lava that kept expanding outward. Even half a block from the monster, Kai felt his skin sizzle and begin to cook. His armor was shining even brighter than when it had been engulfed in flames during the battle with Max. He thought he was about to die until a barrier surrounded him, completely blocking the rising heat. The lava expanded until it reached the two, but instead of swallowing them whole, it shirked around, making an island of sorts. The sea of lava surrounded them until it fully encompassed the area. Taking a step forward, the Crocodilian's foot splashed lava high into the air. Its body angled down, mouth unhinging. Kai thought death would soon be upon him again when he saw the eerie orange glow from inside its mouth. What followed wasn't chunks of lava, but a concentrated stream shot straight at Akane. "This for destroying my favorite food stall," the words entered his mind as crimson fire flowed out of Akane's mouth. Kai felt himself go blind as lava and fire collided. Emilio lay broken and bleeding as his body had been thrown into a partially collapsed clothing store. His arm up to his elbow was gone, destroyed by the Crocodilian, and with it his ring of storage. 3/4 of his body was burned or melted, including his right lung. After so much fighting over the years, he could tell his exact injuries with ease. His only hope was that a healer or someone with powerful potions could find him, or his end would be very near. 1,300 years he had lived, and for 1,000 of that he had ruled, creating a kingdom to call home. Now his life's work was at a precipice. A small breeze could knock them off the edge, or in this case, the Crocodilian. If the beast continued its rampage through the kingdom, then it would be the end. Not even the Heart Empire could do so much damage. Shifting his body, he pushed off the floor with one hand. What should have been the simplest of tasks in his realm was grueling torture. Finally standing, he leaned against a half-broken wall before bending over and throwing up more blood than he was comfortable seeing. A hole must have burned into my stomach, causing blood to flow into it. Wiping his mouth on his dirty sleeve, he took one step, then another, until he found himself at the entrance of the shop. So many buildings had been destroyed, allowing him an almost clear line of sight to the Crocodilian nearly 20 blocks away. Not that it didn't completely tower over everything around it. His enhanced eyes examined the monster, but his heart broke as he saw most of the damage had healed already. It had all been too superficial. His brows shot up when he saw another monster standing below the enormous monster. A crimson fox with 9 tails that didn't even reach kneecap height of the Crocodilian. Identifying it, he received a huge shock. Forest Fox, Foundation Level 60. His mind was playing tricks on him. He had been thinking of the royal palace's food theft, and the suspect had been his son's friend companion Fox. Now he was hallucinating, as his mind injected the identified tag of the boy's fox onto the creature before him. Reaching his remaining hand up to rub his eye, he felt nothing where it should have been. Switching it over to the other side, he felt relieved at feeling the other one. Bird, Foundation Level 0. What? His head shook away the impossibility. Next to the fox, he saw a boy. Human, Forging Level 14. Relief flowed through his shattered body. That makes more sense. Wait, no it doesn't. Why is someone in the forging realm next to both? His thoughts were frozen as lava and fire collided in the air. The reaction from the ensuing collision instantly obliterated any buildings nearby the fight. From even 20 blocks away, he felt the temperature rise insanely fast. The oppressive heat distorted the air, causing his remaining lung to feel like his charred skin. A barrier spawned around him, blocking the heat, but he didn't dare look around for who did it, else he missed the fight. Like a wave of destruction, building after building began melting and vanishing, until 10 seconds later, the doorway of the very building in which he had been standing began melting. He was safe inside the barrier. It didn't even fluctuate or pulse with damage, as if the heat could do nothing to it. In the next moment, the Crocodilian dissolved much like the buildings around him. Emilio didn't know how many times he could be shocked today until he became numb to it, but what he saw terrified him. A monster that had lived in fire and lava, that was surmised to be highly resistant to fire magic, was literally being melted away in mere seconds by fire magic. The stream of crimson fire traveled down the Crocodilian's body, melting its scales and bones until nothing was left. The ding came when the head had vanished. The fox didn't relent as the crimson flames finished off the entire body until no traces of the Crocodilian could be found. Your group has slain Crocodilian, Paragon Level 2. A smile came to his face. His head dipped, followed by his body as he collapsed to the ground. Laying on his side, the world turned darker. He wasn't sure if it was because the fire and lava had vanished or because he was at his end. Thoughts of his family swept through his mind, and then the kingdom. He only hoped that in his absence someone would protect his legacy. His world turned darker until no light reached his eyes. At the very abyss of death, he heard 4 words. Let's make a deal. Chapter 56, A Choice. Your group has slain Credillion, Paragon Level 2. Vanguard has reached Forging Level 15. Vanguard has reached Forging Level 24. By the time Kai's vision returned to him, the Credillion was gone. Judging by the horrific roar a few moments ago, it hadn't been a peacefully passing. Sitting on the floor, Akani puffed up her furry chest like a child seeking approval. Kai gave her a brief glance before staring all around. A few thousand shields were erected around survivors of Akan's battle with the Credillion. All that remained inside the partially destroyed walls were the ruins of buildings on the distant side of the city. It was practically a wasteland. His first thought was that were too few shields inside the city. There had only been a total of 15 minutes from the time the alarms rang until the time the Credillion had begun rampaging throughout the city. There was no way everyone had been able to escape safely. It was likely tens of thousands had died, but between Akani's fire and the Credillion's lava, nothing remained of the corpses, not even ashes. Kai turned his furious gaze on the fox. Akane, why didn't you save everyone? With your power, you could have stopped and killed the monster long before it ever reached the city. He commanded an answer. He knew his anger was clouding his judgment because he was yelling at someone akin to a demigod, but he couldn't help himself. She waited a few moments to respond. I could have, but why would I? These people mean nothing to me. I am under no obligation to save them. I only prevented the ones remaining from dying by my own attack. But it was so unnecessary. So many innocent people died that didn't have to. People that you may have interacted with, that cooked and fed you, Kai seethed. You're right, the loss of tens of thousands is indeed a tragedy. But someday, someone might rise from the ashes of this capital. Someone that may not have strived for the pinnacle of magic before. That person may one day save millions at the cost of tens of thousands. You talk as if that is a sure thing. It isn't. All that may happen is the collapse of this kingdom now that half of its defenders are dead. If that is what fate decrees, then that is what will happen. You are young to the myriad of worlds. But one day you will realize to never rely on others. In the end, your life is in your hand. Kai stopped arguing. It was pointless. Akane was likely older than any human that was alive today. She would have without a doubt seen more during her time than him. He wouldn't be able to change her mind right now. Around them, the shields covering the survivors had vanished. Kai assumed Akane had been the one to save them. What kind of magical power must she have to both shield every survivor in the city and kill the Credillion at the same time? It was beyond his comprehension. Kai wondered if the survivors could see them right now, or if Akane had wrapped the area in an illusion. Shrinking back to her previous size, she padded up to Kai. Don't take too long. I'm hungry, she said as she jumped into his arms the next moment. If he was being honest with himself, it was a comfort having Akane in his arms once again. Now that he knew her true form and strength, there was even more comfort to be had as she snuggled in. What now? Kai asked his massive companion. Now you need to settle your affairs here and say your goodbyes. We will be returning home shortly. Ka turned his gaze around. The academy was gone, along with the palace. They had been destroyed and melted in the brief fight. He had no idea what the future held now. All of his plans had been liquefied. The first thing he had to do was find his friends. Nicholas should have been safe after being flown away by one of the royal guards. Hector was an unknown. Kai had no idea if he had managed to escape the city. Where are my friends? He asked. Both are by the western exit. Kai started walking towards the city's western exit. Was any of my family inside the city when this happened? Just Garen. He is fine if that is what you are going to ask next, she said, predicting his next question. Also, we have an established mind link. It would be more discreet if you can communicate telepathically with me, especially as we approach the survivors. So we could have talked this entire year. Kai tried thinking what he was going to say, only there was no response. Trying again, he directed his thoughts at Akane this time. We could have, but I would have missed out on so much fun. Somehow, she sent over pure emotions of laughing to him. Kai couldn't help but chuckle himself. After all the shenanigans he had dealt with during the year, Akane probably had a good time listening to him talk to her even when he didn't expect an answer. Hundreds of people were coming back into the near-empty city again. Likely it had spread around that the monster had been defeated and it was once again safe to enter. What would befall this kingdom now that most of its high-realm individuals had been killed? Kai followed Akane's directions until he found himself face-to-face with his friends. Swarmed by hugs, both Andre and Nicholas were ecstatic to see him. "You're alive. Where were you? We've been trying to find you." Kai was bombarded with questions before he had a chance to breathe. "I was inside the walls, hunkering down. I couldn't manage to escape," Kai told a half-lie. He really hadn't been able to escape between the Credillion and the headmistress, both impeding his way. Mentioning the fact that he had been inside the walls until just now, he was barraged with new questions. People around them had begun paying attention when he had said such things. "I'm sorry, I didn't see what happened. All I remember is heat, and I think I passed out." Kai lied effortlessly. "Akane, did the survivors see you?" "Only those who could pierce my illusions were able. So it's possible that rumors of a nine-tailed fox might be going around. I better make myself scarce before someone connects those rumors to a certain fox hanging around my neck. Guys, I have to leave soon and return home. I wanted you both to know that before I vanished." This had obviously shocked them as both pairs of eyes focused on Kai. "I didn't tell either of you, but there was a good chance I wasn't going to be attending the second year at the academy here. I might be attending Prime Academy. Assuming my father accepts being a finalist in an uncompleted tournament as valid to our deal. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm ditching you guys after such a disaster, but I was told I was going home soon." "What does this mean for us?" Kai took a moment before answering. "We will always be friends. I just don't know what my plans are for the immediate future. If I am staying in the kingdom or moving on. I will only know after I talk to my family. Depending on the choices made, you may see me sooner rather than later." "Well, you know where to find us," Nicholas responded with misty eyes. There was a solemnness to not knowing if you were ever going to see someone you were close with again. Even though he had only known them for 10 months, they had become great friends to him. Something he wasn't sure if he could ever have again. "Akane, did any of Nicholas's family survive?" She responded with an affirmative. Nearly half of his siblings had passed away, including his third brother. The king had also apparently survived and was already leading the others to salvage the situation. Kai lied, saying he had seen Nicholas's father, still alive and already organizing relief efforts inside the walls before he exited. They spent the next 5 minutes talking before Akane nudged his mind with a reminder. He didn't know why she was in such a rush, but he didn't argue. Saying his goodbyes, he started walking around the walls to the southern road. He was no longer afraid of bandits or wayward adventurers, with Akane guarding him. He wished he had known of her prowess beforehand. He could have ventured out into the wild and trained and leveled faster. After traveling for a few hours, Akane announced that he was going to ride her. Transforming into a massive fox again, she lowered herself and allowed Kai to climb onto her back. Somehow the fur felt like both solid metal and the softest illustrious material he had ever felt. Gripping on for dear life, Akane began running off the main path. "Why didn't we do this earlier?" "There were too many people around. My illusions are not invincible, as there are many ways to break through them, and it wasn't worth the risk." The wind stung as it blew into Kai's face. He was forced to squint as they traveled in his attempts to keep them open. The background passed by so quickly that he wasn't able to see anything with any clarity. In a matter of minutes, they had already entered the mists of the illusionary misty region. A 3-day trip by caravan had turned into 15 minutes. Akane didn't bother taking the main path the humans used in and out of the illusionary misty region. 30 seconds later, they stopped in an area that he had never been to before. The mists covered the area but didn't penetrate the invisible dome blocking it. It was the same as the village where the mist surrounded but never entered, but this obviously wasn't the village. It wasn't actually completely shrouded by the mists. Above him, the mists were lacking as if a hole had been blown through them. Despite being daytime, Kai could see a few other planets that were completely visible to his eyes. It had been especially cloudy before they had entered the illusionary misty region, but the hole above him showed no clouds. Despite seeing the bright sky above them, the sun didn't reach them. "What is this place?" he asked aloud. Stone pillars were erected in a massive flat circle. The circumference was larger than even the Colosseum. The ground was entirely made of stone and rock, with depictions carved into them. Akane remained silent as she stepped onto the ground, causing the illustrations to begin glowing crimson. Drawing of kitsune dominated the area. Most of the illustrations showed different kitsune doing all kinds of activities, but most of the images portrayed hunting or battles. There were battles against monsters he didn't recognize, and some about whom he could guess but had never seen in person. There weren't any weak boars in these images, only monsters of power that might pose challenges. A large area had been dedicated to designs of the kitsunes fighting dragons. He only knew that they were dragons because they fit the description his mother had told him about to the exact detail. It showed many dragons and kitsune battling in a massive battle or perhaps even a war. It showed hundreds of kitsune and dragons falling in battle. Runes he could not read were written over many of the kitsunes in the battle. Perhaps names of the fallen. There was no order to the pictures that Kai could see, but at the center of the circle of illustrations was a picture that he could only guess was the first one. It was the simplest of all the images, showing a single nine-tailed kitsune and nothing else. "My mother," Akane's voice answered his thoughts. "This mural depicts the history of the Kitsune clan." "Who exactly are you, Akane?" "My name is Andromeda." The mere mention of her name caused Kai's head pain that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "You have known me as the matriarch of the Kitsune clan, but I don't think you've truly understood the ramifications of that until now." "Andromeda? Then where did Akane come from?" "Your ancestor, the one I originally made the pact with regarding the village, named me Akane. Apparently, it meant crimson from his homeland. It was meant to be a disguise that wouldn't draw attention to those who know my name." "Andromeda? It's a nice name," Kai repeated it. "Never say my name aloud. You do not want the attention that it may bring." Akane's voice projected seriousness. Kai tore his gaze away from the mural. "Tell me, why did you show me all this?" Kai wasn't stupid enough to believe this wasn't shown to him without a good reason. "I've brought you here so you can make a choice." Chapter 57. The Future. "A choice?" Kai questioned. Spinning his head around, he felt multiple strong presences nearby. Even without a sensory ability, there was a blaring change in the atmosphere around him, like the air got tighter and was trying to squeeze him. From inside the mists, a dozen kitsune crossed the boundary onto the mural floor. The sight was awe-inspiring. They were all in their true forms and easily towered over him as they approached. Despite their new forms and 9 tails, Kai could identify each of them by the patterns and color of their fur. Even though Akane was considered their matriarch, she was the smallest of those present, but something told Kai she was the strongest among them. Sigma, Ursa, Canis, Proxima, Vela. Kai started naming the kitsune strolling toward them. It was intimidating, but read no malice on their fox faces, only humor and intrigue. "So the little pup has grown." A masculine voice entered his mind. Kai looked around trying to figure out the owner of the voice, but none gave any motion that it had come from them. They surrounded him and Andromeda in a loose circle. "Nine-tailed kitsune, Sainan. Nine-tailed kitsune. Nine-tailed kitsune. Nine-tailed kitsune. Nine-tailed kitsune." Only Sigma was 4 question marks, the same as Akane. "I guess it's Andromeda now. Going to take some time to get used to it." "So what is this about? I already told Andromeda that I'm not tasty," Kai jested. Throaty chuckles vibrated the air from multiple sources, but unlike the capital's cobbled stone flooring, the muraled stone below didn't even crack or shake. "Very few in the village come to know of our true nature. Only those we deem worthy or like you, who find out in extreme circumstances, know of our existence." Kai simmered at the slight, but he knew he was truly nothing in their eyes. Only a forging realm brat. One of millions, perhaps billions. "Normally we wouldn't have revealed ourselves to you until your ascension to the 5th realm at minimum. It is only because the matriarch favors you that we appear before you now." Kai had enough of getting ragged on. "All right, so tell me, what is this choice that Andromeda mentioned?" "A moment more, little pup. We will have additional guests joining us before we discuss your options," Akani said in a teasing tone. Through the mists emerged 3 human silhouettes that Kai immediately recognized as his family. His father, mother, and grandfather had apparently come to join the super-secret meeting. His mother ran to him the second he was in sight, completely unfazed by the gathering of giant 9-tailed kitsune. His father and grandfather merely shook their heads as they watched Kai being swept up in a hug. "My adorable son," his mother squeezed hard. "I'm so proud of you." "Making it to the finals," she squeezed harder. "Mom," Kai choked out, hugging her back. He thought they would be less sentimental, but his father and grandfather both hugged him tightly as well. It was a little awkward since he was still in his Alderlight armor. "I'm so proud of you, son," his father said. "You guys know about all of this?" Kai asked the obvious question. "Of course, we are descendants of the village founder after all. Your father is head of the guard, and his marriage to me also makes him in the know." His mother air quoted the last word. Kai absently nodded. While Kai had lived 2 lives, this was still a lot to take in. The destruction of the city had only occurred a few hours ago. Now he had to wrap his head around his family being tenants. He didn't really know what they were considered. They lived in a village filled with near godlike monsters. The silly village tale had turned out to be real. This was a lot to take in, even after a second life. "Okay," Kai drawled. "Not that I'm not happy to see you guys or anything, but I'm honestly burning with curiosity about why I am here." "It's nothing bad, son," his father said, picking up on Kai's tension. "We want to discuss your future, specifically your immediate future." "Right," Kai drawled again. "I thought the plan was to attend the Prime Academies if I won first place in the tournament. I know I didn't exactly win, but that was We know you did wonderful, Kai, and certainly you qualify for our deal if that is what you still desire. Just listen to Andromeda for a minute. Life is certainly about choices, one single choice after another, all leading to the present time. Most choices are of non-significant value, and sometimes they could lead to tragedy. And boons on occasion," Andromeda started. He gave her a stare as to get on with it. "There is a point to all this monologuing," Andromeda claimed. She projected seriousness, causing Kai to focus. "By the gods, the young are impatient. Because you have 2 very caring parents, they are willing to provide you with options such as attending the Prime Academies, but there are other alternatives. For instance, you could join the Adventurers Guild immediately or do anything else, really. Whatever your heart desires. But if you choose to attend the Prime Academy, I have a favor to ask of you." Andromeda's eyes glowed crimson for a moment, more than usual. Another presence joined them as it entered through the mists. All of the kitsune and humans turned to watch the newcomer. It was another kitsune, but it appeared as a fox. Crimson fur covered most of the body. Each foot had black fur, appearing as if she was wearing boots. Even though Akani was one of the smallest foxes in the village, this one was even smaller, about a third of the size. The little fox looked absolutely adorable. Kitsune, Foundation Level 65. It had a different identify tag than Akani's fox and true form. Did that mean it was a different species, or was there something else going on? The little fox looked cowed and nervous, more so than Kai, despite being surrounded by those of what he assumed were her own kind. "Kai, meet Asteria." "Asteria, meet Kai," Andromeda introduced them. "Asteria is my daughter." A huge bomb was dropped on Kai's head. "What? When?" "I had her a few months prior to you leaving the academy. You noticed my absence, if I remember. She has been hidden away until now. Asteria, say hello." Andromeda gently nudged the tiny fox over. Asteria was the first to initiate contact. A moment later he heard a timid, feminine, childlike voice speak inside his mind. "Hello?" Hi, Kai responded. There was an awkward silence between the group. Everyone had been watching their lackluster interaction. Breaking the silence, Kai asked, "Shouldn't she be in a higher realm or stronger?" Andromeda shook her massive head. "Many races of monsters will give birth to strong children, including dragons." She hissed that last part out. "Kitsune must grow from the beginning like you humans. They gain one tail for every realm they ascend until the 9th. Kai saw that every kitsune here had 9 tails, meaning they were all in the Paragon realm at minimum. Sigma and Akane at the very least were probably higher. They were all existences that could single-handedly topple an empire. Only 1 year old, Asteria here is very special. She is the first kitsune born since the Great War." Kai did a double-take between Asteria and Andromeda. "Wait, the Great War ended 2139 years ago. There hasn't been one born since. By the 9, how old are these kitsune?" "No," Akane growled. The other kitsune also growled in response to his question. There was a clash in the air as each kitsune growling caused a disturbance in the mana and the air. Barriers spawned around each human and the small fox. Apparently, it was a touchy subject. Kai held his hands up. Deciding to get back on the subject, he asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "If you intend to travel off-planet to the Prime Academies, then I would ask that you take Asteria with you as a companion. Together you would train and ascend. Having a companion would slow your personal progress more than if you were to fight alone, but at least you would have someone to rely on." His parents and grandfather said nothing and had no reaction. Likely they had all discussed this before, meaning Kai was the only one finding out about this. "I'm not sure I understand. Why can't you come with me or us? I thought we were a team." "As much as I want to, child, I cannot." "How can anyone stop you?" Kai was very confused. This was not how he saw his day going, and now he was finding out he was going to have to part from a companion that he had grown very fond of. "I know you won't be satisfied without an explanation, so I will give you a brief one. We of the Kitsune clan are exiled. We cannot leave this world. In time you will learn about the 6th Great War, a war so massive in scale that it encompassed all of the planets in the myriad of worlds. The sentient humanoids weren't the only ones affected during this time, even the monsters of the worlds fought. There was so much death and chaos. The estimated number of lives lost during those 42 years of war is incalculable. There were scuffles between the kitsunes and the dragons that eventually led to the two sides fiercely fighting against each other, with no less than the extermination of the other. Hundreds of dragons fell, but so did many kitsune. Fierce bloodlust leaked from every single one of the kitsunes present except for Asteria. Kai felt himself choking. His muscles froze, even his brain felt like it had shrunk so much that it was non-functional. Pain flared in his chest. He wasn't sure if his heart was still beating. He had felt bloodlust before, but never like this. Through his eyes, he could see that even his parents weren't unaffected as they gritted their teeth. "Enough!" his mother screamed a few seconds later. The bloodlust subsided. The kitsune turned away, perhaps embarrassed for their outburst. "I will spare you the details, but we lost the war. The remaining kitsune were spared and exiled from our ancestral home on Titan Prime. We have made this planet our new domain. But if any of us were to step a foot off, they would come for us to finish the battle." Kai's mind processed everything. "Wait though, wouldn't they come for you if Asteria travels to Titan Prime with me?" Kai asked the obvious question. "No, the pact only applies to those who were alive when the battle ended. Asteria may travel freely with you, though you should still take precaution should you wish her to join you." "Why me? I don't understand why you can't help Asteria level up, or even you know me." He gave her a winning smile. From the side, his parents laughed. "I certainly could help both of you to level, but then while your level may raise, your personal growth will wither. Progress without challenge would cause you to become deficient. What if one day, after I assist you in leveling up, and you find yourself against a powerful foe, and I am not there? Without experience and adversity, how can you improve and become your best selves? I helped you with a few levels because of the convenience of it, but that will never happen again." I would be holding you back from your true potential if I was there to save you at every fight or did most of the work for you. You must earn it. But I think you know that deep down, Andromeda rumbled. Kai gripped his hair. This entire conversation was stressful. What if we die? It was one thing if Kai died in battle, but now he felt fearful about letting down the kitsune. If the worst happened, and the first kitsune in over 2,000 years to be born died while under his care, he would never forgive himself. Then that is simply fate. But Kai, of all the people in the village, I chose you. I purposefully joined you during the last year to judge and observe you. I have found you capable and worthy of protecting and raising my daughter. Kai's breathing became heavy. It was a lot of responsibility and trust to place on someone in the forging realm. Did she not see him struggle throughout the year? She must have, which meant she still trusted him with something so precious. It was too much. I will ask one more time, Kai. Will you let Asteria join you on your journey? Kai didn't know how to respond. It was an incredible offer to have a monster with such potential join him. When he looked down into the inquisitive face of Asteria, he knew his answer. Yes, Kai choked out. He nodded his head as well. I do want to go to Titan Prime, and I will be happy to let Asteria join. I will protect her. Protect, but do not coddle. The group returned to the village, or more specifically, they teleported there nearby. It was his first time teleporting. It was a surreal experience to see the land before your eyes change in a split second. It was also very nauseating. All the foxes were back into their smaller forms, the villagers none the wiser. Entering the village through the western gate, Kai immediately noticed a change. Dark and black fur-covered foxes were roaming around, some traveling from shadow to shadow. Shadow Fox, Foundation Level 93. From the forest? Yes, Proxima saved them before the forest was purged. They had integrated into the village well. Already some had partnered up with a few villagers. There weren't as many shadow foxes compared to the kitsune. They were quite easy to domesticate. While their wild tendencies exist, they do not try to harm anyone. We leave tomorrow at sunrise. Say your goodbyes to your family before then. Akane padded away abruptly. Kai watched her with a longing gaze. I guess that means you too. He shook his head and caught up to his parents down the road. The next morning he was saying goodbye once again to his mother and siblings. Garen was missing in action as usual. Holding on to him as if her life depended on it, Ariel had her arms wrapped around his neck and her legs around his waist as she was attached to him on his side. No, Ariel howled. I won't let you leave. Pulling her off finger by finger, he placed his hands on her shoulders and kneeled on one knee. Ariel, this is important. It's somewhere I've always wanted to go. Please be happy for me. She looked like she was struggling not to cry. I have a request. Akane will be staying behind. She is going to be lonely too. Will you keep her company and watch her for me? Please? His request seemed to reach her, as the next moment she nodded ever so slightly. Jacob. Kai. The two brothers hugged. If things don't work out, you can always return home. Or even if you want to visit, we will be waiting, his mother choked out, tears spilling down her face. Kai felt his stomach squeeze, seeing his family upset. It was a tough decision, but he needed this. Venturing out into the mists, Kai, Andromeda, Asteria, and his father teleported with Akane's powers. Through his closed eyelids, he could feel the sun brightly shining. As if that stark difference wasn't enough to tell him he was no longer in the Ashbourne Kingdom, the air pressure and humidity had changed. The air was dry and about 20 degrees colder than his tropical volcanic kingdom. Even the ground had a different feel. Opening his eyes, he was amazed by how crystal clear the light blue sky was. To his right, the sun was just beginning to rise, even though it had only been right after dinner time when he left. Just how far had they traveled in a matter of seconds? On the opposite side of him was a city contained by massive white walls. Kai would have thought those walls impenetrable just a day before, but now he knew the truth that monsters lurked out there that could easily wipe out kingdoms despite all the gains made by humans. The walls before him didn't even look as tall or sturdy as Verdia, the capital of the Ashbourne Kingdom. Unlike the Ashbourne Kingdom, there was a gentle calm in the air here. The city of Alexandria, Akane informed. the only city on this planet with a world teleporter capable of taking you to Titan Prime or others. Akane was already in her smaller form, snaking her way around Kai's neck. Taking a deep breath, he took in her scent and feel, knowing it might be many years before he saw her again. In his arms, Asteria was napping already. Entering the city was easy, and it was a straight shot to the center of the city where the teleporter was located. Kai followed his father. Together they bought 2 tickets to Titan Prime, one for Kai and the other for Asteria. Before I forget, hold out your hand, Akane said. Doing what he was told, he held his hand out palm up. 1 second his palm was empty, the next it was holding a plain metal ring. A ring of storage, 1.5 cubic meters of storage, filled to the brim with food and other items. You got me a ring? Not to be ungrateful, but we really could have used one earlier this year. I know, I was using it. It was a gift from Alex. He left it with me when you became distracted by your friend. What the fuck? And only now you give it to me? Kai gave her a fierce glare that he knew did nothing to her. When the time came, an announcement the world teleporter was shifting to send the next group to Titan Prime. The next trip to Titan Prime wouldn't be for 6 days. Apparently there was a strict schedule they had to keep. Miss the transport and you would have to wait or find alternative means. Son, you have everything you need in your ring. When you get to the academy, find a teacher named Niles. He is your sponsor. He will help you. Good luck. His father gripped his shoulder. His eyes were filled with concern for his son. Kai would be traveling so far away that no one would be able to reach or save him. Handing over 2 glyph tickets, Kai walked onto the platform with Asteria still in his hands. She was awake and her attention was on Akane. If they were communicating, he wasn't privy to it. Finally, Akane's voice flowed into his mind. Kai, no one must find out about Asteria being a kitsune. Illusions are inherent for us kitsunes. She can mask her identifying tag from almost anyone, even in the Foundation realm. The only time she can become exposed is when she would have to use her full powers, transforming and causing however many tails she has at the time to emerge. It would become very dangerous for you if word got around. She would be coveted and hunted, and if you are on Titan Prime, I would not be able to help you. Kai acknowledged. He would do his best to be careful. And Kai, that doesn't mean I won't help or train you, but as you are now, you're too weak. Come back after you have attained at least the 5th realm. From the platform, he could still see his father and Akane, who was balancing on his shoulder. Waving to them, he felt a change in the mana around him as the world began to shift. Good luck, Ben. Chapter 58, A Blast of the Past. Benny boy, wait up. Despite the request, Ben continued at the same pace, making sure not to react. The sound of heavy footsteps followed behind him. Come on, don't be upset. I'm only a little late. Though he couldn't see his friend's face, he could detect the obvious smirk of satisfaction in his voice. Ben kept up his silent protest as he walked down the busy street. People quickly shifted out of his way. Either he was projecting an aura of irritation or his notoriety was coming into play as everyone gawked and stared. Passing by the final gate of the city, the guards saluted him and his companion, who continued to silently follow behind. Once they were a few hundred meters beyond the gate, Ben decided to break the silence. Why were you late? Late? His friend asked, puzzled. Oh, it was nothing, just a bit tired, he answered without the usual enthusiasm. Turning, he stared into the green eyes of his best friend. Lucien, where were you this morning? His voice held an edge of accusation to it. Lucien shifted his eyes for a second, but that was enough to know he wanted to avoid the question. What's the big deal? I am only an hour late. 2. Lucien just shrugged. These things happen. I went looking for you. Nobody had seen you all night, even your usual nightly haunts, Ben accused. Ah, I was with a new girl. Where and who? What the hell is going on? Why are you getting on my case? Lucien's tone turned defensive. I searched for you for 2 hours. I couldn't find you anywhere in the city. No blood signature anywhere. Not a soul knew of your location. The guards never saw you leave. Ben couldn't help but let out a concerned tone equal to the panic and hurt he had felt inside. He knew it was irrational to get upset at his friend. Lucian didn't yet know of the news they had received at the morning call. What the fuck does it matter? So I was a little late. I don't understand why you are getting so worked up. It's not like you've never been late before. Ben took a step, getting in Lucian's face. His blood boiled. If your ass had been at roll call, you would have known that 2 teams didn't check in last night. Both were patrolling the jungle mire. 8 squads, including us, were ordered to find them with haste, Ben reiterated. And in case you weren't aware, it was Squad Torch and Ore and Squad Echo 9. Lucian's mouth rounded in an O shape as it dawned on him. Danielle is missing? His voice filled with worry. Ben nodded. I thought you might have been missing with them. The possibility of losing his best friend frightened him, though he wouldn't admit it aloud. It was a given that their lives would be in danger every time they left the sanctuary of their city and its walls. Fuck. Lucian ran a hand down his hair. Turning his body, Ben could see he was gripping his black hair tightly. Fuck, 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 Lucian repeated. Not needing to say any more, Ben took a dagger from his belt and drew it across his palm. Crimson blood pooled immediately. With a mere thought, the blood crawled down his arm and to his back, where it began forming into a pair of wings. The cut remained open, but no blood no longer spilled from it. Flexing his hand, only a minor pain remained. Just a nuisance he was used to by now. Ready? Ben asked. 1 second, Lucian said, as he tugged down his monster-hide chest armor that had appeared from nowhere. Ben knew that upon entering the 4th realm, Lucian had unlocked a skill that allowed him to store items inside an independent space inside his body. All of the other soldiers and merchants envied that ability, though he claimed he wasn't able to keep store much inside it for now, since the skill was only at level 1. The 2 took flight, with Ben's wings quickly propelling him up and over the trees. Lucian followed. His space manipulation was much less flashy than a pair of red wings comprised of liquid blood. Flying side by side, the 2 kept their eyes peeled for any potential predators over the next hour. After an hour of flying, they came upon a massive cliff. On top of the cliff was a line of trees indicating the beginning of the jungle mere. The mass of trees continued for an unknown amount of distance. It went well past what Ben's enhanced eyes could see. He knew there were entrances into the jungle short of scaling the cliff or flying that he couldn't see, but they were far away from where the missing groups should have been. Nearly half as thick as a building, each tree was massive in scale and size. It was a jungle with up to a dozen layers of ecosystems, depending on where you traveled through. Each easily towered over any building inside the city of New Hope, though Lucian claimed they paled in comparison to the buildings of old Earth where his friend had lived prior before his parents took refuge in this myriad of worlds. The 2 eventually stopped right outside the jungle. Ben's wings of blood flapped, keeping him afloat, while Lucian stood stiff as he looked down into the jungle from the air. He neither hovered nor swayed in the air. A frown formed on both of their faces as they stared at the vast jungle. Both knew they were more likely not to find their missing friends than they were to find them. It would be like finding a specific pebble thrown into a lake. We can't search by air, Ben stated. No, we can't, Lucian agreed with a grimace. Ben's blood signature skill could detect life comprised of blood within 30 meters, but the trees towered well over his max range. Unfortunately, Lucian's skills were even worse than his when it came to searching for life. Their only option, the less desirable one, which would be to search while traveling on the ground level. Landing on top of the cliff, mere feet from where the line of trees began, Ben's blood wings reformed, shifting into armor that covered his body. He kept a dagger in hand in case he needed more blood quickly. Focusing on his blood signature skill, he concentrated. He groaned aloud at what he sensed. His blood signature skill was pinging dozens of life forms all in close proximity to them. Most were tiny and inconsequential, but some were larger. He was thankful that human blood was vastly different from monster blood, at least according to his blood signature ability. His ability had never failed him, at least for those comprised of blood within 30 meters of himself. Stepping inside the jungle, there was a drastic change as day turned to evening. The sun barely penetrated down to the ground floor, even at the edge of the jungle, making it very difficult and dangerous to travel through. The two traveled deep into the jungle, with Lucian taking the lead as he hacked and slashed at brushes and vines. Any light from the sun had completely vanished over the last hour, causing their eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. Even without the lack of light, Ben was able to make out things a few meters ahead. The journey was slow going. Both made effort to minimize noise, causing them to move slower than they wanted. Neither spoke out of fear of drawing monsters towards their position. Any attacks would impede and slow their progress. Ben felt his skin crawl as they traveled through the eerie dark jungle. Lucian had the fortune of not being able to sense the many monsters nearby as they passed, some only a few meters away. Some shifting about, but most remained unmoving and asleep. The worst was those that followed the two and watched from afar but did not attack. It wasn't just the monsters on the ground that gave them pause, but they often passed underneath many in the different layers of the jungle above. Ben couldn't relax knowing there were so many monsters lurking just beyond their sight. Sensing they were about to run into another monster in 20 meters, Ben caused one of the drops of blood he placed on top of Lucian's hand to heat up, signaling his friend to shift his direction to the left. Both were seasoned enough fighters to not overly rely on Ben's blood signature as a warning system to ambushes. The possibility remained that they could encounter an enemy that could attack them outside of Ben's sensory skill or possessed no blood at all. Ben trusted Lucian to keep them orientated in the right direction despite their many zigzags. Their goal was to travel a few kilometers and find a hidden natural spring that was the original goal of the missing squads. Inside the spring was a newly discovered type of rock that seemed to complement water-based enchantments quite well. It was theorized that these rocks could create new natural water springs, thus providing fresh and clean water to the populace. Their goal was to both find the missing squads and the rock, though the missing squad was the priority at the current time. Another 30 minutes later, Ben froze, his chest squeezed at what he sensed. For once he hoped his skill was wrong. "Lucian," he said, breaking the silence. Stopping, Lucian turned his eyebrow arching in question. 25 meters straight ahead, Ben's voice croaked. His throat felt suddenly dry as his eyes welled with unshed tears. Light sprung into existence. Holding a lit torch, Lucian pushed forwards. Neither cared about being stealthy anymore. "No." Lucian dropped to his knees. "Danielle," he moaned with a sob. Before them was a husk of a body, which was undeniably their deceased friend. Devoid of nearly all her blood, Danielle was nothing but a shell of her former self. All that remained was skin, bones, and clothes. "What could do this?" Lucian growled. Ben opened his mouth, but no words came out. He stared down at the corpse. Finally, he spoke. Something drained her blood. Lucian whipped head at him. Ben could see the controlled rage simmering and grief behind his friend's eyes, and even an unspoken accusation. Then Lucian shook his head. "I know it wasn't you." Ben turned back to their deceased friend. "We don't know what happened. Some monster could have drained her blood after whatever killed her." "Are we looking at the same thing?" He brushed his thumb over Danielle's neck. "There are no injuries on her besides this small mark at the neck. Whatever killed her did so by draining her blood as she lived." Ben grimaced. As much as he didn't want to agree, Lucian was right about the way Danielle had died. It was a horrific way to go. One Ben had witnessed many times since his magic took blood from his enemies, whether they be dead or alive. Nothing bothered the two as they stood over Danielle's corpse. In fact, all the monsters were gone from his blood sense, as if this was a territory they dare not tread. With the light from the torch, Ben took in his surroundings. Blackened and crooked branches littered the area. It was as if many explosions had gone off. Ben ran his hand over one of the trunks. Little bits of charcoal flaked off as he brushed away at it. The power of fire had belonged to Danielle, but to these massive trees, her magic had hardly harmed them. "What do you want to do?" Ben asked, wiping his hand on his trousers. A minute of silence passed. "Let's go back, we've done enough for today." Ben silently agreed. The others in her group were still missing, but it was unlikely they would also be found alive, considering Danielle had been one of the stronger members of their group. And night would be falling soon, and despite the jungle already being dark, that was when the monsters became very active. Only fools would tread through the jungle mere at night. Fools or those wishing to die. The corpse went into Lucian's personal storage space. Kai could see the man's eyes were bloodshot in the low light of the torch. Blinking out of existence, the torch and light vanished. There was a snap and rustle of leaves as Ben sensed his friend fly upwards and out of the range of his senses. Following, Ben broke through layer after layer until finally he crossed the top of the jungle. Covering his arm over his eyes, he was blinded by the unobstructed light. Lucian was gone. The man was already a dot in the distance. Ben could excuse his friend's shitty behavior only because he knew that Lucian and Danielle had been a thing off and on. The death of their friend was undoubtedly hitting him hard at the moment. Each flap of his blood wings propelled him over the jungle. Despite what was impressive flying speed, Lucian's dot eventually vanished. Between his short-range teleportation and space manipulation, the man could travel across any distance faster than most. By the time night had fallen, Ben had finally returned to New Hope. Stepping up to the gate, the guards saluted him. Ben scanned their half-hidden faces, recognizing a few. "Greetings, sir," one of the guards said. "Evening, gentlemen," Ben responded. "Has General Lucian returned?" "Aye, the general returned an hour ago." The man was in a determined fury, marched off without a word. "Dan," hissed the guard next to him as he bumped his armored forearm against the others, creating a metallic ring. "What?" Dan asked. "I see. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good watch." Ben proceeded into the city and took the path straight to his parents. The path was rowdy and crowded as he walked to his parents' home. But Ben remained quiet, contemplating the day's events. He felt at a loss. It felt like the harder he tried to save people, the more he lost. Just in the last month, he could count the number of people he knew who had died on 2 hands. The gods had promised humans salvation, but instead all they were offered was delayed death. He quickly found himself in front of a familiar door. The smell of mint invaded his nose. His eyes shifted to the culprit in the flower bed outside the window. His mother had taken on cultivating plants and flowers after the transfer to the myriad of worlds. Walking inside, both his parents were both sitting down reading. "What's wrong?" His mother ran up to him and both her hands on the side of his face. Ben stared between them at their feet. The moment he looked up, he knew he might cry. His body and mind were exhausted. No matter what he did, the scent of death followed him. It lingered like a stench he couldn't wash off, slowly taking and taking those he knew, until in time it would finally take him. "Ben?" his mother questioned, concerned. His father, too, had walked up and placed a heavy hand fell on his shoulder. "Danielle's gone," he sniffled. "Found her body in the jungle, a husk of it." "I'm so sorry, honey." She embraced him. His body was racked by a single sob. A while later, the family of 3 sat at the table eating dinner. His parents had waited until he came home to start. They were familiar with his unpredictable schedule, but Friday was always family dinner night. During dinner, his parents did their best to distract him from the day's woes. His father discussed new, interesting data regarding his findings of gravity and the effects that magic had on it. But Ben was too tired to listen properly. When dinner had ended, his father asked, "Will you stay the night, son?" "I think—" Ben froze. His blood sense was picking up a mass of people walking in organized lines towards the house. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, where above the house a number of people had just appeared, including Lucian. Most of the others he knew too. Dragging his dagger out, he slashed it deeply across his arm. Blood gushed out as he severed some arteries. It began pooling around his body immediately. His voice came out panicked. "Mom? Dad?" Then his world was consumed by fire. Chapter 59. Titan Prime. Everything turned dark. It wasn't just the lights that had vanished, but the sound. Complete silence. Kai felt himself let out a scream, but nothing came out. Nothing he could hear, at least. His body stretched and pulled and shrunk back to normal. Seconds, maybe minutes later, the world resumed. The lights and sound returned as if someone had flicked a switch. Kai was on his knees and hands, gasping for breath. Eyes wide, he stared at the stone flooring, his stare vacant. "Always a few," a man chuckled as he passed by Kai. The man's boots made no sound on the stone, but Kai barely heard the man. Now that he was free from the terrors of long-range space teleportation, his mind spun to the last words he had heard from Akane. "Good luck, Ben." His heart raced, even his breathing stopped, his mind too busy trying to contemplate what he had heard. What did Akane call me? Did she really? Black spots threatened his vision. His lungs were beginning to seize due to lack of air. Without warning, a wet and rough sensation scraped against his arm. Twisting his head, he saw Asteria licking his arm. Concern was evident in her eyes. The sight of her brought clarity to his situation, freeing him from his self-induced panic. "Safe?" Asteria's childlike voice reached his mind. Nodding his head, his breathing calmed. He was safe. No one knew of his former identity as Ben, not even Akane. His face warmed slightly. He felt stupid, realizing he must have misheard her or projected his former name over his new one and didn't realize it. He had never slipped up and exposed his past. That he remembered. Still on his hands and knees, his anxiety had cleared. It was then he began noticing the new peculiar sensations surrounding him. The mana that permeated the air of this new world was so much denser than anything he had ever felt. The density of mana always fluctuated and was never the same. But this was the first time he had ever felt such a difference all at once. It was thick, as if the very air was saturated with it. Like a humid day, but without the humidity. With wobbly legs, he collected Asteria into his arms and stood. Immediately he became aware of the changes to his body. When his foot came down, it was heavier than he had intended. It also lacked any sound as it fell onto the stone. His body was also heavier than it had been on Eris. Not overly so that it would be dangerous for a mortal child, but noticeable enough to feel the difference. With his gravity magic, he had become sensitive to weight and pressure. It makes sense. The planet is larger, so it should have more gravity than Eris. However, his instincts were telling him that the gravity was actually less than it should be for a planet this size. His eyes were drawn to the grey walls and ceiling. There was no mortar between the stones, making it appear as one solid object. The sight reminded him of the exterior walls of the Ashbourne capital. The difference was that runes and glyphs had been drawn across every surface, including the floor and ceiling. Kai watched with complete bewilderment as the runes shifted, turning one rune into a new one. Part of a rune traveled from the left wall across the floor and to the opposite side. It was like a puzzle, realigning itself to make a new solution. He had no clue to any of their meaning, but even he could tell they were not even in the same league as the ones on his sword and armor. A powerful presence radiated from them, but it was so subtle and hidden that he wouldn't have noticed, if not for the fact that he was examining them in detail. Identify gave him nothing. "Clear the platform, clear the platform," a new squeaky voice entered his mind. Alarmed, he looked around for the being in question, but saw no obvious signs of them. Most of the other passengers had already exited the room, except for the few young people still adjusting like him. He proceeded to the exit, keeping a tight hold on Asteria. A mixture of nervousness and excitement flooded his being. He had made it to the largest planet in the myriad of worlds. To others of this modern day, it might not seem like a big deal, but to him it was huge. After all, he had died before humanity had ever found itself able to leave New Earth. Then he had come back to life almost 1,200 years later, when interplanetary travel within the myriad of worlds was a common event. He wasn't sure how he had died on New Earth, only to be reborn on Eris. But this was his first time traveling off-planet while being alive or conscious of it. Stepping through the doorway, Kai had to blink his eyes multiple times to make sure he was seeing things correctly. Beyond the door he had just passed, he had seen a simple empty hallway. But as he crossed the threshold into what should have been said hallway, he had found himself inside a massive room. Thousands of beings were traversing the room. Kai stood stunned at the sight as his eyes shifted from one being to the next. Dwarves, elves, orcs, and demons. He recognized many of the races by the description he had been told and the statues of the gods, but there were at least another 24 he couldn't figure out without identify. Giant, gnome, adept level 31, insectoid, ESE, kobold. His mind spun at the wonders. All his life he had been surrounded by humans, only able to see humanity and the monsters that would threaten its existence. But now he could truly see the myriad of worlds for what it truly was. A place where all the species could come together and exist as one. A harmony that would have never existed without the gods. Feeling a pinch on his arm, he realized Asteria had nipped him to break him out of his trance. He gave her a wide smile. He felt giddy with excitement. He proceeded to walk through the room to where multiple lines of species were. Above each line was a glyph that somehow he knew in his mind to read Guild. Guild? The next sign over read as business. Taking out the slip of paper his father had given him, he read it over before placing it back into his pocket. The paper contained a list of instructions for him so he could arrive at his destination promptly and safely. He stepped into the customs line, or the Titan Prime equivalent, and passed through without any difficulties. He had been asked some questions by a gnome which sat on a stool behind a counter, which were about his intentions on Titan Prime. Passing under a sign that read as Trinity, he exited the building. He couldn't help but stop as his eyes went wide once more. He found himself at the top of a long stairway that was nearly as wide as a city block. A few hundred stairs led down to a city. No, he wasn't sure something of this magnitude could even be called a city. Stretching out beyond his vision was a civilization so massive and daunting. Kai had never seen the likes of it before. It was literally an uncountable number of buildings and streets that stretched on past what he could see. It was the same on his left or right. Some areas appeared vacant of buildings, hosting open fields or trees, but the majority of it was pure civilization on a scale beyond what he could imagine. Asteria perked up as she scanned the incredible sights too. New worries formed as he thought about how the hell he was supposed to navigate a city like this. Traveling through the colossal city would take days. The only saving grace was that this wasn't the city he was supposed to be attending the academy in. His eyes shifted up and he almost swore, "Holy." Above him was the most mesmerizing sight. Planets orbited all over the sky, at a number he had never seen before. There were so many that there were barely any gaps between them. It was not only the quantity, but the closeness to which they orbited. On New Earth, humanity had seen the planets pass by all the time, but never had they been so awe-inspiring or as detailed as this. He watched with a smile on his face as a moon passed between Titan Prime and a large green planet passing overhead. Some planets moved slowly, barely making any distance in the sky, while others seemed to speed out of sight. Despite there being no visible sun, the city was bright as if the unseen sun was shining on it. Kai stayed there a few minutes enjoying the sights. There was no doubt he appeared as a tourist, but he couldn't find himself caring. 15 minutes later he moved on, carefully following his father's written instructions, and traveled to another building nearby with intercity teleporters that linked all the cities on Titan Prime. The way his father explained it was that on Titan Prime, the civilized beings controlled two major territories of Kvenland and Eden. Kvenland was the civilization beacon of the myriad of worlds, whereas Eden conformed more with nature. But both territories were just a small fraction of the colossal Titan Prime, of which most remained to the wilds and monsters. Inside Kvenland, there were a total of 99 smaller territories that each could be a match in scale and size for multiple empires on Eris. But there would never be a comparison of power. Titan Prime was heralded to host the strongest beings in the known universe. The 99 territories stood separate and yet united despite their distance and the many different factions that ruled them. They were all ultimately a part of the same civilization, but stood apart in other aspects that his father didn't elaborate on. Kai was to travel to the territory of Elderwood and attend the Elderwood Prime Academy. He had no choice or decision over the academy he was to attend, not that he aware of the difference. All he did know was his father had attended the same academy as a student, shortly after he came into his own magic. Once he arrived at the academy, he was somehow supposed to find a man named Niles Endo and proceed from there. Asteria was quiet throughout their travels to the intercity teleporter and the time waiting for their turn to teleport. Part of Kai felt guilty. Asteria had been dumped on him so quickly, a strange and unknown human to the young fox that she had only met the day prior. Now they were to be inseparable in their growth and adventure. They remained silent and observed their surroundings with interest. Eventually it became their turn, and they arrived at their second teleport station of the day. Exiting, he found one of the slow-moving giant planets above still dominate the sky, but his angle at which he viewed it was changed. Not significantly changed, but noticeable. The thought of having to travel all this distance without the ease and availability of these teleporters gave him pause. He imagined it would take weeks, if not months. Mass teleportation was literally a gift from the gods. Kai followed signs down a designated path to a transportation hub. There he had to buy a ticket for a ride to the academy. He covertly examined the other species. A dark green scaled bipedal creature had just walked by him. The strangest part of the being was its tail, which he admitted he observed longer than he should have. As if sensing his gaze, the reptilian creature turned its head and glared at him. From the being's snout mouth a tongue flicked out and casually licked around its mouth. Lizardkin, forging level 73. Kai got the impression that the being was either messing with him or found him appetizing. "Careful with your eyes, pod boy." The lizard being hissed out that last part in what he considered a male lizard's voice, lest you gain the attention of some being you do not want. With that, the lizard being turned around and continued its way, while Kai stood frozen at his first interaction with sentient being of another species, as long as he didn't count the kitsune. "Grumpy," Asteria said. "Yes. Let's try and see if we can get to the academy without offending anyone else," Kai said gently. He ran his hand down Asteria's head and back. Her fur was soft and smooth. Not comparable to the illustrious fur of Akane, but he had a feeling that might have something more to do with her realm than fur maintenance. He followed the lizard man at a distance, not because he wanted to, but they just so happened to be traveling to the same area of the transportation hub. Getting in line behind the lizardkin, Kai remained quiet as he observed the ongoings. He nearly let out an audible groan when he discovered the lizardkin was heading to the Elderwood Prime Academy too. But that didn't stop Asteria from groaning into his mind. "Ugh, can we take a different ride?" "The lizard man smells," she groaned. Kai's upper lifted with a small smile, but he said nothing in response. "Destination?" the small sickly green being asked with pointed teeth. It appeared so thin and frail, and if Kai was being honest with himself, very hideous. He was having trouble determining if the being was old or young. Neither its voice nor face gave him any clue. It was all too alien. Its eyes remained focused on whatever it was doing behind the desk, while it waited for an answer. Goblin, forging level 96. Elderwood Prime Academy. The goblin's eyes flicked to his for a moment. With a snort it wrote something down. "The price of travel is 4 silvers. Passing the coins over, he received a ticket in return. Again there was a glyph on it. It seemed like glyphs and runes played a major role and importance in society outside of Ashbourne Kingdom. The world he knew was expanding. Chapter 60. A new form of travel. Kai sat back and relaxed, or attempted to. His body remained tense. Everything he was experiencing was new and exciting, but also nerve-wracking. It was as if he was back in the jungle mere, exploring the dark unknowns for the very first time. With everything that had happened in the last few days, he felt exhausted, both mentally and physically. His entire world had changed so drastically. Just the knowledge he possessed now weighed heavily on his mind. The kitsune and his home, their secrets. He stealthily gazed down at his new companion, Asteria. She inquisitively sniffed the material that they sat on and suddenly reeled back. Clearly she didn't like what she smelled. The two of them were seated in a small sectional compartment with 8 total seats, 4 of which faced the other. Between the seating was a sturdy rectangular wooden table. Above the back of the seats, a glass wall separated each compartment from the next, along with a sliding door of glass. Upon entering the small room, the glass had been clear, but once they closed the door, the glass immediately turned blurry. A small hum could be heard once the doors had closed, alerting that some kind of enchantments may be active. Kai assumed they were meant for privacy. Asteria jumped onto the table and began sniffing it. Kai smiled lightly. He was proud to have been chosen to share his fate with the daughter of Akane and princess to the kitsune. Still, the weight of such a responsibility compounded his nervousness. His eyes roamed the cabin in which they sat, looking for threats. Thankfully, there seemed to be none at the moment. The cabin in which they traveled was just one section of many in a multi-compartment transportation vehicle called a train that moved by a feat of enchantments and tamed monsters. The large cabin was roomy, with sectional seating and plenty of space around. Some seats even seemed to cater to being with tails, which was an odd sight. They were traveling down what was called a lane, an empty space through a city and territory specifically designated for transport with trains only. There would be multiple stops in the region of Elderwood until eventually it reached the station where the academy was located. The ride was smooth, incredibly so. If it wasn't for the fact that the scenery was a blur outside the windows, he would have assumed the train wasn't moving. After investigating the seats, Asteria now stood on her hind legs and pressed against the window, taking in the scenery. With nothing else to do at the moment, Kai took the time to examine his distracted companion. Forest Fox, Foundation Level 65. Asteria's identify tag had changed since he had first met her. Part of him wondered if the illusion was an effortless task or one that required some concentration. Asteria looked so much like Akane, except where Akane had black fur on her tail. Asteria only had some on each of her paws, giving the appearance that she was wearing socks. The crimson fur was a match for her mother. Kai wondered what magic the young kitsune possessed. There was a lot to figure out and plan. Eventually, Asteria let out a growl that truthfully sounded more adorable than fearsome. "Everything is too fast. I can't see anything." Kai chuckled at the irritated kitsune, which prompted her to turn on him. "Don't make fun of me. I bet you can't even see anything either." Kai turned his head to the outside. All he could see was a green blur outside. "I can see a tree," he joked. Instead of a verbal response, Asteria sent an emotion of annoyance to his mind. They watched the blurring scenery for a few minutes. However, every so often, Asteria would take a peek at him before turning back to the view. "What?" he asked after the 10th time she peeked. Eventually, she spoke to him again. "What's my mother like?" Andromeda?" Kai was startled. "Don't you know?" "No. She didn't spend much time with me and then she left." Asteria's ears drooped. Her small figure seemed to deflate, making her appear even smaller than before. Kai felt a pang of sadness and guilt on behalf of his new partner. Her mother had spent the last year watching over and judging him instead of being with her only daughter. And now, only a day after Andromeda's return to the village, Asteria had been essentially kicked out. Not for anything she had done, but to grow and prove herself. If he had rejected traveling with Asteria, would Andromeda have kept her in the village, or pushed her onto someone else, or perhaps made her go alone? Andromeda is one of the most special beings I've ever met. Lazy, spiteful, gluttonous. She is a troublemaker. He couldn't help but smile, thinking of all the trouble she had gotten him into. In retrospect, he could laugh about it now, but at the time he was stressed. "Liar!" she shouted into his mind. The sudden loud noise caused Kai to bounce in his seat like he had been shocked. The action did not go unnoticed. A few beings turned to look at him. Most turned away, uninterested, but some continued to stare. "Papa says Mama is the embodiment of all that is kitsune. She is the most cunning, beautiful, and strongest being, and no one is stronger." "I'm sorry, Asteria. I didn't mean to imply your mother is weak or of a bad nature. From what I know of your mother, she is a being of great respect and strength. She has protected and helped me during the last year, probably more than I know." Kai tried to run a hand down Asteria's back, but she bristled at his touch. He decided to look back out the window. "I was trying to be funny, I guess. For as much help as your mother gave me, she also liked to challenge and prank me. I am still trying to come to grips with the absence of her company. I'm truly going to miss her." Asteria seemed to settle down after listening to Kai's explanation. "Because I am a kind and thoughtful princess of the kitsune, I have decided to forgive you. But you must tell me stories of my mother." Her tone left no room for argument. "Princess, huh? I hope she isn't as spoiled as Akane," he thought to himself. Kai spent the next hour recalling the stories and events that he had gone through with Akane. Though he kept silent about her most troublesome pranks in case the young kitsune was impressionable and decided to imitate her mother. And so she burned the Credillion out of existence, saving the city and its people. Only after she let thousands die. But he didn't say that part. Amazing. Her crimson-slitted eyes glittered with hopes and dreams. Tell me more. Tell me more, she demanded. Asteria hopped up and down on her seat like a jumping child. Realizing he was beginning to run out of appropriate stories, Kai decided to switch up the target. How about you tell me a story about you? I would love to hear about your life. You were a secret to everyone in the village. Instantly, the energetic fox wilted. I was born, mother left, Papa taught me. The end. He wanted to groan. There was obviously a lot to unpack there in that short statement. It was obvious Asteria missed her home and family. She wasn't like Kai, who had already spent a year away from his family. Surely that wasn't all that happened. I ate. Kai felt his stomach twist. Seeing her moping fox face made him want to do anything to cheer her up. What was your favorite food to eat? Boar. Kai watched the crestfallen kitsune grow increasingly sadder by the second. After a few seconds, he couldn't take the sight of the pitiful fox anymore. He scooped Asteria up into his arms and held her tightly against his chest. What's wrong? He asked, though he was certain he already knew. I miss Papa, she wailed into his mind. At the same time, she burrowed her head into the crook of his elbow. I miss home. Kai's heart tightened. This poor small kitsune was nothing more than a child, ripped away suddenly from all she knew too soon. His thoughts floated to his own parents in his first life. Their lives had been stolen abruptly. He had been saved from his loneliness and sorrow by his new family. Perhaps he could help spare Asteria some of that pain and suffering. I understand you miss home. Think of it this way. In a few years, we can return home. You'll be able to tell your family about all the interesting things you did and the food you ate. Asteria's ears perked up. Still, she kept her head against his sleeve. Just a little more, he thought. Perhaps we can be family Asteria. After all, we will be companions for the next few years. I can be your uncle or something. What? Why uncle? She looked up, genuinely mystified. What do you mean? You're only a year and a half old and I'm nearly 17. Yay? She tilted her head. A familiar sight. It was the one Akane had given him many times when she was playing stupid or believed him to be stupid. There is a large gap between 1 and 17, he pointed out. I know my numbers, dummy. Asteria stomped her front paws onto his chest. The impact did nothing. I'll have you know, I am considered an adult among the kitsune already. I've had my magic for half a year, only a little less than you. Kai gave his companion a critical eye. The fur beneath her eyes was darker and still slightly wet. A little snot dripped down her nose. He wanted to bark a laugh, but he kept his cool. The last thing he wanted was to upset the little kitsune again. In the end, he shrugged. Okay, no to uncle then. How about kin? She appeared to give it some consideration before nodding. That is acceptable. You may be this princess's kin. I'm honored. He gave Asteria a small smile. I'd say that's a step up from food servant for a particular spoiled fox. After their fourth stop, Kai quickly grew bored of looking outside. The sunless light still shined down just as strong as it had half a day ago across the region. He turned his attention to the glass door and the passing figures beyond. He made a game in his head, guessing the species based on the skin color and size of the blurred beings that passed by. Identify did not work beyond the glass, so there was no way to tell if he was right or wrong. Eventually, he stopped his game when a loud growling echoed in their compartment. Kai blinked and looked down at the fox, who sat flat on the table whimpering. The sound reminded him of his own hungry. Neither of them had eaten in the last half-day. If it had been Akane present, he was certain the wooden table would have been half-eaten by now. Hungry? He asked. Their mental connection remained, despite not having talked in the last hour. All he received was a pitiful whimper in response. I'll go see if they have a vendor that sells some food on this train. As he made to stand up, he placed his hand on the table and then paused. On his finger was a ring of storage. Can't believe I forgot about this. The day's excitement had led him to forget about the new ring he had been given not even a day ago. Might be food in there. Kai connected his mana to the ring, like he would his enchanted sword. Feeding the ring mana, it gave life to the enchantments as they activated from their dormant state. Connection established. A three-dimensional cube formed in his mind. His armor floated in place, unmoving near the top right of the cube, while his sword lay across the floor sheathed, nearly spanning the length of the entire floor. It wasn't much space, but it was plenty for what he currently possessed. When his father had asked for all of his belongings, which he was bringing the day before, he assumed they had been stored inside his ring for the travels. Now he realized that his father must have worked with Akane to pack the ring for him to prepare him for his journey. He easily found what he was looking for next. A series of wooden boxes of plain design with an apparent removable top, on which was a note was laying on top of, that he read as food. Holding out his palms face up, he willed one of the boxes to summon into his hands. Instead of appearing in his hands like he had seen many weapons over the last year, the box appeared under them, which promptly fell onto the table with a clap. Kai blinked. Going to take some practice. Grasping the tightly sealed lid, he slipped it off the box. At once, a wonderful smell enveloped the room. He recognized the dish. Orange sauce dosed heavily in cinnamon that covered tender boar meat. Cinnamon chunk stew. It was the same his mother always made every birthday. The sight of it warmed him. Asteria was on her feet, completely mesmerized by the spawning food. She was in daze, shifting back and forth. "Help yourself," Kai said. While he was finding a spoon in his ring, Asteria was tearing through the food. Just as he was about to take a bite, the glass unblurred. Kai blinked and turned his head to the outside. The train had begun decelerating. An ancient stone wall blocked his vision. They had arrived. Chapter 61. Admissions. "By the bloody 9, Kai whispered to himself. Standing at the Elder Ward Prime Academy entrance, Kai found himself stopping to gawk at the sight. Built right into the decline of a valley, the buildings looked simple at first glance. Stone built onto the stone, nothing screamed extravagant or prestigious. A short and plain stone wall stretched onto his left and right. Even his 8-year-old self could have climbed over it easily. How can this be one of the prestigious prime academies? He whispered to himself in disbelief. There was a certain timelessness about the academy, as if time remained frozen to keep it so simple, like it was openly deceiving those who came to visit one of the most prestigious academies, only to find themselves in a quaint old village instead. It was quite beautiful, and the simplicity of it reminded Kai of home. But for an academy of notoriety and legend, it seemed wrong. Kai stood there confused. He wasn't the only one. Others who had disembarked from the train also appeared at a loss, while some walked in without concern. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the threshold. Immediately he was beckoned over by a guard he had not seen from the other side. "Admissions or visitor?" the guard asked swiftly. The same question probed his mind. Off to the side, other beings were called off the path and being asked the same question, while others kept walking down the path, unbothered. Kai blinked his eyes and identified again. Nothing. He found himself slightly unsettled by the fact that he had no idea what race or species of being he was standing in front of. The unknown being was covered head to boot in armor with the same texture of wood. The smooth armor gave the illusion, or possibly reality, that someone had carved it straight from a tree trunk. All that was visible of the mysterious guard were its red eyes through the helmet slit. "Admissions," Kai responded, after probably gawking too long. Twisting its body, it held up an armored arm and pointed to a house-sized grey stone building behind it. "You'll find the admissions office inside." Turning away, it had already begun beckoning another potential student or visitor to it. Kai thanked the guard with a nod and walked off. To his side, Asteria trotted with him, looking adorably confused. Stepping inside the moderately sized doorless building, Kai had to double-take. The inside of the lobby itself was larger than the entirety of the building's appearance from the outside. Varying species filled the lobby, some were sitting and others walking around. Decorative and exotic furniture gave appearance to a more modern and wealthier scene, the complete opposite of its outside representation. Large marbled pillars propped up the massive room, and art and paintings were against each pillar and wall. Each depiction was either of a battle or a portrait of an individual. None were human. One portrait was of a wizened male elf with extremely bushy eyebrows. On the plaque below, it read, Arwin Tellis, inventor and creator of the Tellis conversion of mass enchantment principle. Graduate of Elderwood Prime Academy. Born 3-3-8-9-2, died 4-1-021. What the? If Kai was reading the dates right, then the elf in the portrait had lived a minimum of 16,000 years. Possibly much longer, depending on when the Third Age ended. The date was currently in the Sixth Age of the year 2155. Humans had only arrived in the myriad of worlds less than 1,300 years ago. To have been alive for 1,300 years, let alone 16,000. The concept of it was difficult to fathom. A stray thought came to mind. Kai couldn't help but wonder if he would still have remained alive to this day if he hadn't been betrayed. Statistically, the answer was no. But his blood magic class had always done a great job at healing him during fights. Short of losing a limb, he was almost unstoppable in a fight, outlasting his opponents. Now he had no regeneration or healing. It was an entirely different style of combat that he was still growing accustomed to. After checking out a few other portraits, Kai knew it was time to head over to admissions and get it over with. His body felt jittery, likely full of excitement at the prospect of one of his goals becoming reality. Calling Asteria, who was eyeing paintings of battles, they walked to a separate room where the admissions office was located. Crossing into the room, he took note of everything. There were 10 glass offices, 9 of which had distorted glass, similar to the train, but cloudier. Each office had varying species assembled in front of them. Among the 60 beings in the room, only one other was human. Placing Asteria around his neck, Kai strolled to the back of one of the lines. He tried to listen to the conversations around him, but no sound reached him. Even Asteria's huff seemed dampened, despite her being next to his ear. It didn't take long until he was next in line, with each individual taking 10 to 15 minutes. The glass to the office unblurred as the door slid open. A dwarf left the office, practically skipping to the exit. Stepping inside the office, the room felt sweltering compared to the chilled lobby. Kai sucked in air and stopped himself from laughing as he saw a hulking orc hunched over behind a disproportionately small desk. Come in, and close the door," the orc spoke without looking. His voice was deep and clear, without the slightest detectable accent. Closing the door, Kai blinked when the glass didn't blur like before. Just as Kai was about to grab the door and try to open and close it again, the orc said, "Leave it. The enchantments are working. It's not frosted from the inside." There was an amused smirk on the tusked orc's face, which was still facing toward the papers he was writing on. Taking the seat opposite the orc, Kai took the time to examine the orc while the being finished his task. Even with them both being seated, the orc easily towered 2 feet over him. He might have been intimidated, if not for the silly tunic that had been cut at the sleeves to give room to his bulging muscles that would even put Sven to shame. A hexagonal insignia of a pair of hands with some kind of spell between them rested at the center of the tunic, above and below which read Elderwood Prime Academy and Admissions. The office was filled with piles of papers reaching the ceiling that seemed to have no reason or order. Mana gave life to the glowing lights above. "Sorry about that. This time of year there is always a lot of paperwork," the orc said as he shuffled some pages into a desk drawer. Offering a massive hand across the desk, he completely enveloped and shook Kai's hand with a gentleness that he would not have expected in such a muscular and hulking specimen. "My name is Timothy, an admissions specialist here at Elderwood Prime Academy. To get the ball rolling, will you please tell me your name?" "Kaismo Cineris, and this is Asteria." He placed his hand on top of the small fox's head, sitting on his lap. With his other hand, he subtly pulled at his collar to alleviate some of the heat and sweat forming below his clothing. "Pleasure," Timothy let out a toothy smirk. "I apologize for the heat. My blood boils. It's not something I can control. We will wrap this up quickly and get you out of here." "Kaismo, I take it you are trying to enroll here. First year?" "Yes and no." Kai shook his head. "I already completed my first year at the Ashbourne Academy on Eris." The orc's eyes widened. Ashbourne Academy, you say? Ah, I was sorry to hear about its destruction. Kai's went wide for a second before narrowing. You know about its destruction? Of course. Even the destruction of capital on a low world is big news in the myriad of worlds. Normally, we would require enchanted paperwork to provide proof of first-year completion. Timothy ran his large hand under his chin, causing his arm muscles to swell even more. The tunic looked like it was about to rip apart. But it is obvious you wouldn't have any with the academy being destroyed. Opening the top desk drawer, he placed a crystal cube on the desk between them. Because you are enrolling as a second year, we will have to perform a small test. Before enrolling, students must not have had access to their magic longer than 3 years. 'Tis the rules. The prime academies are education systems aimed at the newly awakened. Because you are entering the second year, it will be 4 years for you. Tapping the seamless crystal cube at the top, it generated a small hum for a few seconds before stopping. Excellent, Timothy exclaimed. According to the cube, your skeletal structure is only 17 years of age, bringing you within the appropriate age bracket for your species. Forging level 24, not too shabby for 1 year of magic and coming from a frontier world. Timothy nodded to himself. And your companion, Forest Fox, between 1 to 2 years old, foundation level 65. Good. Kai felt his heart speed up for a moment until he heard Timothy confirm his physical body's age and not the age of his soul. He realized now that his most precious and kept secret could have been found out in that moment had they measured the age of his soul. A part of him wanted to admonish himself for being lax and letting his guard down, but the logical side of him knew that there was nothing he could have done. He had not been aware such a test would be taking place after all. His fear abated when he realized Asteria had jumped onto the desk. He went to grab her, but Timothy waved him off without looking. Gingerly, Asteria placed her paw on top of the mysterious cube, only for nothing to happen. Dejected, she hovered near Timothy, taking interest in what he was writing down. Bringing in an additional companion, even a non-combatant pet, will cost additional fees, Timothy said. Kai chuckled and mumbled, "Nothing new there." Timothy let out what looked like a menacing smile, but Kai assumed it was just the orc's normal smile. "Sounds like an interesting story." "A very long story," Kai answered back. "Before I forget, I believe someone is sponsoring my attendance here." Timothy whipped his head up, his hand frozen over the paper. "You should have mentioned that. We could have skipped the last few minutes. What is the name of your sponsor?" Pulling out the piece of paper his father gave him, he read the name, Niles Endo. "Paragon Niles is sponsoring you." Uncertainty in his voice, he gave Kai a more critical gaze, as if he was looking deep to find something he couldn't see. "Paragon? Wait, Paragon? Does Dad have a Paragon realm person sponsoring me?" Kai frantically read the paper over one more time, but nothing indicated the sponsor's realm. "My father set up the sponsorship. I don't know if this Niles Endo is the same one to whom you are referring." Frowning, Timothy stood up. "Stay here. I will be right back." Now standing, the orc was even larger than Kai had imagined. The small desk did no justice to the small titan of an orc. Stalking out of the room, the doorway barely seemed big enough as he quickly left. The door remained open, and Kai could see other potential students spying on him from outside in line. After a minute of sitting quietly, he decided to question Asteria. "You know anything about this?" "I'm 1.5. You think they told me any of this?" She rolled her eyes. Just as Kai was about to retort, the door slid open with Timothy came back inside, carrying a file he didn't have before. "I found it," he said, slapping a folder against his palm. I was certainly surprised. We only get about 50 to 100 sponsored students a year. Sitting back in the chair, the orc sunk back to manageable heights so that Kai didn't feel an ache in his neck having to look up. "Yup, it's all here," Timothy said, reading the files inside. "Your classes have already been settled, along with payment. Everything looks in order. We can skip a few steps, it seems." He passed Kai the file after slipping in a packet of papers. Kai accepted the file and opened it up to take a look. The first page included nearly everything about him: his name, description, class, and magic type. Even his unfinished finals appearance from a few days ago was included inside. Intrigued, he flipped to the next page, which included his courses and their locations for the trimester. They all revolved around fighting and monster hunting, except for the myriad of World's History class. He noticed there was nothing similar to the field training course from the Ashbourne Academy. How are the students supposed to grow in levels? I've included a packet in the back of your file with relevant information, including the rules, most of which will be covered during orientation. I believe the next one will be 1 hour from now in the assembly hall. If you miss that one, then the next will be on the Marrow at midday. Kai took the file and papers and placed them in his ring of storage. He had taken a few minutes on the train to figure out how to store items. It proved easy at first, but placing an item exactly where he wanted inside the ring wasn't something he had been able to figure out before they arrived. Questions filled Kai's mind, but he figured most of them would be answered by reading the packet inside or by going to the orientation. Timothy's reached out to the metal plate he had placed on his desk a minute prior and waved his hand. Immediately the plate began glowing with beautiful glyphs. It looked more like art than the language of magic to Kai's untrained eyes. Touch the plate and it will record your mana and biological signature. Then you will officially become a student of Elder Ward Prime Academy. Kai placed his palm against the metal. It was hot to the touch and kept getting hotter until he had to rip his hand away. Holding his palm to his face, there was nothing to indicate he had just been burned. Even his health hadn't dipped despite the pain. Timothy's waved his hand again next to the plate. You next, little Asteria. Asteria placed a paw against the plate and held it there for longer than Kai until she jumped back. Still, on the desk, she lowered the front of her body and growled at the plate. Waving his hand once more, the plate stopped glowing. With a nod to himself, Timothy stood and shook their hand and paw. All done. Allow me to congratulate you on enrolling at the Elderwood Prime Academy. I wish you both the best of luck. Chapter 62. Follow the path. Follow the path, Kai muttered. That was what Timothy had said to him right before he left. He would have thought the orc to be messing with him, but his father's instructions said the exact same thing. The path in question continued down into the valley and over the hill beyond, with no buildings in sight. The valley consisted of few trees, leaving no chance for anything to hide in the area. Something about the situation made him feel like he was being played for a fool. The only saving grace was he didn't seem to be the only one confused, as a few students ahead of him that he had seen at the admissions office turned and twisted their heads, appearing as baffled as him. In his arms, he could hear Asteria sniffing the air. Strange, her voice entered his mind. What is strange? He asked. I'm not sure. She sniffed again. Something doesn't seem right. Sniffing the air, Kai smelled nothing. There, Asteria yelled. Kai stopped himself from jumping at the sudden loud mental intrusion. Where there? He looked around but saw nothing different, only a desolate hill lacking nature you would find in a thriving environment. There, ahead of you. When it became obvious that Kai had no idea what Asteria was referring to, she squirmed out of his grasp. The beings. Watch the beings, she sighed as she dropped to the ground. Kai stopped and spied on the few others ahead as they continued walking away on the path. After 10 seconds, he didn't see anything unusual. Can you just tell me what I'm supposed to be seeing? Mother, what have you done to me? Asteria dropped her head and shook it lightly. Are all humans so blind? Kai ran a hand down his face. Biting back a retort, he felt himself becoming annoyed. More like a Kani than she realizes. Once more he watched the nearest being, a dwarf. The distance between them steadily widened. Watch the being. The stout dwarf took short but rapid steps as he traversed the stone path. His reddish-brown hair was tied back into a lengthy braid down his back. Twisting his head to his left, the braid flicked to the opposite side and then back as he turned the other way. 15 seconds later, he was about to give up when the dwarf turned his head to the left again, and then again to the right. It was exactly as before, the same movement and time spent. When? He breathlessly whispered. An illusion had been placed without Kai or Asteria noticing. Had his mind been placed under an illusion? Or perhaps it had been layered over the dwarf? His hand shot up and covered his mouth. No, it's been here all along. His eyes went wide at the prospect. How to get out of it? His abilities couldn't do anything against illusions. Perhaps Asteria could take it down or pierce it, since her species seemed naturally inclined toward illusions, but his experience told him she couldn't. Even if she had figured out the gimmick didn't mean she could stop or pierce it. She was simply too young and weak at this time. His foot tapped as he considered his next step. Follow the path, he remembered. With no other options, he did so. Without warning, his entire vision changed. A gasp sounded out. Kai couldn't be sure if it was him, Asteria, or someone else. Gone was the lacking valley and hill before him. In its place, 4 massive white stone towers stretched into the sky 2 by 2, as if marking the edges of a square. There had to be miles between each of them, and yet they were all connected by a dozen layered open courtyards. Each courtyard was drastically different, with some having many buildings and others having less or none. It was like having a city stacked on top of another city. Past the buildings, the sky was visible. At the very top, the largest dome he had ever seen stretched overhead, atop the 4 towers connecting them all. Brilliant light reflecting off the dome hurt his eyes and caused him to bring his view down. He felt his breath stall. A bridge. They were on a bridge of glowing cobbled stones that stretched on for a mile until it reached the academy's base. The dwarf they had seen 40 yards away moments ago was now only a few feet away after looking as awed as he felt. Decorative trees of varying colors lined the sides of the enormous bridge. The bridge itself spanned an entire city block at its width, making Kai wonder what could possibly warrant such a wide bridge. To the left and right of the academy, identical bridges like the one he was standing on stretched on until he couldn't see them anymore. Each was miles long. Twisted his head, the old rustic village at the top of the hill he had passed before was gone, though a lone building he assumed to be the admissions office remained. Magnificent walls that put the Ashbourne capital's wall to shame stretched on into the unseen distance. Even with them being hundreds of feet tall, they were put to utter shame by the white towers they guarded. Kai found himself walking up to the edge of the bridge after something caught his eye. He was not even conscious of his doing so as he passed the trees and stopped at the edge. There was no railing or wall to block him from jumping off. Below the bridge, it was like a utopia of nature: lakes, rivers, streams, trees, and forests. The other side of the bridge was filled with great dunes of yellowish sand. He wondered if the other side of the other bridges would be filled with beautifully crafted environments. He had seen forests similar to the ones below before, but there was no comparing their splendor. It was as if someone had taken great pains to perfectly sculpt and preserve an exemplary example of nature right next to the academy. "Wow," Kai said after a few minutes of silence. Taking one last look, he set off across the rest of the bridge. There were only 30 minutes left until the last orientation of the day, and he still had a mile of the bridge to cross and to find the assembly hall. The closer he became to the towers, the more they loomed over him. They cast no shadow that he could see, for there was no sun in the light-filled sky. Between each of the dozen platforms were hundreds of feet separating them. More and more details became visible the closer he became. There was no lack of sculptures and statues decorating the massive structure. The towers themselves were comprised of pristine white bricks, each taller and much longer than him, as they stacked high into the sky to support the stunning architecture. At the base of the academy, the bridge led to a rectangular building connected between all the towers, with an entrance so massive even the Crodillion could have fit inside at full height. Entering the building, he was bombarded by the sight of thousands of beings, all spread out as they occupied the gigantic lobby that easily stretched on for miles. His attention was drawn by a short gnome woman, easily half the size of the average dwarf he had seen. She must have been the shortest humanoid being that Kai had seen yet. All new students, orientation will be in the assembly hall, which is halfway down on the left side of the room. For those who don't know your left side, just follow the mass of students, she called out, her voice carried flawlessly across the huge room. The assembly hall in question was about half a mile away from the entrance. "This place is massive," he said to quiet Asteria. "Yea," she responded simply. "Is something wrong?" he questioned. Asteria remained curled around his neck, just in case something happened. I felt something probing my mind as we entered. Alarm coursed through Kai. Are you okay? Yes. They only brushed up against my mind. Did you feel the same? No. I don't know. I didn't feel anything, but I was definitely distracted. He couldn't recall any instruction or mind magic as they entered. Again, that didn't mean much. Asteria was definitely more sensitive to that kind of magic since it was her main form of communication. Already the value of having her join him was showing its worth. Can they read our conversation? I don't know. They shouldn't be able to, but our connection is only basic mind magic innate to my species, like my illusions. Entering the assembly hall, Kai wasn't surprised to find it was another massive room, only with a raised stage at the end. Even with thousands of students scattered about the hall, there was plenty of space between them. Some of the beings were in groups, most associated with their specific species. Kai noted a few students walking up to others and introducing themselves, already trying to make connections and determine if this was a being worth knowing. High Elf, Foundation Level 89. Pixie, Forging Level 19. Imp, Foundation Level 37. Dark Elf, Adept Level 2. Beastkin, Forging Level 76. With there being thousands of new students, all only having awakened to their magic a few years prior, the levels were scattered mostly between the first two realms, but Kai saw a few already in the third. He suspected they already had their magic for a few years before attending the academy, or they were transfers like him. Either way, it was a sign of the mountain of challenges to overcome if they were to be his opponents in the future. For the next 10 minutes, Kai stood alone with Asteria still wrapped around his neck. No one approached him during that time, which was fine as it gave him plenty of time to observe. There didn't seem to be a majority among the races of species in the room. It was more like a certain half-dozen races dominated the populace, while the others were less so represented. He was happy to note humans were one of the dominate races represented at the academy. He had received a few odd stares from some of them, but other than that, no one had bothered him. What Kai found most odd was a lone goblin standing nearby that everyone seemed to give wide berth to. The goblin radiated an aura of rage that made him seem like he was a powder keg about to explode. Kai couldn't see the goblin's face, but every so often his hand would twitch in a way that made Kai think he was just barely holding off casting some dangerous magic. Silence came to the assembly hall as the lights dimmed. Only the stage remained illuminated. Phasing into view on the stage, a female elf with illustrious golden hair and a serene white robe faced the audience with a smile on her face. Kai didn't blink. She was easily the most beautiful being he had ever seen. Perfectly symmetrical and flawless in appearance, he felt himself so entranced by her beauty that he couldn't wait to hear what she wanted to say. "Welcome, new students," her gentle yet powerful voice echoed across the hall. "I welcome you to Elderwood Prime Academy. I am the Regent Director, while the Academy's Dean is out on business. You may address me as Paragon Triana." Paragon again, Kai thought. The ninth realm. I hope, at least for the students unaware, that you were able to enjoy our illusion and be surprised. Every year, as a time-honored tradition, we set up the illusion on the boundary of the Academy grounds during admissions week. Some of you were able to discern it, but most of you were left confused and mystified until crossing the boundary. It also serves as a reminder of the days of the Great War, when such illusions became a necessity not to be exterminated. During your time at our academy, we expect you to conduct yourselves as outstanding students and take the initiative to learn, grow, and become a more perfect version of yourself. The academy will not hold your hand and force you to attend classes or remain here. You have paid for the opportunities we give, and so they will be there until you choose to use them. Though not all opportunities will be readily available to you right off the bat. To access certain aspects of our academy, you must earn the right to do so. To do this will require prime points. Prime points? Kai thought. What are those? Prime points are a currency used at the academy as a way of encouraging your growth and rewarding students who advance, while at the same time giving equal opportunity to those who come from different backgrounds and do not have the backings of houses or kingdoms, rich and old. Audible groans reverberated throughout the audience. Ignoring the groans, she continued. Prime points can be used to buy materials, arms, and armor. issue quests, request guidance, and many other opportunities that the Academy provides. As for Prime Points, at the beginning of each month, an individual will receive Prime Points dependent on their current rank bracket inside their Academy class year. Our staff has assigned a rank to each new student based on your realm and level upon entering the Academy. Beginning on the first official day, which is the day after tomorrow, Prime Points will enter each of your accounts and will be available to be spent on whatever you desire. Please remember, the higher your rank, the more Prime Points you will have available to spend. Okay. But how do we rank up then? Kai asked himself. You must be asking yourselves, how do you rank up and earn more points? Paragon Triana's smile widened as if knowing every student was eager to hear the answer. The Academy holds monthly tournaments where your rank can be adjusted afterward based on how well you perform. It is also encouraged that students hold private battles with each other, where you can bet whatever you want, whether it be rank, Prime Points, or something different. Only the strongest will sit at the top, while everyone else struggles to hold their place. Another method of earning points is completing quests issued from the quest hall. There are other ways of earning points that you will learn in the coming days. We again encourage students to seek out knowledge for themselves. The room remained silent, soaking in everything Paragon Triana said. For those who have transferred in, I am sorry to say you will be placed at the end of your class rankings in accordance with your realm and level with other transfer students of the same class. As for sponsored students, they will have 500 Prime Points allocated regardless of their ranking to start with. Kai hummed. 500 points. No idea if that is a lot or little. I'll have to find out more information. Now onto a less interesting topic, but no less important. The rules. Paragon Triana's voice remained the same tone as before, but an emotion of expectation washed over him. The rules are simple. They are what we call common sense rules. This should go without saying, but every year there are a few. No murder, killing, stealing, threatening, forcing yourself on others, destruction of property, entering areas where you are not allowed, and no magic unless in a designated area or in self-defense. There are others, but I will not drone on about them. Feel free to read up on the rules in your own time. Just know that breaking the rules will result in punishments determined by the Enforcement Division. Paragon Triana clapped once, and the feeling and compulsion of having to listen vanished as the lights turned on. Still, the room remained silent and still. With a melancholy smile, Paragon Triana spoke. Life is not created equal. If it was, there would be little need for this academy. There would be no wars, no violence, no hate. Regardless, you will conduct yourselves with civility and respect others, as is your duty as a citizen of the myriad of worlds. You are all students of Elderwood Prime Academy, and despite being in competition with each other, in the end, we all must stand united against the coming darkness. Chapter 63. The Plates. With the orientation over, Kai was at a loss for what to do next. The largest problem he determined was a lack of information. Frankly, he was behind the game. All of his fellow classmates would know their way around the gigantic academy and be familiar with, or at the very least aware of each other by this point. His only connection inside the academy was his sponsor, Paragon Niles, who still remained a mystery to him. He also lacked the details regarding his sponsorship. Initially, he thought being sponsored would mean having the sponsor pay for his attendance in the academy. A simple prospect. But it appeared there was a difference between sponsored and normal students if he was to judge from his 500 gifted Prime Points. He would have to investigate and clarify the answer. Bringing out the packet he was given earlier, he quickly determined that nearly all of his classes and housing unit were located in Tower Epsilon, except for his practical weapons and magic training, which was located on the third plate at Training Field 1 and Training Field 2, respectively. If Tower Epsilon is intended for second-year students and classes, then that should mean the other towers are also aimed at their respective grades as well. Then the fourth tower must either be for a facility employed by the academy or a shared building between the three classes of students. At least that was what he thought, though that reasoning didn't provide an explanation for the purpose of the 12 open floors between the towers. Even if the plate did have training fields, that wouldn't account for its entire size. After all, he had seen many buildings on some of the plates on his way in, and each plate by itself was large enough to host a small city. Letting out a small sigh, he made the packet vanish with a thought back into his ring. The last of his instructions from his father had been to follow the path, which now truly left him to decide his next step on his own. Had he asked for more information, he was sure his father would have helped, but he understood his father's personality. The man had likely wanted Kai to be self-sufficient as a way of growing, which was fine. The opportunity had been provided. Now it was his turn to take advantage of it. The assembly hall was nearly empty. Most of the students had retreated into the lobby, however, few remained still chatting amongst each other. A sense of loneliness came over him. He knew he wasn't the most sociable person, but he missed that companionship and camaraderie he had at the Ashbourne Academy with Nicholas and Andre. Exiting the hall, he decided he would walk around and explore the place. Seeing the vastness of the lobby once again, he instantly wished for a map. The academy itself was many times larger than the capital of the Ashbourne Kingdom, and it had taken nearly the full year until he felt comfortable traversing the city without getting lost. Without an orientation point, his sense of direction could sometimes be found lacking. That was an unfortunate obstacle that stayed with him from his first life to the second. "Need a bathroom break before we go exploring," he sent to Asteria, who had taken up her mother's mantle as a living scarf around his neck. Her tail playfully slapped him in the face, causing him to chuckle. "I guess that's a no." As it turns out, a map wasn't needed. There were plenty of placards and signs, along with a simplistic architectural design that even he couldn't get lost in. Large, wide ramps separated each floor of Tower Epsilon, next to which was an empty large shaft, purposed for beings capable of flight if he was to judge by the dozen beings soaring past as he climbed the ramp. Twice he thought he was going to get trampled from behind as a few beings rushed up the ramp, but at the last second they would dodge and rush past, leaving nothing but a breeze in their wake. Other students walking on the ramp appeared unfazed by the rushing students. Between each of the first 3 plates were 12 floors, with a total of 12 plates, which made for at least 144 floors. There could have been more or less, but he didn't travel higher than the 3rd plate since none of his classes would be beyond at the current time. There was plenty of time to venture higher and explore at a later date. Not wanting to make a scene and stand out by showing up late to his classes, he took the time to find each one. Despite classes not starting until the day after tomorrow, the hallways were still filled with others. As he traveled through the stark stone hallways, he received some odd looks from other students. Either because he was a new face or because Asteria was hanging around his neck, was an unusual sight. He wondered what others thought of him as they identified him. They would most likely think he wasn't too impressive. He had identified most of the students he came across in Tower Epsilon, only to discover that he was on the lower range of realm and levels. Most students tended to be in the upper levels of the forging realm, with 2 he spotted already in the adept realm. For all he knew, those 2 students in the adept realm could have had their magic for close to 5 years by now, which would have barely qualified them to enter the academy for being too old. Or they could have had their magic only a year or 2 like him, which would make their growth impressively terrifying. It had taken him 5 years to advance to the adept realm during his first life. He spotted a few individuals that showed up as question marks when he identified them, leading him to believe they were instructors or teachers. The problem was, they looked no different than the students. Some of them possessed very youthful faces. Naturally, he had already known that the youthfulness of one's being did not equate to age. Youth was one of the perks granted to those who ascended through the realms of magic. Just by being in the forging realm, Kai would live to 100 years and look young for nearly half of that. He imagined there could be a lot of confusion when trying to romantically meet others, only to find the youthful and beautiful woman they had been pursuing was in fact a 1,000-year-old granny. I suppose such a thing might be natural in the myriad of worlds. Still, the thought made him shudder a little. Cultural difference, he reminded himself with a shake of his head. After finding all his class locations inside Tower Epsilon, he found himself at the entrance to the 3rd plate. Exiting the tower, he walked onto a giant metal walkway that bordered the perimeter of the plate and led from one tower to the next. With no walls and only a railing, there was nothing to block his vision to the outside. Below, he saw the very same bridge that he had traveled on. It stretched on for miles until it stopped where the massive exterior walls to the Academy's ground laid their claim and protection. There was no old and quaint village like the illusions had led him to believe. From his vantage point, hundreds of meters above, he had a better view of the desert and forest than when he had been on the bridge. The desert was devoid of life, only filled with sand as nothing moved. On the opposite side of the bridge, he could have sworn there had been movement below, but when he saw nothing else, he figured it could have been tree branches and leaves shifting in the wind. He didn't leave the walkway and traveled down onto the third plate. The entire plate was filled with barren fields of grass and dirt. Medium-sized walls separated each field but allowed the spectators to view from above. The closest field to his position had wooden sign labeling it as Training Field 1. "This place is a wonder," he mused. 100 meters above, the next plate stretched across, giving ground to the fourth plate. Across the entirety of the third plate, for the length of a city, there wasn't a single support column bracing the plate above. Somehow, despite all the obvious weight, the plate didn't give way and collapse. He knew that none of the other plates had support columns either, as seen from the bridge. Their only support was the 4 towers located to which each plate connected. After a while of staring down at the students crossing the bridge below, he turned to the small fox by his side. "What do you want to do now?" "Sleep?" Her mouth stretched into a wide, toothy yawn. The sky had already turned to dusk while they were inside exploring Tower Epsilon, and now the last of the sky's light was vanishing. The day had been long and filled with one adventure after another. He thought he would have been abuzz with energy and excitement due to the freshness and novelty of his situation, but he let out a yawn he had been suppressing. Returning to Tower Epsilon, the two found themselves in a dormitory area, somewhere between the first and second plates. Placing his hand against the door of his assigned housing unit, an audible click resounded. Pushing the door open, he walked inside. The room was already furnished with a large bed, dresser, desk, and chair, all made from dark red wood. The only thing he found wanting was a lack of a window. Light was given by a few sources of mana light connected to a small plate next to the door that would allow him to control its output. And the room was large enough to where he could swing his weapons around without fear of hitting anything. He found himself enjoying the simplicity of it. At the end of the day, all he needed was a safe place to sleep. Everything else was a bonus. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he thought back to the day and became frustrated with himself. He wrung his hands together tightly. Taking the time to walk around and locate all his classes had been proactive, but at the same time, he hadn't talked to anyone. He was reserved by nature and wasn't one to proactively seek out others, but he knew he had screwed up. There was nothing to lose by introducing himself and asking some questions. He recognized that the stress he felt came from his lack of information. This wasn't like the Ashbourne Academy, where he had an idea of what to expect. Everything here on Titan Prime was new to him and inhuman. It wasn't overly different from what he could tell, just different enough to put him on edge until he became used to it. "One step at a time," he whispered to himself. His eyes focused on Asteria, who was taking the time to sniff the furniture. The sight was amusing and released some of his tension. "Okay, let's get to sleep. Tomorrow we have a big day." Chapter 64. Lunch and Battle. Kai awoke to find himself not breathing. Resting on his face, Asteria slept soundly. Raising his hand to his face, he pushed the suffocating fox off. She slid off his face and down onto the bed, where she continued her even breathing as if being pushed didn't even register. Asteria had been by the foot of the bed when they had gone to sleep, but sometime during the night, she made her way up and onto his face. Still coming to terms with his new room and situation, he twisted his head to the side and stared at the device on his dresser. The device was able to tell time, and judging by half the bars being filled in, it was already midday. He shot up. Midday? Shit. Guess we were more tired than I thought. With a short stretch, he hopped out of bed. Out to the world, Asteria remained soundly asleep. Placing a palm against her side, he shook her. Nothing. There wasn't even a hitch in her breathing. "Asteria, wake up." He waited, but she remained in blissful and oblivious sleep. "Fine, I'll go get some food and leave you here." You snooze, you. A crimson eye opened and instantly met his own. Lose. As if to reiterate the missing of breakfast, a low rumble echoed across the room. Asteria at least had the shame to avert her eyes. Letting out a helpless smile, Kai said, "Let's go get some food." The two worked their way down to a cafeteria they had spotted the night before. The cafeteria itself was reminiscent of his previous academies. Food was piled into large pans with a line of beings waiting to get some. That was where the similarities ended. The cafeteria had a separate ramp similar to the main towers, which led to multiple floors above where more tables and food were available. Comparable to the assembly hall, some tables were occupied by only one race, while others were mixed. The same goblin from yesterday's orientation sat alone at one of the tables. Truthfully, he didn't look all too different from the other goblins he had seen so far, but the bloodthirsty aura he radiated was a sure sign that it was the same one from the day before. The aura decreed he wanted to be left alone. If his aura didn't get the point across, then his manners certainly would, as he shoveled food from his plate into his mouth using his hand. Kai felt his stomach revolt when food dropped off the goblin's hand and onto the table, only for him to swipe it off the table and shovel it into his mouth. He wasn't the only one, because the goblin glared at a few others that had the nerve to make a horrified face at the goblin's lack of manners. Getting in line, Kai grabbed 2 plates. After spending a year with Akane, he had long learned his lesson about only getting 1 plate of food. With 2 plates of food, he had a few minutes of peace to eat before Akane finished her own and moved on to his. Normally, he would end up getting a minimum of 5 full plates of food for Akane. He wouldn't take any chances with Asteria being the daughter of the gluttonous demigod fox. Even with her body the size it was, he knew it did not equate to the size of the void in their stomachs. Food in hand, he moved with purpose. Asteria's whimpering was growing louder by the minute. He stopped short of the tables. His vow to make new friends and gather information echoed in his mind, but now that he was here in the moment, he found himself at a loss of whom to sit with. There were so many options scattered about, not counting the ones on the floors above. He could play it safe and sit with other humans. A group of such was seated to his left with 2 open spots of 6. His eyes met a young man with a familiar face and black hair from that same table. He glanced at his friends and said something soft enough that Kai couldn't hear. A moment later, they all turned their heads to check him out. "I guess I stand out with a fox around my shoulders." Either that, or he had been ousted as a transfer student already for being an unfamiliar face. Kai's eyes shifted to the next table. It was comprised of a mix of races with only 1 open seat available. They were laughing happily, unaware of Kai's inner plight. Their levels were scattered but were much closer than his own than the group of humans next to them. He quickly looked at other tables and considered his options. A few more seconds dragged on, making him feel like he had already been standing there long enough to uncomfortably draw attention. Why does this have to be so difficult? Fuck it. He silently walked up to the table of mixed races. Immediately all conversation halted, their eyes on him as he stood off to the side. "Hello," Kai said with a faint smile, though it probably could have been described closer to a grimace. His body felt tense. Even with 2 lives, meeting new people never became easier. None of them spoke up at first. After an uncomfortable few seconds of silence, a lithe imp with dark red skin spoke up. "How can we help you?" "Stranger?" Its voice was unusually gruff for a creature its size. "I was wondering if I could join your group for lunch." He kept his voice even, not giving away his nerves. "I'm a new student," he added. A look of amusement passed between the group. Anyone with sense would know that. Haven't seen a human with a fox all last year. His stubby red finger tapped the table. "Look, human, I can appreciate the courage it took to come and introduce yourself, but we aren't interested. We are already a set group. Find yourself another table." The imp's tone was friendly, but his denial was blunt. Kai could only lamely nod. The table filled with humans started snickering and slapping the table, finding his plight hilarious. Turning his back, Kai felt his face heat up slightly. Without thinking, he found himself sitting down at the nearly empty table of the seething goblin. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. He was already sitting. The goblin looked stunned, with his mouth held open in shock and confusion. His hand hovered in mid-air while filled with food. "Sorry," Kai muttered, making quick eye contact with the large, silver-eyed goblin before pushing his utensil into the food. He apologized despite not really doing anything wrong. He had hoped the simmering goblin would ignore him. The last thing he wanted was to stand out on his first day, like during his first year again. And it was already too late to move, as Asteria had already begun devouring her food. The goblin blinked slowly and grunted. Surprisingly, he returned to his food without a fuss. His aura still exuded "don't come near me" vibes, but it wasn't overwhelming to the point of being uncomfortable. A few minutes of silent eating were broken when the goblin spoke up. "Why?" His voice was unusually soft for the rage he leaked. Kai took a napkin from the middle of the table and patted his mouth. "Why what? Why did I sit at your table?" The goblin nodded while taking a napkin and wiping his eating hand. Kai remained silent for a minute. Taking the cue from his distraction, Asteria tried to claim the rest of his food after already having eaten her own, only to be rebuffed by Kai's hand anticipating this action. "I don't know. I simply did," he replied to the goblin. The goblin gave him a look of consideration and then snorted and stood up and left. "Great going, Kai," he muttered to himself sarcastically. He ran his blocking hand through his hair. No longer thwarted, Asteria dashed over to his plate and began devouring the remaining contents. "Everyone!" a voice shouted from the cafeteria entrance. "Air challenged Zale." A great wave of commotion happened across the cafeteria at once. Many of the students stood up and began rushing out of the cafeteria at once, leaving their food half-eaten or barely eaten on the tables. Very curious Kai following suit. He grabbed Asteria, whose face was still attached to his plate. She let out a high-pitched whine as he ran after the other students up the ramp. "My food," she wailed. "You ate more than 3 people's worth." "I'm still growing. I was promised lots of food," she cried. "I'm going to tell Mom." Ignoring the threat, he felt his Lightfoot ability at work as his speed increased as he ran up the ramp. He nimbly dodged past one of the beings in the back of the group. A minute later, he entered the 4th plate and followed the others to a large building without any windows. More and more students had joined in, making for a massive group of running students all heading in the same direction. As he reached the top of the stairwell, Kai was surprised to find it was a miniature version of the Colosseum he had fought in a few days prior on Eris, with some differences. Unlike the one on Eris, this Colosseum was completely closed overhead. It had raised seating that was already filled with 1,000 others and still growing. In the pit below, 2 young students stood across from one another on a smaller raised platform, no longer than 50 meters across each way. An older woman with the Academy's emblem on her armor stood between them. 5 minutes later, the crowd had increased to a few thousand, though the number of students showing up had slowed significantly. "Today I will arbitrate the battle between the challenger Air and the challenged Zale." The adjudicator between the 2 students began, nodding first to his left, where a female high elf covered in bronze armor kneeled and prayed with one hand out, flat on the ground. In her other hand was a scimitar of ethereal quality that lay flat against the front of her helmet. On the adjudicator's right was an imp no bigger than the average gnome. He wore a simple robe that appeared a size too large for him, as it covered his feet entirely with plenty of fabric to spare. The imp's face was completely composed and void of emotions. His beady black eyes were intensely focused on his opponent and nothing else. High Elf, Forging level 96. Imp, Forging level 100. The adjudicator in the middle of the arena raised a hand and silence followed. Should the challenger Ari win, she will be granted Zale's ranking on the leaderboards, which at the current time is rank 3. And should the challenged Zale win, he will receive 1,382 prime points from the challenger as put forth as the stake for the bet. Standard battle rules apply. You may begin. With that said, the adjudicator vanished from the arena. Familiar blue mist burst out of the elf, spreading across the small arena until nothing except the mist could be seen. Both fighters had vanished from his sight. It appeared denser than the mist in the illusionary misty region, as it was more concentrated. Kai had hoped to see what he might have fought, like had he chosen mist magic and not gravity during his magic selection, But with the mists blocking the view of the fight, he found himself disappointed. Not by the lack of vision, but by the fact that the elf had to resort to tricks against her opponent. A dwarf that had been standing at the railing before them sighed and sat down between Kai and a lion beastkin with an impressive man in the next seat over. You think air could ever win a fight without covering the field in that? An orange glow from within the mists shot across the field of battle, stopping the speaker cold. Confounding mists of hers, the dwarf asked. No chance. Her skill set is all about deception and obscuration, his beastkin friend said. His eyes shifted as if watching something in the mists that Kai could not see. I know. The dwarf let out another sigh. He wasn't even bothering looking down into the mist-filled arena anymore, instead tinkering with a cube in his hands made of green metallic material. Who do you think is going to win? Kai asked, injecting himself into the conversation. Without a pause, the dwarf answered, Zale, no question. I'm not so sure. Air left for 3 weeks and only just returned this morning. She must be confident to challenge Zale again. The beastkin growled lightly. His eyes never left the mists. She was rank 16 when she left. Now she is 28. She should have challenged someone closer to her original rank when she got back. Skipping ahead to the undisputed third-ranked individual is plain stupidity. The dwarf picked at something in his teeth. Still, you really have to admire her. She has more grit than most dwarves facing their first symbol of magic. Those were the days. I don't think I was sober for an entire month. Plumes of orange and yellow flames soared out of the mists and crashed into an invisible barrier covering the arena, stopping them completely. There was now a constant hue of orange inside the mists, turning the once blue mists orange-tinged. Down the line of seats, they could hear other spectators making bets. An idea came to Kai. I'd wager 1 prime point that Air will defeat Zale. Ah, but I'm currently out of points until tomorrow. Kai thought to see if they would accept the wager if it meant gathering more information. Ha! How did you manage to spend all yours? The dwarf laughed heartily. Kai shook his head. I didn't. I only transferred in yesterday. A transfer student, the beastkin hummed, but it came out more like a purr. Okay, I'll take your bet. My name is Thrain of the clan Granite, and that is Gladriel, the dwarf introduced. He put down his trinket and looked at Kai for the first time since the conversation began. For such a fresh-faced dwarf, his rust-colored beard was already down to his waist. Kai Kineris, he stuck his hand out. The dwarf looked at the appendage puzzled. It's a handshake, a sign of agreement to the terms set forth, Kai explained. I know what a handshake is, Bunderhead. You think I live under a rock or something? He crossed his arms with a frown. I guess you haven't read the packet yet. No, Kai admitted. I spent the day exploring after orientation yesterday. At this point, Kai had stopped paying attention to the fight below. Not that was anything to see. It's all in the packet, but simply either today or tomorrow, a point bracelet will be delivered to your housing unit. It is comprised of innovative enchantments that are keyed to your aura signature, that works with will and intent to record, add, or subject prime points during the course of your stay in the Prime Academy. That sounds fictional, Kai said skeptically. I know, right? Thrain slapped his knee. None that I know of have been able to reverse engineer the enchantments. In any case, the bracelet works in such a way that you can personally transfer points to another's if you were to make a bet and lose or buy something. We can transfer the 1 prime point next time we meet. And what happens if one simply doesn't? Kai asked. The system of transferring points seemed based on an honorary system of trust, hoping that one would uphold their word. Thrain let out an evil chuckle. Well, that's where the enforcement division comes into play. Take my word, never. Never get on their bad side. A feminine yell called out from inside the mists. With new points being granted tomorrow, Air must really want the points granted from the 3rd rank. Before she left, she would receive the same number of prime points as a person in rank 99. It's the bracket comprised of ranks 100 to 11. Only by entering the top 10 would her points increase significantly. Even more so if she can defeat Zale and take his 3rd rank. She'd likely earn more prime points in 2 months as the 3rd rank than she would in 6 months as rank 16. The risk is justified to challenge Zale. Still, she could have worked her way up slower, even if it meant waiting 1 month. Kai suppressed a smile. Intentional or not, the dwarf Thrain had proved to be a treasure trove of knowledge so far. What he found most interesting was the strongest second-year students were already at the boundary of the third realm. On his lap, Asteria had fallen asleep, likely digesting the food in her non-bloated stomach. She cutely curled her front legs around her face as if to block the light and noise. More and more flames streamed from the mist's boundary. The battle had picked up in intensity. "It seems our new friend won the bet," Gladriel calmly said. 10 seconds later, both flames and mist vanished, signaling the end of the fight. On the field of battle, the elf hunched over, hands on knees, breathing deeply, but still standing, while the imp lay bloody and unconscious on the floor. "By the Holy Nine, she did it," laughed Thrain.